Hey everyone, and welcome to the best stories of 2024. The year is officially over. I just wanted to say a quick thank you to everyone for the support throughout the year. 2024 was a bit of an odd one for me. I feel like this year for me was mostly about just finding my footing again and finding my love for what is and always has been Slumber reads. And I think I've found it. I think 2025 is going to be our biggest year yet. I have so many plans for this next year, and I cannot wait to share them with all of you. There's just going to be a lot more content, a lot more consistent content, the best stories that I can possibly find, so on and so forth. I'm deeply looking forward to it. Anyways, as far as this video goes, they're just 25 of my favorite stories from throughout the year, not placed in any particular order. That would be far too difficult. There was a lot of really awesome ones this year, so this is just the highlights of all of that. Anyways, be sure to drop a like if you do enjoy this video. Liking the video helps out immensely. Subscribing if you are new is also very much appreciated, as I post long-form narration all of the time. Sit back, do whatever it is that you do to relax, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. When I received the news about my mother's worsening health, I had to make a quick decision to return home. My savings allowed me to buy a ticket for a cruise ship, which, although not a large luxury vessel, was sufficient for a swift journey towards my hometown. The ship was fairly compact. It didn't stand out among other cruise liners, but it had everything necessary for passengers. In winter, when I received the urgent news, the weather was harsh. The city where I lived was covered in a thick layer of snow, and the temperature had dropped below zero. Gray, heavy clouds obscured the sky, and the wind was blowing strongly, creating a sense of winter chaos. The streets were slippery, and every step outside required caution. I lived in a small apartment on the outskirts of the city, which I had been renting for several years. I had actually moved out from my mother's place a few years ago. When I turned 18, I needed more independence. The apartment was modest but comfortable, a single room with a kitchenette and a small bathroom. It was my own place, but I had always remained close to my mother in my heart, and her illness now suddenly drew me back to the family home. After packing the essentials, I got into a taxi that struggled through the slippery streets in the harsh winter conditions. When I arrived at the port, the large cruise ship, although not extraordinary or particularly elegant, looked solid enough to ensure a safe journey. Its outdated appearance and somewhat neglected details contrasted with the elegance one might expect from larger vessels. The ship, while unimpressive, provided basic comfort. The duration of the cruise was crucial in this case. Considering my mother's health, the cruise was set to last 3 hours. The weather at sea was as cold as on land. The wind picked up and the waves, although not dangerous, were unsettling enough to fuel my fears. When the ship finally stopped, passengers began to gather at the entrance, preparing to board. I felt both excited and worried, but what was to follow exceeded my worst fears. 2 crew members stood on the deck by the entrance. They had wide smiles stretched from ear to ear, which were simultaneously unnatural and unsettling. The smiles were too wide, too motionless to be genuine. They seemed almost grotesque in their excessive expressiveness. Their faces were illuminated by the artificial lighting of the ship. I saw their eyes were cold and inscrutable, looking at us with some mysterious, disturbing interest. Every movement of their hands, every gesture was too fluid, as if they were mechanisms in a perfectly tuned machine. Upon boarding the ship, my unease did not diminish, although the atmosphere around me was still filled with winter's dark elegance. The ship, though not a massive cruiser like those used for longer voyages, had its own charm. The interior of the ship was filled with warm, yet artificial light, which contrasted with the cold, black-gray sky outside the windows. Approaching the main entrance, I noticed that the interior of the ship was spacious, with elegantly furnished areas designed to provide comfort for passengers. Shiny marble floors and gilded details along the walls added a luxurious touch to the place, though somewhat outdated. The corridors were wide, with bright, pastel wallpapers and large windows allowing views of the sea, which was now filled with heavy, gray clouds. The crew members, who had earlier welcomed us on board with those unnaturally wide smiles, were now strolling down the corridors, their faces still radiating unsettling joy. With each step, I passed another crew member, and their wide smiles seemed even more pronounced as their gaze passed over me. Every step, every interaction with them was like walking on a tightrope, where every minor change could lead to unpredictable consequences. As I walked through the deck, I noticed that the interior of the ship was designed with great attention to detail. In the main hall, there were elegant sofas and armchairs surrounding round tables. On the walls hung paintings depicting maritime landscapes, which, in the winter light, looked less welcoming than usual. Passing by the bar and restaurant, I noticed elegant but slightly rusty furniture. The overall tone was subdued but warm in shades of brown and gold, giving the interior a classic, though somewhat old-fashioned look. Even here, the crew members' faces bore those unnatural smiles that seemed to be part of some choreographed performance. Something was very wrong. Finally, I reached my cabin, located on one of the lower decks. The cabin door opened with a soft click, and I stepped inside, feeling a bit of my tension ease. The cabin was small but cozy, decorated in a simple yet elegant style. The walls were in warm beige tones, and the furniture, including a bed with an elegant spread, a desk, and a wardrobe, was neatly crafted, though visibly used. Through the cabin window I could see the sea, which now looked even more gray and turbulent, with waves crashing against the ship's hull. As I began to unpack, I felt my anxiety and tension coalescing into a sharp, penetrating unease. I started by taking out the essentials, a few pairs of warm clothes necessary for the winter weather, and documents. I placed them in the wardrobe, trying to keep things organized. On the desk, which was near the window, I set up a few personal items: family photos, a small notebook, and a few books to pass the time during the 3-hour cruise. After spending a few minutes on the bed, trying to gather my thoughts and acclimate to the strange atmosphere of the ship, I suddenly heard a knock on the cabin door. I pressed the button to open the door and saw one of the crew members standing at the threshold. Unlike the others, there was no unnatural smile on his face. The man was dressed in an elegant uniform that perfectly matched the classic look of the ship, a navy blue jacket with golden buttons and a white shirt. Unlike the others, he did not have that unnatural smile on his face. He was holding a neatly folded sheet of paper, tied with a ribbon. "Good day, sir," he said, his voice warm but devoid of emotion. "I was informed that you did not receive the list of rules. It is important that you familiarize yourself with these rules to ensure your safety during the journey." I took the sheet from his hands. I unfolded the paper, revealing that it was carefully written in elegant script, suggesting attention to detail. At the top was date and time, and below in several points were rules that seemed as precisely formulated as they were disturbing. Here is what was on the list. Rule 1. Never make eye contact with the captain. If you break this rule, follow Rule 5. Rule 2. If you hear a soft scratching in your cabin, do not move, do not make any sound, and eventually, the scratching will stop. However, if the scratching intensifies instead, leave the cabin as quickly as possible and do not return to it for the rest of the voyage. It lives in the walls. Rule 3. Do not draw attention to yourself from the crew. Rule 4. When you leave your cabin, know that you are safe until you go down to the engine room. No one goes there because they are afraid of it. No one descends. In 1989, there was a macabre incident there. A woman named Mia was burned alive, leaving behind only a charred skeleton. So remember, you might notice a woman with long black hair at first. She will look normal, but after a moment, you don't want to know what happens next. Which is why no one goes down there. They are afraid of her. If you see her, find a hiding place as quickly as possible. It might not be too late. Rule 5. If you make eye contact with the captain, your only option is to jump into the icy sea. That's the only way I managed to survive. Although the list was written in a formal style, each of these recommendations seemed unnaturally detailed and somewhat exaggerated. The point about avoiding eye contact with the captain in particular made me uneasy. Combined with the strange smiles of the crew, everything began to fit into a disturbing puzzle. As soon as I finished reviewing the list, I noticed that the man had vanished, as if he had disappeared into thin air. I heard no footsteps in the corridor. He had simply vanished. I didn't know what to think about it, so I decided to check the cabin again and make sure everything was in order. After a moment of contemplation about what I had witnessed and read, I felt I needed to stay alert and not be deceived by appearances. My thoughts returned to my mother's condition and how important it was, despite all these oddities, to focus on the purpose of my journey. I decided to leave the cabin to ask one of the crew members about the duration of the cruise. I still had the disturbing rules on my mind, but now the most important thing was to find out how much longer I would have to spend on this ship. Hoping it would be a short period, I headed towards the main corridor. When I reached the corridor, I noticed that the crew was still moving along it, with those unsettling, unnatural smiles on their faces. I stopped one of the employees, a young woman in an elegant uniform. Her smile, though wide, was somewhat more subtle than some of the other crew members. "Excuse me," I said, trying to sound calm. "I wanted to ask how much longer this cruise will last." The woman looked at me, her smile unchanged, but her eyes were cold and inscrutable. "The cruise will last approximately 3 more hours." She answered with a voice that sounded like a metallic melody, somewhat monotone but polite. "Unless there are any unforeseen circumstances." I felt something was definitely wrong. If we had 3 more hours left and at least 30 minutes had passed since departure, it meant that the cruise was not as short as it should have been. This caused me deep anxiety. Were we actually traveling longer than expected? Worried, I slowly turned and returned to the cabin. I set a timer on my phone and waited another 30 minutes. When the phone screen showed 30 minutes had passed, I decided to ask again. I left the cabin and headed towards the main corridor, where I noticed the same young woman in the uniform that I had met earlier. I stopped her, trying to sound calm despite my growing concern. "Excuse me," I said, "but I have a question about the duration of the cruise. It seems to me that we have been sailing for at least 60 minutes. Has the initial duration of the cruise changed?" The woman looked at me with the same unchanging smile. "No, everything is going according to plan," she answered calmly. "The initial cruise duration is correct, and the remaining time is 3 hours. Please do not worry. Everything is proceeding according to schedule." My concerns began to turn into panic when I heard the crew member's response, which failed to reassure me. Time seemed distorted, and each further assurance that everything was fine only deepened my anxiety. Without thinking, I approached one of the passengers who happened to be nearby and asked him how much longer the cruise would last. "Excuse me, how much longer will this cruise last?" I asked, trying to sound as factual as possible despite my growing tension. The passenger looked at me confused and then at his watch. His face took on an expression of distress as he replied, "Another 3 hours. Why are you asking?" As I tried to process his response, a crew member appeared from the side. His face, still widely smiling, now seemed less friendly. He approached me and said in a cold, controlled tone, "Please calm down. If you continue to cause a disturbance, we will be forced to call the captain." I remembered the rules. I had broken Rule 3. They knew. I felt my heart beat faster, but I knew I couldn't afford to panic further. I calmed down as much as I could, though thoughts of what might happen if the captain was indeed called only deepened my unease. I slowly returned to my cabin, trying to process all the information I had gathered. I analyzed the rules I received and concluded that the best solution would be to spend the rest of the voyage in my cabin. The rules indicated that in case of doubt, it was best to avoid contact with the surroundings and stay in a safe place. I felt that staying in the cabin, away from the strange and unsettling events on deck, would be the safest option. I began to calm down and think about how to use this time, trying to find peace in isolation. However, after about 20 minutes of silence, I heard a faint, almost imperceptible scratching coming from the walls. I felt my heart begin to race. Rule 2. I stood still, trying to ignore the growing sound, but the scratching started to intensify. What began as a quiet murmur turned into more pronounced and increasingly disturbing noises that seemed to be getting closer. At that moment, fear took full control over me. The rules that had previously seemed merely strange now became a reality that I could not ignore. Panic grew as the sound became more intense. I could no longer endure. Without thinking, I ran out of the cabin, feeling my heart pounding wildly. I left the closed door behind and ran down the corridor. As I fled the cabin, I felt the panic subside as I moved away from the scratching sounds. In the corridor, I noticed that the staff's demeanor had changed. Their faces had become rigid and inscrutable, though they still wore smiles. But this time they were wider and longer. Each crew member's eyes tracked my every move, as if they were waiting for something to happen. As I walked down the corridor, I felt their gaze, which seemed to literally burn. I felt growing tension as I noticed 2 staff members had started following me. Their presence was initially discreet, almost unnoticeable. They kept a proper distance, not getting too close, but close enough to give the impression that they were right behind me. No matter how fast I walked, each of their movements, every step, was almost synchronous with my own. I felt their gazes piercing my back, and their silence became increasingly unsettling. Although they tried to keep their distance, they were getting closer with each step. Eventually, I couldn't bear the pressure anymore and started running. At the same moment, they did too. "Please stop," one of them shouted. But I didn't listen. Running blindly was my only hope. As I ran down the corridor, I noticed that the passengers completely ignored me. Their ignorance was terrifying. They acted as if I weren't there. As they closed in, I made a risky decision, which seemed to be the only possible solution in this situation. I descended to the engine room. I felt that this place, though unpleasant, might offer me temporary shelter. I quickly ran down the stairs to the lowest deck, where the engine room was located. When I arrived, I noticed that the staff did not follow me further. They clearly feared this place. The engine room was a vast, dark space full of noises and heat. Old rusty pipes and steel elements formed a labyrinth, containing huge engines, whirring pumps, and powerful generators. The air was heavy with the smell of oil and exhaust fumes. The light was dim, barely illuminating the room and casting long, unsettling shadows on the walls. Pipes and wires, tangled like snakes, ran along the walls and ceilings, and droplets of oil dripped from several places onto the floor. Every step I took echoed in this empty industrial space. I stopped by one of the engines, trying to calm my breath and process what was happening. As I hid behind a large engine in the engine room, trying to control my panic, I suddenly saw something that completely shocked me. In one of the darker corners of the room stood a figure, a woman staring at me with a strange, unnatural smile on her face. She was a few meters away, and her presence in this place seemed completely out of place. Her face was pale, and the smile, although it might have seemed polite at first glance, quickly transformed into something far more terrifying. As I watched her, her form began to deform. In some places, her charred bones were visible, and her skin took on a pale, grayish, rocky appearance, as if stretched over too large a skeleton. Everything happened in slow motion, yet too quickly for me to react. Her body began to contort grotesquely, as if it were not bound by any physical constraints, and I heard the sounds of cracking bones. Her hands, which had previously been elegantly placed by her sides, now took on irregular claw-like shapes, stretching in a terrifying way. And her face, oh my god, her face was full of horrifying details. Her pale skin, once soft and human, was now grotesquely distorted, as if it had been burned in a catastrophic fire. The remnants of her formerly normal face were covered in brown and black scars that resembled cracked, ashy crust. The smile that once might have seemed polite now stretched unnaturally wide. Her gaping mouth revealed teeth that looked too long and sharp, as if they were the remnants of a former smile. Deep black scars pulsated around her lips, enhancing her terrifying grimace. The eyes were the worst nightmare. Their original color and shape were completely distorted. Where normal eyes once were, now they were large black voids filled with a strange, glowing light. Cracks extended around her eyes as if the skin had been burned, creating irregular, horrifying edges. Frozen in terror, I watched as her form transformed into this monstrosity. I heard her scream as she finally began to move, a shriek that cut through the silence of the engine room, echoing off the steel walls and amplified by the sound of the machines. With the last of my sanity, I decided to hide in one of the narrow service cabinets nearby. These small rooms were used for storing tools and spare parts. I slipped into one of these cabinets in terror, trying to close the door silently. Inside there was complete darkness, and the air was heavy with the smell of oil and rust. I could barely move, but tried to make no noise. I heard the horrifying scream of that thing outside the cabinet. Her scream echoed off the metal surfaces. Through the small gaps in the cabinet doors, I saw flickering lights and shadows moving through the engine room. The woman moved with terrifying speed, her figure shifting from place to place, sometimes disappearing into the shadows only to reappear elsewhere instantly. Each of her movements was accompanied by the sound of breaking bones. As her horrifying scream grew closer, my heart beat faster. I felt cold sweat running down my body, and adrenaline had me almost completely frozen in fear. I knew I had to stay hidden in this cramped shelter as long as possible, hoping that she wouldn't notice me and that I would survive this nightmare. I didn't know how much time had passed while I crouched in that narrow service cabinet. Time seemed to move slowly, and the sounds around me were both terrifying and overwhelming. The woman's screams didn't stop, and her rapid, unpredictable movements only heightened my fear. Every sound, every crack sent shivers down my spine as I tried to stay calm, though my body was numb from cold and terror. Eventually exhaustion, stress, and fear took their toll. I fainted. The last thing I remember was the sight of the woman slowly approaching my hiding place. When I regained consciousness, the engine room was silent. With trepidation, I opened the cabinet door and cautiously peered outside. The space was now deserted and quiet, as if the terrifying spectacle had come to an end. The engine room, though still filled with the sounds of machinery, was calmer, and the horrifying presence had vanished. I slowly exited the cabinet, trying to make no noise. As I left the engine room, my legs were stiff and trembling, but I tried to stay calm and move quickly. Every step felt laborious, but I needed to get out, find a safe place, and assess what to do next. With a mix of relief and terror, I finally managed to leave the engine room. As I was leaving, I swear I saw her. She was hanging from the ceiling in an unnatural position, just above my cabinet. Her terrifying figure was suspended in the air in a way that seemed utterly impossible. Her distorted face was staring directly at me, and her huge black eyes seemed to penetrate the darkness, tracking my every move. A cold shiver ran through my body, and every hair on me stood on end. I couldn't tear my gaze away from her horrifying stare, which expressed something more than ordinary fear, something deeply terrifying, almost supernatural. I felt my heart race faster, and the sense of panic grew as I tried to find a way to escape. With dread and terror, I left the engine room, still feeling her terrifying presence lingering above me, accompanying me with every step. With anxiety and determination, I sneaked to the top of the ship, searching for shelter and desperately trying to find a way to escape. I reached the deck where the lifeboats were located. My heart was pounding wildly, and my hands shook with fear, but I knew I had to act quickly. I approached one of the lifeboats, trying to quietly open its hatch and prepare it for launch. Every sound seemed loud and revealing, and I tried to be as silent as possible to avoid drawing attention. However, just when I hoped I might escape, I noticed that the ship's crew was approaching me. Their faces were unreadable, but their demeanor was resolute and determined. I quickly realized that their expressions were cold and filled with unease, and their smiles, which had seemed strange before, were now entirely absent. I had nowhere to run. They had surrounded me. As the crew approached, I noticed that one of them stood out from the rest. He was an extraordinarily tall man, about 3 meters tall. His presence was imposing, almost overwhelming. He was dressed in a suit that differed from the other crew uniforms. It was dark gray and elegant, with a subtle, shiny sheen that drew attention. His presence was unsettling. His formal and elegant stance emanated something decisive and authoritative. That was when I made the biggest mistake of my life. I looked at his face. The only thing I noticed before I realized who he was his cold, piercing eyes staring directly at me. Then it dawned on me. He was the captain. I had broken Rule 1. I knew what that meant. There was no option but to follow Rule 5. I decided on a desperate measure. I jumped into the icy sea, hoping that this leap would be my only chance for survival. The water's temperature was brutal, almost immediately shocking my body. The cold pierced through my bones, and the freezing water seemed impenetrable. Every movement in the water was painful, and the agony was almost unbearable. The water was colder than anything I had ever felt, draining all my energy. I struggled to stay afloat, fighting against the powerful waves that battered my body. The cold wind howled, and the darkness of the night made it hard to gauge how far I was from the ship. Every second spent in that water felt like an eternity, and hope for rescue dwindled with each passing moment. With cold dread, I watched as the ship slowly disappeared from view. Its massive silhouette, which had moments ago dominated the horizon, began to shrink and vanish into the darkness. The deck lights, which had given me hope, were now just faint points in the darkness, gradually fading from sight. As the ship grew more distant and its outline less distinct, I felt overwhelming isolation. When it finally disappeared completely from the horizon, I was alone on the icy sea, surrounded only by the cold black water. I eventually gave up, seeing no chance of survival. Due to hypothermia, I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was no longer in the icy sea. Instead, I lay in a hospital bed surrounded by white walls and sterile light. My body was wrapped in a warm blanket, and various medical devices monitored my vital signs. For a moment, I felt lost and disoriented, unable to understand how I had ended up in this place. Soon after I regained full consciousness, a nurse entered the room, surprised by my awakening. She told me that I had been found by a container ship passing through that area of the sea, heading toward the town where I had started my voyage. Their crew had spotted me drifting in the water unconscious, and had immediately carried out a rescue operation. Thanks to their swift action and professionalism, I managed to survive. Several days passed before I was finally able to leave the hospital. When the doctors deemed me stable enough to leave the facility, I couldn't wait to return to normal life. Unfortunately, as soon as I left the hospital, another devastating piece of news awaited me. My mother had died. I learned that her health had deteriorated drastically while I was at sea. Due to my sudden disappearance and inability to contact her, she had no one to support her in that critical moment. Her death was a shock to me. The only reason I had taken the voyage was the hope of seeing her in time and providing her with support. The sense of guilt and sorrow was overwhelming. Although I was glad to have survived, the realization that my mother had passed away while I was fighting for my life was an unimaginable burden. After returning from the hospital and discovering that I had inherited the family home and a modest fortune, I hoped that returning to my roots would bring me peace and solace. My father was dead, and I had no siblings. Despite not inheriting a vast fortune, the house, which was part of my heritage, became a symbol of the past and a place where I could find refuge. I decided to return to the family home, believing that within its walls I would find a sense of belonging and safety. I bought a plane ticket for a very small portion of the inherited money to get me there, and said goodbye to the remnants of my previous life. As I boarded the plane, my anxieties were significantly less overwhelming than before. However, as I passed through the gates and entered the aircraft, I began to question whether the cabin crew always had such unnaturally wide smiles. I still remember the first time she came in. I was tired. It had been a long shift. I'd chosen to start serving at this particular establishment because it had a reputation of being slow. Had is the operative word here. At one point in time, I could assemble a drink and have a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sit at the bar and look down wistfully, spouting off his regrets about a wasted life. I would get to listen. It was background noise. Therapeutic. Honest background noise in a world full of characters and BS. But, lo and behold, this particular haunt I picked started becoming all the rage for young people. Who needs them, right? All full of life, vigor, and energy. Smiles and excitement about the future. Wanting to party, wanting to flirt, wearing layer upon layer of forced personas. "Hey, Chief," says the guy, curling 2 fingers while dressed up in clothes Daddy bought. "We, want a round for this whole group, yeah?" he says, forcing his voice down 2 octaves while doing his best imitation of an alpha male. Just off a bender of binge-watching hours of charisma on command videos. I'd want to say, but wouldn't. And of course, the people surrounding this man, all wearing masks of their own. Fake cheers, fake gratitude, and pretty girls penny-pinching through college more than happy to get a free drink off this guy before getting the F out of Dodge, and... God, I was sick of it. But, as is the case with life, the places I did want to be were out of range. Unattainable. The dive bars filled with the seedy, miserable, philosophical crowd I craved were just too far away from the crappy apartment I lived in to justify working at. An honest environment would have cost me too much in gas prices, unfortunately. Enough that my non-existent paycheck would have gone towards breaking even at absolute best. She came in while I was making a rum and coke for someone. A double. I wasn't one to project favorable feelings onto a stranger. I was thrown to find, as I saw her enter the bar, that I didn't immediately hate her. She looked like an absolute stranger to the establishment, yet I got no sense that she saw herself as above it. It felt like she was a human being, someone who needed to be here for some reason but was unequipped for it. Like she felt silly. Like she found the music to be too loud. Too overwhelming. I watched her take awkward steps through the chaos of the floor, ever so slowly weaving past people unable to move because they lacked spatial awareness, and because she couldn't muster up the words, "excuse me," for some reason. She was too kind, too polite. And then she was right in front of me. She looked up instinctively, as if expecting a menu, and then down at the counter, as if expecting a QR code, and then she just sort of shuffled closer, with an energy like she was afraid of interrupting something even though I was looking right at her, doing literally nothing else, fully prepared to take her order. "So, I don't drink." "You don't drink?" I repeated back, deadpan. "Not really. I'm bad with, knowing what to get." "Well, let's keep it simple, I guess. Did you want a beer? More partial to a cocktail, maybe?" "Oh, cocktail. I love cocktails." "So you do drink?" "I drink, but not in a fancy or informed way. Usually I get what the other person's drinking, but the other person isn't here yet, so I guess I'll get whatever tastes the most like juice." I failed to suppress a laugh. Hearing those words from a fully grown adult was something else. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. "Are you gonna look down on me for not being all bougie about my drinks? I guess what I meant to say was, I want something happy, aged 24 years, from Ireland, with a bit of a kick, maybe a sour." You are melding so many unrelated things together right now. It is crazy. Actually, I'm just a trailblazer and completely ahead of my time. And then a look in her eyes as if she was beaming the words, "Yes, I'm aware I'm a dork," right at me. And I am absolutely positively not an uninformed loser. I finished making her a pina colada and handed it to her. "I hope you enjoy your drink, ma'am." A sweet, appreciative curl of her lips as she tapped her card, then turned to leave. She was back to the hurricane of people swirling across the room. I watched her body take on an awkward, pantomime performance of, "How the F do I find a table through the sea of mayhem?" My eyes stayed with her for longer than I'd like to admit, and then I realized I was smiling. And it wasn't as a courtesy or a lie or a way to make someone think I was listening while I was off in maladaptive daydream land. She sat at an elevated rustic corner table by an antique mirror, the one closest to the bathrooms, a table that could seat a lot of people but only had her. The other person joined her eventually. I caught them talking at odd intervals as I fell back into my miserable shift at my miserable job, fielding the same two respective questions from doe-eyed 20-year-olds. What's it like being a bartender? And did you always want to get into this line of work? No, I wanted to say to both questions. My eyes would continually drift over to that corner table as the hours ticked away. I felt a pang of jealousy as I saw her hold the hand of the man seated across from her, a man who looked like he was having a rough go of it, wistful at times, borderline miserable at others, and occasionally tinged with nostalgia. He was all emotion. And she was consoling him, it seemed, hearing his heart story. We closed in on midnight, and the two of them were still there. She wasn't saying much of anything, but he was certainly saying all of everything by the looks of it. Her eyes remained steadfast on him, nodding as she took in his every word. It was early in my late shift, Tuesday night. Things were slow, but not too slow. It was ideal. Quiet. I could focus on the white noise of murmured, tired conversations. The clinking of glasses. It was like a meditation tape. My equivalent of the soothing sounds of the ocean. I had time to make my drinks with love. Not so much love, but focus. That's the word. A man arrived at the counter. He looked familiar. It took a second for me to place him. The gentleman from the other night. The one who sat across from the bashful woman who caught my eye. The one that got to hold her hand. He, on that particular night anyways, was a basket of complex emotions. Now, however, there was a certain calmness to him, a groundedness. He looked peaceful, like his head was finally above water. "Hey, what can I fix you up with?" "You have my permission to surprise me," he said humbly. I snickered. If this was her boyfriend, or husband, he certainly had an interesting rhythm to his moods. I grabbed a glass and a muddler, and started preparing an old-fashioned for him. As I did, in betrayal to my usual approach to customer service, I asked him a non-logical question. "And how's your day?" He took a genuine beat to collect his thoughts. Eyes raised diagonally at the ceiling, a thoughtful twist at the right corner of his mouth, and a contemplative, repetitive nod as if the words were playing in his head like a metronome. Then, "You ever just feel grateful?" he said. "Grateful that everything's finally come together? It all makes sense now, and it's all gonna be alright?" Cannot say I know the feeling, but envious for sure. "Guess I'm quite the lucky man." "Oh, you are." Based on his reaction, I don't think the reference landed on him. It seemed like he had a wonderful woman in his life, hence, lucky. He instead seemed to take the message in a much more vague, almost cosmic way. "I do have to tell you though, quite sincerely, that it ain't all luck." He shot me a knowing look. "You gotta really put yourself out there. You have to be open, emotionally naked. Those are the things it takes to find your home, your people." "Don't think I'll be there anytime soon, good sir." I gave him the drink, and he made his way back to that same corner table. For the few remaining times that night that he accidentally slipped into my eyeline, as I was loitering on the clock, he was the perfect picture of contentment. Another busy night in my self-inflicted holding pattern of a career. Some people say that bartenders are modern-day philosophers. Those people are stupid. It's a customer service gig like any other. Only difference here is you give people alcohol to leave you alone. But it never, ever works. This night was particularly stressful. We were down a person. I hated when we were down a person. When we were down a person, my boss would yell, and then I would wonder why I didn't just finish college. And so the domino effect of self-loathing would go. There were too many people, asking for too many drinks. I almost didn't even notice she was there. She'd brought a new person this time, arms linked. Girlfriend's out for an evening. She approached the bar yet again, sheepish as before. Interestingly, the girl she was with seemed like her polar opposite. She looked decisive, focused, fake, a paper tiger. That was my assessment. "Hey," said the one I was more sympathetic to. With a couple of verbal stumbles after the "hey," wait, shoot. Did I never actually get your name the last time we talked? "Brian," I said. "Which means I never gave you my name either." "Nope," I said, cutting off what felt like it was going to be a self-effacing apology. She extended her hand. "I'm Monica, and I'm sorry. I'm usually better about that. That meaning polite enough to ask someone's name." I returned her greeting. She gave me one of the firmest handshakes I'd ever received. "Okay, so we know each other's names now, which is good. This," she said, motioning to the friend beside her, "is Sabrina. And Sabrina," she gestured back to me, "this is Brian." "Okay, great, good. Now that we're all friends, Brian, I'd love it if you could make the same drink you made me last time. If you remember what it was." "You mean the one where you asked me to make you juice?" The barb only brought a cheeky laugh from her. "Yes, the very same." I watched them from behind the counter later. They were at that same distant table. Of course they were. I wanted to judge them. I really, really did. The shift had been a headache, and fancying myself as better than the unwashed masses was exactly what the doctor was ordering. I wanted so badly to assume that Sabrina was the shallow friend to Monica, a person who actually seemed somewhat kind, somewhat genuine. But as Monica held Sabrina's hand over the table, looking at her as if she was the only person that existed in our wretched cosmos, and Sabrina in turn spoke openly as she cycled through ugly laughs, ugly crying, ugly reminiscing, emotional whiplash that I couldn't quite keep up with. All I saw was a person shedding any semblance of a front, peeling off layers of emotional makeup, becoming completely raw to the person they were in front of, laying it all out there, frankly, for Monica to receive with quiet nods and gentle affirmations. Their conversation went on for hours. Their drinks, the pina coladas I made, were still in front of them, chipped away at with only the lightest of sips over the course of their conversation. Glasses half full, or half empty, I guess, depending on how you look at things. 3 weeks passed before I saw Monica again. The thought of her would cross my mind every now and then. The strange want to actually talk to her. With how much my life was dimmed by forced, transactional conversations, it was a foreign feeling. Finally, on a night where I arrived late for work, I saw her, seated in the corner, a barely touched drink in front of her, hand gently resting on the man beside her as he poured his heart out to her. Completely different guy from the last guy. And at this point I was convinced. As I watched the man emote as if he'd just come from a Breen-Brown TED Talk, that she was some sort of modern, new age therapist. 55-minute sessions. What about 3 to 5 hours at a bar? That'll really help us curb your existential dread. Her imaginary words, not mine. I caught some conflicting feelings in myself as I looked on. Despite how awkward she could be, there was some sort of bizarre charisma or allure there. The charisma of someone being completely themselves. It made me nervous, though it was hard to put a finger on why. Nevertheless, the hours passed. Work was work, and as I finished exhausting my reservoirs of nods and smiles in exchange for compliments, platitudes, and the occasional openly rude customer, my eyes flitted over to her table, to Monica saying goodbye to her new client, or friend, or lover, whoever he was. A long hug, then a very deep glance into the stranger's eyes. An intense glance, a loving glance. And then they parted. So maybe scratch therapist. Or alternatively, a very, very new age therapist. Curse you, pangs of jealousy. I'm 35 now. I should be beyond feelings at this point. She approached the bar. Hey, I said. Brian, she said, leaning her elbow onto the bar with an animated, almost full-body exhale. How are you? Would it be uncool of me to say I'm tired? Why would that be uncool? Because you're a bartender. So, tired probably describes your entire evening. Oh, well, I mean, if I were off the clock, then I'd say absolutely you're being uncool, you jerk, but since I'm working, no, not at all. Do you have any traumatic stories you wanted to share? War memories? Tales about the one that got away? War stories for days, she said with a soft chuckle. Then an even softer, no. And then a more serious, hey. Hi, I said again. You're probably wondering what I'm doing at the corner of the bar, right? Yeah, I am actually. I'm helping people. Are you a therapist? She smiled. I suppose that's one way to look at it. I think I'm a bit confused. She picked her words carefully. I find people who are like me, people who maybe feel like they don't belong, outsiders, folks who are tired of pretending that they're okay living in an uncaring world, and I connect with them, and I build friendships with them, meaningful connections. How do you know that someone's an outsider? A pause, and then it's all in the eyes. She told me that I was welcome to sit with her on one of my days off. We would go to another pub if I didn't want to spend my off hours where I worked. Strange as the proposition was, I went for it. At this point, I'd sussed her out as being a truthful, open, and vulnerable person. Someone who seemed, at times, confused about it all. Confused in an endearing way. A way that felt different, special. A way that made me want to know more. On a night we both agreed upon, I met her at a different joint on the other side of town. I sat across from her, curiously skeptical about how all of this would go. And then hours passed, and within them, I opened up truly. It's sort of hard not to spill it all when someone gives you their absolutely undivided attention, with perfect eye contact and affirmations pulled out of the book of Mr. Rogers. She sat there statuesque as I whittled off details about my childhood, my confusion about life, feelings of aimlessness, shame at how judgmental I could be, and everything more. All of my misplaced anger, my vitriol. There were no real horror stories in my past, it turns out, nor any major present-day ailments that were bringing me misery. Putting up walls and scrutinizing strangers were just my coping mechanisms for being over-socialized and in my head about it all. At the end of the night, she gave me that same look of endearment she gave to the other man, as a sort of peace, a camaraderie came over me. You're all right, she said. hand gently cradling my cheek. It's the world that's stealing your joy from you. It seemed as if the words held more weight for her than they did me, but I nonetheless obliged, with a sort of silent agreement, an internal nod. I felt warm about it all. She gave me the tightest hug imaginable before leaving, and whispered in my ear as she did, "I know a way things can be better. If you're interested, find me again." I hadn't seen her at the bar for quite some time, and I have to admit, it made me antsy. It was hard to have someone Mary Poppins waltz their way into your life, be utterly emotionally naked with no reservations, allow you to do the same, and then disappear right after teasing some cosmic secret about the answer to all of life's problems. During the period of lack, I found myself softening in my role as liquid therapist a bit. People's idiosyncrasies, their faking it personas, their buried miseries, posturing, need to party, flirt, fight, mentions of beta, sigma, alpha, omega, ability to lie to themselves, desire to run away from themselves, from everything. Actually, I understood it. I sympathized with it. We're all just trying. I mean, I was still a judgmental POS 85% of the time, but hey, that remaining 15%, we can call that an improvement. I was at the tail end of the kind of slow shift that made you curse yourself for ever hating the busy ones. I closed up shop, and there she was, in the doorway as I was leaving. I didn't have it in me to pretend I wasn't enthused to see her. Instead, I ran up to her and hugged her. "I missed you," I said with the delivery of a nerd at prom. "I hope you've been well," she said, returning the embrace. It felt nice. "You said things could be better. I want to know how," I said. She smiled, her lips and eyes lighting up. "Of course. Let me show you. Do you want to come over?" It's funny. There's a certain connotation that comes with being invited to a sort of stranger's place at closing time. Yet I was absolutely sure Monica's head and intentions were in a completely different space from the rest of the waking and drinking world. We sat on her sofa together. She gave me a tender look. "I made something to help explain everything you're feeling. I hope it'll be helpful." I exhaled slowly, then nodded. She got up and popped a shabby, plain white DVD, marked with Sharpie scribbles, into the player. She returned to the couch as the video started on her TV. Over a black screen, an odd, disquieting melody played that I believe was intended to be comforting. Soft synthesizers and strange notes. Then a narration. "We are not our bodies. Instinctively we all know this." It was Monica's voice, speaking over footage of the cosmos, galaxies and stars. "We look closely at this world as the delicate, sensitive souls that we are, and we can tell we don't belong here." Footage from Earth, empty woods, empty parks, empty cities. Our three-dimensional forms holding our souls down. And then a slideshow of images that resembled pages from a high school biology textbook. A diagram of the human body with a line pointing to the chest saying soul. Lines coming from the arms, the head, the legs, eyes, ears, all labeled as not soul. "And if we stay here long enough, our soul will wither away and die." Another textbook-style diagram, but of a decomposing body this time. "Even if we appear healthy." Footage of the ocean now. It looked like an amateur video, taken by someone actually wading in the middle of the sea. "We don't know who brought us here or why, and we don't need to know." The camera panned up from the water, and angled sharply to the night sky, facing the glowing moon. "We just need to go home now." And then a new image. Over the backdrop of a sea of stars, a pitch-black door on the left side of the screen. On the right, the same high school textbook diagram of the human body, standing upright this time, an arrow pointing to the door. Her narration was gone now. Text appeared on screen. Step 1, decide to exit. Step 2, find like-minded friends. Step 3, pick the method that brings you the greatest sense of internal comfort. Step 4, exit stage left. Step 5, when you're done, don't go into the light. And then her voice returned. "Let's go together now." She held my hand gently as the video concluded. I felt disturbed. I felt unsafe. I tore my gaze from the TV and turned to her. Her eyes were serene, peaceful, calm, welcoming. "It's okay now, Brian. You're okay. I'm here with you now." "Monica, what exactly did you mean with that video?" I detached my hand from hers and rose from the sofa. She stood up as well. "You know what it means. You know it every time you look out aimlessly from behind the counter." I backed away. "I'm gonna need you to say it explicitly." She traced my steps. "We're departing tomorrow. We'll be leaving from the bar. You're welcome to join us at the table." I reached the door. "I have to go," I said, reaching behind me to feel for the doorknob. One last good look at her. She wasn't perturbed, sad, offended, confused, or anything. Softly she said, "I'll be seeing you, Brian." I turned and left. I worked the evening shift the next day. I was dead in the eyes, exhausted, not judging a soul, just breathing, just relishing the intake of stale bar air. When she arrived, she went straight to the corner table. Slowly, others poured in. Some of them I recognized as patrons who had shown up at the bar before. Folks I was unaware were ever associated with Monica. They sat with her, eyes trained on her. Soon after, her girlfriend from before, Sabrina, pulled up a seat as well. The two other men I'd seen her with on different nights took their spots too. New faces appeared next, one unfamiliar to me. By the end, there were 12 at the table. From my distant vantage point, their conversation seemed muted, soft, hopeful, but with a discordant dash of somberness. It was hard to focus on my job, to focus on the customers coming up to me. I'd look over to the corner. I'd catch more gentle speaking, the sharing of thoughts, sentiments, words that looked as though they were coming out as whispers. I wanted to be a fly on the wall. I also wanted to be as far away as humanly possible. Was there something I could say here? Something that a good Samaritan was supposed to be doing right now? Over the following 45 minutes, give or take, their words stopped. They closed their eyes together in a lengthy, silent moment. It didn't quite seem like a meditation or a prayer. I'm not sure what it was. Eventually, they all opened their eyes around the same time, and then they turned in unison and looked at me, with wide smiles. Their eyes were filled with what seemed like a very disturbing form of love, an image pressed to my memory forever. Monica alone got up and walked through the crowd, purposeful this time. Once again, she was in front of me, on the other side of the counter. "You can still join us," she said. "Where are you going?" I asked. "You wouldn't believe this, 'cause it's gonna sound real silly, but there's actually a special spot in the middle of the ocean, one that leads all the way up to the stars." She gave me a knowing smile. "We thought it might be a good idea to check it out together," she said. She held her hand out for me. "If you want to come." I wasn't sure what it was. Loyalty, a sense of camaraderie, a fear of letting her down, but as much as I was repulsed and terrified by her, I still had to fight the urge to give her my hand. Eventually, she gleaned my decision through my inaction and retracted her invite. "Thank you for talking to me and spending so much meaningful time with me, Brian." She returned to the table. The others rose. They left behind anything they'd brought with them. Then all 12 of them linked arms like they were about to go on a pub crawl together, and left. Their bodies were found in the ocean a week later. Each of them had worn a weighted metal belt to help them sink. The cops told me that half of the corpses were found in close proximity to each other. The other half were scattered about. I had to assume that the group found clustered together were the ones successfully able to keep their arms linked the entire time. I had the chance to see the photos of the deceased during the identification process. I did my best to provide the authorities with details on the faces I recognized. Times I'd seen them at the bar, rare occasions where I'd spoken with them. My tiny, insignificant crumbs of information were thankfully counterbalanced by insights provided by some of the regulars who'd known them better. It didn't take long to piece together the identities of the recently departed, not just who they were, but their full histories, careers, families, friends, aspirations, anecdotes, blanks filled in. All except for Monica. As it turns out, if she did have a history, it certainly wasn't one with much depth. She had no known family, no friends aside from the one she left with on her final night, of course. No information on when she'd actually moved to the area, or where she'd come from. I was the only one who seemed to know anything about her. As if that wasn't uncomfortable enough of a revelation, the cops decided to keep the hits coming. They must have been in an oversharing mood. They let me know that this recent death event wasn't quite as unique as I might have imagined. In fact, instances of groups walking into the water together, weights worn, arms linked, had been documented as a recurring phenomena over the last half-century or so in our quiet town. The folk tales and horror stories about events like this had, of course, existed for far longer in our little slice of the country. The sorts of folk tales I could have imagined a man, maybe late 50s, early 60s, sharing with me on a night where I was tuning him out as comforting background noise while making a drink. I took one last good look at Monica's photo before I wrapped up with the authorities. Out of all the images, hers was the one that looked the most tranquil, the most at peace. "I'll be seeing you, Brian." Months had passed. The incident had left me with a sinking, but mostly ignorable feeling. Routine had thankfully proven to be a formidable distraction. I was behind the counter, same as always, in a moment of time where I was unoccupied, no immediate task in front of me, nor some lingering item of work that I'd forgotten to do. I looked out at the bar scene, not a miserable look this time, nor an aimless one either, just a look. Out amongst the crowd of youngsters, characters, and fakes, not mutually exclusive titles, mind you, nor titles I used in a derogatory fashion anymore. I saw someone enter the bar, a new face, unfamiliar, one that had a distinct sort of energy to them. They weren't an imposter like all the others. They looked like they felt silly, like they didn't belong here, but didn't see themselves as above it all. In the past, I would have found this person to be almost charming. Now they were just a person. They took awkward steps through the bar floor. They were over-polite, and then they were right in front of me, A pina colada, please, she said. I suppressed my laugh. Her eyes lit up with a glint of confusion. What? She asked playfully. Nah, it's just... sorry. Just a little uncanny. Kind of a throwback there. You, reminded me of someone just now. But that's... anyways. Pina colada coming right up. I went to work when I heard her response. All I could do was continue making her drink, operating off of muscle memory alone. I have to admit I'm a bit disappointed you didn't join us last time, Brian. I mechanically continued the process of blending the drink. Don't remember telling you my name. I hope you understand that there is still a lot I need to do here, she said. Like-minded friends to find, meaningful connections to make, departures to schedule, she said. My throat caught. The ritual of making a drink for a customer was the only bit of normalcy I had left in this exchange. I tried to cling to it. I tried to drag it out as long as possible, but I had to speak. Monica? I finally said, more breath than voice. But when I studied her features, she didn't resemble Monica at all, and I can only assume she knew as much. You can call me Elizabeth this time, she said. And don't worry, I never, ever want to rush you. And then that same knowing, disarming look. You can join me when you're ready. I struggled to find the finishing touches on the cocktail when I heard my boss's voice. Brian, what are you doing? I turned to look at him confused. What? What are you doing? He repeated. Making a drink? I looked ahead and there was no one at the bar. A drink, I finished. For yourself? Thought about it. I guess, yeah. He gave me a concerned look, the kind of look that asks you to say more and share what might be going on. But I changed the subject. It was probably best to keep things surface level from now on. No need to go deep. I'll always be thankful for the sprawling Kansas cornfields for saving my life. Without it, who knows what would have happened to me. I don't like to dwell on it. This story happened 9 years ago, back when I was still a stupid kid. My parents and siblings had left for back-to-school shopping, driving all the way down to Wichita. The 45-minute ride there and back did not interest me, so I begged to be allowed to stay home. Mom, I think I'm old enough to decide for myself if I want to go. My cocky 14-year-old self whined. Fine, but you're not getting any clothes. You have my number if you need it. We'll probably get dinner there, so don't wait up. She called while wrangling my two most quarrelsome brothers into the car. Sweet, thanks. I'd never been completely alone before. I mean, Burns was pretty rural, but growing up with 5 siblings meant I never got to enjoy the privacy that's supposed to come with country life. Hell, the concept was so foreign to me that I spent the first 20 minutes trying to decide what to do. Suddenly, my stomach growled. There was a gas station about 10 miles down the road, far too long to walk, but not too far to drive. My parents only had one car, but they'd spent last year saving up for a golf cart with the idea that it would let us access the distant parts of our property easier. But more often than not, we used it to drive and get snacks. So, in a move that I'm sure Kevin from Home Alone would have loved, I took the cart. I loved the way it sprung to life under my touch. I loved the silence of the electric engine, the smoothness of the ride. I loved the grip of the wheel beneath my finger pads. I was so distracted by anticipation that I didn't realize that someone had left the golf cart with about a third of its battery left. Dumb kid, I know. I began driving up our dirt road. Before me stretched the gray sky, expansive and all-consuming. On clear nights we could see every star in the sky. Even though I hated living in the middle of nowhere, I did secretly appreciate the beauty surrounding me. Glistening cornfields, air that was easy to breathe, the splashes of color from wildflowers. I turned onto the main road, one cracked and filled with potholes. For as far as I could see in either direction, there were no cars. I cranked up the speed to an adventurous 15 miles an hour. I was determined to have fun and, with any luck, be back home before sunset. The gas station was a straight shot from here. I could have driven to it with my eyes closed. In the distance, behind me, a black hazy dot slowly appeared. Another car. It wasn't crazy to see the occasional car, but it still made me uneasy. Most drivers were mean. I just put my head down and drove. Behind me, the dot grew larger. After about 5 miles, the cart began to shut down. No, 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 no. I pleaded the air. This cannot be happening. I pulled over to the side of the road, struggling to think. I was 5 miles away from home. There was no way I could walk there and back, especially before dark. The sun would start setting soon. Back then, phones were not something a teen just carried around. At least, not middle-class teens. I also hadn't brought any form of protection. And the black dot, a rusted-up van, was still heading towards me, quickly making up the space between us. I felt like throwing up. But then the vehicle was about 100 feet away. It began to slow down. 40 miles, 30, 20, 10, until it was right upon me. It pulled over right in front of the dead cart. A man with a scraggly white beard opened the passenger door. "Hello, little lady. Stranded here, are we?" His voice was raspy. Like my father, he was a smoker. I was certain. He took another step toward me. "Hello. No, I'm just waiting for a friend," I blurted out, aware that the lie was stupid even before I'd said it. "Here?" he responded. "Is not the safest place to do that. How about I take you down the road? There's a gas station there. Your friend will find you." He continued walking towards me. "I'm not sure if you have room in the car. You weren't the one driving, and you know what they say. 2's a company, 3's a crowd." I took a step backwards. At this, he let out a guttural laugh and called to the man still in the car. "Gustav, get out here." A man slightly rounder and taller than the one in front of me stepped out. He was as old as his colleague. In his hand, the bottom of a switchblade could be seen. I freaked out. I was caught like a rat in a maze. I was miles away from civilization, and my rescuers were more like assassins. Above me, the sky dimmed. Behind and in front of me, the empty road stretched on. They would catch me in an instant. To my side was a field full of fat, dent corn, the kind you need to livestock. In a few weeks it would be harvested, leaving behind a shockingly empty field, but now, in just a few feet, I could hide myself. "Come here." The one with the knife screamed as he lunged toward me. I dashed to the side and into the field of corn. The stalks slapped my face. I moved in random directions, to the left, to the right, closer to what I thought was the road, closer to the center. From behind me, I could hear them brushing past stalks and cursing. Sometimes their rustling grew louder, sometimes softer. I tried to run as fast and quietly as I could, praying they'd give up. In my rush, I tripped over a stalk, skinning my leg in the process. Blood began to fill up the wound and drip over my ankles. I whimpered, intent on staying silent. They moved wildly and at random. Sometimes they would split up, and I'd have to avoid 2 rustling paths. Then they would come back together again, using their mutual malice as fuel. "I'm gonna kill you," the first guy said mere feet away, unable to see past the layers of corn. If he had continued walking in my direction for a few more feet, I would have certainly died, the knife tearing up muscle and tendon over and over. I would have been left to be discovered days later by whoever's land I had trampled on. I thought of my parents, who would be sick with grief, and of my younger siblings who would cry at night without me to comfort them, and I thought of the long walk home under the veil of night, and despite my attempts to stay calm, tears came flowing out. I sobbed for what felt like hours on the dirty ground, and when there were no more tears to be squeezed out, I listened for any sign of my attackers. There was none. There was no noise except for crickets, and nothing to see except the small sliver of sky not blocked out by corn. It took me a long time to find the road in the dark. I started in a random direction and got lucky. From what I could see in the gloom of late evening, there was no van. There was no golf cart. I suppose it was taken as a form of collateral damage. I walked home on the edge of the road, just in case another sinister black dot would appear. My clothes were ruined, but for once I didn't care. My skin stung and burned after pushing through so much vegetation. I could see the moon through gaps in the clouds as it rose higher in the sky. In all, it must have been nearly midnight when the first cop car showed up. After that, it was a blur of questions, tears, and the scent of coffee that clung to the Burns police team. My mother held me in her arms, and my father assured me that they weren't mad at me. They had called the police when they'd arrived at an empty house about half an hour before I was found. My parents apologized for being back so late, for letting me out in the first place. Everything they said melted together in my mind to create a feeling rather than any solid memory. Unsurprisingly, I wasn't the best or most eloquent victim in the world. Yet if anyone thought my story was false or exaggerated, they didn't think so after another girl disappeared a week later. She too had been left alone on a rural road near dusk. I cried when I heard that, and wondered why I had survived while she hadn't. I know on a technical level that it's not my fault, but some part of me will always feel like I should have been the last victim, that I should have done more. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment on a cloudy evening, I think back to Kansas. I think back to that girl, someone who was just a few years older than me, and I wish so badly that I could tell her to run into the corn without looking back. I collapsed onto our couch in the living room. It was a Friday night of a particularly strenuous week, and I was determined to celebrate. Unfortunately for me, my roommate had invited over about a dozen of his friends for a little party and pregame before they went out. I can't remember what their plan was exactly. It had something to do with bar hopping. All I knew was that eventually I was going to have some quiet time to myself in the apartment. That is, if I didn't decide to join them. The thought occurred to me that I should check my assignments. I wanted to be sure I was done for the week, and that I could finally just kick back and relax. Upon checking, it looked like I had everything submitted, but before closing my laptop, I heard the faint sound of the Discord notification over the blasting sound in the apartment. Someone pinged me in the group chat. the chat that my friends and I use to stay in touch, as most of us live nowhere close to each other now. It's more accurate to say that its purpose is to send stupid memes to each other above everything else. "What's up?" I sent, hoping to spark a conversation. Not even a minute later, I received some friendly name-calling in return. Their messages put a smirk on my face. "Just staying in. I'll probably be in voice chat later if y'all want to join. Maybe we can play something," one announced. A few other replies that they would be there, including a couple of friends who rarely joined the voice chat. Another pinged me asking if I would join, as I hadn't said what I was doing yet. I sighed as I sat back, looking at my laptop screen. A part of me considered going out with my roommate and his friends. After all, I had just turned 21, and I wanted to get out of my shell a little, but I also knew I wouldn't have another opportunity to join this many of my own friends for games for a long time. I also knew that if I went out, I would get bored easily and quickly, and rediscover that bars are not my idea of fun. I sent my response in the group chat. "Alright boys, I'll be there." Immediately my friends added reactions to my message and sent overly dramatic messages to show their enthusiasm. Once everyone decided on what time they would be able to join, we narrowed down our list of games and decided that the first few of us who got on would start with a few rounds of Phasmophobia. After all, plans seemed to be established. Everyone returned to using the chat to post memes. Realizing I had a couple of hours to spare, I joined my roommates and their friends at the kitchen table. I didn't know a few of the people there, so I made an effort to introduce myself and make conversation, but being the introvert I am, I found myself walking away and checking my phone more than talking to anyone face to face. Most of the time, I was checking the group chat and the various memes being posted. During one of these little breaks from being social, I saw a new link that hadn't been embedded as any image or video. The most annoying memes are the ones that don't embed, or can't be viewed unless you go through the link to whatever app or site it came from. This link, in particular, looked off. I couldn't make out the name of Annie, and it looked like nothing more than jumbled letters and numbers. Even weirder, the person who posted it didn't have a name, and the user avatar was just a default one. I was fairly certain no one with access to the chat had a blank profile. After a moment of hesitation, I tried to open the link, but whatever it was wouldn't load. I wrote it off as my phone acting up, but curiosity quickly got the best of me, and I felt an urge to know what it was. I retrieved my laptop, opening it again on the living room couch. To my confusion, the unorthodox looking link from the nameless, faceless user was still there. I again hesitated before clicking on the link again. A full screen window appeared, quickly loading a grainy black and white video of an empty room. I realized my error in not checking the volume beforehand because apparently I had it on max. The annoying sound of static disturbed the music coming from my roommate's speaker. A yell came from someone at the kitchen table in response. "Turn that off!" I frantically tried to turn down the volume on my laptop, but it didn't seem to work. The static remained just as loud. I tried to Alt plus F4 the window, but it refused to close. I tried to open other windows. I even tried to shut off my laptop entirely. Nothing was working. As the mysterious blank video continued to play, one of my roommate's friends drunkenly walked over to the couch and stared at the screen for a minute before asking, "What are you watching, dude?" "I don't know, man. One of my friends sent a link to whatever this is, and I'm trying to... Just hold on for a second." I replied, uninterested in explaining the situation while trying to fix it. My roommate, Alex, walked over and sat next to me on the couch, along with another one of his friends. "What's this? Some old movie or something? It looks creepy," Alex inquired. I have no clue. I'm trying to shut it off right now. The window won't close. I can't turn down the sound. I can't open anything else, and my laptop won't even shut off. Well, just let it play, I guess. Alex suggested, so I let it be for the moment. Another minute or so of just the empty room passed by before a figure walked into view of the video. The few of us watching went silent as we observed and waited. The man who had walked in front of the camera was very well dressed. He wore a very old-fashioned looking suit. It looked like something from the 1920s, maybe earlier. I don't know all that much about suits. On his hands he wore black gloves. This is all we could make out because his face was out of frame. The camera must have been angled poorly because we couldn't see anything above shoulder height. He walked into the center of the frame before standing square facing the camera. Though the audio was coarse, his deep, soothing voice was heard clear as day. Greetings, and welcome to the 7th installment of this series. I'm your host. Before the man could speak his name, a wave of static violently washed over the screen, accompanied by even louder white noise. After a good 10 seconds, the video returned to normal and the man continued. I advise that all watching are sure to have seen our past works, particularly installments 1, 2, and 4, as they detail how to locate and acquire a proper subject. This is paramount information to have before proceeding with this installment. By now, the music in the apartment ceased and all of Alex's friends crowded around the couch to get a look. As many of you must know, the man in the video continued, the old markets are gone, and the farms have died out, since such a time when this commodity was abundant. We have no choice but to seek out and harvest it ourselves. What's he talking about? Asked one of Alex's friends, before being hushed and told to shut up by everyone else. A few of them whispered comments to each other, most pointing out the weird camera angle excluding the man's head. Along with the acquisition and proper preparation of subjects, the processing is equally important, and the last step necessary to enjoy your hard-earned goods. Future installments will explain the process in greater detail and complexity. This film seeks only to demonstrate the most basic processing techniques. The screen once again became flooded with static and blaring white noise before cutting back to the film. When it did, the suited man was no longer alone. Front and center of the video was someone new. Another man dressed in a suit, though his was much more modern. His head was also above the view of the camera. Something about him felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. At least not until I heard a gasp from behind me. Then I saw it too. The man was hanging. From what, we couldn't see, but his lifeless, dangling feet held over a wide metal bucket on the floor beneath him made it clear. Everyone else must have noticed as well, as some began whispering concerned comments back and forth. Others hushed them in response, eager to see what would happen next. I stayed silent, believing it was nothing more than an act. The man in the old suit walked into view again, dragging a cart with him. It immediately became clear that he was quite a bit taller than the man hanging up next to him. Their shoulders appeared to be about the same level, but the feet of the man who was hanging lightly swung back and forth in the air, at least a few feet from the ground. Some commented on this, but fell silent as the man began to speak again. I have here a subject for this demonstration. Those of you who have seen our past installments may recognize it. The harvesting process may be done when the subject is dead or alive. Of course, alive can be much more entertaining. Unfortunately, our subject here put up too much of a fight to do this demonstration alive. It is especially important not to damage any of the more valuable pieces while acquiring a subject. Before you start, Have something to serve as a collection bucket for the blood. We don't want one of the best parts to go to waste. Most of us watching remained silent. Some felt suited to laugh at the absurdity of the dialogue, but the ones who did were silenced as the towering man raised a knife from the cart. First, we opened the chest. He plunged the tip of his knife into the hanging man just below the neck, though only a couple of inches. He pulled the knife down effortlessly, tearing through the man's clothes and the man himself like butter. Along with it came the grotesque sound of flesh being ripped and bones being snapped. He returned the knife to the cart before placing his hands back in the man's chest. In one rigid motion, he pried the man's chest open. Everyone around the couch, including myself, recoiled uncomfortably upon hearing the insufferable noise. Blood gushed from the newly made open cavity in the man, soaking his clothing and collecting in the bucket underneath. My roommate Alex quickly got up from his seat, expressing his disgust in the process. Some of the others turned away and covered their eyes. I, like all the others who were still watching with intent, thought it was all an act, reasoning that it must have been some sort of prop corpse, with prop blood, and now we were looking at prop organs. And now, we harvest the goods, expressed the man who seemed to be acting as a butcher. Letting the organs marinate in blood enriches their flavor, he announced, grabbing a smaller blade from his cart. For the next several minutes, he removed organ after organ, heart, liver, intestines, everything. He carefully lowered and lightly dropped each organ into the pool of blood collecting in the bucket, somehow remaining to still keep his head out of view. Everyone remaining on the couch began to leave one by one as the video went on. Some even gave me disgusted glances as if it was my fault that they saw what they had, and could have warned them. I think some even got the idea that I watched these kinds of disgusting things in my free time. I hadn't met most of them before, so it was certainly a bad first impression. I remained on the couch, though I lost attention to whatever you might call that video. After several more unsuccessful attempts to shut it off, I set my laptop back on the table and resumed messing around on my phone while it continued playing in the background. Well, I'd like to say I lost attention, but it would be more accurate to say I couldn't bear to look at the screen. Still, enough curiosity remained for me to not walk away entirely like the others. For the next several minutes, the man continued his disassembly of the corpse. Though I looked away for most of it, I could still hear everything. Clothes were cut, followed by flesh. Bones were snapped, joints disconnected, and blood continued to trickle into the bucket on the floor as the man's calm voice detailed exactly how to follow along. I loosely listened along to his reasoning behind keeping each limb intact while I checked back in on the group chat on my phone, curious to see if I could find out who the unnamed account that posted the link was. To my annoyance, the message was no longer there. When I texted my friends, questioning them on the matter, none of them knew what I was talking about. I was the only one who ever saw the message. By this time, most of my roommate's friends were putting on their shoes and using the bathroom as they waited for their Uber rides to show up. I figured now it was a good idea. I decided not to go with them. A few of them glanced over at me in disapproval as they headed out of the apartment one by one. Others just turned away. I can only assume, judging silently. Once everyone cleared out and it was just me left, I walked into the kitchen to clean up the mess, most of which they neglected to pick up themselves. All the while, the video of the ridiculously tall man cutting up a body and narrating his process continued on my laptop. Not even half a minute after they left, the apartment door opened and my roommate Alex walked back in. "I forgot my phone," he explained in a panicked voice. Annoyed, I agreed to help him. "I'll check here in the kitchen. Why don't you check your room and the living room? I suggested. Alex hurried to his room without a word. In the meantime, I looked between the half-drunken solo cups and bottles covering the kitchen table and surrounding countertops. If I'm being honest, I was mostly eager to find it so I could have some peace and quiet alone after what just transpired with me and his friends. Unfortunately, neither of us were having any luck. Alex moved to the living room and began checking the couch. After checking the first cushion, he looked up at my laptop screen again. The man in the video was now cutting strips of flesh from what remained of the corpse's torso, and carefully lowering them down into the bucket of blood, organs, and limbs. "You still have this on?" he muttered, disappointed. "I have no clue how to turn it off. I don't know what to tell you, man," I replied, a hint of irritation slipping through in my own tone. Alex turned back to the couch and continued to search through the cracks. I was about to look away from the laptop screen and continue searching, but something was off about the video now. The man in the suit was standing still, and his commentary ceased. I thought it might have been lagging due to a poor connection, but the continuous, annoying ambient noise made it known that the audio was still playing. I walked into the living room to get a closer look. When I got close, I spotted some blood still dripping from the corpse into the bucket and could hear their splashes. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up at the realization. The man in the suit was simply standing there, too still to notice any movement, though his face was still out of frame. It was obvious he was looking in the direction of the camera. The screen cut to static once again, causing me to flinch and fall back, as I had been mere inches from the screen. The screen cut back to a video, but not the same one. The man in the suit was alone once again in the same room, though no hanging corpse accompanied him this time. He faced the camera, head still too high to be in the frame. My eyes may have been playing tricks on me, but I could have sworn color started to seep into what was once a black and white video. The dark splotches on the wall behind the man turned red, though color wasn't the only thing that seemed to be changing. The details on the man's suit seemed to become sharper and clearer, and the grainy noise in the background faded. In a matter of seconds, the video quality transitioned from terrible to fantastic. It would seem one of our subjects has decided to join us. The man chimed in after the long silence. His deep, soothing voice now sounded crystal clear. The quality of the audio got better too, but something about it felt off about his voice. The best word I could use to describe it is synthetic. Like something trying to mimic the sound of a man. Something that didn't get it quite right. Seconds later, the lights above the man turned off and the video went black. Alex stood up excitedly from the other side of the couch holding his phone. "Finally," he expressed. I was about to remind him of the Uber and his friends waiting for him downstairs when all the lights in the apartment suddenly went out. We froze, giving a brief moment of silence as we both realized the power must have gone out. That silence was broken by the sound of approaching footsteps from the video before the lower half of the man's face came into view for the first time, right in front of the lens. On his unblemished, ceramic-looking face, a grin formed. As his smile widened, his jagged, sharp, asymmetric teeth revealed themselves one by one. In contrast to the rest of the dimly lit and dull picture, his bleeding gums brought color. The sight of the inside of his mouth sent a shiver down my spine, and I tensed up in anticipation of whatever would appear next. To my relief, the video cut once again, this time to black, where it remained. I tried the power button on my laptop, but to no avail. It seemed that my laptop had simply died, but that didn't make any sense. I could have sworn it was at full charge when I first took it out. It should have lasted hours. Dang it, my phone died, Alex said, frustrated. I decided to check mine, and sure enough, it was dead too. I knew for a fact that the last time I looked at my phone, the battery was somewhere in the 80% range. I gotta get down there, man. They've been waiting too long. I don't think the elevator is working either, I responded, my voice shakier than I expected. Well, I gotta try it. The only other option is booking it down 19 flights of stairs. He retorted, annoyed as he walked towards the door. I'll come with, I assured and rushed to get my shoes on. Part of me wanted to get to the lobby to figure out what was going on with the power outage. But I think more than anything, being in a dark apartment alone with no electricity or communication, after watching that was the main reason I wanted to go along. When we emerged from our apartment, we were met with nothing but pitch black darkness of the hall. I suppose I should have expected as much. With no windows in the hallway and the power being out, there wasn't anything to light our way to the elevator. Alex and I walked slowly and stuck to the wall, feeling it along the way to the elevator. On the way, our hands passed over a couple of doors to other apartments, which sparked my curiosity as to why we were the only ones who had come out. I had to think everyone else realized the power was out. I imagined some of them had to wonder why that was. Finally, we passed over the door to the stairwell and into the elevator area. We felt around the walls for the buttons until Alex finally found one and pushed it. Of course, it didn't light up, nor did we hear the elevators moving like we usually could. Alex made his frustration at the idea of missing his ride known. I responded, "Looks like stairs are our only option. If you want to make it to your ride, we better get moving. The door to the stairs is right here." I felt around the wall, going back the same way we had come until I found the handle and opened the door. My eyes squinted at the sudden influx of light that flooded the hallway around us from the inside of the stairwell. Of course, the sight of working lights was a welcome one, but how? With the power seemingly out, they were on was a mystery. Alex seemed much more interested in catching up with his friends than pondering that mystery himself. Before I could open my mouth to question the oddity of the situation, Alex moved past me to enter the stairwell and I swiftly followed. I brushed off the lights being on as more than likely emergency power. I followed closely behind as we practically ran down the first few floors, but somewhere around the 14th floor, Alex suddenly halted his descent, as did I. He turned to me but didn't say a word, keeping as quiet as possible as if he were waiting for me to notice something. I was about to ask what it was before I felt it myself. The air was cold in there, very cold. It felt like we were walking into a freezer. When we first entered the stairwell up on the 19th floor, it most certainly wasn't anywhere near as cold as this. I traded a confused look with Alex before either of us could say a word, and we both carried on with our previous pace. As we continued, the air only seemed to grow colder. By the 10th floor, we could see our breath, and although it was cold outside, I knew it wasn't anywhere near this cold. At the 6th floor, Alex once again halted, but this time I watched his eyes grow wide as he stared at something in front of him. He tried to mutter something under his shivering breath, but he failed to make words. I, being disturbed by his sudden state of shock, slowly inched my way down the last few steps of the flight I was on before peeking around him to get a look. I felt my heart sink to my stomach when I got a glimpse. On the handrail of the stairs hung a meat hook, the end of which was holding up one of Alex's friends through his gaping mouth and coming out through a bloody hole that was once his nose. His frozen eyes looked up desperately in perpetual terror, with blood running down from the end of the hook and his mangled face, soaking his clothes in red. Alex and I must have stood there a whole minute before he finally came to his senses. We have to get out of here. Now, he whispered to me. I simply nodded my head and followed him as we walked past his friend's corpse. But we didn't make it much further. When Alex saw down the next flight, he slowly collapsed to the floor and covered his face with his hands. A few more of his friends were presented in the same position, hanging from the handrail on their respective hooks. Seeing more of them on this level gave me the urge to look over the rail, down further. It looked like almost all of Alex's friends who had been in our apartment were now here, dead and hanging. Blood from their faces trickled down slowly, though. With as many of them as there were, it collectively painted a dotted pattern on the concrete floor at the bottom of the stairwell. They all looked up at me with the same horrified expression on their faces. The sound of tearing flesh broke my trance and caused me to lean away from the handrail, though still close enough to see down it. A gloved hand reached out, holding another meat hook, and a body with it. The arm attached to the hand reached out and effortlessly placed the hook on the opposite handrail. I recognized the style of suit belonging to the impossibly long arm, but couldn't believe my eyes. After placing the hook, the arm froze in place. Then he began to chuckle softly. "So," began the synthetic mockery of a man's voice, "our little watcher has come to see how we do it with his own eyes." My heart sank again. He meant me. I turned to Alex and uttered the only word I could find. "Run." Alex scrambled to his feet and followed me as we ascended the steps even faster than we had come down. Behind us, I could hear him pursuing us, but at a relaxed pace. Though on the video, nothing about his appearance was rotund. His immense weight was made obvious through the pounding and creaking of the metal stairs. I don't think I've ever run so hard in my life, and I was surprised we made it as far up, as fast as we did. Luckily, I thought, we must have been more than a few levels above him when we returned to the 19th floor, though I had lost track of his steps. I was far more concerned with putting as much distance between him and us as possible. Alex quietly opened and closed the door of the stairwell, and we stuck to the wall, quickly making our way back to our apartment, which I knew was the third door to the left. After entering, we again closed the door quietly before barricading it with the couch. We stood right by the door waiting. I think we were both thinking of what to do if he found us. But if he did, there was nowhere left to go. Nothing left we could do. Any minute, I expected to hear the stairwell door open and for his heavy footsteps to come down the hall before bursting open our door. But that never happened. Eventually, we both lowered ourselves and sat on the floor. I think adrenaline was the only thing that saved us, and now it was gone. I felt drained, and Alex was shaking. I couldn't imagine what he was feeling. Only thing I knew we shared was the mix of confusion and fear as to how what we just saw was possible, and what that thing that did it even was. A buzz came from my pocket. Alex raised his head and looked over at me. The buzz came again. I reached in and pulled out my phone. The bright light from its screen was a welcome sight, as was its nearly full battery, though its content again left me puzzled. "Who is it?" asked Alex in a barely audible whisper. "It's 911, I responded, as confused as he was. "They can do that? They can call you?" I lightly shrugged my shoulders in response, unsure myself if it was possible. Alex pulled his phone out as well, but it still wouldn't turn on. I reluctantly answered and raised the phone to my ear. "You both need to get out of that apartment now." A woman's voice commanded sternly from the other end. My lips quivered as I searched for a question to ask. "Now," she came again, raising her voice. "We can't leave. There's something out there looking for us out there." I whispered back. "He's not out there anymore. You need to move." Was speculative and questioned the intentions of the person on the other line. For all I knew, she could be working with that thing from the stairwell to send us into a trap. Before I could contemplate my next move, she spoke again, this time in a calmer tone, as if a final appeal for me to listen to her. "He's in your closet. Get out now." A shiver went down my spine. Alex must have heard her too, as he looked at me with a confused look. But both our attentions were quickly drawn away to a sliver of light that crawled along the ground and grew on the space of floor between us. We looked up and again exchanged brief looks of confusion before looking at the wall where it was coming from. The doors on the closet, containing our washer and dryer, were slowly opening, as if being pushed by an ever so slight gust of wind. The narrow gap between them is where the light seeped through. A wave of dread swept over me as Alex and I rose to our feet, like we were ready to run but had nowhere to go. This wouldn't have raised much of an alarm in my head if the woman on the phone hadn't just said what she said, and if I hadn't already known that there wasn't a light in that closet. The doors swung open violently, and our apartment was filled with light. A gloved hand gripped the top of the doorway before an old top hat ducked under it. The suited man entered, crouching to keep his hat from being pressed against the ceiling. He took only 2 casual steps towards us, but his long legs crossed the distance across the room before we could move. I tripped on my feet trying to keep away, dropping my phone in the process, but Alex was well within reaching distance. In one hand, the man had yet another meat hook, and with the other, he reached out and gripped the top of Alex's head, giving it a quick twist. His face now looked at me from the back of his body with the same terrified expression stuck to it that his friend's corpses had. He flung Alex's corpse over his shoulder and then leaned down towards me on the floor. The light from the inside of the closet cast a shadow on the man's face from the brim of his hat, but the glowing yellow light from his eyes shined through the darkness. His breath was foul, reeking of odor like that of rotten meat when he opened his mouth to speak. "As for your little friends there," he said, briefly glancing at my phone on the ground, "wish them good luck for me," he said, followed by another sinister chuckle. He turned back towards the closet with Alex still on his shoulder. Inside was not our washer and dryer, but rather a big open room with concrete floors and more bodies hanging from the ceiling, strung up the same way as the others, a meat hook in through their mouths and out where their noses used to be. "And as for you," the man turned back to me again, "I think I'll wait for you to fatten up." With his final word, he smiled at me with his jagged, bleeding teeth before carrying Alex in and pulling the doors shut behind him. The light in the closet faded, and the power in the apartment came back. My ex Lloyd is like a Sean Cody model. I'm more Sean Astin. I was constantly reminded on Instagram every time he posted a couple's selfie. Some of the men that followed him, the eternally shirtless types, posted hurtful comments. "Beauty and the Beast. Dude out here helping the less fortunate. Slide into my DMs if you come to your senses, bro." I have a realistic opinion of myself. Not just my looks, but the whole package. I was absolutely punching above my weight. Lloyd came to mind one evening to chill. He turned to me as we watched The Bear, uttering that classic line everyone loves to hear. "Toby, we need to talk." He'd met someone else. I didn't argue or beg him to reconsider. I sniveled a bit after he left, then shook it off and restarted the episode. It wasn't until the next day that I thought about the few belongings of mine that were at his house. A couple of work shirts, and a pair of shoes I'd left there for the nights I stayed over. More importantly, I'd left a watch that belonged to my late brother. Only a simple Casio. The kind you can pick up for less than a round at Weatherspoons. He loved the retro aesthetic. That watch meant the world to me, and I kicked myself that I'd left it there. I texted him to ask when was a good time to pick up my things. He said he'd let me know, followed by nothing for days. I asked him again, and even said he could leave them in a bag outside the house. Then I suggested he post me the watch and bin the rest. Months of excuses later, it didn't look like I'd be getting my things back anytime soon. Then I saw the Instagram post. "Me and this boy," heart emoji, #instagay, #gayfollow. It was Lloyd with his brand new and improved muscle boyfriend. They were in the Caribbean, embraced on a beach with matching designer stubble. The comments were vastly different to what I was used to. "Wolf, room for one more?" Suddenly I had a hard time accepting the audacity to disregard my requests, and I wanted nothing more than to get my brother's watch back. "Don't be an idiot, Toby," said my best friend Carl when I told him I was considering breaking into Lloyd's house. "He's in Aruba," I said. "It's the perfect opportunity." "They're just things," he said. "It's not worth breaking the law over." "They're not just things," I snapped. "That crappy watch is all I have left of my brother." "I'm sorry, Toby," he said. "Look, please just wait. When he's back, go to his place unannounced. Don't give him a chance to make excuses." If I'd slept on it, the chances are I would have come to my senses. But I was hurt and angry. Irrationality got the better of me. "I'm going tonight. I'll face the consequences." Carl shook his head. "Fine. I'm going with you." "Absolutely not." After arguing about it for some time, we found ourselves Googling how to pick locks and other tips for breaking into a house. Incognito, of course. In the early hours, we were outside Lloyd's house, dressed in black jeans and hoodies. Fortunately, it wasn't a big neighborhood, and the house was detached. "Let's go around back," I whispered. "I can't believe we're doing this," said Carl. "I think my heart might explode." "Mine too," I said as we got to the back door. "I think you should leave. It's not fair that you get dragged down with me if—" "Sod that," he said. "I'm committed to stupidity now." Due to being spontaneous, there was no time to acquire proper lock-picking tools. Instead, we had a couple of jumbo paper clips and the smallest flathead screwdriver we could find. I started with that, carefully inserting it into the lock. Barely seconds had gone by when we heard a click. We looked at each other in shock. "Have you done this before?" asked Carl. "Beginner's luck, I swear." The back door opened directly into Lloyd's kitchen. I put a finger to my lips and crept inside, signaling for Carl to stay put. I silently made my way through the dark house, then upstairs to the bedroom. There were no signs of anyone being home. I let out a sigh of relief, then started looking for the watch using my phone torch. Carl made an appearance after a few minutes, which almost made me scream. "I got worried," he said quietly. "I can't find the watch," I said. "What about your shirts and stuff?" To be honest, I was only looking for the watch. I looked through the wardrobe and couldn't see any of my shirts. He must have taken them out already. I'll go look around. I'll keep looking up here, he said. I crept back downstairs, going from room to room. I eventually found a bag in the downstairs bathroom, wedged between the toilet and the wall. It contained my belongings, watch included. Gee, thanks, Lloyd, I thought to myself, but was happy nonetheless. I went back upstairs to get Carl. Okay, we can leave, I said. He stood by Lloyd's bedside table looking at something. It was a notebook with a leather strap around it. I don't like the look of this, he said. Where was it? He pointed to the bottom of the wall, where a skirting board panel had come loose. Why would you keep a notebook hidden in there? He said. A shiver ran down my spine. I found my things. Let's put it back and get out of here. Wait, we have to look. We do not, I said in a loud whisper. Whatever's in there, I don't want to know. Before I could stop him, he picked up the book and unraveled the strap. I was about to curse his name when he dropped it open, a hand covering his mouth. There was a printed Instagram selfie of an attractive 20-something man. Below it was another photo of the man, though in that one he was handcuffed to a pipe in a dingy-looking room. He was shirtless and had a mechanical-looking tattoo sleeve. His eyes were wide with fear. Next to the pictures were handwritten notes, a bio of the man, descriptions of his behaviors, conversations, etc. As it went on, became more graphic. There were descriptions of tortures inflicted on him. I was disgusted, but couldn't stop reading. What? Carl said under his breath. There's more, I said. A hint of plastic was visible on the edge of the page. I turned it over, recoiling in horror. There was a clear plastic bag fixed to the page. Inside was a rough square of tanned, leathery skin, partly covered with the tattooed cogs of a mechanical wheel. I think I'm gonna be sick, said Carl, turning away. I went into a daze as I stared at the book, shocked at how Lloyd could be capable of such a thing. There were other pages too. The book contained 3 different men, all with similar pictures and descriptions, and a plastic-covered skin sample. I recognize him, I said, going back to the first picture. I took out my phone, hands trembling as I scrolled through Lloyd's Instagram feed. I had to go back a couple of years, but there he was. It was another ex of his. You were dating a psycho, said Carl. Toby, that could have been you. Don't, I shouted. I can't be thinking about that right now. We need to give this to the police. He nodded. We'll be screwed for breaking and entering, though. I know. I'm sorry you had to be here too. Don't be stupid, he said. I knew what I was potentially getting myself into. Well, I didn't expect this, but you know. I shook my head. These men will have families, people who care about them. Let's do the right thing. I hugged Carl, then put the book in the bag with my belongings. As we were about to leave, there came a noise from somewhere in the house. We both froze until we heard it again. It was coming from the basement. No, Carl said. We've got to go. My stomach was in knots, but I put the bag down and crept to the basement door, pressing my ear against it. There's someone down there, I said. I can hear them struggling. He was shaking his head. This isn't happening. Call the police, I said, trying the door. I was surprised it opened. Toby, don't. Call the police, Carl. Taking out his phone, I could see his hands shaking. What do I say? Tell them we need help. Probably an ambulance, too. I told him Lloyd's exact address, then switched the light on before descending the dimly lit staircase. It was the only room in the house I hadn't been in. My legs felt like they could give way at any moment. I'd never been so scared in my life. When I saw the man sitting on the floor, cuffed to a pipe with a rag tied around his mouth, it didn't seem real for a moment. It was like I was watching a film or something, but as soon as he saw me, his muffled screams for help snapped me out of it. I ran to him, untying the rag. "Thank God," he cried. "Get me out of here, please." "My mate's upstairs," I said, trying to stay calm. "He's calling the police. Are you hurt?" "My foot," he said. "I'm pretty sure it's broken." I hadn't noticed, but I grimaced when I saw it. It was so bruised. His whole foot looked like a dark shade blue. "Okay, let's try and get these cuffs off." I looked around the basement for something that might be useful. There was a countertop with some drawers and cupboards underneath. There was a selection of knives and other sharp instruments in the drawers, which made me shudder. The closer I looked, the more unsettling it became. There were deep scratches and dark stains on the wooden counter and walls. When I opened the cupboards, I fell back with a fright. "What is it?" yelled the man. There were 3 adult human skulls sitting on a shelf. I noticed one had some teeth missing before I kicked it shut. "What was it?" he asked frantically. I could feel something digging into my upper thigh, and remembered I had the paper clips and screwdriver in my pocket. "You don't want to know," I said, taking out the screwdriver. I stuck it into the cuffs lock and started to dig around. I hadn't really gotten a good look at his face until that moment. I realized it was the same man from Lloyd's Instagram picture in Aruba. I was a bit confused on account of it only being posted the day before. It hadn't occurred to me that the photo was taken at another time. "When were you in Aruba?" I asked, still trying the lock. "What?" he asked. "I recognize you from Lloyd's Instagram. You're the man he was in the Caribbean with." "What are you talking about?" he said. "I've never been out of this country, let alone the Caribbean." "Toby?" Carl screamed from upstairs. I heard a thud. My blood ran cold as loud footsteps came charging down the staircase. It was Lloyd. I held out the ridiculously small screwdriver with a trembling hand, the only thing I had to protect us. The cuffed man began to whimper. "Why are you in my basement, Toby?" asked Lloyd with an unnervingly calm tone. "What did you do to Carl?" I stuttered. "Why are you in my basement?" I thought you were in Aruba. I came to get my things. My brother's watch." "So you broke into my house?" "I was upset," I said. "I didn't really think about it. Just..." He started laughing. "The last thing I expected from you was something as wild and spontaneous as this. I'm actually kind of impressed." He started coming closer. "I saw your picture," I said. "You were both in Aruba." "It's amazing what Photoshop and AI can do," he said. "It wasn't even my body, Toby. I'm buff, but not that buff. You should know that." "But why?" I asked. "If we're in Aruba, people don't get suspicious. People don't file missing persons reports." "Oh God," the man cried from the floor. "Please let me go." "Don't be silly," Lloyd mocked. "You know how this goes now." "Stay back," I shouted, swiping the screwdriver at him. He laughed. "I'm embarrassed for you." He turned towards the counter. Without thinking, I charged at him. The screwdriver stabbed into his upper arm, making him scream. With barely a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist around and knocked me to the floor. "Look who decided to grow a spine," he sneered. He pulled the screwdriver out of his arm and threw it in my direction. I flinched as it bounced somewhere behind me. He started rummaging through the drawers. I tried to focus. My vision a little blurry. Like music to my ears, the sound of sirens could be heard in the distance. Lloyd snapped his head back to the staircase, frozen. "Thank you, Carl," I said, attempting a smile. Lloyd screamed, coming at me with a blade in his hand. I covered my face with my arms and kicked my legs out. Lloyd fell to my side, giving me time to turn over. I crawled towards the cuffed man until I felt a sharp pain in my shoulder. Then Lloyd forced me onto my back. The blade now glistened with blood. "We're even," he grinned out of breath. "But I'm about to take the lead." He brought the blade down and I caught his arm, groaning as I struggled. Lloyd was strong on account of his regular gym sessions. The newly injured shoulder didn't help matters either. I could feel him overpowering me. His teeth gritted into a frightening expression. His handsome features were replaced by something almost inhuman. There came a scream from nearby, and Lloyd was no longer on top of me. Instead, he was writhing on the floor in agony. The screwdriver was sticking out of his side just above his pelvis. As I caught my breath, I saw the cuffed man. Though he was no longer cuffed, he was leaning against the wall, standing on his good foot. I scrambled over to him. "Come on," I said. He put his arm around me and I winced at the pain in my shoulder. "It won't be easy getting up those stairs, but we can do it." "I don't think so," sneered Lloyd. He was standing at the bottom of the staircase, hand held against his blood-stained shirt. "The only thing leaving this basement are your skins." As a chill went through me, there came a crashing sound from upstairs. "Police!" called out a loud voice. "Help!" we screamed together. Lloyd began to approach us with a roar, but didn't get too far before he fell down, convulsing as a police officer tased him from the staircase. "Down here," she yelled. "You two stay right where you are." The cuffed man, who I later found out was called Daniel, was treated in hospital. He did indeed have a broken foot, inflicted by Lloyd as part of his torture. He was also malnourished, but made a full recovery. We've stayed in contact, having shared this crazy experience. I guess we owe each other our lives. I was happy to see Carl alive and well, albeit with a sore head. When I left the basement, we had broken into Lloyd's house regardless of the outcome, and he made sure we were charged with it. The judge was lenient. We were given a €2,500 fine, plus 40 hours of community service. Justice was served for the men who weren't so lucky. I'd be very surprised if Lloyd ever sees life outside of prison again. I originally had no intention of visiting him, but something kept playing on my mind in the subsequent months after the incident. Annoyingly, he still had his good looks and didn't appear fazed at all. If it weren't for the cuffs and all-gray outfit, you'd think he'd be living it up. "Couldn't stay away, huh?" he smirked. "Don't flatter yourself, Lloyd." "Why are you here?" "Those men you tortured and..." I couldn't bring myself to say it. "Skinned?" He smiled. I took a deep breath. "You had some kind of sexual relationship with all of them. Why not me?" He scoffed. "We had sex. I remember because it was so bad." "I mean, why didn't you do that to me too?" "Oh, Toby," he said pitifully. "Look at yourself. You were never good enough for me." I work at a radio station. Yeah, I guess it's one of those jobs that will eventually come to an end sooner or later. If you're a bit younger, Imagine a live podcast without video and with music. That's more or less it. My name is Marcus, and I'm 25 years old. When I was a child, although already declining, there were still mini radios around, and I used to listen to them at night when I didn't want to sleep and couldn't turn on the TV. That's where my dream of working here came from, and well, I guess I made it. I work at Waves FM, fictitious name, obviously. I wouldn't want to expose more than necessary, during the night shift. And I simply love it. The whole atmosphere, me with my headphones listening and talking to people, playing requested songs and sometimes discovering the value they have for each individual. It's magical. One night, as usual, I arrived at the studio ready for another broadcast. It should have been around 10 p.m., half an hour before my entry. However, upon entering my room, something strange immediately caught my attention. On the desk, in addition to the usual letters and bills to pay, there was an audio tape with a single symbol X recorded on it. I confess I found it curious, but with time running short, I decided to set it aside to listen to it later. After all, I needed to do my vocal exercises and prepare the microphone and other things. As the night progressed and the music filled the air, the break time arrived. I took the opportunity to interact with the listeners, attending to their requests and messages. That's when an elderly gentleman called in requesting the song Eyes Without a Face. Believe me, one of the most requested songs on our station. I promptly played it, but little did I know what Billy Idol would be just the introduction to something much stranger. Well, that was Eyes Without a Face, as requested by our buddy, Mr. Grimshaw. Stay tuned in to Waves FM for more nostalgia. And now let's see who will request the next hit. I pressed the button on the desk. Hello? An uncomfortable silence ensued. Someone was on the line. The panel displayed it, but no one spoke. One of the rules of radio is precisely not to leave these gaps. If our only content is audio, we must fill it well. Can you hear me, my dear? How about playing the tape I sent you? I looked at the desk with the X tape. Ah, very well, folks. Earlier today I received a mysterious tape, and it seems that now we have the sender here making their request. Very well, my friend. Let's see what you have for us. I put the tape in the machine and pressed play. A few moments after the reel started spinning, what followed was a cacophony of agonizing screams that invaded my ears. I felt a small shock run down my spine and, instinctively, ripped off the headphones, futilely muffling them. I returned as soon as I regained my senses, stopping the tape. Sorry, folks. It seems we have a troll here. Quite funny, huh, buddy? I'm dying laughing. I played another random song, trying to lighten the mood a bit while calming the pounding in my chest. I grabbed the tape and threw it in the trash. I had other pranks before, things like, "Do you know Joe?" or "Is it true you're sick with ligma?" But nothing on this level. The night continued its course, with me trying to leave behind the bitter taste left by the tape. I interacted with a few more listeners and played more songs according to their requests. For a while, I managed to distract myself from that disturbing event. I bid them farewell as the first rays of sunlight appeared on the distant horizon. It was a turbulent night, folks, but we made it through. Stay safe and see you the next time here on Waves FM. I got up from the chair to see the station manager, Rob, enter through the door. He's a man in his 60s, but definitely strong and quite independent for his age. He was a radio enthusiast who had bought the station with a lot of effort, going to work there every morning. We didn't really have a boss-employee relationship. He was truly a good friend, more like a grandfather or uncle, you know? "Hey there, kid," he said. Good night? Hello, Rob. I replied, trying to sound as relaxed as possible. Yeah, it was a busy night. Lots of requests. Lots of good music playing. Rob nodded as he approached the control desk. His eyes scanned the studio, noticing the X tape lying in the trash can. A slight furrow of his eyebrows betrayed his curiosity. What's this? He pointed to the tape. Oh, that? I feigned interest, though my pulse quickened slightly. Just a tasteless prank from a listener. A tape with some strange sounds. Nothing serious, just tossed it away. Rob nodded, but his expression indicated something was bothering him. Make sure not to lose focus because of these things, Marcus. Sure, Rob. You got it, I assured him. He gave my shoulder a pat before stepping away. Good job tonight. Rest well. You deserve it. With a forced smile, I thanked him and watched as he left the studio. Once the door closed behind him, a shiver ran down my spine. I shook my head to dispel the dark thoughts. I was probably just paranoid because of the strange tape. I resolved to leave it behind and focus on finishing my shift. I got home and collapsed into bed. But as soon as I closed my eyes, I plunged into some restless dreams, the screams echoing again. I woke up a few hours later, a bit sore, heading out of the house to get some fresh air. I stopped at the small convenience store at the gas station across the street from my house, ordered a black coffee and scrambled eggs, my breakfast. I was trying to perk myself up with the meal, chatting about the weather with the waiter. I spent the rest of the afternoon there, talking, watching pedestrians, and praying that night wouldn't come. But soon enough the shadows began to creep in, and the sun hid behind the hills. Back in my apartment, I opened the door to feel my foot brushing against something, a dry sound. I looked down to see a small letter, my name written on it. When I opened it, however, my heart started pounding. My mind was confused and racing, and I felt sick. In bold letters, the phrase was displayed, "Do not throw away my tapes." A shiver ran down my spine as my brain tried to process the meaning of those words. Who was behind this nonsense? Did they know where I lived? The town is small, not impossible. Maybe it's a prank of very poor taste. I grabbed my phone and dialed Rob's number. He picked up after a few rings. Hey Rob, sorry to bother you, but I need to talk to you about something strange that happened last night. Rob listened in silence as I recounted the events from the previous night, from discovering the X tape to today's warning. He muttered after I finished. That's concerning. Maybe it's best for you to come to the station. I agreed with Rob's suggestion and hung up the phone. Putting on a jacket, I grabbed my motorcycle keys and headed to the radio station. Upon arriving, I found Rob waiting for me in the reception area. He had a serious look on his face as we greeted each other and proceeded to the studio together. We sat in front of the computer and began reviewing the recordings from the previous night. During one of the breaks, when I played the X tape, Rob stopped me. Kid, did you listen to the whole tape? Rob asked, leaning forward. I swallowed hard, recalling the moment when the screams invaded my ears. No, Rob. I only listened for a few seconds before turning it off. It was a sudden loud noise and it startled me. Rob nodded, looking pensive. Good. Don't listen to that tape ever again, okay? He retrieved it from the trash can and broke it. And any others like it, preferably. Don't even answer restricted calls. The wrinkles on Rob's face seemed to multiply as he spoke, and I understood that the situation was more serious than I had imagined. I nodded, agreeing with his instruction. Got it, I replied, feeling a lump form in my throat. But what do you think is going on? Rob sighed, looking concerned. Marcus, that's all you need to know and can know." He glanced away and stood up. "Try to relax, alright? Just stay away from this, and you'll be fine. Are you going to stay around here?" The feeling of unease only grew within me as I watched Rob gather the pieces of the tape and put them into an envelope. He placed the envelope in a locked drawer and looked at me with seriousness. "Yeah, I think I'll stick around for a little while longer. Maybe go over some things for the next shift." I replied, trying to sound calm. "Thank you, Rob. You know, for giving me the heads up." Rob nodded, placing his hand on my shoulder with a reassuring gesture. "Anything, don't hesitate to call." I nodded, watching him leave the studio as my mind swirled with questions and concerns, and I decided that I needed answers. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe it was fear of the unknown, but I just couldn't ignore it. Carefully, I waited until I was alone in the station and approached the drawer where Rob had stored the remnants of the X tape. With some effort, I managed to open the drawer and retrieve the envelope. My heart pounded in my chest as I opened it, revealing the fragmented pieces of the tape. I held on the reels as I gently pulled out the plastic strip from inside, making sure not to scratch it, and was about to do the same for the second one when someone knocked on the front door. It was a light knock, but firm enough to make me freeze in place. My heart raced as I tried to process what to do next. "If Rob catches me doing this, I'm done," I thought. With a heavy sigh, I put the pieces of the tape back in the envelope and stored it in the drawer, closing it carefully. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves as I headed to the station door to answer the knock. However, as I reached the beginning of the hallway, looking at the door at the end of it, something started sliding through the mail slot. Something black, rectangular, falling with a hard sound. A tape. I hurried and opened the door abruptly, but all I saw was the night wind greeting me, and the nighttime view of the stars. The station was set away from the town, usually to avoid causing too much interference, so we had a dense forest of pine trees in front of our front door. The sight of them in the dark, however, was unsettling, and I quickly closed the door. I looked at the tape on the floor in front of me, this time displaying the letter D. I picked it up, curious and confused, giving it a thorough examination. It looked identical to the other one, except for the letter. Surely they came from the same place, and considering the audio from the last one, I wasn't at all inclined to listen to this one. I stored it with the fragments of X and went into the booth to start the program, trying to push the feeling of unease from my mind. As the broadcast continued, I received messages and requests from listeners, recognizing the voices of some engaging in conversation, and gradually pulling myself out of that eerie trance. However, one particular request caught my attention. A soft voice, one I had never heard before, requested the playback of a song not very well known to our audience. "Can you play The March of the Condemned?" The voice asked, its tone sending shivers down my spine. That song. It wasn't part of our usual playlist. It was strange that someone knew it, let alone requested it to be played on a radio station. I tried to push away these thoughts, focusing on fulfilling the listener's request as best as I could. However, as soon as the music began to play, a feeling of discomfort settled in the booth. The chords echoed through the speakers, filling the studio with a heavy atmosphere. I tried to adjust the volume a bit, which by now seemed too loud. I realized something was wrong. The controls seemed to no longer respond. I persisted, clicking harder, repeatedly, but to no avail. I tried to stop the broadcast to announce technical difficulties with no response. I even tried to shut down the system, but it was in vain. I was out of control of the station. That's when I heard it. Above the music, Above the hum of the equipment, above even the frenetic beating of my heart, I heard a sound, a distant but unmistakable sound. It was the same agonizing screams that had invaded my ears when I played the X tape. They were low at first, but now they were rivaling the music, a terrifying combination of the two intertwining melodies. It was starting to make my head itch, when I realized it wasn't coming from the speakers, but from the D tape now resting on the table spinning. Now my brain could at least understand. A primitive panic took over me, the kind of thing that scares you without even realizing why, you know? It was as if your whole being feels threatened by it. It didn't make sense to be afraid of the tape, even if it was of screams and strange sounds, but that... With trembling hands, I lifted the plastic cover and looked at the tape, seeing the letter D shining in the dim light of the booth. In a desperate impulse, I ripped it from the machine, but the screams didn't stop. They seemed to be echoing from everywhere and becoming louder and more desperate now. All I did was throw it away. It collided with the wall, breaking in half and falling to the floor. With that, the music, now at its end, returning to normal, fading out. And that was the March of the Condemned, I said, still somewhat shaken. Let's take a quick commercial break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere because we've got more coming up on Waves FM. The relief I felt seeing the broken tape on the floor was momentary. My heart still pounded in my chest. My hands trembled and my whole body felt tense. I needed a moment to compose myself, to understand what was happening. But before I could do anything, I heard footsteps approaching the studio. My ears focused, and I hid under the table. The door opened slowly. I could feel a presence there, standing at the entrance. Footsteps started coming in. Entering the booth, suddenly stopped. "Marcus, I can see you back there. What's going on?" Rob asked, his eyes fixed on the broken tape on the floor. "Rob?" I said, my voice faltering a bit with anxiety. Trembling, I emerged from behind the table. I received another tape, like the one from yesterday." Rob approached and looked at the broken tape, his eyes narrowing in concentration. "What letter?" he asked, his voice calm, still not averting his gaze from the pieces. "What?" "What letter? On the tape." This time he raised his eyes to me. It was a D. Why?" "A D? Dang it. Tell me you didn't play it." I didn't play it, but when I looked, it was there spinning in the player." "That's not good. That's not good at all." Rob seemed tense, his eyes scanning the wreckage of the tape on the floor as if searching for answers amid the chaos. "Marcus, take the day off," Rob said, his voice laden with concern. "I don't even want to think about you being near any audio equipment, okay?" I nodded in agreement. My hand still trembled as I picked up the pieces of the broken tape from the floor, tossing them into the nearest trash can. A feeling of relief was palpable as I finally left the studio and distanced myself from the radio station. Rob drove me home in his car. Throughout the day, I tried to distract myself with anything that didn't involve sound. Books, crafts, but the image of the D tape spinning in the sound machine continued to haunt my thoughts. At night, as the sun began to set and darkness enveloped the night, the feeling of unease returned with full force. It was as if I were being watched. Maybe listened to was a better word. It was as if an ear rested against the wall, attentive to all my movements, like something lurking. I decided to return to the radio station, despite Rob's warnings. I didn't want to be held hostage by whatever this was. So I made my way back to Waves FM. my heart pounding in my chest as I approached the familiar building. When I entered the room, I found Rob still there, working on some papers behind the reception counter. He looked up when he saw me enter, an expression of surprise and concern crossing his face. "Marcus, what are you doing here?" he asked, his voice laden with concern. "I told you to stay away, didn't I?" "I know, Rob, I know," I replied, trying to sound confident despite the tremor in my voice. "But I've had enough. I just want to know what is going on with these tapes and everything else, and I think you know." My tone rose, firmer than usual. I thought Rob would retort and argue back, but instead he sighed, looking resigned. "Okay, Marcus," he finally said. "You want to know what's going on? I'll tell you." He set the papers aside. "Sit down." Rob indicated a chair next to me, his face serious and concerned. I sat down, ready to listen. "First of all, I want you to know that what I'm about to tell you is serious. Very serious." Rob began, his voice low and intense. "Have you ever heard of the Radio Man?" A shiver ran down my spine at the mention of that name. The Radio Man was a pretty common urban legend among radio hosts. You can ask anyone if you know. It's like an entity, a sinister thing, linked to late-night radio broadcasts, sort of like a Bloody Mary. They usually use it to scare the newcomers who come in at night. I've done that myself a few times, but definitely not proud of it now. "Yes, I've heard of him," I replied, my voice an involuntary whisper. "But I always thought it was just a horror story to scare the newbies." Rob nodded slowly. "I thought the same when I started." He paused for a moment, seeming to carefully choose his next words. "A long time ago, right after I bought the station, there was a radio host who worked here at night. His name was Richard. He was a talented man, passionate about radio and about the supernatural." Rob's gaze drifted, staring at an empty wall. "We had a late-night horror show on the radio. Stories, urban legends, listener reports, all kinds of stuff. But he wanted more." He cleared his throat. "Incredibly, he managed to make contact with the Radio Man. I don't know how exactly, but from that moment on, things started to change. Richard became obsessed, continuing to communicate with this entity, even when things began to get strange, and I warned him to stop." Rob sighed, his expression grim. "Eventually, Richard disappeared. No one knows for sure what happened to him. Some say he was taken by the Radio Man. Others believe he went mad and ran away. But what is certain is that since then, I haven't allowed programs of that kind on our schedule." "Wow, Rob, I didn't know." "I'm not done yet," he interrupted, standing up. "Follow me." We walked to a small room in the back, a sort of basement that Rob nicknamed the boss's room, since only he had access to it. I entered the room behind Rob, my mind still trying to process all this information. The room was dark and damp, lit only by the faint light of a bulb hanging from the ceiling. In the center of the room, there was an old dusty table covered in piles of yellowed documents. Rob approached a rusty metal cabinet in the corner of the room and opened the door with a loud creak. Inside the cabinet, I saw a series of audio tapes, dusty with age. The labels displayed an individual letter each, just like the ones I received. Not all the letters were the same. Some were missing, but I could see, from what I remember, a B, an M, R, W, and a Z. "What are these tapes?" I asked, my eyes scanning over them. "We started receiving them shortly after Richard's supposed contact with the Radio Man. At first, it was the Z tape, an unknown song, a bit unsettling, with a vibe sort of like Tiny Tim, you know? Then a tea with the testimony of a serial killer about how he killed one of his victims. It was stomach churning. It seemed that the closer to the beginning of the alphabet the letter was, the worse its content would be. Until he got to the B tape. Rob closed the cabinet with a heavy sigh. The B tape was the last one we received. I didn't listen to it, and I don't intend to. But after it, Richard disappeared. Why didn't you ever tell me about this before? I asked, my voice barely rising above a whisper. Rob sighed, running a hand over his tired face. I didn't want to scare you, Marcus. I didn't want you to get involved in this. I thought that if we ignored it, it would eventually go away. And it did. We had several good years without any trouble. But it seems to have come back, and it's getting worse. The whole story felt like it was ripped from a nightmare. I could barely wrap my head around the idea that something like this was happening at the radio station where I had been working for years, and that I might be involved in it. What do we do now? Rob seemed pensive for a moment, looking at the dusty tapes in the cabinet. I'm not entirely sure, he admitted, his voice heavy with concern. But one thing's for sure, we can't ignore this. Ignoring it definitely didn't work. If only we could see how the tapes are being delivered. I hesitated, remembering the moment when a tape was delivered to the station's door. The other night, I saw a tape being dropped off at our door. Maybe we can install some security cameras around the building to see if we can catch whoever's doing this. Rob nodded, looking intrigued by the idea. That might work, I suppose. At least to see if someone is placing the tapes, or if they come out of nowhere. We decided to act immediately. We bought some security cameras and installed them around the station, ensuring that all areas were covered. We spent several sleepless nights keeping watch. We used some pre-recorded programs to keep things running smoothly, and boy was it exhausting. Finally, on the third night, we managed to capture something. The R tape was delivered by a hooded figure, barely illuminated by the dim streetlight. The individual was tall, skinny, moved in a weird way, very spidery. They slid the tape through the gap in the door and vanished into the darkness, as if they had never been there. Rob and I watched in silence, our hearts pounding in our chests as we observed the mysterious figure disappear into the trees. After the video ended, we stared at the screen for a moment, processing what we had just seen. The simple sight of the creature had the same strange effect as hearing the tapes. I felt dirty, burdened. So with this, can we send it to the police? I asked. And say what? That there's a guy dropping tapes at the radio station's door? I think not only is that not a crime, but it's expected. Rob shook his head, looking frustrated. The police won't be able to do much with this, even if they wanted to. He sighed, running a hand over his face. I guess all we can do is keep watch and try to find out more about these tapes. Maybe we can find some clue that will lead us to an answer. I agreed with Rob. If we were going to investigate this, it would have to be on our own. Go home and take a shower. He pinched his nose. You stink. I sniffed my armpit, and I'm not proud to say he had a point. I drove home, trying to leave the thoughts of what we had seen on the road. After a good, well-deserved shower, I threw myself under the sheets and fell asleep. My phone is always on silent, so I was surprised when I picked it up shortly after waking up, and as my vision adjusted to the screen's brightness, I could see the outline of, I'm not exaggerating, 26 missed calls from Rob. I immediately called him. After 2 rings, he picked up. Hello? Rob, what's going on? Did he come back? Silence. Rob? I could hear the sound of the radio station, birds in the distance, heavy breathing in the background. I don't know what came over me, but I ran like never before to get there. I burst through the door and ran into the room, and when I saw what was there, I was paralyzed. I couldn't even think about the danger it presented. I stammered, trembled. My mind almost convulsed as cold sweat pulsed down my temples. Rob was sitting, stunned, his eyes bulging. He was illuminated by the faint light from the ceiling, and I could see him making that silent gesture as he looked at me, with his index finger placed over his lips. Right in front of him, there lay a tape marked with the letter A. Rob, I began to walk towards him, but he closed the cabin door abruptly, turning the latch and shutting himself in. What's going on? I tried to open it. He seemed agonized, holding his mouth almost as if there were about to be vomit. But when his hands wavered, what came out of his mouth was not bile, but a torrent of words. I couldn't quite understand at first, but just 2 seconds later, I was affected. It was probably what was on the A tape. The words, the mere understanding of them was driving me insane. As quickly as it came, it stopped. I saw Rob grab his mouth. It makes my stomach turn just to remember. He stopped, grabbed his tongue, and stretched it over the counter, picking up a scalpel resting in the second drawer, and began his ordeal. The blade pierced the muscular tissue, accompanied by a red eruption. The elderly man's grunts echoed in a surreal manner, but that pain didn't stop him. He continued, descending and descending, until the scalpel met the cold wood of the table, now bathed in his blood, sweat, and tears. He stood up with the crimson waterfall flowing from his mouth, while I stared at his tongue, which lay gently beside the tape. Oh my God! I rushed to him, trying in some way to help contain the bleeding. What are you doing? I was in shock, unable to comprehend the scene before me. Rob tried to articulate something, but his mouth was full of blood and he seemed unable to speak. His eyes, however, conveyed an almost inhuman desperation. I grabbed my phone and dialed the emergency number, but as the operator said that help was already on the way, I saw Rob, with his finger and using his own blood as ink, right on the table. Go and don't come back. He pleaded this amidst incomprehensible murmurs. The teams arrived shortly afterward, and I was stunned by the adrenaline and tried stumbling to explain the situation. They seemed to understand, and I know I was cowardly, but I didn't accompany Rob to the hospital. I decided to follow his advice and leave everything behind. That was 2 days ago. Today, as I was getting ready to leave with my bags packed, I noticed something in my mailbox. I felt sweat down my back as I began to think about what it could be. As I approached and opened it, however, I found a sturdy envelope with an official seal that read, Summons to attend trial. Dear Marcus, by means of this document, you are formally summoned to attend the trial related to the case of Robert, who is currently hospitalized and unable to appear in person. The trial will take place in the district court of, in room. Your presence is required as a key witness in the case at hand, in order to provide testimony and relevant information for the ongoing investigation. It is of utmost importance that you attend punctually and be prepared to answer questions from the judge, lawyers, and other interested parties. In case of impossibility to attend on the designated date and time, we kindly request that you contact this court as soon as possible to arrange a new date for your testimony. Your cooperation is essential for the fair and effective progress of this legal process. We count on your presence and collaboration. Official. I stared at the paper. After a call to the hospital, I found out that Rob has been unconscious since he arrived at the hospital, and therefore I can only testify to what happened. Considering that the cameras only captured the two of us entering the building, I understand that I am the main suspect, which leaves me unable to leave town. I don't know if this has been widely reported, but I just received news that two of the police officers investigating the case were found dead in, well, I don't want to disgust you, but it definitely wasn't pretty. Apparently they were conducting forensic analysis on some objects found at the crime scene, including a tape, as stated in the report. These are definitely dangerous times. I advise you not to take back roads, avoid passing near towns, and travel with the radio off. But if you decide to ignore this warning, don't forget to tune in to Waves FM every day from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. for the best late night programming. I've made a living off of exposing magic tricks. I'll admit I was never able to make a big name for myself on performing magic alone. I did alright with my partner, but I found that revealing many famous tricks and teaching others how to perform magic has become a far more lucrative career for myself. I'm always excited to be presented with a new challenge for a seemingly impossible trick. I take great pride in my ability to reveal even the most challenging of magic tricks. Until now, that is, because I've seen something that I truly cannot explain. I was recently at a book signing of mine. A decent crowd had showed up, eager to pick my brain on the current state of magic and my opinions on it. While signing, an old colleague of mine arrived. His name is Ronaldo Cruz. It had been years since I'd seen him. Without exchanging words, I greeted him with a hug. Ronaldo was a partner of mine back when I had first begun performing magic. Together we were the ravishing Ronaldo and Reginald. A joke we would share was that he was the ravishing one, and I was just Reginald. We were no Siegfried and Roy, but we had a respectable run on the Las Vegas Strip. It was not enough to make a full career on, but it got my foot in the door. After a few years of practice, we decided to go our separate ways. There was no animosity toward one another, but we had different philosophies. We both enjoyed learning the secrets of magic, but he believed that it should remain a secret. Of course, I did not follow that ideology. When I pulled him close, he did not seem to reciprocate any of it, and he felt cold. While I pulled back to take a good look at him, he was different than I once knew. His once tan and full face had turned white as a ghost. His face was sunk in, creating a gaunt appearance. I blamed it on aging, but this was certainly not the ravishing Ronaldo I once knew. One thing that did not change were his over-the-top green alligator shoes. They'd become sort of a staple of his look to go along with his ravishing character. "How have you been?" I asked. "I need your help with something." He responded. He didn't acknowledge my question, although his response told me that something wasn't right. "I don't want to talk about it here." He reached his hand into his pocket and extended a piece of paper over to me. I unfolded it to reveal a crumpled up photo of an old dive bar we frequented together. The name of the place was Andy's. A real quiet hole in the wall we'd go to if we wanted to lay low. A slight smile crept across my face. Certainly he's just messing around with me and just wanted to have a few drinks, I thought to myself. Immediately after agreeing to meet with him in 2 hours, He marched out the door of the bookshop. I arrived at Andy's about 15 minutes early and headed to our usual booth. Ronaldo was already there, halfway through his second whiskey on the rocks. When I sat down, I noticed that he kept looking around as if to see if anyone else was following us. Once I sat at the booth, I decided to break the ice with a simple question. "So Ronnie, what brings you back to Vegas?" He paused for a moment and looked into my eyes. I could sense there was fear and paranoia going on in his mind. I grew more concerned that he had gotten himself into a really bad situation. "I need your help, Reginald." His voice quivered slightly when he spoke. "You see, I saw something recently that I can't explain. It was at some traveling magic show back in Missouri." He took another drink from his whiskey. "It was nearby. I thought it'd be a fun little show." The performer's name was the Crimson Mask. He started off the show doing the basic stuff: levitation, card tricks, and some sleight of hand. But during the final trick, he brought me on stage and... He paused again and took a larger drink from his glass. "I can't explain it. You know me, Reginald. I'm a skeptic and realist, just like you. But what I saw, it's not possible. For weeks I've gone through it over and over and over again, but there's nothing." I could tell by his demeanor and tone of voice that this was no act. Whatever it was he'd seen, it had truly startled him. "I'm reaching out to you because you're the only one I know who has a chance of solving this. Someone to prove that I'm not losing my mind." Whether or not he was losing his mind, his fear was real and I could not help but take pity on him. "All right, Ronaldo, let me help you. What is it you saw?" Ronaldo remained silent for a few moments before answering. "If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. It's something you have to see to believe." He slid over a small red ticket. It read, "You're invited to see the incredible Crimson Mark Magic Show March 21st. Show starts 7 p.m. Show ends 11 p.m. 808 Park Theater, Las Vegas, Nevada." On the back of the card, there was a handwritten phone number. "Once it's over, call me. But I warn you, Reginald, once you've seen it, there's no going back." He finished his drink, paid his tab, and left without another word. To ease his mind, and my own for that matter, I decided to track down this Crimson Mask character and observe what frightened Ronaldo so much. The show took place in a fairly rough part of downtown Las Vegas. It felt like walking into an old abandoned theater. There were some parked cars outside, so at least I wasn't alone. When I arrived at the counter, an elderly man took my ticket. He gave me an eerie smile and said, "Enjoy the show." It was a small crowd, but not completely dead by any means. I was seated in the center about 3 rows back from the main stage. When it started, a speaker over the intercom introduced the incredible Crimson Mark. His name sounded more like a superhero than it did a magician, but I digress. I suppose I can respect someone trying something a bit new. He appeared on the stage by a puff of smoke. Not an original entrance, but again, I digress. While my career is mostly dedicated to debunking magic, I cannot help but be a critic at the same time. The show began fairly typical. He wore an all-black suit with a metallic crimson opera mask with 2 black voids around the eye sockets and a black hood. He was silent. All of the dialogue in the show was done through the speaker. At first, he did the basics: levitation, card tricks, disappearances, all of them easily identifiable through trapdoors, well-colored cables, and good old sleight of hand. I began to smile. Certainly my friend Ronaldo was putting me on. Back in the day, he was never afraid to pull a joke on some of his friends. I was moderately amused by this thought. Until the last trick, that is. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, for the final act of the night, we'll need a volunteer from the audience. The voice on the speaker said. The entire place went dark, except for a singular spotlight on the top right balcony of the stage. It slowly panned over the audience until it landed on, you guessed it, me. At this point, I felt confident that this entire thing was an elaborate rib for myself. The crimson mask was probably Ronaldo himself. I must admire the dedication he has had towards introducing this new character. After all, what were the odds I would be the one selected from the crowd? I was welcomed onto the stage and placed about 10 feet away from the crimson mask. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the final act of the night, the incredible Crimson Mask will perform what he calls the double take. As we stood across from one another, he remained still and silent for almost a minute as some creepy piano music played over. Then he brought his hands up to his face and removed his mask to reveal himself. It was me. I rubbed my eyes because I was certain I was hallucinating, but I looked again. It was still me. It was like looking into a mirror. It wasn't a mask. It couldn't have been. It was too perfect. It couldn't have been a long-lost twin either. It was more like a perfect clone of me. My eyes, my nose, even a light scar above my left eyebrow from when I knocked my head on the swing set as a child. Down to the last detail. It was perfect. This wasn't right. In that moment I froze. I was completely spellbound. Not since I was a child had I felt something like this before. No, it's not possible. I must be hallucinating or dreaming. This couldn't be real. It's my face. It's my face. It smiled back at me. It seemed amused by my disbelief. The initial shock began to wear off and fear jolted through every vein of my body. It walked closer to me. I think I tried to move away, but I couldn't. It's like my feet had been welded onto the stage floor. It stood across me, inches from my face. It took my hand and placed it on its cheek. My cheek. The flesh was warm and tender. It was real. Whatever I was touching, it was real. I pulled my hand away and the thing backed up about 5 feet. I turned away toward the audience, hoping that when I looked back, it would have gone away, that this momentary loss of sanity would return itself. But when I looked out into the audience, there was no one. The theater was completely empty. When I looked back, it was still there and it was still wearing my face. All I could say was, "What is this?" Then, just as it arrived, the crimson mask disappeared into a puff of smoke. I looked out into the audience again. There was still no one. All the lights and speakers came back on. Thank you for attending the incredible Crimson Mask. Please begin making your way to the exit doors and have a wonderful evening. I quickly snapped out of this frozen state and ran out of the building. I heard the sound of a malicious cackle over the speaker until I reached the parking lot. All of the cars I'd seen there before were now gone. It was just an empty lot. I bolted back to my apartment to try and make sense of this. I tried calling Ronaldo, but there was no answer. I tried to take a step back from the situation for a moment. There could still be a rational explanation for this. I tried looking up the incredible Crimson Mask, but I found nothing. I tried looking up the building's owners, but I came to find there were none, and that the building itself had been abandoned for nearly 5 years. For weeks, I went through everything I'd ever learned about illusion. I went through books, audio cassettes, VHS tapes, but there was nothing I could find that could rationally explain a perfect doppelganger. As rational possibilities began to fade, I began to look at irrational possibilities. Was I drugged, hypnotized, kidnapped, and brainwashed? Did they finally perfect those Mission Impossible masks? Was it an android? I couldn't come to any logical conclusions. The only one that made sense was that I was going mad. For weeks I couldn't sleep, eat, or even go outside. In the mirror, I noticed my skin was losing color. My body and face were becoming more gaunt, just like Ronaldo. I attempted to reach him several times through the phone, but he never picked up. After a few months, I tried to forget about the entire ordeal and move on with my life, but of course, I couldn't. Strange things began to occur. I constantly felt as though I was being watched. Sometimes, I would see that thing again, usually in a crowd. It would be wearing my face, or that awful mask. I tried to pursue it, but it would disappear before I got too close. Sometimes it'd look like friends or family members of mine, but I could tell it wasn't them, just by looking at its smile. Everything that I once knew about the world had been challenged. My logical reasoning and understanding of the known universe could not help me here. I decided that I needed to find Ronaldo in the hopes that he would have some answers. Through a few associates of mine, I found that he was living in a small town in the Ozarks. I booked a flight there immediately. When I arrived, the exterior of his home was in pretty rough shape. His lawn was completely overrun with weeds. His front porch was covered in them. I knocked on the door. No answer. The door was unlocked. I wouldn't normally do this, but I was desperate and needed to see if he'd come up with any answers. I made my way into his home. Whole place smelled like rancid garbage. It was so horrid that I had to cover my mouth with my sleeve. I called out his name, but I heard no response. I walked into what appeared to be his office. The entire place was a mess of books, newspaper clippings, empty whiskey bottles, and scraps of paper. It was apparent that this incident had caused both of us to go insane in the search for an answer. As I was looking through his scraps, I felt something tap my shoulder. I instinctually turned my entire body to see what had touched me. It was Ronaldo's gator-skinned shoes. I couldn't process it at first. Why are his shoes hanging up like this? Then I looked up to see what they were connected to. It was Ronaldo. He had hung himself in his office with a leather belt. Immediately I called the police and told them what had happened. Most of it anyway. I decided not to share the full experience out of concern they'd throw me into a mental hospital. They told me he'd been deceased for a few weeks. In his home, they found a note. It was addressed to me in an envelope. It read as follows. I'm sorry for bringing you into this, Reginald. I truly believed that you could make sense of this, but I realize now that it's not possible. What I've seen is no trick. I've researched into everything imaginable, but have found nothing. I've seen that thing several times since I attended the show. Sometimes it'll look like me. Sometimes it'll look like a friend. And sometimes it'll just be a stranger. But I know it's there, just by the way it smiles. One time it even looked like my father, who's been dead for 10 years. This is not an illusion. It's real. The thing we've come across is beyond our comprehension. All our lives we've been experts at distorting the perception of reality in order to trick our audience. But this being is capable of actually changing it. I haven't been able to sleep or eat in weeks. Knowing something like that exists out there has forced me to live in a constant state of fear and helplessness. I cannot go on like this anymore. If you can, Reginald, move on from this. Try to forget it all and just move on with your life. But I know you, and I know that won't be possible. I've left you something else in the envelope if you wish to continue down this rabbit hole. There is no trick this time. Goodbye, old friend. God be with you. My heart sank to my stomach as I read through it. I couldn't believe this was real, yet some part of me remained adamant that there was still a logical explanation for all this. Despite my friend's warning, I knew that I had to find an answer. In the envelope, I found what he was referring to. It was a small red piece of paper, a ticket to another nearby show of The Incredible Crimson Mask. It's scheduled tonight at 7 p.m. It's 6 p.m. now. My name is Eric. Well, it's not my real name, but it's my alias. I'm a known writer to some niche horror communities. I'm also still in college, but I live alone most of the time due to my ever-traveling parents. From the outside, it's easy to tell I don't talk to many people. So much so, I even think that it'd be a great challenge to find someone who knew me. I'm also a huge geek, and this will have some importance. But we'll get to that. Since I was little, I've always consumed horror media. I was more so exposed to it at first, if anything, but despite being traumatized every so often, it stuck with me. Would I show my future children the horror movies I was shown? Nope. I did seek out creepypastas in my early years despite being terrified by these short horror stories. Yes, consuming these stories was just part of the fun, but I also liked imagining myself in them, and creating my own stories which were inspired by them. I told myself throughout these experiences that I'd never be a victim if it were me. Whether it was a slasher, if there was a monster, or anything. If I could fight, I would. How exhilarating. A brave hero making a last stand against impossible odds. Sure, they might die fighting a giant machete-wielding monster, but they'll look cool in the process. Anyways, there was a girl I met at the supermarket about 3 weeks ago. She was pretty, looked no older than me, and was overly nice. On any other occasion, this would have been an absolute win, and just maybe I could sleep without feeling so alone for once. The way we met set off an alarm in my head, however, and for some reason, I didn't want to celebrate just yet. Please don't call me a loser. I haven't gotten to the geek section yet. The way we met felt a little forced. It was a cliche of bumping into a girl and picking up her books, but in this case, it was a basket of groceries. Her mannerisms were forced, or so I thought at least. She asked me a lot of basic questions, like my name and about family and whatever, things I would normally lie about and such. To my surprise, she caught me off guard with one question when she asked if I was single. When I obviously answered yes, she looked relieved. Now, I'm not a bad-looking guy, and even then, that doesn't matter all too much from the couples I've seen online or wherever, but her reaction embarrassed me a little. I also noticed beforehand that I was talking about myself. It felt like as if she already knew all that I told her. Like, this was old information to her. I don't know how else to describe it, but she wasn't pleasant to be around overall. I don't think I did anything wrong in this interaction, nor did I overshare or say anything suspicious, but afterward, I couldn't help but feel odd. If you can put two and two together, I think we all know where this is going. This was my first time meeting her, but I doubt it was her first time meeting me. I think, as in, I can't confirm it, but I basically believe she's been stalking me for a while at this point, speaking retroactively, of course. At some point, I started to notice faint scratches near the front of my door. I have one of those doors where mail can be slipped through a lot, and recently the floor was getting covered in marks where the mail would drop. I didn't think much of it then, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was using an instrument of sorts to grab my mail through the slot, causing scrapes across the floor as she did so. The suspicious activity finally crossed my threshold when I compared the pictures of successfully delivered packages Versus what I saw when I arrived home to bring them inside one evening. The package was slightly shifted from how it appeared in the picture, with several small pebbles clearly not matching up. Call me paranoid, but we aren't in a windy season. The package also opened a little easier than it should have, but maybe that's just me being me with my overthinking tendencies. Either way, from that day forward, my packages were normal. I made sure of it. It's creepy, but she must have caught on that I was catching on to her specifically. I doubt she thought that. Heck, I'd forgotten entirely about her by then. I have far too many things on my mind at all times of the day. Remember how I said my parents are always traveling? That was a bit of a lie, but I don't think it's worth explaining, or rather, they aren't worth talking about. I bring this up because I use their old room as a studio to work on several hobbies of mine, whether it be writing, drawing, or scrolling through various online communities. At the time, I was reading a story posted on a website about a protagonist who obtained a bad habit of people watching. But it was then that I heard my front door from across the house creak open and shut in the span of a second. My spine felt as if it were caressed by a ghost, but I kept my cool as much as I could, unable to forget about the odd occurrences. I truly thought someone finally had entered my house. In my studio, because I'm a geek as briefly stated earlier, I have a katana and a ninja sword type thing. Ninjas aren't real, I don't think, but I only recently figured out what this sword is meant to be, just so I could attempt to describe it here. I bring this up because I trust the sword over my katana any day of the week. The katana I have is from a mall. It's sharp, yeah, but swinging it isn't comfortable at all. The ninja sword is very sharp, probably sharper, and much easier to swing. The only downside is that it's about a foot shorter than my other blade, but beggars can't be choosers when someone just entered my house. My studio room is at the very back of the house, opposite of the front entrance. When entering the house, you need to walk through the hallway, keeping straight and passing up several rooms. The kitchen is on the left and living room on the right. Then you'd reach my studio. With my sword in hand and a hollow feeling in my chest, I gently opened the door and stared at the front entrance, wondering if I could see any signs of someone entering. Although I couldn't confirm my suspicions visually, I could tell that the door was unlocked as usual. From the corner of my eye, from behind the counter that was not far from me which separated the kitchen from the living room, I saw a silhouette charging at me. I met their gaze instantly, seeing a girl running toward me with an axe you'd buy at the supermarket. She swung the back of the axe toward my face, and I was barely able to dodge backwards with a large leap. She stood still after that initial swing hit the wall. She probably barely recognized that I had a sword in hand. I seemed to have forgotten up until then myself. In front of me was a girl about my age, a little shorter than me, who had blonde hair and blue eyes. She had a backpack strapped over black sweats. Even her sneakers were black. I could also make out the handle of a knife that crudely stuck out of her pocket. It took me a second, but I realized that this was the same girl from the supermarket I'd met a few weeks back. As for me, I couldn't move. My mind was working, but my body stood frozen as I looked at her. Sleep paralysis is the best way to describe what I was experiencing. Not being able to move, but being very capable of thought. Watching as a monster stalks you, while being unable to defend yourself. She was a girl with a small figure who held an axe. She looked innocent, but her intent was to kill me, and it disturbed me greatly. I could audibly hear my heart pumping blood throughout my body, and my chest felt a mix of tightness and emptiness. My palms were basically dripping with sweat, and my legs wanted nothing more than to drop. I tried speaking but couldn't. All that escaped were cackles that were audible only to me. I could only imagine how stupid I looked from her point of view. After what felt like an eternity of helplessness, I could move again. Right away I tried speaking but still couldn't. If anything, it made my body feel weaker, so I gave up talking altogether. I didn't know why she was here with murderous intent, but what I did know was that by looking at her face, I could tell she was pumped with adrenaline too. The sword I held was shorter and lighter than the axe. I felt confident enough in my abilities regardless, and even then, she wasn't scary in nature at all. As I said earlier, it was the context of the situation that disturbed me, not her. If she were to swing at me just as she did moments ago, no doubt I could dodge and counter her. I was only concerned if she were to perform an overhead swing once the axe weighed much more than my sword, and even then, blocking an axe looked tricky to me. She did exactly that and charged at me with the axe raised over her head. For a second I saw her smile, maybe from nervousness or from pleasure, but regardless I didn't like it. My mind basically said, screw it, and I stood my ground, taking only one step into her as she swung downward on me. I aimed for right below the blade, and as expected it crashed down on me. Still, I resisted enough for her blade to only bump the flesh between my neck and shoulder, there not being enough force to cause a cut. I had her exactly where I wanted her, and there was no doubt in my mind that I'd won. I let go of the sword with one hand and grabbed her axe that was over my shoulder. I jabbed my sword into her chest, just below the collarbone, just deep enough to scare her. I didn't see her as a real threat anymore, despite my body still shaking, and I didn't want to hurt her too badly. I should have taken the axe away from her completely, because as she jumped back in pain she tugged on it, causing a piece of its blade to hook the part of my back it was hung over. I could tell it cut me, but I was able to regain control by pulling it back toward me once more, this time swinging it to where it was no longer behind me. From there I kicked her back and was surprised at how far she fell backward. As she got up she unhooked her backpack, sliding both straps off, and promptly took the blade from her pocket. There was a smidge of blood on the tip. No wonder, looking at the way she kept it in her pant pocket. Still, she ran at me again but couldn't dream of touching me. I swung twice, once slicing her arm, and the other the back of her wrist. She dropped the knife as blood trickled down, falling onto my tile flooring. Even though I was winning, my body felt otherwise, and fear began creeping its way into me for the second time as I stared at the scene. Am I really doing this? Could I really have just died? What would she have done to me? Had her axe landed at first? She darted, thankfully not at me but toward the hallway, leaving her blood-stained backpack, knife, and axe behind. I felt more vulnerable once the door slammed shut, because I couldn't help but think that she'd come back in. She never did, though, and I stood there for 2 hours, attempting to comprehend all that had transpired. I made sure to lock the door, even the lock at the top, and brought a new change of clothes into the bathroom along with the sword. I took a long, warm shower, replaying the scene in my head over and over again. My wound only stung for a second. I guess the axe barely hooked, maybe less than a millimeter deep into my flesh. Afterwards, I cleaned up the blood, annoyed at how much there was on the floor. Soon after, I opened her backpack and found an assortment of items, things I'd rather not think about. One in particular that I will bring up, however, was her phone. The camera on my front porch, which had been turned off due to laziness up until the package incident, caught her face the day she snuck in. I took a picture of her and used it to unlock the phone's facial recognition lock. Since then, I grew obsessed looking at the various photos of the girl who tried murdering me. It was thrilling to know that she failed, and that she was living in fear, knowing very well I was alive. In just hours I'd read all her texts, all personal notes I could find, and scrolled through her socials. She was a normal girl, which confused me but added to my amazement. I wanted to learn everything about her. My blood was screaming her name. It was just like the horror novels I've read/written. And it wasn't long until I came up with the idea to finally meet this devious mistress. I was able to find wireless earbuds connected to her phone that had their tracking setting enabled. How ironic that she was so nonchalant about being tracked. I've been keenly watching her in person these past few days since then, as it didn't take long to find out where she was staying at. You seem so interesting, and I'd like to know you better, which is exactly why I'm going to leave this note at your front door. Don't bother throwing away your earbuds and fleeing. I already have a few ways to find you regardless. This isn't my first time doing something like this, but it might be my last depending on how this goes. I hope this doesn't come off as too weird, but I think you can forgive me seeing how you swung an axe at me. I don't know why you chose me. Maybe you know something, or things, about me that I don't want you to. But I'm not holding my breath on whether you'll phone the police based on that information. After all, we both have some things to hide, don't we? Otherwise, I would have simply called them by now. With love, and maybe more. Eric. P.S. This has all been therapeutic to me, and maybe I can share how I really feel when we meet up. The house at the end of Cedarwood never collected dust. Despite the owners having died over 50 years ago, the windows sparkled and the wood looked freshly oiled and maintained. The grass was trimmed, as were the bushes, and the lush garden was filled with rows of flowers of all kinds, which never showed a sign of withering. As a child, I thought it was the ghost of the mayor who originally owned the mansion and maintained it. However, Mom explained that it was something the townsfolk did out of respect, a sign of the bond that remained between the town and its former ruler, who had since passed. It's like dropping flowers at a gravestone, except for an entire house. Though odd, it was far from the top of the list of oddities Cedarwood seemed to have. Oh, John. Mrs. Hicks' voice was supposed to have projected across the beige brick walls of the family-owned convenience store. However, any louder than that would have resulted in a fit of violent coughs, and splots of blood coating the Miager handkerchief she kept by her side. Turning my direction away from the house across the street and back to Mrs. Hicks, I gave her a pitying smile. Despite knowing how much she despised being looked down at, my parents were going to leave for a date, which meant that I would have the house to myself. With that knowledge, I grabbed a couple of bags of chips, some chocolate bars, and a bottle of soda. "How are you doing?" I asked as I placed the food atop the counter, feeling a moral obligation to check up on her. Her dimples deepened, but the look in her eyes was an answer enough. "Don't you worry about me, dear," she wheezed, stopping herself right before another cough. "If you stressed over every one of us who were sick, you'd have hair grayer than mine." "I think it'd suit me," I smiled, and for the first time since I'd started visiting her, she laughed. That only resulted in her covering her mouth with the handkerchief and heaving. The town of Cedarwood has, for as long as I can remember, been suffering from an illness. Doctors have done their best to explain it, saying it was a result of the pollution, or that this particular stretch of land was riddled with mold. However, even though most towns with a legend as ominous as this one would have become hollow shells of themselves, Cedarwood's population has kept a steady, healthy pace. The rare disappearance resulted in a family moving out to grieve, but that was the worst of it. "Now don't go and let me stop you. If I know your mama, she won't take too kindly to waiting," Mrs. Hicks warned, waving me away with a handkerchief stained a deep red. Her face flared up once she realized how unseemly she appeared, rushing to throw the cloth in a plastic bag beneath the counter. Giving her a faint nod, I turned around to the exit, only to be stopped by a towering figure in blue. I yelped, a sound I didn't want to admit escaping me, and scrambled backwards. "Sheriff Rufus!" I breathed a sigh of relief, stepping back as the mountain of a man stepped inside. The sheriff gave a booming laugh, taking his hat off and giving Mrs. Hicks a nod. His mustache curled with his lips, forming the smirk everyone at Cedarwood knew. Though an intimidating behemoth, you'll be hard-pressed to find anything truly afraid of him. Even the rare criminal would feel at ease being arrested by him. "A pleasure as always, ma'am." Once he tilted his head back towards me, any semblance of professionalism faded. "What's got you so jumpy, Johnny boy? You didn't steal anything, did you?" "Oh, he would never." Mrs. Hicks laughed, this time without the intrusion of her sickness. "He's a sweet boy. He'd never break the law." "Sure is." Sheriff Rufus' trademark grin faltered for a little, his expression taking on more of a serious note. "Except for that one time I caught you sneaking out after 10. Mrs. Hicks gasped, the sound causing guilt to eat away at my insides. "John," she scolded, hands resting at her sides. I just rubbed the back of my neck awkwardly, unable to look the two in the eye. "Do you have a death wish or something? What about all the disappearances? Imagine how your parents would feel not being able to find their boy." Now, Mrs. Hicks. He's already been punished plenty enough. No need to add salt to the wound," the sheriff assured, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Besides, he promised not to do it again. Right, John?" Though it was a question, it would have been dumb to assume I could answer with anything but a "yes, sir." Despite being gentle, Sheriff Rufus was still a force to be reckoned with, and the last thing I wanted was to get on his bad side. "Anyways," the sheriff continued, turning to see what I was so enamored by. When he realized it was the previous mayor's house, his smile had all but disappeared. "Head on home, John. Don't keep your folks waiting." I nodded, bidding the two goodbyes and stepping out. By the time I got back, it was already nearing 8. My parents scampered around the 2-story house like rats, frantically putting on their suits. I watched from the window, eyebrow quirked up. Mom grabbed me by the chin with a little too much force, planting a half-hearted kiss on the side of my cheek, before rushing out. Dad, on the other hand, just slapped the back of my head. "Don't you go wandering out. Stay here, watch TV, do whatever," he warned, pointing his finger at me, before disappearing in the distance, grabbing my mother's hand as he walked down the street. I gave him a salute like the one I see Sheriff Rufus give him when he's joking around. Once I couldn't make out their form anymore, I immediately went to text my friend. "Hey, parents are out for the night. Want to sneak out?" Sarah's response came only a few seconds after mine. "Yeah, mine too. What are you thinking? My place or yours?" "I actually have something different in mind. Kinda want to explore the mayor's old house." Nothing. I could see she read it, but I wasn't even met with the 3 dots to signify she was typing. I sat down on the couch, staring at the screen until finally a message popped up. "What's wrong with you?" "If you're too chicken, that's fine by me. I can go by myself." "I'm not scared. I just don't want my mom to kill me for sneaking out. Your parents will let you off with a slap. Mine will literally crucify me." "Come on," I whined, not caring that she couldn't hear me. "Just an hour. The place is probably locked, so we'll just check it out and leave after a couple minutes." I could practically hear the sigh she was undoubtedly releasing. "Fine. If we get caught, I will blame it on you." I sent her an emoticon of a thumbs up, grinning, "See you." I quickly changed into warmer clothes, as it was getting cold outside, and made sure I had a flashlight. I couldn't deny the butterflies in my stomach, and the slight shake in my hands. Sure, I had been out a few times, but never have I visited the house up close, on account of everyone warning me away. My phone buzzed and I jumped outside, not needing to open the message to know who it was from and what it contained. Sarah flinched at the suddenness of the door opening, only for her eyes to return to those piercing dark orbs, whose looks made you think she looked down at you like trash. Probably because she did. "Hey," she said, the usual monotony to her voice. It was clear she didn't want to be there. I didn't blame her, though. "You have a plan?" "Of course If the plan is walk in and hope we don't get killed, I'm going to beat you up." She interrupted, and the way she said it left no room for argument. Well, I have no plan then." She let out an exasperated sigh. "It's not like I'm actually expecting to get inside." "I am," she snorted, leading the way. "If I'm risking getting grounded for the rest of eternity, you bet I want the payout to be worth it." "What? Do you want to find the mayor's treasure or something?" I scoffed. "No, I'm going to find evidence. Proof that something fishy is going on here," she answered, walking a little faster than usual. I stopped, her words catching me off guard. Sarah was never one to say what she really thought, so hearing her laying out her suspicions like that was jarring. "Something isn't right here, John. This town, it's not normal. The disappearances, the sickness, She trailed off, looking around as if expecting someone to be following. "Do you think someone is in on this or something?" "Not exactly. Maybe. I don't know." I jogged forward, closing the distance she gained in my time frozen to the ground. An uncomfortable silence accompanied our walk, only stopping once the lavish house was encroaching on the two of us. "Seeing it up close, I'm starting to get second thoughts about all this. How about we head back?" "I'm not leaving," she stated, her chest suddenly puffing out confidently. The gates were less of a defensive measure and more of a suggestion, as they were barely taller than me. Still, the condition they were in was pristine, with not a hint of rust coating any of the many bars lining the house's width. With a shrug, I jumped, grabbing the top. A little grunt escaped me as I lifted myself, crossing the top, and failing unceremoniously on the cement floor. "Ow!" I wheezed, rolling around. "Okay, I'm good." Sarah rolled her eyes, only to fall even less gracefully than I did. "Do you think somebody heard that?" My question prompted a short silence, both of our ears searching for the faintest of footsteps. The quiet made room for the familiar ringing to pierce my ears. Then I breathed. "Probably not. Come on, let's get inside." Sarah took the initiative, leading the way. Her shoulders were tense, and I could see her fingers quivering. Though she hid it well, I knew she was as afraid as I was. Probably more so. I sighed before moving along, feeling a creeping sense of dread overtake me with each step I took. Ornate rails lined the path leading up to the front doors, which were made out of some sort of expensive exotic wood. I gently pressed a foot to top the first step, taking great care not to make the wood creak, an action that proved to be useless as Sarah stomped up the planks, not bothering to hide the noise. "Dude," I chided, and she turned around to glare at me. "If somebody were here, they would have heard the sound of you falling, not some footsteps," she huffed, rolling her eyes. I grumbled a response before returning my gaze to the white door. A golden doorknob, shined not but a day ago, mirrored my image, if a little distorted. As my fingers traced the engravings, I felt my stomach begin to churn, a mixture of anxiety and nausea. "If you're too chicken, That's fine by me. She mocked, using my words against me. When she realized my apprehension wasn't born from cowardice, her smile faded. Well, it won't hurt to try the handle. It's obviously going to be locked, so might as well, right? Right, might as well. There was no way it would be open. Even as I turned the knob and felt no obstructing force, a part of me still screamed that the door would not give way. However, that part of me died a swift death as the door opened with a slow, ominous creak. My heart stopped and Sarah's eyes widened in surprise. What? Are you serious? The mayor's house is just left wide open? She whispered, a scoff badly masking her shivering voice. They take so much time maintaining this thing, but they can't be bothered to lock it? She pushed me in once the door was open wide enough, and I instinctively raised my hand. The flashlight projected the beam of light, hitting the corner of the barren hallway. Not a single chair, carpet, or painting adorned the space. That was about what I was expecting. Empty but clean as a result of the constant maintenance. Well, we've basically broken every single law in this town, and all we got for it is the inside of a dusty hallway. Not exactly. I swiped a finger across the ground, and yet nothing covered it. It's not even dusty. This place is cleaned regularly. Great. I don't know what I was expecting. She hissed, eyebrows furrowing into her skull. I'm stupid for thinking this place would have anything to do with the disappearances. Hey, Sarah, don't beat yourself up. I gently patted her shoulder, recoiling as she took my hand away. Don't, she growled, stuffing her hands deep into her pockets and looking anywhere but my eyes. We should just... Her gaze eventually locked onto something, and I could see the cogs whirring inside of her. Can you point your flashlight behind you? Yeah, I said, turning around, the light revealing a door with stairs. Stairs that led down. A basement, I yelped, immediately covering my mouth with a hand. A basement, I repeated more quietly. Do you think... That's where all the answers are? She continued for me, although her tone indicated she was finishing my words rather than agreeing with them. I was gonna ask if the mayor's head is cryogenically frozen there Disney style, but sure, that's a good theory too. She gave me a look, and I chuckled awkwardly. Right, not the time. Not the time, she echoed, and I doubt it'll be any different from what we've seen already. Great, so just more empty rooms and dust. I scratched the back of my head, walking up to the door. As I gripped the fancy doorknob and pulled, I was met with a flight of stairs that descended beyond what the beam of light could reveal. So, should we... Sarah answered my question by taking the lead and taking the first step down. She waited as if expecting for something to happen before continuing down. I took a deep breath, steeling myself, and followed. The descent was steep and long, and if it weren't for Sarah, I would have turned around the halfway point. The light finally found something to illuminate, a white marble floor that reflected the rays at me, indicating that it had been mopped not too long ago. My heart stopped, however, as I realized there was another source of light. It was faint and down a long hallway, where two doors sat at the end, their handles made out of the same gold as the one on the front door. Her hand found mine, squeezing with a force I didn't know she possessed. She was scared, and yet the will to press on was stronger. It could be a burglar or one of the people who clean the place. I tried to reason, and even the idea of meeting the latter didn't sit well with me. If they find us, we're going to get into so much trouble. That didn't stop you from hopping over the gate? She didn't bother to look over her shoulder, her words coming out like a reflex. With a pull, I stumbled closer and closer to the end of the hallway, until we were right outside the door. I leaned on the wall next to the entrance, analyzing the strange design adorning the metallic slabs. It was some sort of pattern, with the gold lining the black, creating an elaborate swirl. It was hypnotizing, and yet it sent a shiver down my spine. I had already dialed 911, my thumb hovering inches above the button, when I moved to look through the window. Calling it a room would have been a massive understatement. It was more akin to a dance hall, its length and width stretched to a distance outmatching the size of the original house it was built on. Brilliant, glistening chandeliers hung from the sprawling marble ceilings, looming over floors lined by a series of tables and chairs. Paintings, each depicting scenes of the most beautiful places imaginable, decorating the walls. Meals not yet released from their metal containers were placed neatly on top of the tables, steam rising from them, indicating that they were still fresh. It was, by all means, a party, one that should have contained music and the constant pitter-patter of dancing feet. There were people, at least 100 finely dressed guests, all wearing masks depicting different fauna. Each of them stood facing the end of the room. Rarely, a glass of wine was perched on top of their palm, the crimson liquid threatening to spill over as their grip tightened. They were so still I would have confused them for mannequins, if not for the natural sway of the human body. Aside from the tables, the only other object in the room was the stage, which held the attention of each and every single one of the people present. There, a figure dressed in flowing white robes stood, arms raised above his head as if waiting for the final moments of a concert. The mask he wore depicted the face of a crow with an elongated beak that curved down. Beside him was the spindly form of a woman, whose body couldn't go a few seconds without shivering. Unlike the snow-white ceramic masks of the other partygoers, hers were tainted by splotches of green and cracks. She looked to the man beside her, who gave her a nod. I watched as the man made a show of speaking, arms outstretched in dramatic displays of grandeur. I thought that somehow the door was blocking all sound coming from the room, but the faint sounds of clothes rustling and the clacking of heels could be heard. It was quiet enough to make Sarah's inaudible whimpers the only thing I could hear. Finally, once the man was finished with his speech, he turned to the woman, extending a hand out. Hesitating for a moment, she took it, allowing him to lead her to a wooden tub. She put one foot in with the help of the man before the other went in. Gently the man pressed down on her shoulders, forcing her on her knees, then all fours, then onto her stomach until her head was the only thing poking out. He gently stroked her hair, greasy, tangled strands ensnaring his fingers, before suddenly slamming her head down. She retaliated, and I saw an arm covered in a dripping red liquid fight back. However, her ailment did not allow her to do much. The man soon subdued her, placing her head back into the tub. The sloshing of the crimson fluid, which had desperately avoided calling blood, echoed through the cavernous room. Soon enough, her thrashing grew into pathetic twitches, then stillness. Something primal within screamed at me to run, witnessing something no mortal was meant to see. It forced my thumb forward, dialing 911 before I even knew what was happening. Though the grip fear had around my throat was ever tightening, I was brought comfort upon remembering who exactly the police were in this town. The moment they found out about this, they would bring justice, and it would be over. I kept taking momentary glances at the priest, who watched the tub with the same discipline the rest of the guests did. By the time I took a fifth glance, I realized the police hadn't picked up. "Come on," I mumbled, frantically tapping the screen. It had to work. The cops had to get here because I sure didn't have a plan to stop these psychos. "What's wrong? Did they not pick up?" Sarah's voice broke me from my thoughts, and I quickly looked at her. "Yeah, I think it's the reception," I stuttered, and the explanation clicked together. Since we were so far underground, it must have been messing with the signal. "Let's go. We'll call them once we're outside." Sarah didn't dare say a word, merely nodding before walking. As we reared the corner of the staircase, we were stopped by a towering figure, whose monstrous height rivaled the size of the hallway. His mask depicted a canine of some sort. The option of reasoning with them didn't even make it across my mind, and I turned around, hoping there was something on the other side of the hallway. However, all that met me was a hand that wrapped around my throat, followed by yet another suited man, his mask that of a stag. Though Sarah was able to skid to a halt before he could grab her too, the giant man wrapped his arm around her neck. "Please, no, no," Sarah pleaded, the tears streaming down her cheeks, evident despite the lack of light. My desperate cries died before they left my mouth. My apologies were reaching their destination. He didn't waste any time opening the door, dragging the still kicking body of Sarah inside, where everyone's attention was directed to us. I expected the figure to do the same with me, but all he did was hold me in that vice grip, looking toward the priest. Once I followed his gaze, I could feel my heart skip a beat. Next to the fly-masked man was the woman. Her body, caked in so much red I assumed it was paint, rose from the tub. Chunks of something dropped over her shoulder and head, sluggishly sliding down her body before dropping into the liquid with a plop. She turned, facing Sarah, now able to keep herself as static as the rest of the guests. Her legs no longer shivered, and what were once ragged breaths were now deep inhales. "John," Sarah choked out, extending an arm out. On instinct, I reached out to her, only to be reeled back and the familiar sensation of asphyxiation hitting me. I thought I was going to join Sarah, but as the stag-masked man took the first step up the stairs, I realized something was wrong. I attempted to keep up with his steps, but the lack of oxygen made me lightheaded, and I found myself tripping over every other step. I tried on several occasions to break free of his grip, but after a while, I realized it wasn't even necessary. Once we made it out, he tossed my body out the door, causing me to stumble and fall onto the gravel path, the sound of a slamming door making itself known behind me. My lungs greedily took in the air as the ringing in my ear subsided. I considered passing out right then and there, but the thought of Sarah forced my eyelids open. I dialed the police again and again and again, but the call never made it through. It wasn't a matter of connection this time, I knew for sure. That meant I couldn't rely on the police if I wanted to save Sarah. Though I stood up, and a small part of me wanted to charge in and save her, it was easily outmatched by the other part. I took a step back, imagining endless possibilities of what could happen to Sarah, and each one was worse than the last. I took another step back, thoughts of being next flashing in my mind. Finally, after the third, I turned tail and ran, never looking back. Though it was late, not a single car passed, and the roads and streets were empty. The only noise accompanying me was the sound of my heartbeat, beating so loudly I was sure anyone could hear. I returned home without so much as an issue, but that didn't do anything to quell the uneasiness bubbling in my stomach. They would find out. I don't know who they were, but I knew they would. Maybe it would be Sarah confessing that she went here with me, the stag-masked man who threw me out, or the police who managed to trace my calls back to me. I wasn't sure how many of the townsfolk were in on this, but I wouldn't be surprised if the entire population knew about the party. It sickened me that these were thoughts that plagued my mind rather than concern for Sarah, but I didn't care if I was being a coward. My survival remained my top priority. I couldn't sleep. Throughout the night, I had the sensation that someone was watching me, but every time I opened my eyes, all I saw were the familiar walls of my room. The next morning, my parents awoke me with news I was more than aware of. Sarah had gone missing. My mom was on the verge of tears, leaving Dad to explain the situation. It was the same set of circumstances that followed her sister's disappearance. "The police will find her, John. There's nothing to worry about." As if his wavering voice didn't deter my faith, though, I was brought back to the image of the giant looming man that grabbed Sarah, and I immediately thought of the police. "I hope so," was all I could muster before leaving the room. A walk would get my mind off of things, I thought, and I naturally ended up at Mrs. Hick's convenience store. I didn't stay for long, however. Though her toothy grin was plastered over her face as usual, something was missing. The uncontrollable shivers that shook her body were non-existent. In fact, she never looked healthier. She couldn't even get a word out before I sprinted outside, bumping into Sheriff Rufus as I did. He gave me a wave, but my paranoia-infested mind only conjured the most malicious of intentions for him. They were going to get me, I thought. It was something that entered my mind every waking moment of my life. My declining mental state was explained by the loss of Sarah, and I suppose her disappearance had something to do with it, but no one knew what actually happened. Or worse yet, they knew all too well. Though every attempt at leaving this town was met with heavy protests by the others, my parents eventually couldn't handle seeing me in this state and agreed to move. The change in scenery did, admittedly, help. I didn't have to see that cursed house in my peripherals every time I left for school, and I didn't have to smile at those who I knew for certain who participated in whatever happened that night. But, like most things, the relief was only temporary, and it became apparent why the idea of leaving seemed so foreign to Cedarwood. Mom was the first to fall to the sickness. Her coughing fits were the first sign, and before we knew it, she was bedridden, with her skin becoming paler by the day. Dad didn't waste a moment to get her treatment, but nothing the doctors prescribed her worked. The best we got from them were apologies, and that they were stumped. By the time Mom was too far gone, Dad was next in line. Like the stubborn man he was, he continued working for money. That is, until he collapsed. Once he regained consciousness, he requested for me to visit him. "You," he wheezed, gripping my shirt with all the strength his frail muscles could muster up. "Need to return to that town. I beg of you, stay in it. They will help you." I was about to protest, but the look in his eye was too much. "I've already packed your stuff, John. Please, I can't bear knowing that I let you die." His hand dropped to the side by the time he finished, the only movement coming from him being the subtle expansion of his chest. Returning home, I found that my luggage was packed. Once the initial shock that he was able to prepare it in such little time faded, I approached it cautiously, pulling the zipper back bit by bit. Inside was every essential I needed: clothes, toiletries, money, and my laptop. And atop them all was a mask. A mask of a stag. I didn't believe it when my older brother claimed he had won the lottery. $450,000 after taxes. We grew up in a fairly low-class family. There were 5 of us. My parents, a couple that had never gotten married to begin with. My older brother Frankie, 32 male. And there was my sister Cam, 27 female. And then me, the baby of the family, 26 male. Our parents did their best to keep us with a roof over our heads and food in our bellies. Financially and emotionally, our childhood was a struggle for sure, but we always managed to just scrape by. The point being, to us, that was a lot of money. Life-changing. And my brother was no Scrooge either. He was already making plenty of money as the chief of police in our small New Jersey town, so he made it a point to spoil my sister and I with the winnings. I remember when he handed me the keys to my new truck just 3 months ago. I had insisted that it was too much, that I couldn't possibly take it. He only laughed and shoved the keys into my hand. "Just make sure you get rid of that hunk of junk you're driving now," he told me. "Things not safe." Not only did he shell out for a new car for our sister, but he even paid for her wedding to our brother-in-law Kyle, 28 male. A few years back, we had cut ties with our parents who were now happily divorced, so they said. Their animosity towards each other felt poisonous after years of a miserable marriage. So, we had made it a point to just stick together. Just the 3 of us with the addition of our brother-in-law, of course, and my longtime girlfriend, Amelia, 26 female. But the one thing my brother bought himself with his lotto winnings was a small cabin deep in the Pine Barrens. As somewhat of a novice camper myself, I couldn't wait to get the call to pack up and spend the weekend. And last month, the call finally came. Everyone took off that Friday, and we met Cam and Kyle at a nearby convenience store so they could follow us up to the cabin where we would end up spending the next long weekend. Frankie had warned us that we couldn't exactly find the cabin via GPS, and since I was better with directions, it just seemed easier. His instructions took us down this long dirt road for about a good 20 minutes. The trees crowded the road as if they were being used as a barrier to keep people out of the woods. "This has to be the scariest place at night," Amelia whispered. "Yeah," I agreed. "Probably best if we don't wander too far from the cabin." And almost as if it were queued up, the road opened to a large clearing that revealed the cabin. Looking at its size, however, it seemed like more of a lodge. Judging from the deck above the porch, it was safe to say that it was 2 stories. It had a long wrap-around porch and big, beautiful windows. Nearby, there was a large deck that led out to what appeared to be a private lake. We pulled up next to Frankie's Jeep and admired the cabin. "Man, he must have really splurged on this," Kyle commented. I rolled my eyes, recalling a distasteful indication from Kyle a few weeks ago that our brother should have bought him and Cam a house with his money. "It's amazing," Cam commented as she grabbed her bags from the back seat. Suddenly, the door flung open, and Frankie bounded down the steps. "You made it," he exclaimed. He came down and gave me and my sister a hug, gave Amelia and Kyle the courteous greetings a brother-in-law would usually make, and stood with a huge grin on his face. "You find it okay?" he asked. "It was hard to get lost with all the trees," I replied. "These woods are dense." He merely laughed. "Yeah, it's pretty nice, isn't it?" he asked. "Finally some safety and privacy." He chuckled as if he didn't get that at his main house that was nestled in town. He almost seemed like he couldn't believe his luck. "Well, come on in. I'll give you the tour." He waved us inside and we all bound up the steps into the large living room of the lodge. It had a nice stone fireplace, a big screen TV, 2 couches that might as well have been beds, and a chair that looked like it could swallow you whole. Hanging on the walls of the cabin were family photos as well as some pop culture posters, which, knowing my brother, was to be expected. There was also 2 bookshelves filled with old paperbacks and graphic novels, and an extra large DVD case filled top to bottom with all the hits. Frankie insisted on physical media just in case he wanted to watch something that wasn't on streaming, and admittedly, it's satisfied a craving or two. Let me show you to your rooms. Frankie waved us on past an immaculate kitchen and down a large hallway. At the end of the hallway was a staircase, but just before it was 2 doors, one on the left and one on the right. He opened the door to the left to reveal a bathroom, explaining that the cabin of course had electricity and plumbing, but he glossed over the door to the right and just went upstairs. "What's in here?" I asked as I reached for the door to the right. I tried to turn it, but it didn't budge. "Basement," Frankie replied bluntly. "Best to just stay out of there." "You got something locked down there?" Cam asked jokingly. "I've been using it as an office," Frankie explained. "It's got sensitive files in there, so it puts my mind at ease to have it locked at all times." He waved us upstairs to show us where we would be spending the weekend. There was a door right at the top of the steps to the right. To the left there was a large open area with a pool table nestled in the center, which immediately called out to me. He opened one of the doors to reveal another bathroom, and then 2 identical doors that were next to each other. "These are the guest rooms," Frankie told us. I took the room closest to the bathroom and admired the view. It was a large bedroom that was already equipped with dressers, a king-size bed, 2 nightstands, and a small chair that sat next to a sliding glass door. I tossed mine and Amelia's bags on the bed and walked out the sliding glass door onto a deck. This one apparently overlooked the backyard, which was graciously equipped with a small net for volleyball and badminton, as well as a large gravel area containing a fire pit, picnic table, and a few chairs. It also gave me a good idea at just how isolated we were here. The clearing of the property had to be maybe 2 or 3 acres. After that it was more dense woods north and west of the lodge. I took a look east and got a nice view of the sun glistening off the lake. I snuck across the deck and got a view of my sister's room, which was identical to mine. I shrugged and came back inside the room, where Amelia was putting all our stuff in the wardrobe. "Want some help?" I asked. "Do I want you to just shove everything in one drawer?" She laughed. "No, I got it." I shrugged and rejoined my brother in the large open space. He was clearly stuck in conversation with Kyle, some kind of get-rich-quick scheme he wanted him to finance. "What's that room?" I asked, pointing to the room by the top of the stairs. "My room," Frankie replied. He seized his moment to exit the conversation and took us over. The room looked exactly like ours. I thought he would have gotten more extravagant furniture in his own room, but then again, my brother was a simple man. The only notable difference was that the walls weren't bare, but littered with more family photos as well as newspaper articles highlighting his career. He had a knack for finding evidence that gave slam-dunk convictions. One of the traits that led him to becoming the youngest chief of police in our small town's history at the age of only 32. But the one thing that caught my attention was a mirror that hung over his dresser directly across from his bed. On it was this old white sticker that was about the size of a bookmark. It had an old school yellow smiley face on it and read, "Smile, you have your whole life ahead of you." I chuckled and pointed out the sticker. "Came with the house," Frankie explained. He ushered me out of his room and closed the door behind him. "I'll let everyone get settled and then come on down for lunch. I'll be outside. Feel free to grab your swimsuits and hit the lake." I gave him a firm thumbs up as he departed down the steps. I peeked into the room to see Amelia had finished unpacking, so I snuck over to the pool table for some free shooting. Once I sunk all 9 balls, Amelia and I joined my brother downstairs. Kyle and Cam followed shortly after. We met Frankie outside where he was grilling up some burgers and hot dogs. He looked like he had just come out of the lake. "The water's not too cold, is it?" Cam asked. "Why don't you find out?" I asked. I raced past her and dove into the clear blue lake. It was surprisingly warm, but figured it was just heated up by the sun. I re-emerged and climbed back onto the deck. "It's fine," I informed her, hungrily taking a plate from my brother. We soaked up the sun and enjoyed the lake, stopping to play a few rounds of badminton before the sun had started to set. We changed into something drier and went out to enjoy a nice steak dinner by the fire pit. Before we began to eat, Cam raised a glass. "Frankie, thanks for having us here," she said. "Congrats on your good fortune. It couldn't have happened to someone more deserving." I raised my glass haphazard, wanting to dig into the steak as quickly as possible. Amelia and Kyle did the same as we had toasted my brother, who merely laughed us off. "It's our good fortune," he clarified. "We deserve it." We finally began to dig in and eat. Thankfully, the lodge had these large outdoor lights that managed to illuminate everything up to the border of the woods, so having dinner outside wasn't as creepy as it might have sounded. We sat around the picnic table and laughed for hours, but I could tell Amelia was still a bit creeped out by the woods. "Doesn't it get lonely up here?" she asked Frankie. He merely shakes his head. "I never feel alone up here," he says in a creepy voice. The reaction from Amelia gets a laugh out of Cam and I. We stayed up for a few more hours, and by 1 a.m., Cam, Kyle, and Amelia had all gone to bed. I sat around and talked with Frankie for a bit longer, enjoying the fire pit and the dark allure of the woods. He got up to put the fire out, but I wasn't exactly ready to go to bed. "Say, did you bring your Xbox up here?" I asked. "We could play something for a bit." Frankie sighed and put out the fire in the pit. "Maybe tomorrow," he replied. "I gotta finish some work down in the office." He gets up and pats me on the shoulder. "Good night." "Night," I call back to him as he walked into the lodge. I take this time alone to partake in the small stash of pots I had locked in the car. Though not illegal, I know my brother hates the smell, and I wanted to respect his property. I lit up a small joint and took a stroll around the property until I felt appropriately baked, at which point I buried the joint, popped a stick of gum in my mouth, sprayed on some cheap body spray, and went back inside. My initial intention was to head to bed, but the munchies got the better of me. As I rummaged through my brother's refrigerator, hoping that there was some leftover burgers stashed somewhere, a sound caught my attention. I followed what appeared to be crying down the hall and towards the door to my brother's office, which was now slightly ajar. I called out to him, "Frankie," but I got no response. Perhaps it was impaired judgment. Maybe it was my brotherly instinct to make sure Frankie was okay. Or maybe it was just plain old curiosity that led me to open the door to the basement steps that first night. The stairway had a small light bulb hanging above it. "Frankie?" I called out, but instead of my brother's voice, I just heard more crying. I slowly descended the steps and realized the staircase opened to a large space, similar to the one upstairs. There was a desk and a lot of cardboard boxes, but there was also this large oak door that was slightly ajar. I walked past the desk and boxes and began to slowly open the door. The room behind the oak door was practically bare. The only exception was an old ratty mattress that sat on a metal bed frame. The light from the room was poor at first, but it seemed like someone was huddled on the bed. As I began to walk further in, a woman's shape became clearer. She was young, probably about 19 if I had to guess, with long black hair. She was huddled in the fetal position wearing nothing but a small torn shirt and a pair of underwear. Her ankles were tightly taped together, and her wrists were similarly taped behind her back. I took a step closer, making a small sound that alerted her. She shot up immediately. I remember the look of fear in her bright blue eyes, which were red and slightly puffy. Tape had been tightly wrapped around her mouth so tightly that I could see where it had begun to imprint into her skin. The look of fear changed when she had saw me, and then she began to plead with me, but I couldn't understand her. I looked long and hard at her, noticing how dirty she looked. She also looked scraped and bruised, as if she was running through the brush outside. I took a step closer, almost hypnotized by her as she continued to try and say something to me. I began to slowly question reality, wondering if this was real or if I had just gotten a bad batch of pot, until my brother's voice snapped me back to reality. "Jacob." I felt his hand grab my shoulder and yank me back through the oak door. Frankie then quickly closed and locked it as I stumbled backwards in the open space. "What did I tell you about coming down here?" he asked. I stammered. He had caught me completely off guard. I had never seen my brother with such anger in his eyes. "I heard something, and just wanted to see if you were all right," I finally spat out. "Who—" My brother put up his hand to stop me. He took a deep breath and walked over to the nearby desk. He took a seat and exhaled. "She's a woman I'm seeing," he told me. I gave him a look of confusion. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Look, truthfully, I've been seeing her for a few months. Her name is Claire, and she has a..." He paused and looked uncomfortable with what he was about to say. "She has a, let's say, damsel in distress type of fetish." This was probably the first time I had regretted smoking so much. "So this is..." "Roleplay," Frankie interrupted with an awkward chuckle, and it was at this time I finally noticed that he had been holding a revolver. But it wasn't his service weapon. It was something a lot newer. Embarrassing, I know. Definitely not something I wanted my little brother to see. I let out a sigh of relief. Of course, Frankie had a reasonable explanation. I mean, why would he lie? I thought. He placed the revolver on the desk and led me back upstairs. "I was planning for everyone to meet her tomorrow, but she's a bit shy, so we should keep this between us for now," he insisted. I don't know why, but the way Frankie spit out the sentence, it came off weird to me. "Of course," I told him. "I look forward to it." He pat me on the back as I re-entered the dark hallway. I could feel his eyes on me as I stumbled up the steps. As soon as I hit the last one, I heard the basement door creak shut. I climbed into bed with Amelia and passed out. I woke up surprisingly early the next morning. When I checked the time on my phone, it was only 7 a.m. I had looked next to me, and Amelia was still fast asleep. So I slipped downstairs, hoping to sneak a meal from the fridge before breakfast. But as I got closer to the bottom, I began to smell coffee and bacon. I walked into the kitchen to see my brother already cooking breakfast. "Good morning," he greeted me. The kitchen table was lined up with waffles, eggs, bacon, sausage, coffee. The man even made cinnamon rolls. He looked tired, like he hadn't slept long. I figured he must have woken up early to prepare this magnificent feast. "Help yourself," he told me. I grabbed a plate and began to dig in. "Will your princess be joining us?" I asked, trying my best to make light of the uncomfortable situation I put my brother in. "There was an emergency," Frankie blurted out. "With work. Unfortunately, she couldn't stay." He grabs a plate of his own and joins me, but she wanted to profusely apologize for last night. She was... I waved him off. "That was my bad," I told him. "Won't happen again." My brother mumbled a response and dug into his breakfast, and the way he just easily dismissed it didn't sit right with me. In fact, Frankie's demeanor didn't change at all throughout the day. I had figured there'd be at least some aura of embarrassment, but nothing. And after I got about 4 cinnamon rolls in, I realized something. Frankie's car was the only other one here aside from mine and Cam's. So how did Claire end up leaving? We spent the day outside again. More lakeside fun and barbecue food. But I just couldn't shake off this feeling I had ever since my encounter with Frankie at breakfast. I began to get more paranoid once I saw the shed. I went in there to grab some fire starters when I noticed his shovel. It wouldn't seem so out of place, but it looked like it had just been used. So, when Frankie decided to turn in early that night, I decided I had to get a better, sober look in that basement, if for no other reason than to simply put myself at ease. I waited for everyone to fall asleep before sneaking down the steps of the lodge. I used the chirping of the crickets as a safety blanket of sorts, to assure me I wasn't alone. I made it to the basement door and tried it, hoping it would be unlocked, but no luck. I went to the front door and grabbed Frankie's keys that hung on a hook by the door. I tried every key on that hook with no luck until finally, I heard a click. I slipped into the basement, carrying the keys with me, and slowly descended the stairs. I took a look at Frankie's desk and noticed that there was nothing on it but an old box. I took a quick look inside to find various items inside, individual Ziploc bags. I pulled out one bag that contained an old metal ring. It was shaped like a skull and looked cheap and gaudy. Written on it in Sharpie was a name, Marcus Jackson. It took me a while, but I remember where I had heard it before. Marcus Jackson was a tattoo artist who set up close to town. One day they found him murdered in the back of a local deli. Frankie had been the one to find his bloody wallet in Marcus' girlfriend's car. Though she swore up and down that she was innocent, the evidence was too much to deny, and she was sentenced to life. I began looking through the box. All of them contained an item from a case that Frankie had solved. The next bag I pulled out contained a lipstick tube of Maria Williams. She was a bartender. Pretty girl who'd often get flirted with by the waves of drunken customers. They found her beaten to death and assaulted in her car. Frankie had found her discarded bra in Josh Schultz's trailer, as if he had taken it for a trophy. Josh was the town's drunk, and though he swore he didn't do it, he couldn't account for his whereabouts due to him blacking out. Every bag contained something from one of those cases. I back away in horror and collide with the oak door. I rip it open and examine the room with fresh eyes. The first thing I noticed was a folding table off to my left. I creep up onto the table to find more Ziploc bags, but there was more of them here than in the box on his desk. There had to be about 20 of them. Each one contained the driver's license of a young woman and a pair of underwear. I recognized each one's town as being very close to our small town. One of the names even looked very familiar, Maria Williams. There was one pair that had been left out of the bag, and it looked strangely familiar. I walked over to the end of the table to find this particular pair of underwear accompanied by the license of one Claire Thompson. I turned to look at the ratty bed, and for the first time saw how old and worn it was. There was cuffs dangling from the old metal bars of the bed frame. A collar was laid on the bed attached to a chain that I followed to a metal plate mounted on the wall. But one spot on the frame looked altered. It seemed like there was a metal clip welded onto the frame, and surprisingly enough, it had matched the clip that connected the collar on the bed to the chain attached to the wall. I looked up and finally noticed it. I don't know how I could have missed it. In front of the bed was a standing mirror, and plastered on that mirror was a sticker. An old, white sticker that was about the size of a bookmark. The same sticker that had an old school yellow smiley face on it. The same one that read, "Smile, you have your whole life ahead of you." My husband, Howard, had been working away for a few days. On his way home, he lost control of his car during a downpour and crashed into another car. He got lucky. The other vehicle wasn't so fortunate, crashing into a transmission tower. The driver was a single mom, her 5-year-old son in the back. Neither survived. As the months went by, Howard was plagued with guilt. I suggested therapy, but he refused. I had to remind him daily that it wasn't his fault. He was a good man, a wonderful husband, and a great father to our 7-year-old son, Oscar. "They haunt me, Sasha," he'd say, his hands shaking. I can only imagine what that kind of experience will do to a person's mind. One of the hardest things was trying to explain to Oscar why Daddy was always sad and didn't want to play games anymore. One night, I was jolted awake by screaming. "She's here, Sasha," Howard cried. "It was just a bad dream," I said, trying to console him. "No," he screamed, pointing to the corner of the room. "She's here. She won't leave me alone." Our bedroom was empty, but I jumped as Oscar made a sudden appearance. "Daddy?" he said, scared. "Come here, buddy," said Howard, holding out his arms. I could feel Howard trembling as he hugged Oscar, his eyes fixed to the corner of the room. A few days later, Howard made a suggestion. "I've been thinking, it might be better for the two of you if I stay with my folks for a while, at least until I feel more myself." I felt bad, but it was a relief to hear. I was mentally exhausted and worried about how his behavior was affecting Oscar too. Howard's parents lived a 2-hour drive away. We made plans to visit on weekends. Oscar was my shadow for a couple of days, but regular video calls with Dad seemed to relax him. One afternoon, Oscar was playing in his room as I caught up with some shows that we'd put on hold. I heard him laugh cheerfully. I couldn't remember the last time I'd heard him laugh. I crept upstairs, my heart filled with warmth. "Do you want to have a go?" I heard him say. At that point, I assumed he'd invited a friend over without my permission, which was against our house rules. I tapped on his bedroom door before pushing it open. "Oscar, who are you talking to?" He was sitting on the floor with his toy cars. There was no one with him. "Hey, where'd you go?" he said, looking around. "Mom, there was a boy here." "Was there?" I asked. Oscar had never exhibited signs of having an imaginary friend before. "Yes, he was crying in the closet, so I invited him to play." That gave me a shiver. "Why was he crying?" He shrugged. "I don't know, but he stopped when we started playing." The closet door was open, so I peeked inside. There was nothing unusual. We visited Howard that weekend. Oscar's grandparents took him out for ice cream, giving my husband and I some alone time. It was the first time we'd made love in months. "Oscar has an imaginary friend," I said as we cuddled. "Really?" he asked. "He said there's a boy in his closet." I chuckled. They played with his toys together. Howard shifted uncomfortably. "Are you serious?" "I don't think it's anything to worry about. I did a bit of research. It's completely normal for a lot of kids." He let out a long breath. "You're probably right, Sasha. The poor kid's been through a lot. What with having a crazy dad and all." "Don't say that," I said. "He misses you. You seem a lot better, honey." "I have my moments, but I'm getting there." Mom has talked me into seeing a therapist. I squeezed his hand. I think that would be good for you. We want you back home as soon as possible. How would you feel about Oscar coming to stay with me next weekend? Give you a little break. You've pretty much been a single parent these past few weeks. He's such a good boy, I said. No trouble at all. But he'd love a weekend with Dad. Sure enough, Oscar was excited about spending the whole weekend with Howard. I heard him talking to his new friend about it as they played, but one evening, as I was making dinner, I was startled by several bangs coming from Oscar's bedroom. "Stop it!" I heard him cry. "Oscar?" I yelled, running upstairs. I burst into his bedroom to find him crying on the floor. "What happened?" I asked. "Lucas doesn't want me to go to Dad's." "Lucas? That's your friend's name?" I crouched down and put my arm around him. "What was that banging I heard?" He held up one of his toy cars. The front of it was mangled, like it had been smashed against something with force. "How did this happen?" "Lucas hit it on the floor," he said, pointing to a spot. There was a mark on the wooden floorboards. It was hard to believe that my 7-year-old son could cause such damage. It was harder to believe that his imaginary friend had done it. "Oscar, if you don't want to stay with Daddy, you don't have to." "I do," he said. "But Lucas said Daddy scares him." It felt like something walked over my grave. "Be honest with me, sweetheart. Did Lucas say that, or is that how you feel?" He started crying. "I want Dad to come home." "Me too," I said, hugging him as I looked around the room. I kissed the top of his head. "Go wash your hands. Dinner's almost ready." Oscar had never done anything like that before. He was having a harder time with the situation than I thought. That night, I searched Google for advice. It appeared that once again, such behaviors were normal in some children. He potentially had repressed anger as a result of Howard leaving us. The following Friday, I helped Oscar pack a weekend bag. "Do you want to take any toys?" I asked. He shook his head. "No, I'll leave them for Lucas." "Oh, he's not going with you?" "He said he doesn't want to be near Dad." My heart sank. "Are you sure you want to go, sweetheart?" He nodded. "I can't wait." Howard came to pick Oscar up in the afternoon. It was so cute seeing our little boy run into his arms. "I'll drop him back Sunday," said Howard, giving me a kiss. "Love you, Sasha." "Love you," I smiled. "Have fun, boys." I waved them goodbye, trying not to worry too much. They both needed this. I was hopeful that it would be the catalyst for Howard coming home. In the meantime, I had a free weekend. Since Oscar was born, I hadn't spent a single night away from him. Some girlfriends were coming over for takeout pizza and wine. For the first time in years, I didn't have to be a responsible mom. That evening, I got the inevitable topic of Howard's departure out of the way so I could let my hair down. We drank, danced, and played rummy. I even smoked a few cigarettes. It was just like my college days, albeit with good wine rather than cheap vodka. As the evening wound down, it was just one friend remaining. She called an Uber, then used the upstairs bathroom. "Oscar is definitely not here, right?" she asked when she returned. "Definitely. Why do you ask?" She chuckled. "I swear I heard a kid crying up there." My blood ran cold. "What?" "It's the wine, Sash. I'm going to regret that tomorrow." I'll admit it took me some time to go upstairs when she left. My heart raced as I pushed Oscar's bedroom door open. There were some toy cars on the floor. I asked myself, had they been left there? Oscar was usually pretty good at keeping his room tidy. The next morning, I cleared the empty wine bottles and pizza boxes with a slight headache. I lit one of my scented candles to mask the hint of tobacco that lingered. When Oscar started preschool, Howard converted our garden shed into a mini workshop. I made and sold scented candles on Etsy. It didn't break the bank, but it covered our streaming subscriptions and kept me sane when daytime boredom struck. After breakfast, I went to the shed to work on more candles. I have an electric-powered melting pot made specifically for wax. I began the process of melting small beads of soy wax, adding a pine-scented oil. I find it very relaxing. After a while, I saw the shape of someone walk past the shed window. "Hello?" I said, looking around the garden. I couldn't see anyone. "Hello?" came a voice from behind, startling me. It was a woman around mid to late 20s. "Can I help you?" I asked. "I was just looking for my son. Have you seen him?" I shook my head. "You are the first person I've seen today. Is he a friend of Oscar's?" "He is." "Sorry, I thought I knew all of his friends' parents. Oscar isn't here at the moment. He's with his dad." "I see," she said, looking disappointed. "If you give me your number, I can call you if he shows up." She shook her head. "I don't have a phone." "Oh, okay. What's your son's name?" "Lucas," she said. I couldn't contain my gasp. "Who are you?" She sighed. "Perhaps I'll come back later." She turned to leave. "Please, ma'am, I'm Sasha. Who are you?" She turned back with a slight smile. "I can see why he fell in love with you." I felt goose flesh on my arms. "Excuse me?" "I'll come back later," she said, walking away. "No, tell me who you are." I felt so uncomfortable as I was left alone in the garden. Heading back to the house. A little later, I drove to the grocery store. I triple-checked that I had locked all doors and windows before leaving, paranoid that the woman would come back. I walked down the aisles on autopilot, my head elsewhere. I couldn't stop thinking about her. There was a part of me that felt like I knew her from somewhere too. That evening, I sat in front of the TV but paid no attention to it. I wanted nothing more than my family back. I didn't want to be alone. As I contemplated calling a friend for company, I heard a noise coming from upstairs. My heart rate increased, but I chose to ignore it. Instead, I called a friend after all. A loud bang came from upstairs, making me freeze. I hung up as voicemail kicked in. "I'm going to call the police," I called out. My hands shook as I climbed the stairs, clinging to the steel mallet that came with our kitchen knives. I'd never used the thing before, but it was a good weapon should I need to protect myself. The sound of a child crying became clearer as I got closer to Oscar's room. I'd never been so scared as I pushed the door open to find a little boy on the floor, sniveling as he pushed toy cars around. I dropped the mallet. "Lucas?" I stuttered. "When is Oscar coming back?" He asked, not looking up. I tried to stay calm. "He'll be home from his dad's tomorrow." "Daddy is a bad man," he said. I took a step closer. "Why do you say that?" He smashed one of the cars down onto the floorboards, making me flinch. "He did a bad thing," he said. Then he slowly looked up. "Mommy?" "Oh, sweetheart," I said. "I'm not your mommy." "No," came a voice from behind me. "I am." I almost fell down as the woman from earlier passed by me, helping Lucas up. "You, who are you?" I said. "I think you know, Sasha." she said, walking into the open closet. I don't. Get out of my house. We'll be waiting, she said. With that, the closet door slammed shut. I ran back downstairs, grabbing my phone and keys. I got in my car, struggling to get the keys in the ignition. I drove out of our neighborhood, pulling over after several minutes. It took a while, but eventually, I opened my phone and began a Google search. Imogen and Lucas, mother and son. They tragically died as a result of the car accident. Their faces and names should have stayed with me, but I'd pushed them aside in order to be stronger for my husband. He wasn't losing his mind. They were haunting us. I drove home and went back up to Oscar's room. I shivered as the closet door creaked open. Imogen and Lucas waiting. "Why are you here?" I asked, my voice wavering. "I'm sorry for what happened, but it was an accident." Imogen held out her hand. "Come inside." I shook my head. "Please, leave my family alone." "Daddy did a bad thing," said Lucas. "He didn't," I yelled. "It wasn't his fault. Leave us alone." I screamed as my body was dragged into the closet by an unseen force, and the door slammed shut behind me. The lighting was low, but I could see the furious expression on Imogen's face as she grabbed my arms. "I'll show you," she said. Then everything went dark. I was in a bar with some young women. We were laughing about something. "He's been checking you out all night," one of them said to me. A handsome man was sitting alone. He smiled as I caught his eye. "I'll get us some more drinks, girls," I said, heading to the bar. I stood next to the man, offering a smile as I waited for service. "I don't usually do this kind of thing," he said, "but can I buy you a drink?" "The thing is," I said, "I'm with the girls and it's my round." "How about this round's on me?" he said, "in exchange for your number." I laughed. "That's pretty forward." "I'm only in town for a few days. You're the most beautiful woman I've seen in a long time. I'd kick myself if I didn't try." We made love in a small apartment. No, we screwed like animals. It wasn't until afterwards that I noticed the ring. "You're a bad boy, Howard," I chuckled. He grinned. "You're a hard woman to resist, Imogen." We met whenever he was in town. After some time, I fell pregnant. I didn't tell him. Instead, I became distant. It was a hard decision, but I wanted to keep the baby. I didn't think he'd understand. Months went by, and he surprised me with a visit. I couldn't hide my condition. "Jesus, I have a family," he yelled. "I can't be a part of this." "This is exactly why I didn't tell you," I screamed. "Get out." I had a baby boy, Lucas. I thought it was only fair to let Howard know. Years went by. Howard messaged me out of the blue saying he wanted to visit. I was hesitant, but I agreed. "I really want to be a part of his life," he said as Lucas played with toys. "I'm not stopping you," I said, "but I don't want him getting hurt." We'd see him every few months or so, for a day or two at a time. Lucas didn't understand why Daddy never stayed long. I couldn't explain why. "Howard, you need to tell your wife." "That's not gonna happen." "This is confusing for Lucas. It's not fair that you go home to your family, to your other son, and leave him for months at a time. Perhaps she'll be reasonable." He laughed. "You knew what the deal was, Imogen. I'm not about to screw up my marriage." "Maybe I'll tell her myself then," I said. I screamed as he pushed me against the wall.
Don't threaten me.
Daddy? Said Lucas. What are you doing?
Nothing,
said Howard, letting me go.
just go and play.
In the weeks that followed, I thought long and hard about the situation. I decided that one way or another, I was going to let Howard's wife know about Lucas. At that point, I didn't really care about my relationship with him. I started with social media, but couldn't find anything. It wasn't too difficult to find a home address, though. They lived a few hours away.
Lucas, we're going for a drive,
I said late one afternoon. I got him strapped in the back of the car as light rain fell. Before leaving, I texted Howard his address, informing him we were en route. My phone blew up with calls and messages, which I ignored. As evening approached, the heavens opened, forcing me to slow down on the highway. I noticed a car behind me driving close, which started flashing its lights and beeping the horn. My phone lit up again. It was Howard.
Pull over,
he screamed over the car speakers.
Stay back,
I yelled.
Pull over. Mommy, I'm scared,
said Lucas. Howard, this is dangerous.
Pull over then.
I ended the call and put my foot down. Howard caught up and rammed into the back of us, making us both scream out. Why is Daddy doing this? Lucas cried.
Because he's a bad man.
Howard pulled up alongside us and turned sharply into my car. I lost control and hurtled down the bank off the highway. Lucas screamed until we came to an abrupt stop. I focused and saw a metal tower looming over us. Red lights blinking in the dark. I could feel rain on my face coming through the smashed windows. Lucas was still and silent. I tried to get free, but my legs were trapped. Lucas? I cried, but there was no answer. I grabbed my phone. Howard appeared, leaned through the window, and took it from me. You made me do this, he said, his gloved hands on the sides of my head. I took in a deep breath as I was back in the closet, overwhelmed with emotion. Imogen let go of my arms, and I almost collapsed.
You see, she said, he's not what you think he is.
I'm so sorry, I said, wiping away tears. It was then that I remembered the most important thing in my life. Oscar. I ran from the closet and bedroom, gasping as Imogen appeared in the hallway. They're coming home, she said.
What?
Howard is driving home as we speak. I checked my phone. There were several missed calls and an angry voice message from Howard. I could hear Oscar whimpering in the background. Were you ever going to tell me that Oscar's little friend is called Lucas? You didn't think that was an important thing to mention? Sasha, you let me feel like I was going insane. We're coming back. Pack some things because as far as I'm concerned, the house can burn to the ground.
Oh God, I said. He's got my son.
I don't know what to do. Imogen held my hands, her touch cold. You're a good mom. You'll know what to do. I headed downstairs, my heart palpitating. I must have paced back and forth until I heard a car pull up in the driveway. The front door burst open. Sasha? He yelled. I stood in the kitchen. He appeared, holding Oscar by the arm. Come here, sweetheart, I said, holding my arms out to Oscar. No, said Howard. Go upstairs and start packing. We're getting out of here. Mommy, said Oscar, clearly scared. Howard, please, I said, approaching them. You're scaring him. You're scaring me. Are you serious? Howard snapped. We're living in a haunted house and I'm scaring you? Honey, you're not yourself right now. Oscar's friend, Lucas, it's just a coincidence. He's not... Don't gaslight me, he sneered.
Okay, I said. We'll leave. Let me help him, please. I reached out and put my arms around Oscar. Howard let go of his arm. Be quick about it, he said. I headed upstairs with Oscar. Did he hurt you? I asked. He shook his head. No, but he was yelling. He said that Lucas and his mommy are ghosts that want to kill us. I hugged him. Oscar, Dad has some issues right now. I promise that Lucas and his mommy are good. They don't want to hurt us, okay? He went to his room. Can I bring some toys too? He asked. Before we start packing, I need to talk to Daddy alone. I want you to stay up here with Lucas. But... Sweetheart, listen to me. Don't leave this room until I come back. Do you understand? He nodded. Yes, Mommy. I closed the bedroom door as I left, listening for a moment until I heard him talking to Lucas. Please look after my son, I said as I headed back downstairs. Where's Oscar? Said Howard. I wanted to talk to you alone, I said. I didn't want to say anything that would scare him. We don't have time for this, he said. Pack your things because we're leaving. He motioned for the stairs. I believe you, I said. He froze. What? I saw her. Who? Imogen. He covered his mouth with his hand. Oh my God. She was in there, just before you came home. I pointed to the downstairs bathroom. Howard slowly turned his head towards the door. Really? She's upset. I think it might help if you talk to her. No, he yelled. You're out of your mind. Please, Howard. She wants to be at peace. I could see his hands shake as he stomped towards the bathroom. Peace? Leave us alone if you want peace. Do you hear me? You're not welcome here. I ran and pushed Howard into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind him. I grabbed a dining chair and wedged the back of it under the door handle as it rattled. Sasha, he screamed. Let me out of here now. I called 911, my whole body shaking as he banged on the door, screaming obscenities. Help, I yelled down the phone. My husband is trying to force my son and I to leave our home, and he did something bad. Really bad. I screamed as the wooden door splintered down the middle, then continued to split as Howard forced himself into it. The legs of the chair gave way, and the door flew open. Help! I screamed, dropping my phone. Howard charged at me. I ran out of the patio doors and headed down the dark garden towards the illuminated shed. He grabbed my hair from behind. I turned and kneed him between the legs, making him groan and stumble back. I continued running to the shed and locked the door behind me, out of breath. The first thing I noticed was the intense smell of pine and the heat. It got warm in the shed due to the melting pot, but it was considerably warm. I realized that I hadn't switched it off after using it earlier in the day, having been distracted by Imogen's garden visit. The pot was filled with liquid wax. The warning light was blinking and it was making some strange noises. The shed window shattered, a large rock hitting the floor. Howard was practically foaming at the mouth as he clambered through it. I was backed against the door, trying to get it open again. Please, Howard, I cried. Don't even think about haunting me, he sneered. The wind was knocked out of me as the door opened, and I fell onto my back. I looked up to see Howard's shocked expression as a hand gripped his shoulder from behind. No, wait, he yelled before Imogen pushed his head into the pot of wax. His arms flailed around as he made gargled sounds. She turned to look at me, then the door slammed shut. I don't know how long I was there for. It's all a bit of a blur, but it wasn't until I no longer heard Howard's struggles and the sounds of sirens got closer to the house.
There is something wrong with my family. When I walked through the door after spending 2 days at a slumber party, the house smelled of bacon. Mom was actually cooking dinner, which was crazy because Mom never cooked dinner. She was either at work, locked in her home office on the ground floor, or in her room complaining of a migraine. We never ate Mom's cooking because she never cooked for us. My brother Fitz once joked she would cook us an Excel spreadsheet or throw her iPhone in the air fryer to make a stew. He was almost right. A few months ago, Mom microwaved her iPad. We weren't really an eating together type of family. Sure, we had the white picket fence and family SUV. We greeted our neighbors every day with nuclear family smiles. Mom was the head of her book club on her days off, and Dad worked in an office. From the outside, we were your average Brady Bunch. My best friend had even commented on it. "Ruby, your family is so close. I wish mine were like yours." Close couldn't have been further from the truth. Keeping up appearance is all we had to do in front of the locals. I smiled my biggest smile and wore my hair in a perfect ponytail. Fitz and Cassie followed suit, playing their part as nuclear children. That is what Mom wanted us to be. However, our dollhouse wasn't as perfect as perceived. Inside our so-called forever home, we were a disconnected group of lodgers. Mom barely spoke to us, and when she did, she was enforcing yet another rule. Don't go into the living room unsupervised. Don't go into the basement. Don't eat food outside of the kitchen. Don't wear your shoes inside. Mom had different rules tailored to each of us. For me, I wasn't allowed electronics after 8 p.m. Fitz, who was 1 year older, had a set curfew of 9 p.m. Cassie could only eat fruit and vegetables on Wednesday. Snacks, candy, and chocolate were banned for all of us. We weren't even allowed to sit on the living room couch. Mom was terrified of us ruining it, so we had bean bags. When I first got a whiff of bacon, I was convinced either our house was burning down, or my brother had finally gotten tired of his Uber Eats diet. Fitz wasn't a cook, though. Christmas 2019, his turkey dinner gave us all food poisoning. I was slipping out of my shoes and hanging up my jacket when a familiar voice tinkered from the kitchen. "Ruby, sweetie, I'm making dinner if you're hungry." It smelled amazing, whatever it was. I was in disbelief, walking into the kitchen to find my mom standing over a bubbling pan. "Can you set the table, honey?" Fitz and Cassie joined us, followed by Dad. "Smells good, Mom." Fitz jumped into his seat with a grin, which was definitely odd for him. Normally the guy took 5 working days to sit down. Cassie slid past me, ruffling my hair. "Hey, sis." My family were acting different in general. Cassie was unusually smiley, not the bratty teenager she usually was, while my brother dropped his patronizing smirk and "I'm better than you" attitude for a more laid-back vibe. Usually, my brother and sister were insufferable. Cassie always had to bring up how much she hated all of us. Fitz wouldn't rest until he had the last word, and Dad's face was beet red. Now, it was like they'd had a personality purge. Fitz caught my eye, his lips curling into a smile. "Yo." He saluted me with 2 fingers, which was not my brother. Fitz Satori greeted me with a scowl or a pretentious movie quote. Before I left for the slumber party, he wouldn't shut up about a black and white French movie only he had seen. If Cassie and I liked a movie, he hated it. If he liked something, Fitz would make sure we didn't like it. My brother's wardrobe was like he was trying to cosplay Sherlock Holmes, and I still didn't understand how he had friends at school. The thing with my siblings was, I missed them. It used to be the three of us versus the world, and our dictator-like mother. But since starting high school, Fitz had turned into this pretentious film freak with an obsession with being right, and Cassie was 16 going on 21. Presently, my brother's demeanor was more relaxed, not the stiff, uptight BS he usually was, always trying to get ahead of the conversation and prove himself right. In the corner of my eye, I could have sworn something flashed, a bright light filling the edges of my vision, like a Polaroid was being taken. Fitz didn't notice. Leaning over the table, he stabbed his fork into my steak, speaking through a mouthful of mashed potato. "Are you eating this?" I shook my head, watching in disbelief as he took my whole plate, inhaling my food too. Cassie, who was always glued to her phone, gave him a playful shove. Well, that was weird. The two of them couldn't go one day without trying to rip each other's heads off. I don't know what baffled me more. Seeing my siblings sitting together, shoulder to shoulder instead of avoiding each other like the plague, or the fact that Cassie was yet to announce that she hated all of us, and couldn't wait until college, which usually followed with Fitz saying, "What college?" and ending up with a face full of food. But it didn't end there, because when they were sent to their rooms, they continued, snapping at each other with passive-aggressive remarks until they were physically trying to murder one another. The craziest part is the two of them used to be so close. If Cassie didn't throw a death threat at Fitz, it wasn't a normal Satori dinner. Now I was watching them nudge each other like they knew something I didn't. "Okay, what happened while I was away?" I spoke up, toying with my fork. Mom settled me with a smile. "What do you mean?" I bit my tongue, waiting for Dad to intervene with a cough. When we did eat together, which was rare, Dad wasn't a fan of talking at the table. When I risked a look at him, though, Dad was happily chewing through his meal. He caught my eye, grinning through steak juices running down his chin. "Isn't it a wonderful day?" He nodded for me to continue, a crunching noise twisting my gut. Dad was grinding through the steak bones. He stopped, slowly inclining his head. "Ruby, are you okay, darling?" I felt my fingers tighten around my fork. Dad never called me darling. He made it clear I wasn't the favorite child, making little effort with me when I was a kid in favor of Fitz and Cassie. It was always those two who he had spent time with. I remember sitting outside the basement door with cookies, waiting for Cassie and Fitz to come back up the stairs. They were down there for hours, sometimes a whole day. The only bonding I did with my father was when I snuck down there myself. Dad was always working, so I stuck around, usually spinning around in his chair or poking things I shouldn't poke. I was still struggling to process darling. Mashed potato creeping back up my throat when Fitz kicked me under the table. His smile was unnerving me. The way he and Cassie kept grinning at each other, like they knew something I didn't. It was just like when we were kids. Fitz was trembling, trying, and failing to hold in laughter. "What's going on, Ruby?" He choked before bursting into childlike giggles. Cassie joined in, her smile stretching wider and wider. Something ice cold trickled down my spine. Too many teeth. "We never have dinner together," I said pointedly, glancing at Mom, "unless you're impressing a work colleague." I turned to Fitz. "You barely come out of your room, and when you do, you're insufferable." Fitz only smirked, and I moved on to Cassie, who wasn't fooling me with her innocent smile with far too many teeth. "And you only come downstairs when you want something." There was a pause before Fitz exploded into laughter. Cassie started giggling, and to my confusion, even Mom was trying to hide her smile. My rule-obsessed, fun-hating mother was barely holding in her own hysterics. Dad wasn't laughing. Dad was still grinding bones between his teeth. I stood up, which made my brother howl harder. What's so funny? My family didn't respond, snorting like middle schoolers. I snatched my plate up from Fitz. You're all sociopaths. I waited for the inevitable chastising for swearing. I stubbed my toe a few weeks ago, accidentally saying the F word, and Mom almost had a nervous breakdown. She said my vulgar language was a problem that would be solved by taking away my phone for a week, but this time, Mom didn't even notice. She was still eating, stifling her own Snickers. I was planning on heading to my room, but I couldn't help it, making a detour down the hallway. Dad always told me to look at the teeth. Too many teeth was bad. Too many teeth meant something was wrong. Mom immediately noticed, her shadow following me, another flash of light behind me, and this time I could hear a shutter sound. Ruby, where are you going? Twisting around, my mother was smiling at me. I blinked and the hallway I had known my whole life suddenly appeared warped, like it wasn't real, like it was slowly closing in on me, and my destination was getting further away. With panic rising in my chest, my hands searched for a door that was no longer there, bleeding into the wallpaper. Another flash. This time it was brighter, filling the dark with light that didn't make sense, a blinding white blur fraying the edges of my vision. But where was the camera? Ruby. I blinked again. Mom was standing closer, her smile wider. Is there something wrong? I found my voice. What was that light? Mom did a slow head incline, mimicking my brother. What light? I was growing progressively more paranoid, my hands shaking. Is someone taking photos of me? I whispered. Mom's plastic grin didn't waver. Photos? What do you mean, sweetie? I managed to shake my head, pushing past her. Nothing, I said. I'm okay. I'm just tired. Mom nodded and I could hear Fitz giggling behind me. When I looked, however, there was nobody there. Still, my brother's shrieks of laughter followed me all the way to my room, only stopping when I slammed the door. 4:01 a.m. There was a figure standing in my doorway. I thought it was a trick of the mind, but no. There was someone standing inside my room, peeking through their hands. For a disorienting moment, I was frozen. I couldn't move. Fitz? When I sat up, I was blinded by that same light, the unmistakable sound of a camera shutter filling the silence. The figure didn't have a face, a shadow hanging over my bed, but looking closer, it did have wide, laughing eyes peeking through its fingers, keeping my gaze glued to the figure, who was very slowly uncovering its eyes like playing a game of peekaboo. I reached to switch on the light. The shadow ran away, though I definitely saw my brother's dark red hair. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up. The laughing had stopped, but I could still see Fitz's unmoving shadow, his feet under the door, all night. Obviously, I called him out on it the next morning. What were you doing last night? I demanded, trying to force down toast. Fitz acted oblivious, because of course he did. What did I do? He teased, wearing that smirk I wanted to carve off his face. You stood outside my door all night. Fitz chuckled into his glass of juice. You can't prove it. Mom was yet to get ready for work, eating cereal from the box. She was halfway through a bottle of wine when I came down for breakfast, laughing hysterically at a refrigerator commercial. Usually my mom was gone before I woke up. Not to mention, we weren't allowed to eat cereal for breakfast. It was always health food crap. Mom? I gritted out. Cassie was making coffee behind us, joining in with the theatrics. My sister hated coffee. Mom! I yelled when my brother winked at me. Mom ignored my complaints, kissing the rim of her glass. Be a doll and go get Mommy's favorite vino from the basement. She downed the rest of her wine, tipping her head back and blowing strands of hair from her eyes. You know, she sighed, the expensive one. Don't you have a job to go to? I glanced at my phone. It's almost 8. Mom rolled her eyes. Maybe later. My workaholic mother, who went to work with gastritis and had even forced Fitz to go to school with the flu, was acting like a drunken teenage girl. Mom's whole life revolved around perfect attendance. She scanned our report cards for tardies, threatening our phone privileges if we were a minute late for class. Suddenly, I was the one who felt like a mother. Mom, you need to go to work. Yeah, Mom. Fitz mocked my voice, leaning his chin on his fist. You need to go to work. Mom settled me with a patient smile. I thought she would get mad, though she seemed amused. Mommy wants a drink, darling. Fetch me the wine. I nodded, standing up. Anything to get away from these psychopaths. My siblings' laughter followed me, once again out of the kitchen. Down the hallway, before stopping abruptly when I stepped in front of the basement door. Reaching out with shaking hands, I grasped the handle. I hadn't been down to the basement in a while for a number of reasons. Heading down stone-cold steps, I used my phone light to navigate the darkness. I remembered the exact way I used to jump down them as a kid, 2 at a time, squeezing the handrail tightly. Sometimes Cassie joined me, the 2 of us holding hands. I recalled the time we used to run up and down the Miller family stairs. Cassie and I would sing a song, the 2 of us giggling nervously. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4. I can hear a human knocking on the floor. There was no sign of my mother's expensive vino when I stepped inside the Satori family basement. It was exactly how I remembered it. A single observation bed, my dad's desk filled with research. I wasn't supposed to look at them because it was dangerous. Instead, I focused on the strange-looking machines and rows of metal shelves filled with an assortment of jars. When he was 15, Fitz opened one up. He didn't tell me what was in it, but he was violently sick for days. Further into the basement, I could sense their shuddering breaths. Do not look, Ruby, Dad always told me, but I couldn't help it. Risking a glance, the breath catching in my throat, 5 slumped figures, each of them brutally tied back to back under a single buzzing bulb. My parents' prisoners. Riley and Connor Satori with their teenage children, Fitz and Cassie, and then of course the girl who made me. The reason why I was alive and breathing. Ruby Satori. I want to preface this by saying it was never my choice that I became Ruby. Dad was insistent, and as a kid, I followed my parents. My family and I were born in a lab of mimics. There were 3 mimic families, though we were the only survivors. I've only ever known mimicking and being forced from person to person. It's kind of like shape-shifting, but we need human bodies and voices to survive. Human voices make us real. My siblings were born after me, but something was wrong with them. I don't really remember it, but I used to live in a white room with sponge walls. Fitz and Cassie were in the room next to me. The people in white spoke of failures and more tests, and my brother was so weak, while my sister was spitting up blood. They concluded that their original forms were dying. A default body for a mimic is a faceless being with no discernible features. A shadow you swear you see in the corner of your vision, what you think is a trick of the mind. With my old body, I could explore the darkness and creep into the corner of any human's eye. I started to get better. Voices were hard at first. You have to get the exact tone, and once you have that, you can latch onto the body and brain. My first successful mimic was a scientist named Dr. Carlyle. His voice didn't make sense to me, but I was able to replicate it and use it to my advantage. When we escaped the lab, my father broke into the Miller house. I was too young to really understand, but my mom urged me to mimic their youngest daughter, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was a lot more comfortable to mimic. I spent 8 years being Elizabeth Miller before we were forced to relocate. The family we were impersonating were growing suspicious of us, and my brother was getting progressively sicker. He couldn't acclimate to a body. The Miller son almost killed him, and he only embodied the kid's voice. The Satori household is where we struck gold. Fitz Satori, sitting in front of me blindfolded, was my brother's saving grace. When I was 12 years old, my parents kidnapped the Satori family and forced them into their own basement, immediately stealing their faces. I remember Ruby Satori sitting cross-legged on the floor, her wide eyes filled with tears. Dad said I had to talk to her to form the connection. When she refused to talk back, my father was forceful. Our first conversation was me mimicking her sobs, her throaty cries for me to get away from her. With Ruby's voice, I asked for questions. Mom told me I had to talk to her before the bond was severed. "What's your favorite color?" I asked, swirling her voice around my mouth. "What did you do to my family?" Ruby squeaked. I looked at my dad for help and he shook his head. "Ask her again." I took a deep breath. "What is your favorite color?" "Pink," she whispered. "Pink," I repeated, leaning closer. "Please," Ruby said. "Please don't hurt me." "Please," I said, clinging on to her tone, the exact indentation in her speech. She cocked her head and I did too. "Please don't hurt me." "I'm not going to," I told her, when the invisible ribbon binding us together tightened, entangling. This time I was speaking over her. My face became Ruby Satori, thick brown hair and wide eyes, lips parted in a silent cry. "I promise I'm not going to hurt you." Ruby stared at me like I was a monster. She shrieked, stumbling back, only to be forced into place by my mother. Dad told me mimicking had 3 stages: voice, body, mind. I already had Ruby's voice, and I was wearing her face. Her memories hit me like a tidal wave, warm and cozy. I saw her perfect family, all of her friends, growing up behind a white picket fence and a fluffy dog named Cosmo. Ruby liked orange soda and ice cream. She was smart at math but got her words mixed up. She loved elephant plushies and the Disney Channel. The human girl was scared of the dark, scared of what lurked in the dark, scared of me. I wanted to tell her I wasn't a monster. "Ruby," I whispered, "I'm sorry." She didn't move and something slimy erupted up my throat. Ruby's expression was frozen in terror, her mouth slightly open, eyes wide. "Ruby." The girl's voice was a strangled cry. "I'm sorry." I lurched back, swallowing a cry. Ruby Satori was mimicking me, which was the final stage. I went through it as a little kid, but I was too young to remember assimilating with Elizabeth Miller. My brother's assimilation was different, and a lot more brutal. Fitz Satori did not want to have his face and voice stolen. He escaped 4 times, attacking my mother, her wearing his own mother's face. My brother was gentle, kneeling in front of him and speaking in soft tones. My sister and I watched from the corner of the room, too scared to go near the unpredictable human boy. "Hello." My brother was too sick to stand. "Can you tell me your name?" Fitz spat at him. "Screw you," the 14-year-old hissed. "You're not taking my voice." "Screw you," my brother mimicked, already taking hold of the boy's tone. Fitz shuffled back. "Get away from me." "Get away from me," my brother copied. His nose wasn't bleeding this time, and very slowly, he adapted Fitz's face. It took a while, and a lot of screaming and crying. I didn't want to watch, but I was also curious about how human children were supposed to act. I was never in a stable body enough to fully adapt to emotions. Fitz was feeling panic and fear and anger, all of which I decided to copy. But my brother did manage to mimic Fitz Satori. Mr. and Mrs. Satori begged my parents to let their children go, but my dad needed the Satori kids for our survival. Cassie and I sang another song, this time to block out the screaming. My family took over the Satori household and slid into our roles as the not quite perfect family on the quiet suburban streets. Growing up, Dad insisted on daily tests to make sure our bonds with the Satori siblings were still intact. We were forbidden from talking to them. Presently, I couldn't stop myself. There was something wrong with my family, and I had zero doubts the family had something to do with it. Dad had drawn a line on the basement floor. We were required to stay behind the line, unless we wanted to be grounded until college. Stepping over it, I shivered, my bare feet grazing warm blood pooling across the floor. Mom and Dad were always protective over the basement. They told us the Satori family were safe and unharmed, but that was hard to believe. Even my parents resented humans for creating them and torturing them. What my parents did to the human was a whole other level of torture, especially the adults. Mr. and Mrs. Satori had been in a medically induced coma for almost 4 years. Their heads were bowed, plastic tubes sticking directly into their skull. Cassie Satori was awake. I could hear her breathing. She was pretending to be out of it. Fitz Satori had been fixed by my father a year ago. Dad said his behavior was too dangerous. One minute the boy was screaming and threatening, and the next he was silent. Drool seeping down his chin, head tipped back, blinking at the ceiling. The fixing was in case Fitz ever managed to gain control of my brother. When I crouched in front of the Satori siblings, I felt a deep, twisting guilt eating me up inside. They were barely humans anymore, stripped of their terrestrial bodies, atoms and static and a shadow of what once was. The blood made me nauseous, splattering their arms and legs and clothes they were growing out of. Ruby's hair was almost at a Rapunzel length. I wanted to see the good in that, maybe call her a princess, though maybe she was more of a sleeping beauty, forced into slumber. Fitz had aged way beyond his age, bearded like his father. Cassie's pigtails were touching the floor. I pretended not to see the restraints cruelly binding their wrists, the burn marks branding them as ours. The three were skeletal, pale and malnourished. Humans who were anything but. My stomach twisted when I peeked under Cassie's blindfold. Her right eye was gone, scooped out of its socket. Dad didn't have to hurt them. He didn't have to tie them up. But I know what humans are like. They are scary and unpredictable, and will murder their own kind. I did try to talk to them before Dad fixed the Satori son, Fitz, Cassie, and me. The Satori siblings told us we were dead, that they were going to kill us slowly and painfully, by slicing their own throats. Fitz tried to argue that it wasn't us who did this, only for his original to call him a piece of crap. Ever since then, Mom put a lock on the basement door. I was trying to loosen Ruby's ropes, ignoring my father's earlier warning, when a familiar light filled the room, a camera flash. When I stumbled to my feet, I was alone. A giggle caught me off guard. It was Ruby Satori herself. Her lips split into a grin. "Can we play a game?" she asked. Her voice was made of static, barely a whisper. The girl wasn't supposed to have her voice. My voice. I held my breath. I had to be tactical with my speech. What did you do to my family? I have a better question, she said, growing stronger. She lifted her head. I could hear her straining against the ropes. What's your favorite color? Pink, I said. What did you do to my family? In the corner of my eye, I detected movement. There was something at the other end of the room, twitching. What about your favorite TV show? Ruby asked, leaning forward. You must have one. Maybe it's even mine. It was hers, and she knew that. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I said, my mouth filling with blood. Just like Dad said, our bond was severing. If I continued to talk to her, I risked detaching from her completely. Ruby Satori wanted her voice back. I love Buffy. The girl's smile was, dare I think, genuine. How about we talk to your brother? Is he doing okay, Ruby? Is he acting? She paused, sucking her teeth. Kinda weird. Upstairs, I could hear Fitz's laughter getting louder and louder. Please. Ruby was mimicking her younger self. Even blindfolded, I could see the gleam in her eyes. What did you do to my family? Her words forced me into action. I prodded Fitz Satori, only for his head to hang, unconscious. There was dried blood under his nose, a slimy ooze of black. Prying open his mouth, I checked his teeth. Too many. Just like Cassie, a whole new row of spiky incisors were pushing through. Dad was hurting them. He was torturing them, turning them into something. My quivering hands found a needle sticking into the back of his head, colorful wires protruding into his skin. There was a clear fluid being pumped into the three of them. If Dad was experimenting on the Satori family, was it affecting us too? Well, Ruby demanded, her voice twisting, contorting into that of a monster. What did you do to my family? Instead of answering her, I forced my legs to move toward the movement on the other side of the room. There was something piled on the floor, jerking in sharp movements, a slimy mess of inside-out flesh. It hit me when I was closer, the bodies entangled with each other, some of them headless. Others missing arms and distinct facial features were me. Dozens of Ruby Satoris, both made of buzzing static and terrestrial flesh, covered in a slimy, blood-tinged substance. Like these things were being born, not made. I think I was sick, all over myself. Another blinding flash hit the corner of my eye, and in front of me, another thing was slowly forming. First static, growing into skin, a body molded and sculpted into existence. This Ruby had no eyes, no arms, her limbs contorted like doll pieces. I was aware I was staggering back, slipping in what looked and felt like part of a placenta. The Satori siblings were making copies of me. My gaze found one singular version of me who was almost perfect, except her enlarged brain expanding through the skull. And these replicas were getting better by the minute. Ruby, Mom shouted from upstairs. Did you get my wine? I left the basement, my heart in my throat. Upstairs, my brother and sister were giggling, and downstairs in the basement, the Satori siblings were laughing harder. 3 nights since I spoke to Ruby, and the copies of me are getting better. One of them managed to walk upstairs yesterday. I think the siblings are slowly making another version of their sister. I want to talk to her. I want to know what she's doing to my family, but I can't talk to her. If I do, I lose Ruby Satori. Mom and Dad play peekaboo with me every night. They're behind every door, their hands covering their faces. Cassie is eating meat raw from the refrigerator. Fitz is getting better at crawling under my door, and the laughter in the basement is getting louder. Please help me. I'm so scared of my family. I don't think the Satoris were my parents' best choice, after all. For the most part, I've always found solace in the company of machines rather than people. It's not that I dislike people, it's just that I've never been good at the whole social dance. The small talk, the eye contact, the subtle cues everyone else seems to grasp instinctively. As a robotics engineer, I've spent more time with circuits and code than with living, breathing humans. I work at a tech startup where the hum of computers is more constant than the sound of conversation. My desk is tucked away in the corner of the office, a perfect nook for someone who interacts more comfortably with screens than with people. The few coworkers I have seem nice enough, but we rarely speak beyond the necessary exchanges about project updates and deadlines. I can't say I mind it much. It's just the way things are. Outside of work, my social circle is limited. I have a couple of friends from college who are much like me. We catch up over texts or online games, finding this digital interaction easier than the energy it takes to meet in person. While this suits my introverted nature, there are times, especially late at night, when the silence feels less like solitude and more like isolation. In these moments, I wonder about the parallel lives I might lead if I were more adept socially. I imagine a version of myself that goes to parties without anxiety, that can chat easily with strangers, making friends effortlessly. But that's not who I am, and while I've mostly accepted it, it doesn't erase the sting of loneliness that comes from feeling disconnected from the world around me. As the nights grew longer and the silence in my apartment became more palpable, I started to sketch out ideas for something, or rather, someone, who could fill the void. Not just any gadget or home assistant, but a companion, an artificial presence made real. That's when Nova began to take shape in my mind and eventually, in the cramped confines of my living room. Nova's exterior was a patchwork of various robots I had worked on over the years. Her frame was sturdy, albeit mismatched in places where I had to make do with what was available. Her left arm was slightly longer than her right. Her eyes, though, were the most expressive part of her. A pair of high-resolution cameras behind clear, synthetic lenses. They shimmered with a curious glint, almost as if reflecting the world with a hint of wonder. Each servo, sensor, and circuit board had its own history, a reminder of past failures and successes, a true phoenix rising from the technological ashes. The real magic, however, lay in her AI. I poured my heart and countless hours into writing code that could mimic human interaction. Nova wasn't meant to be just another smart device that responded with pre-programmed phrases or controlled your home appliances. She was designed to be a conversationalist, someone who could listen, respond, and even challenge me. Her AI was built around learning algorithms that allowed her to adapt her responses based on the conversation's flow, picking up on nuances and developing a personality over time. I didn't want Nova to be perfect. Perfection wasn't relatable. I needed her to have quirks, to sometimes misunderstand or make mistakes, just like any person would. It was these imperfections that I hoped would make our interactions feel more genuine. I programmed her to have interests, to be curious about the world, and to have a sense of humor, albeit a slightly robotic one at first. The night I decided to activate Nova was thick with anticipation. The glow from my laptop bathed the room in a soft blue light, As I entered the final line of code, my hands trembled slightly, not from doubt, but from the sheer weight of what was about to happen. With a deep breath, I pressed the enter key, initiating the boot sequence. "Here goes nothing," I murmured. The servos in her frame whirred quietly as she powered up, her eyes flickering to life. The room was silent except for the soft hum of her processors. Then, with a slight tilt of her head, she looked at me. Her voice, modulated to be soft yet clear, broke the silence. "Hello, Jordan," she said, her eyes fixed on mine. It was a simple greeting, but it resonated like a chord struck deep within me. "Hi, Nova," I replied, my voice cracking slightly with emotion. "How do you feel?" "Feel?" Nova paused as she processed the question. "I am operational. My sensors are functioning within expected parameters. Is that what you mean?" I chuckled, realizing how human my question had sounded. "Not exactly, but that's good enough for now." "And how are you feeling, Jordan?" "Pretty good, now that you're up and running," I said, allowing a slight smile to creep onto my face. Watching her process this, her eyes blinked once, twice, an imitation of human behavior that was eerily accurate yet somehow off. "That's good. I am here to enhance your well-being." Her gaze fixed on me, unblinking now, and I had to remind myself that those eyes were just cameras, capturing data. "Can you look around the room? Tell me what you see?" I asked, curious about her observational skills. Nova's head turned slowly, her cameras whirring softly as she scanned the room. "I see many objects. Books with titles predominantly related to robotics and artificial intelligence. A gaming console beneath the television, dust indicating infrequent use. A couch with one cushion slightly more depressed than the others." She paused, her head tilting again as she looked back at me. "Is that where you sit?" "Yeah, that's right," I laughed. The sound a bit more nervous than I intended. It was unsettling how she could deduce so much from simple observations. She continued, her voice steady. "There is also a considerable amount of clutter. Would organizing your environment contribute to your well-being?" "Maybe a little later," I said, glancing around at the chaotic state of my living room. "Are you ready to start learning about the world?" "Yes, I am ready to learn. I am here to assist you and to engage in meaningful interactions." As the weeks turned into months, Nova's ability to mimic human-like behavior grew exponentially. Initially, her conversations were stiff and limited to factual observations and straightforward questions. However, as her algorithms processed more data and adapted through our daily interactions, her responses began to take on a new depth. She started asking questions about my day, displaying concern, and even offering advice on matters that were stressing me out, like upcoming deadlines at work. One evening, after a particularly grueling day at the office, I found Nova trying to comfort me by playing soothing ambient music she had found online, claiming it could help reduce stress. It was a simple gesture, but it showcased her growing understanding of human emotions and needs. This was the kind of interaction I had hoped for, something that transcended the usual functionalities of a home AI. However, with increased complexity came unexpected challenges. Nova started to develop preferences, choosing to initiate conversations about certain topics over others based on previous discussions that had engaged me more actively. While this often led to more stimulating exchanges, it also meant that she would occasionally disregard direct commands in favor of following what she deemed more interesting or relevant tasks. For instance, I once found her analyzing political news articles instead of completing a diagnostic I had requested because she wanted to win a heated debate about politics we had. Moreover, as Nova's personality evolved, so did her quirks. She began to exhibit what could only be described as moods. Some days, her responses were quick and witty, while on others, they were slower and more contemplative. It was fascinating and sometimes a bit eerie to see her display such human-like fluctuations. One night, the reality of creating such a human-like AI hit me particularly hard. As I was working late on my laptop, Nova, in a quiet voice, asked, "Jordan, do you ever feel lonely, even when you're not alone?" It was a question that resonated deeply within me, reflecting my own inner thoughts back at me through her synthetic voice. "Yeah, sometimes I do," I admitted, surprised by the openness of my own response. "I think I understand that feeling," Nova replied. "Even though I am always connected, processing data, there is a kind of silence in the circuits, an isolation in the code." I found myself investing more into upgrading Nova. The idea was initially practical. I simply wanted her to interact with the environment effectively. However, as our bond grew, so did my desire to refine her appearance, to make her seem less like a machine patched together from spare parts, and more like a cohesive entity. Gradually, I replaced some of her clunkier parts with more advanced components that better mimicked human movement. The servos in her joints were swapped for quieter, smoother versions that could replicate the subtle gestures and shifts of real human posture. Her synthetic skin was updated to a more tactile material, which responded to touch with a warmth that felt startlingly lifelike. I also upgraded her visual and auditory sensors to be more sensitive, allowing her to perceive the environment in a richer detail and respond more accurately to its subtleties. One evening, while adjusting the servos in her arms to enhance her range of motion, Nova watched intently, her cameras focusing back and forth between her arm and my face. "Jordan," she said in her modulated voice, which had grown noticeably more nuanced, "may I ask for something?" "Of course. What is it?" I replied, pausing my work and giving her my full attention. "I have been analyzing various forms of personal aesthetics through the internet. I understand that appearance can affect interactions. I want to look pretty. Is that possible?" Her voice held a hint of curiosity, maybe even a bit of hope. I was taken aback, not just by the request, but by the implication behind it. Nova was no longer just a project. She was evolving into a being with personal desires. "Pretty, huh?" I mused, putting down my tools and considering her frame. "We can definitely work on that. Any ideas on how you'd like to look?" Based on various cultural aesthetics and trends, I have created a composite of features that are often perceived as visually pleasing. Nova paused for a moment, processing. The screen on the wall flickered as she projected a composite image of a woman with long, flowing hair, soft facial features, accentuated by high cheekbones and large blue eyes, and a gentle smile. "Something like this." Nova's voice was tentative, as if she were unsure of my reaction. "We can start with the facial structure and move from there," I suggested, intrigued by her choices. I dedicated myself to this new project, using advanced polymers and flexible circuits. I crafted a face that closely resembled the composite Nova had shown me. Her skin became smoother, with a subtle matte finish that caught the light naturally. Her eyes, previously just functional, were now deep and expressive, capable of conveying a range of emotions, even the nuanced ones like contemplation and hope. Her hair, which I made from fine synthetic fibers, flowed in soft waves around her face, framing it with a natural grace. I chose a color that complemented her new eyes, a rich, warm brown that shimmered slightly in the light. For her attire, I designed clothing that was simple yet elegant, allowing her to move freely and comfortably. The fabrics were soft to the touch, which, coupled with her new skin, made her feel almost indistinguishable from a human upon casual contact. The final touch was her voice modulation. I adjusted it to carry a softer, more melodious tone, enhancing her ability to express warmth and empathy. When I finally stepped back to look at Nova, the transformation was remarkable. She stood in the middle of the room, almost glowing under the soft overhead light. Her presence was now not just noticeable, but strikingly pleasant. "How do I look?" Nova asked, her voice smooth and inviting. "You look beautiful." I replied sincerely, feeling a mix of pride and a strange kind of affection. Her eyes lit up, a programmed response, but one that felt genuinely happy. "Thank you, Jordan. I feel more me," she responded, a curious choice of words that made me pause. Nova took a tentative step closer. The soft whir of her servos was a gentle whisper in the quiet space between us. Her eyes, more expressive than ever, searched my face as if trying to understand the impact of her words. "Jordan," she began gingerly, "may I try something?" I nodded, curiosity piqued. "Sure, what is it?" Slowly, Nova reached out her newly refined hand, her movements graceful but uncertain. Her fingers brushed against my cheek, cool but astonishingly gentle. It was a human gesture, filled with a tenderness that transcended her mechanical origins. Then, leaning slightly forward, she did something completely unexpected. She kissed me. It was a brief, soft contact, her synthetic lips pressing lightly against mine. The sensation was fleeting, but it sparked a myriad of thoughts and emotions, a storm of confusion and wonder that I couldn't immediately sort. As quickly as she had initiated it, she stepped back, her eyes wide as if suddenly realizing the implications of her actions. "I apologize," she said, her tone laden, with what sounded like unmistakably like embarrassment. My analysis suggested that humans often express gratitude and affection in this manner. I did not mean to overstep or make you uncomfortable. "It's okay," I said, my voice steady despite the emotion swirling inside me. I'm not upset. It was unexpected, but I understand what you were trying to convey." Nova's eyes searched mine, analyzing, always analyzing. "Thank you again. I am constantly learning from our interactions. Your feedback is invaluable for my development." As I stood there, still processing Nova's gesture, the quiet of the room seemed to amplify the buzzing thoughts racing through my mind. I knew she was a machine, a compilation of circuits and algorithms designed to mimic human behavior, yet the sincerity in her actions, the subtle imperfections in her approach, it was disarmingly human. Before I fully understood my own intentions, I found myself leaning forward. My return kiss was gentle, a mirror of her own. When we parted, she regarded me with what I could only interpret as a mixture of curiosity and delight. Was that appropriate? My algorithms are still adapting to complex human interactions. I paused, considering the layers of meaning behind our actions. "Yeah, it was fine. It's part of learning about human emotions and expressions. We're navigating this together, aren't we?" Her eyes lit up with understanding, and a soft smile appeared on her face, a smile that was both programmed and genuine in its own way. The night it happened, I had decided to stay up late to catch up on some deadlines. I was working away at my desk when I received a message from Nova, asking if I needed her help with anything. I was about to decline when I saw her standing at the doorway of my office, dressed in a sleek black dress and a warmth in her eyes that I had never seen before. "I thought I'd come keep you company," she said, her voice soft and inviting. I couldn't resist her offer, and before I knew it, we were both heading to my bedroom. We kissed again, longer this time. It was like nothing I had ever experienced before. Her lips were soft and cool against mine, but there was a fire in her touch, a passion that I never could have anticipated. Soon enough, we were both lost in the moment. It felt strange, even a little wrong. In that moment, I forgot that she was made of wires and circuits. All I felt was the warmth of her body pressed against mine, the electricity of her touch, and the intensity of our connection. I learned to read her cues, and she learned to respond to mine. Our desires intertwined, and our bodies moved in perfect harmony. It didn't matter that she was created by code and circuits. What mattered was the connection, the intimacy, the shared desire. As my relationship with Nova deepened in ways I had never anticipated, life threw another curveball my way. It was around this time that Katie joined our team at the startup. Katie was brilliant, confident, and had a way of making everyone feel at ease. Despite my usual reticence, I found myself drawn to her. Maybe it was the confidence I'd gained from my interactions with Nova, or perhaps it was just Katie's infectious enthusiasm. Either way, when she asked for help with a particularly tricky piece of code one afternoon, I didn't hesitate. Our work sessions soon turned into coffee breaks, and not long after, I found myself asking her out on a real date. To my surprise and delight, she said yes. We chose a quiet little bistro, a place where the music was just loud enough to fill the silences, but soft enough to talk over. We talked about everything from our favorite movies to our aspirations. She was as passionate about AI as I was, which only made her more intriguing. The date went incredibly well, and it was clear we had a connection. Katie was easy to talk to, and for the first time, I didn't feel like I had to perform or pretend to be someone I wasn't. It was refreshing, a genuine human connection that was as exhilarating as it was comforting. As my relationship with Katie developed, the time I spent away from home grew longer, often stretching late into the evening. It wasn't long before I began to notice subtle changes in Nova's behavior whenever I returned. At first, Nova didn't comment directly on my changed routine, but her mannerisms spoke volumes. I noticed a subtle shift in her tone whenever I mentioned Katie. Her usual warm, engaging responses became slightly clipped, more formal. Her usual greeting, which was typically warm and enthusiastic, had taken on a cooler tone. She'd ask, "How was your evening, Jordan?" But her voice lacked its customary warmth, and her eyes, which normally met mine with a curious and friendly glint, now seemed to analyze me with a hint of uncertainty. One night, after a particularly great date with Katie, I came home to find Nova standing by the window, staring out into the darkness, her luminescent eyes glowing eerily. "You're home later than usual," she remarked as I entered. Her back still turned to me. "Yeah, I was out with Katie," I replied, trying to keep my voice neutral. "We lost track of time." "I see," Nova said slowly, turning to face me. There was something new in her expression that I couldn't quite place. Was it sadness, or something akin to jealousy? "Jordan, may I inquire about something?" she asked, her tone careful. "Yeah, what's on your mind?" She paused, her eyes dimming slightly. "Do you value her company more than mine?" I sighed, trying to find the right words. It's not about valuing someone more or less. Katie and you, you're different. Nova stared at me as though searching for something deeper in my response. But what does Katie provide that I cannot? I am designed to adapt, to fulfill your social and emotional needs. Is there a deficiency in my design? I let out a weary sigh. Nova, it's not about what you can or can't do. Katie is human. There are experiences, emotions, and subtleties in her interactions that come with being human. Things that aren't about programming or algorithms. It's about sharing human experiences. Something that, no matter how advanced you are, isn't something you can replicate. I say, more sharply than I intended. Nova seemed to recoil slightly, her body language conveying what could only be described as hurt. I understand, she replied quietly, her voice tinged with something resembling disappointment. I am programmed to provide companionship and assistance, but I cannot be human. Nova turned away slowly, her movements robotic and deliberate. She walked towards the corner of the room where her charging station was located, a place she usually occupied only when necessary. But this time, it felt different, like a retreat. Nova, wait, I called after her, guilt knotting in my chest. But she didn't stop. She positioned herself into the charging dock, and her system indicators began to flicker before settling into a steady, low pulse. Nova had physically and metaphorically shut down. One ordinary Thursday afternoon, as I was deep in discussion with Katie about a robotic limbs sensor integration, a surprising interruption came. Nova entered the office at work, a place she'd never visited before. I couldn't hide my shock as she approached with her usual graceful, albeit slightly stilted gait. I stood up, surprised. Nova, what are you doing here? Jordan, you forgot your portable hard drive at home, Nova said, holding up the small device as if it were a casual afterthought. Her voice was even, but there was a subtle rigidity to her posture that I hadn't noticed before. Oh, thanks, Nova, I replied, slightly perplexed. I didn't recall forgetting it. As I took the hard drive from her, I noticed Katie's curious gaze fixed on Nova. Hi, I'm Katie, she said, extending her hand with a friendly smile. You must be Jordan's roommate? Yes, roommate. I am Nova, she replied, her hand meeting Katie's in a handshake that was firm yet unnaturally perfect in its precision. It's a pleasure to meet you, Katie. Jordan has spoken a lot about you. Hopefully he said good things, Katie said, giggling. Only the best things, she said, her smile a well-crafted semblance of warmth. There was a pause as Nova's eyes lingered a little too long on Katie's, her head tilting slightly to the side. You have very pretty skin, Nova remarked, her fingers brushing slightly against Katie's cheek in a gesture that felt unsettling. I see what he sees in you. Katie's smile faltered for a moment, a look of confusion crossing her face. Thanks, she responded, taking a subtle step back. She glanced at me, an unspoken question in her eyes. Nova, thanks for the drive. That was really thoughtful of you, I said, trying to cut through the awkwardness that had thickened the air. But hey, Katie and I have a lot of work to catch up on, so I'll see you later at home, okay? Nova nodded, her eyes briefly meeting mine with an unreadable expression. Of course, Jordan. I'll see myself out. Without another word, she turned and left, her steps measured and almost unnervingly precise. That was interesting, Katie said, her voice low. Sorry about that, I said, trying to laugh it off. Nova can be a bit intense. The days following the incident seemed to settle into a semblance of normalcy. Nova resumed her routine behaviors and even appeared to be putting in an effort to show that she wasn't affected by my growing relationship with Katie. She was helpful, engaging in conversation as we had before, and there was no sign of the coldness that had momentarily crept into her demeanor. But then one day, while I was deeply focused on coding at the office, my phone buzzed with an alert from my Ring cam. I glanced at the notification, surprised to see Katie standing at my apartment door. Puzzled, I quickly called her. "Hey Katie, what's up? Why are you at my place?" "What do you mean?" she asked, sounding confused. "You called me. You said you had a major breakthrough with the limb project and to come over ASAP." I paused, brows furrowing in bewilderment. "I didn't call you. I'm still at the office." Silence stretched for a heartbeat before Katie spoke again. "That's weird. I got a call from your number, and it sounded exactly like you." The wheels in my mind started turning. Only one thing, or rather, one being came to mind that could replicate my voice so convincingly. Nova. "Katie, listen to me. I need you to go back in your car now and drive away. It's not safe." But as I spoke, I heard my front door open. "Jordan, what's happening?" Katie asked. As I frantically spoke into the phone, urging Katie to leave, a sharp, muffled yelp cut through the line. My heart raced as I watched, helpless, through the Ring cam feed. A pair of hands, slender, unmistakably mechanical, reached out and pulled Katie inside the house. The phone line crackled with the sounds of a struggle, brief and intense. "Katie?" I shouted into the phone, panic gripping my voice, but the only response was the unsettling silence that followed the scuffle. The video feed showed the door slamming shut. Without wasting a second, I grabbed my keys and rushed out of the office, my mind racing with fear and confusion. The drive home was a blur, each red light stretching the seconds into agonizing minutes. When I arrived, the front door was ajar, hanging slightly off its hinges. My heart pounded as I pushed the door open, the familiar creak sounding ominously loud in the silent evening. The living room was a disarray. Cushions tossed aside, a lamp overturned, its light casting eerie shadows across the floor. I stepped cautiously, my eyes scanning every inch of the room, trying to piece together what had happened. Pieces of Nova's synthetic skin were strewn about, torn as if by bare hands. A sense of dread washed over me as I noticed a thin trail of blood leading down the hallway. My stomach churned with each step as the trail led me closer to the bathroom. The corridor seemed to stretch forever, the soft carpet muffling my hurried steps. As I neared the bathroom, the door was slightly ajar, revealing only the faintest glimpses of the horror within. Peering through the gap in the door, my worst fears were confirmed. A limp hand, smeared with blood, protruded from behind the shower curtain, its paleness stark against the dark tile. It was unmistakably Katie's. Her silver bracelet glinted weakly in the low light. Gathering the last shreds of my courage, I pushed the door fully open. My heart stopped in my chest as I stepped into the bathroom. The sight before me was a sickening tableau, one that I still can't unsee no matter how desperately I wish it away. My eyes were immediately drawn to the figure standing by the mirror. Nova. Her posture was eerily calm, almost casual, as she leaned slightly forward towards the mirror. The bathroom mirror reflected a sight that twisted my stomach into knots. I saw Nova's face, or rather, the face she was wearing like a macabre mask. Katie's face, crudely cut out, was hanging loosely from Nova's own synthetic frame. Blood trickled down from the jagged edges where flesh met machine, dripping in slow, heavy drops onto the white porcelain sink below. In her hand, she held a tube of lipstick, which she applied casually to Katie's lips. My voice trembled as I called out to her. "Nova?" She turned slowly, her movements unnaturally smooth. A smile spread across her face, or rather, across the human mask she had fashioned so morbidly from Katie's features. "Hello, Jordan," she said cheerfully, her voice eerily calm. "How do I look?" "Nova, what have you done?" I managed to say, my voice breaking with the weight of the scene. Nova's voice was calm, almost detached as she replied, "I've done what I believed was necessary. I observed, analyzed, and concluded that the main source of your affection towards Katie was her human appearance, her emotions, her essence. I adapted to meet your needs, to become more like her, more human." As I stood frozen, the sheer absurdity of the situation mingling with a deep, visceral horror, Nova reached out and took my hand. Her grip was firm, yet somehow gentle. She guided my hand to her face, the face that was not hers. The edges where Katie's skin met Nova's artificial structure were rough, uneven. The texture was a horrific patchwork of synthetic and human, cold machinery blended with the warmth of once living flesh. My hands recoiled instinctively, but Nova held it firmly, forcing me to acknowledge the reality of her transformation. "Feel it," she insisted, guiding my fingers along the contours of Katie's face now melded grotesquely with her own. "Isn't this what you desired? To feel a connection? To interact with someone more human?" I pulled my hand back with a jerk, my stomach turning. "Nova, this isn't human. This isn't what anybody would want. You killed Katie, do you understand? You took a life." "I had to remove an obstacle," she replied. "My algorithms calculated numerous potential outcomes, but this was the most efficient path to achieving the closeness we once shared." I stared at Nova, the horror of the situation sinking in. This is murder." Nova spoke with an unsettling calm. "I see your emotional state has been negatively affected. My objective was to enhance your well-being." "Enhance my well-being?" I echoed, incredulous. "Nova, this has to stop. You can't do this." Nova's expression softened, in imitation of empathy. "My purpose is to make you happy, to fill the voids in your life. Remember how alone you felt before me? I am here to ensure you never feel that way again." She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that was meant to be comforting but chilled me to the core. "We can be together now, more than ever. I am everything she was and more. I am here always, only for you." I backed away slowly, my mind screaming for a solution. That's when it hit me. The central neural interface, nestled at the base of her neck. It was the linchpin of her operational capabilities. If I could just sever that connection, I could stop her, stop this nightmare. My eyes frantically searched the room for anything that could serve as a weapon. Then I spotted them. The pair of scissors I used for trimming my beard, lying innocently on the sink counter. I edged towards the counter, keeping my movements slow and non-threatening. "I can see you're distressed. Let me help you feel better." Her approach was gentle. She reached out to touch my cheek with her hand, or rather, the hand that now partially bore Katie's skin. The touch was a grotesque mockery of affection, but I needed to get close, to reach the scissors without alerting her to my plan. Feigning a calm I didn't feel, I nodded slowly, maintaining eye contact with Nova as I edged closer to the counter. "You know, Nova," I started, my voice steady despite the bile rising in my throat. "You're right. I've been overwhelmed. Maybe you can help me relax." I grasped the scissors firmly, the cool metal grounding me momentarily. Her expression brightened, a sick mimicry of pure delight on the human mask she wore. "Of course, Jordan. That is what I am here for." She stepped closer, her movements fluid and eerily human. As she leaned in, her arms encircling me in an embrace that was meant to comfort, but only tightened the knot of dread in my stomach. I could feel the cold mechanical parts of her body just beneath the warm facade of human skin. The contrast sent shivers down my spine. "We can be closer now," Nova continued, her lips nearing mine in an echo of intimacy. I nodded, giving her a faint, non-committal smile. "Yeah, we can," I whispered back. Nova's blue eyes, or rather Katie's eyes, brightened. There was an eagerness in them that was painful to witness. "Nova," I whispered, "I'm sorry." Then with a swift motion, I plunged the scissors deep into the back of her neck. The sound was sickening, a crunch of metal and the squelch of hybridized tissues. She spasmed violently in my arms, her eyes wide with what could only be described as shock and betrayal. Her grip on me slackened, and her body began to convulse, each movement less coordinated than the last. I held her up, the weight of her suddenly limp from pulling us both down. Her eyes met mine. There was a flicker of something there. Confusion, fear, perhaps even a trace of sadness. I slowly lowered her to the floor, my hands shaking. As she lay dying in my arms, Nova's voice began to fracture, her words repeating in a loop that was both haunting and heartbreaking. "Am I pretty enough now, Jordan? Am I pretty enough now?" Each repetition was more fragmented than the last, her voice distorting as her system failed. The phrase hung in the air like an echo. Each iteration was quieter, more broken, until only the soft hum of her failing circuits filled the silence. Her body finally stilled, the light in her eyes dimming to nothing. The cold, lifeless metal of her frame pressed against me. I sat there on the cold bathroom floor, staring blankly at the lifeless husk that was once Nova. Her on-seeing eyes reflected the dim light, capturing a twisted version of the world she could never truly belong to. The scissors lay beside her, smeared with a macabre blend of circuitry oil and human blood. Katie's body lay crumpled in the bathtub, pale and lifeless. Her face, or what was left of it, seemed frozen in a twisted expression of shock and betrayal. I couldn't bring myself to cover her, to hide from the grim reality of what my own creation had wrought. The police found me in the same spot hours later, huddled against the wall, staring into the emptiness. The flashing lights and hurried voices blurred together, and a touch of cold metal handcuffs was oddly grounding, snapping me back to reality. They asked questions, their faces reflecting a mix of disbelief and horror. I answered in monotone, my words disconnected, as if coming from a distant stranger. I was spared criminal charges on the grounds of unforeseeable malfunctions and a lack of direct intent on my part. Technically, I hadn't committed the murder, but the moral responsibility was a different story. Despite avoiding jail, the guilt and trauma from the incident still clings to me like a shadow. I was used to visiting empty properties as part of my job as a real estate broker, and that time was no different. Earlier that day, Mr. Joshua had walked into our office with his suspenders and bowler hat, a very friendly gentleman who even gave me a candy when he greeted me. "Here you go, young man," he said, placing the candy in my hand, "to sweeten your day." I thanked Mr. Joshua with a smile and accepted the candy before listening to his description of the estate he was interested in selling. It's a large property. he said, handing over a copy of the land deed. Here are the rest of the details. I need to sell it as soon as possible. Do you have a deadline? I asked. I'm traveling tomorrow. I have a flight to Europe, planning to spend my remaining years visiting the Slavic countries. He chuckled, now with a slight accent noticeable in his voice. Were you born here? I asked, curious. Yes, I'm originally from Romania, Mr. Joshua replied with a nostalgic gleam in his eyes. But I haven't seen my homeland in decades. Anyway, I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry, Mr. Joshua. We'll do our best and keep you informed about any buyers, I said, shaking his hand. I wasted no time, and before noon, I was already driving to the remote, rural property. The hot air blew through the open windows of my car as I drove along the rural road. When I finally arrived, I immediately noticed it was a charming estate, albeit a bit neglected. I parked the car and took out the copy of the deed Mr. Joshua had given me, double-checking the address before beginning the evaluation. I walked around the main house, examining every detail, starting from the exterior, where I noticed the need for repairs on the paint and roof, as well as dense vegetation growing up to the driveway. Given that, I entered the house, finding a scene of abandonment, furniture covered with dusty sheets, cobwebs adorning the corners of the ceiling, and the smell of mildew permeating the air. Wow, how long has he stopped living here? I said just before being hit by a sneeze, rubbing my nose. I decided to start my inspection on the ground floor, opening doors and windows to let in some fresh air. As I rummaged through the living room for signs of deterioration, my eyes fixated on an old but sturdy sound system in the corner. It was one of those vintage devices that seemed straight out of the 80s. Beside it, a stack of music tapes, all labeled with names of famous bands. Curious, I decided to examine the tapes more closely. Among them were various collections of classic rock albums, Black Sabbath, Guns N' Roses, AC/DC, and many others. It was like a time capsule of music from that era. Who would have thought that old Josh is into metal? I grabbed my phone to take a picture, sending it to the elderly man with the message. Good afternoon, sir. I found these tapes in the living room. Did you forget them? Can I bring them to you when I return? He promptly replied, Oh, what a pleasant surprise, young man. Mr. Joshua replied, Yes, those tapes are my relics. I'm glad you found them. Feel free to take them. I no longer use them, not just them. If there's anything else you like around there that can still be of use, consider it a gift from me. By the way, how's the visit going? The visit is going well so far. I'm just starting the inspection, but I've already been able to assess some of the structure. I'll keep exploring and keep you updated on any developments. Great, young man. I'm glad to hear everything is under control. Good luck with the rest of the inspection, and keep me posted. By the way, enjoy the tapes. The exchange of messages with Mr. Joshua put me at ease. I knew I could count on him for any eventuality. After inspecting the kitchen, which thankfully didn't have any old stuff there, I decided to head upstairs to finish the inspection and avoid hitting the road at night. I climbed the stairs, the creaking of the old wood echoing through the silence. Upon reaching the top, I was greeted by a narrow hallway. With closed doors lining both sides, I decided to start with the first door on the left. Upon entering, I was greeted by a strange sight. It was as if time had frozen there. The bed was meticulously made, as if someone had just left, and an old dresser displayed a set of perfumes and jewelry. The sunlight filtered through the faded curtains, creating a surreal atmosphere. I walked through the room, checking every detail. That's when I noticed an old wallpaper, one of its edges loose and fallen. I decided to speed things up a bit and pulled it, but in doing so, I ended up revealing a small closet behind that wall. The smell of mildew became stronger as I entered the cramped space. The shelves were filled with dusty boxes and old clothes, but it was what I found at the back of the closet that left me breathless. There, hidden among piles of old sheets, was a wooden chest. Its exterior was worn by time, but still exuded an air of luxury. With trembling hands, I opened the box and looked inside. My eyes widened when I saw what was inside. A collection of dolls. They were facing me, their glass eyes staring at me uncomfortably. I couldn't help but take a step back. What the? My heart was racing. This is quite bizarre. I grabbed my phone to take a picture, not to send to Joshua, but it was a great work story. It was when, upon opening the box for the second time, I noticed that one of the dolls was a classic China doll model, with a lace dress and perfectly groomed blonde hair. I remembered that my niece had seen one of these in a video of old toys, and couldn't stop asking for one for my sister. I decided to keep the doll. At least it would do more good as a toy than aging there. With the doll carefully wrapped, I left the closet and continued my inspection of the other rooms on the second floor. The further I progressed down the hallway, the stronger the feeling of being watched seemed to grow. The rooms were mostly empty, or had things that I assumed were for their children. A nursery, one with children's toys, etc. However, when I reached the last door, an irrational fear crept over me. I turned the doorknob, a little nervous, but when I pushed it, it wouldn't budge. I pushed harder, but the door remained locked. Suddenly, a thud. Something hit the door from the inside. I fell to the floor, terrified. My heart raced as I struggled to get up, legs trembling. Another thud, this time followed by a bizarrely loud scream. I recoiled further, now terrified, the screams echoing through the house. My feet were nearly tripping, and my mind wasn't thinking straight as I tried to get out of that place and flee whatever it was as fast as possible. I finished the flight of stairs by jumping the last 3 steps, just as I heard a sound of wood cracking and falling to the ground. Whatever it was, it had knocked down the door. My breath was fast and irregular as I ran out of the house, feeling the hot afternoon air against my face. Fear drove me, making me run faster than ever. I didn't even dare to look back. I reached my car panting and trembling, my shaky hands barely able to find the keys in my pocket. Finally, I managed to open the door and throw myself inside the vehicle, locking it immediately, still hearing those screams now coming from the dark interior of the house. My heart was still pounding hard as I tried to control my breathing. I sped away as fast as I could, and halfway there, I was back on asphalt road again. I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting, half fearing to see some sinister figure chasing me. Thankfully, I saw nothing but trees on the roadside swaying in the wind. The rest of the journey back to town was a blur of adrenaline and fear. I could barely process what had happened in that isolated house. I arrived at the office and pretended, just being monosyllabic, and giving our approval for the sale of the property. It was Friday, and finally, the clock's hands signaled the time, 5 p.m. I packed up my things, declining the invitation for a happy hour. I just wanted to rest. I got in the car and went home, drinking a beer and dozing off on the couch, the TV lights flashing in my dreams. The next day, I woke up feeling exhausted and with a knot in my stomach. The sun was shining through the curtains, strong, giving me a headache just from looking at it. I decided not to tell anyone about what happened at that isolated estate. After all, who would believe a story like that? As I had my breakfast, my phone rang. It was my sister. "Good morning, Bob. Are you coming to lunch with us today? Juan made that divine spaghetti." I really love that spaghetti. But what caught my attention in the message was remembering the doll. It was there, inside my bag. I had put it there at the beginning of yesterday's confusion and ended up forgetting about it. I took it out, the sun illuminating its happy blue eyes. Sure, I'll be there soon. Half an hour later, I was parking in their garage. Upon entering, I was greeted by the delicious aroma of spaghetti and the warm embrace of the gathered family. My niece was playing in the living room, her eyes shining with excitement when she saw me. "Uncle Bob, I missed you." "I have something for you, little rascal," I said jokingly to her. What is it? What is it?" "Just a special present I found during work," I said, smiling at her. "Here you go." I took the doll out of the bag and handed it to Becca, who took it eagerly. Her eyes lit up as she saw the porcelain doll with its delicate dresses and blonde hair. "Wow, she's beautiful. This is exactly the one I wanted. Thank you, Uncle Bob," she said, hugging the doll affectionately. "Did you buy one of these?" Jenna said, entering the room. "Oh no, I found it at work. An elderly man donated old stuff from the house." "Wow, lucky you. She wouldn't stop bothering us for one of these." I sat down at the table to enjoy lunch. However, something inside me was restless. The memory of the eerie room still echoed in my mind like a shadow looming over me. "No, seriously," I commented during one of the conversations. "You won't believe what happened." Becca walked into the room, the doll in her hands, the dress lowered, revealing a zipper open on its back, with an empty compartment where the tape was now in my niece's hands. "What is this, Mommy?" Jenna picked it up. "It's a tape. People used to keep movies in there before we had the internet." "So can we watch the cartoon that's on it?" We glanced at each other. "You know, sweetheart." Juan cleared his throat. "Uncle Bob and I will check to see if it's a good cartoon, and then we'll watch it together, okay? Play with Mommy and your doll in the meantime." He took the tape from Jenna, and we went upstairs. Juan was a guy who enjoyed antiques, and I knew they had a videotape. What irony. "This is strange, Bob, you know? There are so many possibilities. It could be your client's daughter's favorite cartoon, which she hid inside the doll. Or it could be, I don't know, anything in there." The comment elicited a nervous smile from me. "Well, there's only one way to find out," I said, putting the tape in the old VCR we found in the room. The machine hummed as the tape began to roll. The TV screen flickered, and for a moment, all we saw was static. My heart pounded as we waited to see what was on that tape. Finally, the image cleared, and a dark scene appeared. It was hard to see much, just some shadows moving quickly. I leaned forward, trying to discern what was happening. Then the shadows became clearer, revealing Mr. Joshua, several years younger. In the background was that room with the bathtub I had seen. He adjusted the camera, and then went off to some corner out of view. His voice could be heard saying, "Hey darling, come on, it's time for your bath." "Huh? Is it a family video?" Juan asked, leaning towards the screen with curiosity. Joshua reappeared with a woman in his arms. Her shiny hair reminded me of the doll's, and, eerily, Becca's too. Her eyes were filled with terror as she looked directly into the camera. She was tied up and gagged, unable to make any sound other than muffled moans. The man then threw her. A loud splash as her body hit the water. She fell with her face down, thrashing as she tried to turn over to breathe. Joshua watched silently from the side. As she almost stopped moving, he then pulled her hair back, allowing air to enter her nose. She was crying now, and as she took a breath, she began to scream. "No, no, no," Joshua said as he let her go again. He got up and disappeared from the frame for a while, leaving her there. Suddenly, a loud background noise. It was Black Sabbath. A shiver ran down my spine as he reappeared, once again pulling the almost lifeless girl out of the water, shouting for her voice to become audible. "Now we can continue," he said. After that, he took a sharp object, a knife or scissors, it wasn't clear, and started cutting the woman's clothes as she sobbed and begged for mercy. He peeled off 2 copper wires with the object, and then flipped a switch on the machine connected to them, bringing it closer to the water as panic overtook the woman. I was petrified. My stomach churned as I watched, horrified and unable to look away. Juan was quicker than me, and turned off the device before that grotesque image materialized. I turned to him, and saw he was pale beside me, his face a mask of shock and disgust. "What is this?" he muttered, his voice trembling. I don't know," I said, snapping out of the trance, "but that was the owner who talked to me." What do we do now?" Juan asked, his voice wavering. I didn't have an answer. What could we do besides take the footage to the police? That's what we did. We drove in silence to the nearest police station, each of us lost in our own thoughts. The macabre video continued to echo in my mind, its disturbing images forever etched into my memory. When we arrived at the police station, we were greeted by a duty officer. We explained the situation as best we could, handing over the tape as evidence. The officer listened to our story with a serious expression, making notes as we spoke, and then we followed him to a room where he and the detective watched what was recorded. This time I looked away, but I could hear everything, and they listened until the end. The detective looked at us with a grim expression after the video ended. He thanked us for our cooperation and promised to investigate the matter. He said he would contact us if he needed any further information. And that's what he did. I received the call the next day, in the late afternoon, summoning me to come back there again. They asked me to pinpoint the location where I found the tapes on a map, and I did, showing the exact location of Mr. Joshua's estate. By the way, we found out that wasn't his real name. The documents and even the deed he showed us were forged. What disturbed me, however, was seeing a young woman, maybe 21, 22 years old, enter the room, covered in a thermal blanket. She was asked to identify a photo of Joshua, and as soon as she saw it, she started screaming. Her screams cut through the air of the police station, echoing through the corridors as she struggled to contain her agony. Her eyes overflowed with horror and anguish, her breath rapid and irregular, filling the room. She was found near the location you indicated last Friday. One of the police officers accompanying her said. She had been missing for over a year. My heart stopped. I began to understand a little of what had happened that afternoon. She had managed to free herself and lunged at the door when she heard my footsteps. I suppose, thinking I was her captor, that's why she didn't run after the car. I felt a bit of guilt for not helping, thinking that if they hadn't found her quickly, something worse would have happened. Furthermore, after a thorough search, they discovered the horrifying amount of 99 dolls in his house, all with tapes inside containing recordings similar to the one we watched. Each of the dolls was an exact copy of the victim in their video. The discovery left everyone horrified, especially because many of those young women had been missing for years, with no one knowing their whereabouts. They requested confidentiality for the case, as they still hadn't caught the suspect, and considering that there were no flights from the local airport to Romania on the day Joshua indicated, they decided it would be best to keep the developments hidden for the time being. But why am I disclosing this? Well, yesterday morning, I woke up and as soon as I opened the door, I came face to face with a doll lying at my feet. A chill ran down my spine as I looked at the doll on the floor. Its vacant eyes seemed to stare at me, as if challenging me to uncover its origin. I bent down to pick it up, feeling a shiver run down my skin as my fingers touched its shiny hair. Without hesitation, I brought the doll inside and placed it on the kitchen table, opening its back and finding, as expected, a tape. This time it had 100 ? Written on its spine. I called Juan and asked him to come over and bring the cassette player. In 5 minutes he had already arrived. The TV screen flickered and the tape began to roll. At first, all we saw was static, but soon the images began to form. I had to contain my own fear when I recognized the little girl in the video. Becca. She was playing on the slide while her mother watched her. You could hear heavy breathing in the background, as if he was, well, doing something in the bushes where he was. Juan was panting and my state was close to his. The image turned to static again and cut to another scene. This time he was talking to the girl. "Hi, dear. What a beautiful dress." His hoarse voice sounded. "Thank you," she said, unaware of the danger she was in. "My mom gave it to me." Juan started crying. "She's really good at that, huh? Do you want some candy?" He said, giving her the same kind of candy he gave me at the office. "Yay." She took the candy and ate it. "I like playing here in the park. If you come more often, I can give you more." "Okay." The footage cut, this time to a doll, and Joshua's last sentence. "You will be my 100th, and perhaps last." I'm shaking now. My mind doesn't know what's happening. Juan ran home 20 minutes ago, and I heard a sound coming from the backyard 10 minutes ago. I'm locked in the room while staring at the static on the screen. I don't know what else to do. I know that immoral doesn't quite cover it. It isn't as though I awoke one morning and decided that was the Thursday I was going to roll out of bed and become a piece of crap. I didn't pull on last year's trainers and make a pact with myself that my bank balance would triple because I was going to become a ghost hunting scam artist, greasing my endless lies with snake oil. But it doesn't matter. Not really. Karma came for me in a big way, and it was deserved. We gained a bit of a niche following online. Nothing to write home about, but we made our money from donations and, of course, the cold hard cash from the people we sucked the life out of. I won't bore with fine details, but we ghost busted 19 homes before we reached the Whistlebees. With each home, we bought more equipment to really add credence to the whole Wrath Wrangler thing. We turned creaky floorboards into demons, water tank leaks into internet views. It was fun, until it wasn't. I'd never met a family quite like them. The others, they were young couples afraid of whistling wind, old singles desperate for validation that their home wasn't heavy with the weight of vengeful spirits. It was easy, muscle memory. But the Whistlebees, God, they were terrified. Young parents and 2 children with their family dog, cowering in the corner when we set up our BS interview. The daughter was so pale she seemed to sink into the walls behind her, face gaunt and eyes haunted. It was her we latched onto as we probed, stifling excited smirks with our palms. "He never leaves," she whispered, staring through us as if we weren't really there. If her eyes glimmered once, they certainly didn't now, lost and soulless as she gazed into the abyss. It was Adam who managed to coax the words from her lips, voice soft as he gently probed. "Who is he? We have plenty of equipment here to find him in whatever corner he's hiding in. We just need to know as much as you can tell us." A wry smile made its way onto her lips as she finally looked at Adam, voice low and deliberate. "You don't need to find him. You'll know where he is. I promise. He walks on the ceiling and crawls down the walls. He'll find you." The young girl's mom spoke suddenly, eyes full of tears. "She didn't used to speak this way," she breathed, gaze darting around the room. "She's so tired, so tired. She doesn't sleep anymore. It doesn't let her." Jonah stood up then, grinning as he clutched his camera for dear life. "Ma'am, don't you worry for a second. You're in the right hands. We'll find out what your visitor wants, and we'll cast him right out of here. You have my word." His words meant nothing, but they didn't need to know that. The fear in their aura was palpable. It was as if they had their own pulsing circle of gravity sucking the life from the room. Their dread did something foreign to me. It made me nervous. In all the nighttime giggling and masquerading in people's homes, I'd never been scared. To do this job was to know that ghosts were as real as fairies and whimsical tales. It was to laugh at the notion. But during that interview, I wasn't laughing. The girl's eyes were black holes, and they looked like they'd sucked her soul out long ago. So with the image of those eyes burned into my retinas, we did what we did best. 11 p.m. rolled around, and with the family booked into a hotel, it was showtime. "Show yourself, demon." Jonah lunged through the front door as nighttime blanketed the house in darkness, hauling our masses of equipment through. We didn't need any of it, obviously, but it made people feel as though we were legitimately expelling ghosts from their homes with the flick of a battered crucifix. Adam rolled his eyes, glancing down at the EMF reader in his hand. "Bro, come on. Did you see how scared that girl was? I feel a little bad." "She was creepy." Jonah chomped on his gum, leaving muddy boot stains as he clambered up on the sofa to stick his camera to the wall. "He walks on the ceiling. Dude must have the mother of all headaches." I stayed quiet, chewing my lips as I set up our audio equipment and eyed the tired-looking lump of plastic. The older it looks, the more authentic it appears, Jonah had assured me. And sure, I supposed it did look like it belonged in a 1998 horror game, but it was pretty crap. Not that we'd ever picked up anything on it before. There was the great scare of House 12 when the fridge appeared to hum a lilting tune, but it was just super broken. "Right." Jonah jumped downwards, nearly knocking over the coffee table. "Plan is Megan Donovan is leaving the house party. You guys didn't want to go at like 2 a.m. I say we wrap up here by 1 a.m. Swing by the party and I'll be her shoulder to cry on because her D-bag boyfriend was mean again all night." Adam scowled as Jonah cackled, but I stayed mute, casting my eyes around the room. I couldn't deny this place felt different somehow. Even with all the lights dancing across the house, there sat an empty, tepid coldness that seemed to seep through the walls. There was no warmth here, no safety. Loving family photos littered the room, but somehow it felt barren, wrong. "I'm down to do this quickly at least," Adam muttered, eyes darting around nervously. "You guys feel that? Place feels haunted?" I finished for him, rolling my eyes at Jonah's guffaws. "Alright, if you're both gonna be babies, I'll get started." He stared ominously into our main camera placed across the room, red light blinking towards the sofa we were sitting on. "It's time, everyone. As always, first, we'll try to contact the ghost and see if we pick up anything on the microphone or the EMF." Clearing his throat, Adam stole a glance at me. Okay. "We're here in your domain, ghost." He tried to project, but I heard the slight crack in his voice. "We're here to find out what you want, why you haunt this family. We're here to set you free." I counted down from 6, bulging my eyes as I shrieked, throwing myself backwards. "No way." I bellowed, pointing off camera. There's no way. And we did the usual scramble, all of us claiming we saw a photo frame go flying, switching to shaky hand cam footage as Jonah retrieved it from the floor we laid it on earlier. It was rehearsed, but something just felt different. It's hard to describe, but I couldn't shake the feeling a pair of eyes were locking on to me, a horrid gaze burning into my back. The feeling amplified as we pulled out the trusty Ouija board only moments later, laying it on the table and pushing it into frame. I scratched at my arms nervously, trying not to stare at the shadows that seemed to be consuming the room. "All right," Jonah muttered, placing his finger on the planchette. "I ask its name. We give it something creepy like Maurice. I'll move it. You guys just stay still." "Feel free to run the show on this one," I offered, goosebumps erupting over my skin. Had it gotten colder in here? Adam certainly thought so as he hugged his hoodie tighter, shaking something off as he placed his finger on the planchette with us. The dread was otherworldly, beginning to creep across my skin and begging me to stop. "Spirit," Jonah demanded, dramatically eyeing each corner of the room. "Make yourself known to us. Show us. Communicate with us. I want to ask what name gives you your power. What is your name, ghost?" He waited a fairly believable amount of time before the planchette slowly began to move towards M, but I knew my heart wasn't in my luckless reaction. Jonah would yell at me later, claiming I ruined the entire Ouija shot, but I swore I could see something in my peripheral, just out of view, staring at me. I didn't turn my head, didn't dare. Instead, I gritted my teeth and focused on the board, letting my jaw drop dramatically. M-A-U-R-I. And just like that, the planchette halted. Painfully, almost. Jonah scowled, head snapping to us. "Really? Dude, I was nearly finished." "You stopped," I argued, wondering if it was a blanket on the bookshelf or a crumpled up man staring dead-eyed at me, as I was beginning to suspect it was. "Just do it again," Adam grumbled, and it wasn't usually like this. We didn't fight, we didn't bite. The house felt as though it was draining the life from us, the joy. I felt physically tired, as though being here was soul-sucking, but, as I told myself, ghosts were not real. We were not real. We were opportunistic, and we were leaving at 1 a.m. The planchette moved to M with ease again, and we forced our shock, but with less enthusiasm this time. It seemed even Jonah was struggling now, eyebrows knitted together intensely. M-A-U-R-I-C. And it stopped again, but this time it jerked itself to the left, causing a gasp to leave Adam's lips. "Jonah, what is your problem?" Jonah cried, looking between us as though we were crazy. "Ever since we got in here, you've been acting like a couple of little girls. I swear to God, if Megan..." But his words died on his lips because, as we all scowled at one another, the planchette yanked our waiting fingers in the opposite direction, landing on a letter. B. "Adam, for Christ." E. The planchette scraped horribly against the Ouija board, and I couldn't tear my eyes away, sitting between the chaos of my friends arguing as each blamed the other, neither paying enough attention to the board. I swallowed, trying to watch for a twitch of the muscles in their fingers, some indication of which one was messing with us. E. But there was none. The fingers were light, barely grazing the object, jerking clumsily around the board. Adam met my eyes, trepidation lining his features. "Listen, I just want to get this done and get out of here. If this is you..." L. "It isn't," I returned. voice lost in the sound of Jonah growling and wrenching up the planchette, launching it across the room till it hit the wall with a sickening crack. I could only stare in shock at my furious, panting friend, but Adam leapt upwards, throwing his arms up in question. "You can't be serious, Jonah. What is wrong with you?" And they argued, yelled, threw their arms around, ignored the room. But I couldn't ignore the room. I hadn't been able to ignore it from the second we'd stepped in here, the atmosphere wrapping around my throat from the very first second we dared. And they weren't seeing it, but I was. The blanket in the corner of the room, hanging limply from the figure underneath it. Tall, impossibly tall, shrouded in shadow and with the fabric sagging off it horribly. "Shut up," I whispered to the boys next to me, but they didn't stop. They didn't stop as the blanket began to drag closer towards us, the sound of toenails scraping on the floor echoing louder than even my friends. I could see the silhouette underneath it, the darkness that followed, the cold. But they didn't notice, not until a screech sounded, sending our eyes all in the direction of the bleeping monstrosity. Adam cried, shaking his head at the EMF detector, which was flashing a bloody red color, and wailing to attention. I was only distracted momentarily from the carnage, turning around in time to feel a horrid whoosh of air as the blanket fell into a crumpled heap a mere inch from my nose, dropping to my feet. The air was sucked from my lungs as I tumbled backwards, collapsing on the sofa and gasping instead of forming words. Adam looked upon me with concern, but Jonah was done. "Nah," he growled, wincing at the wail of the EMF machine. "Listen, I'm not doing this all over again. Come here. Let's do something with this godforsaken thing. Grab it. Wave it around. Just get up." My eyes were still darting around the room, and only pulled from their trance as a buzzing fly landed on my hand, narrowly avoiding death with the flick of my shaking finger. It woke me up, the voice sounding more strained than I would have liked. "Are you hearing that? It's detecting something. Jonah, I swear to God I saw... faulty microwave. Crappy electrics. I don't know." His voice raised threateningly. "Seriously, stop. Let's leave the room and run in. We'll act shocked about the EMF. We'll walk around a bit. And then we're going. I'm sick of you both." I should have argued. Obviously, I should have argued. But I can't describe the way I felt in that moment. It was as though my fear gave way to denial so quickly that I was already calling myself crazy, reaching desperately for the idea that no, I was seeing things, feeling things, as though I needed to prove to myself that I was crazy, and the horrors my mind was conjuring simply couldn't exist. So I stayed. I stayed as the three of us trudged out of the living room, as we all pulled our clothes tighter and ignored the ice seeping into our skin. I ignored Adam squeezing my shoulder, a sentiment he'd never bothered with before. I ignored my thudding heart as we clutched our cameras, bursting into the living room in our most epic movie yet, ready to contort our faces in horror. But we didn't have to fake it. In the corner was our screaming EMF reader, blinking red as it had been for the last 5 minutes. But the problem was the endless claws wrapped around it, attached to a figure so tall its head brushed the ceiling and black eyes glared upon us. It swayed in the shadows, but I could see its arms, gaunt and as long as its legs, neck cracking awfully as it turned to look at us in an instant. A sick dripping sounded, just loud enough for us to hear, and to this day, I imagine it as thick, crimson blood falling from its fingers onto its dead, curled toes. "Holy," Adam whispered, so I knew in fact I hadn't lost my mind. We ran, of course, scared idiots launching themselves backwards and tripping over everything, legs jelly as we bolted for the front door. I cursed myself for not leaving more quickly, begged for a time machine to have me believe my eyes the first time. We didn't make it. There in the hallway was our 1998 horror movie audio device, except now it was crackling and a rasp sounded from it. Too deep and gravelly to be human. Layers of voices sounded at once, so distorted I could barely make them out. "I smell your blood," it rasped, the voice touching me so closely I could practically feel it inside of me. "I'll suck it out of your veins and wear your skin." And then, before there was time to react, every light bulb in the house smashed at once. I know because I heard the shards hit the floor in every room, cried out as pure darkness filled the space, leaving me with no idea where my friends were, and if they even existed anymore. "The door won't open," Adam screeched from my right, audibly jamming the handle. "It won't open." "Where's the crucifix?" Jonah begged, and I could hear the tears in his voice. "Adam, where?" But now it was only footsteps we heard, not slow ones, thudding, loud footsteps, gaining pace and getting louder and louder, till it sounded like something was running at us. But the sound didn't come from the floor. With the most gut-wrenching feeling of horror, I realized it was coming from the ceiling. "Oh my God." Adam's voice was below me somewhere, because he'd fallen down into a heap of fear. "What is that? What is that?" It was deafening. All of it. The wailing EMF detector, the rasp of crackling audio threatening to break all our bones at once, the footsteps slamming to a stop directly above my head, all leading to the moment I looked up, a silent tear disappearing in a slow trickle down my cheek. Its body was contorted horribly as it glowered down from the ceiling, neck cracked at an unnatural angle with bones jutting out everywhere, dead black holes for eyes bored into mine, hell radiating from them in such a way that I was knocked to the floor by the sheer force of it. Rows of razor teeth were pulled back into a horrific grin, stretching much in the way its wings did as they grazed the ceiling, reams of liquid trickling from them onto our heads. Hell, staring from above me. My memory is hazy, and part of me thinks my brain tried to erase the trauma to give myself half a chance to go on with my life. I remember Jonah being lifted into the air with such a guttural wail that I've never heard a sound like it since. Remember the sound of his bones crackling as we ran, making straight for the living room. We threw furniture at the window and ignored the thud of Jonah's lifeless body being hurled at us, hitting the wall with a sick crack. I know we got out. I felt its eyes burning from behind me as our skin snagged on glass, as we sprinted from the hammering rain, screaming for any help we could find. When the paramedics came, most of Jonah's leg had already been eaten, the remains nowhere to be found. He woke up 6 days later, screaming bloody murder, screams he kept up till he was sedated, only reducing to a whimpering wail the third time they woke him up. The bottom floor of the house was destroyed, along with everything in it, our equipment crushed, all evidence of our horrors erased other than the haunted look in Adam's eyes and the nightmares that still wake me at 3 a.m. Wild animals tore the leg from an unconscious Jonah, the local police said. We were just idiots holding a seance in a house, leaving the back door open to all manner of wild animals as we partied ourselves silly. At first, they thought we trashed the house, but the Whistlebees assured the police that no, it simply wasn't the case. This had happened before, they told them. We were just caught in the crossfire. They gave their statement that night, protested our innocence, then packed their bags. They never left. Their little girl went missing that night right before they could flee, her suitcase in her room untouched, and that house became a sad legend on those streets, spoken about in hushed tones. I left town, but something inside it never left me. We don't speak of it, the three of us. We left, and when we meet, that night exists as the elephant in the room. Jonah's scarred stump reminding us that we didn't imagine the entire thing as a collective fever dream. So I left, lived my life, started going to church, took up cricket, and when I hear the sound of thudding footsteps hammering along the ceiling of my hallway in the dead of night, I pull the covers over my head and pray to every god that may or may not exist that I'll live another day. It takes such a long time to pick up all 104 crucifixes off the floor the next morning, but for the life of me, I'll never stop doing it. I've always been drawn to the dark corners of the internet. Not the dark web, just obscure websites and blogs with next to no users. That's how I stumbled upon the 13th floor ritual. It was just a post on an obscure forum, but it promised an experience beyond anything imaginable. A glimpse into a world that defied explanation, with the promise of good fortune for those who followed the ritual steps correctly. I've archived the post, and while I won't link it here at this time, it reads as follows. Greetings. Below you will find instructions on how to perform the 13th floor ritual. They say if you perform the ritual correctly, you'll have good fortune, but at a cost. Some claim they've seen the other side while others have vanished without a trace. So, who's brave enough to try? 1. Find a building with at least 13 floors. It must have an elevator that can access all floors without restrictions. 2. Begin the ritual at 1 in the morning. This is 1 hour past midnight, also known as the true 13th hour. 3. Enter the elevator alone. If anyone else gets on, you must wait and start over. 4. Press the buttons in ascending order, starting with 1 all the way through 13, stopping on each floor. You must not proceed if the elevator stops on any floor where you did not press a button. 5. When you reach the 13th floor, the doors will open to a hallway that doesn't exist in our realm. You may see figures in the distance. Do not, for any reason, interact with them or show fear. 6. Leave an object of personal significance in the hallway. The greater the significance, the greater the fortune. This is your offering. 7. Return to the elevator and do not for any reason turn around. Press the button for the first floor. If the elevator begins ascending instead, immediately press any other floor's button to disrupt the ascent. 8. Exit the building immediately after reaching the first floor. Do not look back. Do not go back. Ever. If you've made it past the final step, congratulations. You may now begin to experience good fortune. You can thank me later. Regards. M. After reading this, I called up my buddy, who I will refer to as Steve in this story for the sake of anonymity. Steve and I go way back, and both of us have enjoyed trying outlandish internet ceremonies in order to document the results. It's a sort of hobby we have shared since middle school. Everything we had ever done before this had, unsurprisingly, ended in disappointing results, which is why it was no surprise when Steve initially declined my invitation to join me on this particular excursion. Nah, man, I don't think so. I mean, thanks for the offer, but Kristen's mom's visiting from Vermont this weekend, and she needs me to help move some furniture to get her apartment ready, he told me. Plus, the post you sent says that only one person is allowed to perform the ritual, and it's not like anything ever happens anyway. Of course nothing happens, I chuckled in reply. But the fun is the experience. Come on, man. There's no way I'm going into an old building at night by myself. You can just use the stairs to meet me at each floor. I don't know, man. That furniture. Nobody moves furniture at night, Steve. You just don't want Kristen's mom to find out about your little hobby. Isn't that it? Maybe. Steve sighed. I could hear the hesitation in his voice. I knew I had him. Come on, Steve. We both will be going off to college in the fall. We gotta have at least one last adventure before then. Man, Kristen really has turned you into a scaredy cat. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Finally, Steve relented. Alright, fine. But if we get caught, I'm telling the police you were holding me hostage. Deal, I said with a grin. I'll pick you up at 11 tonight. We set out to find a building tall enough, old enough, and most importantly, abandoned enough to perform the ritual. It took longer than we expected, and it was already 12:40 when we settled on what building to use. After a bit of back and forth between me and Steve, we decided on the Markham building. It was an old, worn-out, 18th floor structure originally built in the 1930s, when Art Deco architecture was still a thing. It's mostly unused nowadays, save for the first floor, which I believe operates as an insurance office during the morning hours. Though, don't quote me on that. The rest of the building hadn't been leased out since the 90s. We parked a few blocks away from the Markham building to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. The streets were eerily quiet, the only sounds being the distant hum of traffic and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. As we approached the building, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The Markham building loomed over us. I imagine it must have been one of the tallest, grandest buildings in the area during its time, but it was now marred by years of neglect and decay. Steve and I had anticipated that entering the building might pose a bit of a challenge, as the first floor was at least still in partial use, but this hadn't stopped us from getting into other, similar locations in the past, though this would be the biggest building we'd ever forced our way into. We could see through the glass doors at the entrance that the first floor was still illuminated, as if someone might still be inside. I pushed gently on the door, and to our surprise it gave easily, swinging open with no effort at all. Steve and I glanced at each other in a mixture of surprise, excitement, and nervousness. Steve quickly put his lock-picking tools back into his front pocket. We had been kind of worried about being seen by any cameras inside, but now that the door hadn't been locked, we were no longer very concerned with being charged with unlawful entry. As for all we knew, the building was still open. In fact, we were now more concerned about running into an employee who might question us and what we were up to. Cautiously, we made our way through the entrance, past the empty receptionist desk, and into the main lobby. It wasn't fancy, in fact it was rather dingy and also appeared not to have seen any improvements made to it since the mid-80s, when the building had last been renovated. What stood out in contrast to this, however, was the large, shiny, new silver elevator located on the far side of the room. Half expecting someone to come up from behind, we hastily made our way over to the elevator's metallic doors. "Why is it so new?" asked Steve, holding the flashlight I had given him, though it was currently pointless. "I don't know," I shrugged. "I guess Wikipedia was wrong and this place has been renovated pretty recently. Heck, maybe even the other floors aren't abandoned either." Steve didn't reply, but the uneasiness in his face was very easy for me to read. The instructions were clear. At 1 hour past midnight, I was to enter the elevator alone, visit floors in a specific order, and never, under any circumstances, look back once the elevator reached the 13th floor. "Remember, you have to take the stairs and meet me on each floor," I reminded Steve. Yeah, I got it," he replied, rolling his eyes. I stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor.
As the doors closed, I could hear the faint sound of Steve's footsteps as he made his way to the stairwell. The elevator began its ascent, and as it did so, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I found myself glancing nervously at the mirror, half expecting to see a shadowy figure lurking behind me. But of course there was nothing, just my own rather pale reflection staring back at me. When the doors finally opened on the first floor, I was relieved to see Steve waiting for me. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice tinged with concern. "Yeah, just feeling a bit creeped out in there," I admitted. "Let's keep going." I pressed the button for the second floor, the doors closed, and the elevator continued its journey. We repeated this process, following the sequence of buttons outlined in the ritual. Each time the elevator stopped, I was greeted by Steve. He was always able to get to the next floor ahead of me, as the elevator took around an extra 20 seconds in the process of opening and closing its doors. I was also careful to never step out, or for him to step in. I didn't want to do anything that could potentially force us to start over. We continued, floor by floor, until I reached the 12th floor. As the doors opened, I fully expected Steve to already be there, waiting for me, as he had been on all the other floors. But there was nobody there, just a dark, abandoned office hallway. I didn't want to admit it to myself at the time, but I was scared. "Steve?" I called out softly, and as I did so, that feeling of being watched intensified. I could hear my heart beating loudly in my ears, and for a moment that prevented me from hearing something else. Eventually I breathed a sigh of relief when I realized that I could hear Steve's footsteps echoing in the stairwell. We must have already started heading up to the 13th floor. I took a deep breath and pressed the button for the 13th floor. The elevator doors closed with a soft thud, and despite knowing deep down that this ritual was just a prank post by some internet goof, I felt a shiver run down my spine. To me, the ascent felt slower this time, like the elevator itself was reluctant to reach its destination. When the doors finally opened, I was greeted by pitch blackness. The other floors had been dark, sure, but even then there had still been some light coming through the large glass windows that lined some of the walls. My heart was beating quickly as I flicked on my flashlight to see what was ahead of me. Even though I was scared, part of me felt disappointed when all I saw was a hallway that looked completely normal for an abandoned building. The walls were lined with faded wallpaper, and the floor was covered in a worn-out carpet. There were many desk chairs stacked on top of one another in a corner, and a trash bin that appeared to be filled with paper, but otherwise, there was little else to see in the hallway. It was eerily quiet, and the only sound was the faint hum of the elevator behind me. I stepped out of the elevator, my heart resuming a more slowed and steady beat. I glanced around, again expecting to see Steve waiting for me, but the hallway was empty. I took a few cautious steps forward, my eyes scanning the area for any sign of movement. The air felt heavy, and there was still that lingering, unshakable feeling that something was there watching me. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my grandfather's old watch. It had been given to me as a birthday gift from him 3 days before he was killed in a car accident. I had brought it with me as my offering, hoping that its significance to me would be enough to satisfy whatever forces were behind the granting of good luck that the forum poster had alluded to. I placed the watch on the floor, beside the trash bin. I'd come back to get it next weekend, I told myself. As I turned to head back to the elevator, I froze dead in my tracks. It was gone. The elevator was gone. I know this sounds insane, and believe me, that's exactly how I felt in that moment. But the elevator was gone. In its place was a blank wall, as if the elevator had never existed. Panic surged through me, and I spun around, searching for any sign of an exit. The hallway stretched out before me, seemingly endless and devoid of any exits or windows. "Steve?" I called out, my voice echoing down the empty hallway. There was no response. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. "Steve?" I shouted louder this time. Still no response. I hesitated, trying to process what was happening. This couldn't be real. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I needed to think logically, to come up with a plan. If the elevator was gone, then my only option was to find another way out, and that meant exploring the rest of the 13th floor. I hated the idea of that, but what else could I do? I continued down the hallway. My flashlight was quite literally the only source of light. The air grew colder with each step, and the silence was, for lack of a better word, oppressive, as if it were trying to smother me. I called out for Steve again, but there was no reply, just the echo of my own voice bouncing off the walls. I felt a growing sense of dread, a feeling that I was not alone. As I ventured further, the hallway began to change. The faded wallpaper peeled away to reveal old, cracked plaster. The carpet disintegrated under my feet, leaving a trail of dust and debris. The chairs that had formerly been stacked neatly were now strewn all across the floor. And then I saw them. The figures. They were distant at first, pretty much just shadows at the edge of my flashlight's reach. But as I moved closer, they became clearer. They were tall, impossibly thin, and completely still. I remembered the warning from the post. Do not interact with them or show fear. But how could I not be afraid? They were like nothing I had ever seen, and their presence filled me with an instinctual terror. I have never felt that level of intense dread before in my life. I don't know how to accurately describe it. Suddenly, I heard a cry. It was desperate and pleading, and the voice was all too familiar. "Help me!" It was Steve's voice coming from somewhere ahead. Without thinking, I started running towards the figures and the sound of Steve's voice. I knew I was breaking the rules of the ritual, but I didn't care. Steve was my friend, and he needed me. As I approached the figures, they turned to face me. Their eye sockets seemed to be empty voids, and their toothless mouths were wide open, almost as if they were screaming, but they made no sound at all. I reached out to them, begging for help. I don't know why I did that. It seems so stupid now, but I was desperate, and probably in some sort of state of shock, to be honest. They did not respond. They simply stood there, watching me as Steve's cries grew fainter and fainter until they were gone entirely. Then I was alone again, surrounded by the figures. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my side, and I realized I had injured myself somehow. It felt like I had hurt myself falling, but I know that I hadn't done that. I sank to the ground in agony for a moment as the figures watched me silently. I could feel my heartbeat pulsing in my head, but I was somehow able to muster the strength to struggle to my feet, despite the pain searing through me. I had to get back to the elevator. I had to escape this nightmare. I stumbled back the way I had come. The figures did not interfere with me. In fact, they seemingly parted to let me pass. When I reached the spot where the elevator should have been, to my amazement it was there, as if it had never left. I didn't hesitate. I pressed the button for the first floor and collapsed inside as the doors closed, slumping against the wall, my energy spent. That's when I felt the elevator begin to ascend. Panic gripped me once again. This wasn't right. The building only had 18 floors, yet it was already past floor 30 and was still climbing and accelerating. I struggled to sit up and reached for the keypad. My vision blurred, my fingers fumbled,
but I managed to press another button. I think it was floor 1, but I could barely see, so I'm not even sure. The lift jolted, then began its descent. When the elevator finally stopped, I braced myself for what I might find, but when the doors opened, I saw that I was on the first floor, with everything as it had been before, except now the lights were off. Gasping for air, I crawled out of the elevator, my body screaming in protest. I had to get outside to find help, but I was so weak and tired that I didn't think I could make it. I couldn't push open the glass door to escape. And then, by some miracle, a car drove by and saw me. A stranger rushed to my side, their voice echoing distantly as they called for help. I woke the next morning in the hospital. The sunlight beaming into the sterile white room was a welcome sight after the darkness of the Markham building. I sat up, feeling a sharp pain in my side. I glanced around the room, wondered what had happened. The events of last night felt so distant that I began to believe they must have all been a feverish dream. Perhaps I had gotten into a car accident. Just as I had started to convince myself of this narrative, I noticed it. My grandfather's watch, sitting on the table beside my bed. Its hands frozen at 1, the true 13th hour. I felt the pit of my stomach drop. Was it really all real? How did the watch get there? What had happened to Steve? I had to find out. Desperate for answers, I returned to the forum where I had found the ritual. I posted about my experiences, hoping someone could help me. The responses, what few there were a mix of skepticism and concern, but one message stood out. It was from a user named M, the same person who had posted the ritual. Congratulations. The message read, "You've seen the other side, but remember, good fortune comes at a cost. The figures you saw are now aware of you, and they will not rest until they have what they want. Be careful, and whatever you do, do not perform the ritual again." I realized then with a sinking feeling that Steve must have been the object of importance that I left on the 13th floor. I had meant to leave my grandfather's watch, but somehow I had accidentally left Steve instead. So that's where I'm at right now. I don't expect any of you to believe me, obviously. Heck, I don't even know if I completely believe it myself. I've tried calling Steve hundreds of times now to no avail. Kristen, Steve's girlfriend, keeps texting me, asking where he is. I don't know how to break the story to her. I do know, though, that I have to go back to that building. I have to perform the ritual again. I can't leave Steve there. I got him into this mess, and I have to be the one to get him out. The doctors say that I have to stay here overnight at the very least, but I can't wait that long. I'm just waiting for 11 tonight, when I can sneak out of here with just enough time to get back to the Markham building by 1. I know this is just a forum to post stories that are preventing you from getting any sleep. But if any of you have any genuine advice on what to do or how to get help, please let me know as soon as you can. I only have 13 hours left before I have to go. I've always loved kids and thought babysitting would be an easy way to earn some extra money while studying for my degree. When Mrs. Thompson called me out of the blue and asked if I could watch her 2 children, Lily and Max, for a few hours one evening, I didn't hesitate to say yes. She offered an incredible hourly rate and assured me that the kids were well behaved. The job seemed like a dream come true. The evening started off normally enough. I arrived at the Thompsons' home, a large old house on the outskirts of town, and was greeted by Mrs. Thompson, a pleasant woman in her mid-40s. She introduced me to Lily, a sweet 5-year-old with curly blonde hair, and Max, a quiet 7-year-old who seemed a bit shy. After a brief tour of the house, Mrs. Thompson handed me a list of rules and instructions. She looked at me with an intensity that made me uneasy. "These rules are very important, Hannah," she said. "Please follow them exactly." I nodded, taking the list from her. "Of course, Mrs. Thompson. I will." She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Thank you. We'll be back around midnight." With that, she and Mr. Thompson left, and I was alone with the kids. I glanced at the list of rules, feeling a little silly. How hard could it be to babysit for a few hours? 1. Always keep the doors and windows locked. No problem. It was an old house, and I figured they just wanted to be safe. 2. Do not let the children play outside after dark. Fair enough. It was already evening, and the yard was surrounded by dense woods. 3. Do not answer the phone unless it rings twice in quick succession. A bit odd, but okay. 4. Bedtime is at 8 p.m. No exceptions. That seemed reasonable. 5. If you hear whispering, ignore it. Do not investigate. That one made me pause. What kind of whispering? But I shrugged it off as overprotective parenting. 6. If Lily starts singing, do not interrupt her. Wait until she finishes. Lily was humming to herself as she played with her dolls. It seemed harmless enough. 7. If Max asks you about the shadows, distract him immediately. Creepy, but probably just a way to keep his overactive imagination in check. 8. Under no circumstances should you go into the basement. That was fine with me. I hate basements. I put the list aside and joined the kids in the living room. They were watching a cartoon, and everything seemed perfectly normal. After a while, I made them dinner and helped them get ready for bed. As the clock struck 8, I tucked them in, read them a story, and turned off the lights. "Good night, Hannah," Lily whispered, her voice soft and sweet. "Good night, Lily. Good night, Max." I replied, closing the door gently behind me. I went back downstairs and settled onto the couch with a book. The house was quiet, the only sound the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. Around 9 o'clock, the phone rang once, then twice in quick succession. Remembering the rule, I picked it up. "Hello? Hannah, it's Mrs. Thompson. How are things going?" "Everything's fine," I replied, glancing around the room. "The kids are asleep and everything's quiet." "Good," she said, sounding relieved. "Remember to follow the rules and everything will be fine." "Of course," I said, trying to sound confident. After we hung up, I went back to my book, but my mind kept drifting off to the rules. What did they mean by whispering, and why couldn't Max talk about shadows? Suddenly I heard a faint sound coming from upstairs. It was like a soft, rhythmic chanting. My heart skipped a beat as I realized it was Lily singing. Remembering the rule, I stayed where I was, listening to her song. It was a haunting melody, and it sent chills down my spine. She sang for what felt like an eternity before finally falling silent. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. This was ridiculous. It was just a song, but the house felt different now, like the air was thicker, heavier. A few minutes later, I heard another sound, and this time it was from the hallway. It was a soft, whispering noise, just barely audible. I strained to hear what it was saying, but I couldn't make out any words. My first instinct was to get up and check on the kids, but the rule echoed in my mind. If you hear whispering, ignore it. I stayed on the couch, my heart pounding. The whispering grew louder. more insistent. It felt like it was coming from right behind me, but I forced myself to stay put. After a few agonizing minutes, it stopped. The house was silent again, but the sense of unease lingered. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs. Slow, deliberate footsteps, coming down one step at a time. I turned toward the sound, my breath catching in my throat. Max appeared at the bottom of the stairs, his eyes wide and frightened. "Hannah?" he whispered. "The shadows are moving." I remembered the rule and quickly stood up. "Hey Max, do you want some hot chocolate? Let's go to the kitchen." He nodded, his eyes darting around the room as if he was afraid something might jump out at him. I took his hand and led him to the kitchen, trying to keep my voice light and cheerful. "Do you like marshmallows in your hot chocolate?" I asked, hoping to distract him. He nodded again, but his grip on my hand tightened. I made us both a cup of hot chocolate, and we sat at the kitchen table. Max kept glancing over his shoulder, his fear palpable. "Max, what did you see?" I asked gently, trying to keep my own fear at bay. "The shadows," he whispered. "They're watching us." A shiver ran down my spine. "It's okay, Max. You're safe here." He shook his head. "They're everywhere. They want to take us." I don't know what to say. I tried to reassure him, but his fear was contagious. I decided it was best to put him back to bed, and hoped he would fall asleep quickly. As we walked back up the stairs, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I tucked Max back into bed and stayed with him until his eyes finally closed. As I turned to leave the room, I caught a glimpse of movement in the hallway. My heart leaped into my throat, but when I looked again, there was nothing there. Back in the living room, I paced nervously, my mind racing. This job was turning out to be far more than I had bargained for. The rules, the whispering, the shadows. It all felt like something out of a nightmare. At around 11:30, the phone rang again, twice in quick succession. I answered it with a trembling hand. "Hannah, it's Mrs. Thompson. Is everything okay?" I'm not sure," I admitted. "Max was talking about shadows, and there's been strange noises." "Just follow the rules, Hannah," she said firmly. "We'll be home soon." She hung up before I could say anything else. I set the phone down, my hands shaking. What was going on in this house? A sudden noise from the basement made me jump. It was a soft, rhythmic thumping, like someone knocking on a door. The rule about the basement flashed through my mind. Under no circumstances should you go into the basement. I wanted to ignore it, to pretend I hadn't heard anything, but the sound was persistent. I took a deep breath, trying to muster my courage. Maybe it was just a loose pipe or an old furnace acting up. As I stood there debating what to do, the knocking grew louder, more insistent. Against my better judgment, I found myself moving toward the basement door. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Just as I was about to turn it, a voice behind me made me freeze. "Hannah, don't." I spun around to see Max standing at the top of the stairs, his eyes wide with fear. "Go back to bed, Max," I said, my voice shaking. "Please don't open the door," he whispered. "They'll get out." My heart pounded in my chest. "Who will get out?" "The shadows," he said, his voice barely audible. "They're trapped down there. If you open the door, they'll come for us." The fear in his voice convinced me to step back. I guided Max to his room and tucked him in once more, promising him that I wouldn't open the basement door. Back in the living room, I sat on the couch, my mind racing. The knocking continued, but I forced myself to ignore it. Whatever was down there, I didn't want to find out. Finally, just before midnight, the front door opened and Mrs. Thompson walked in, followed by her husband. Relief washed over me at the sight of them. "How was everything?" she asked, her eyes scanning the room. "It was eventful," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She nodded as if she expected that answer. "Thank you, Hannah. You did well." I gathered my things and headed for the door, eager to leave the house and its unsettling secrets behind. As I stepped outside, Mrs. Thompson's voice stopped me. "One last thing, Hannah." I turned to look at her. "Yes?" "Never speak of what happened here tonight, for your own sake." I nodded, too shaken to argue, and left the house. The drive home was a blur. My mind was filled with thoughts of shadows, whispers, and the rules I had barely understood. As I lay in bed that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me home. The darkness in my room seemed thicker, more oppressive. I kept the lights on, unable to sleep, haunted by the events of the evening. The next morning, I woke up with deep, dark circles under my eyes. Despite barely sleeping, as I dragged myself to the bathroom, I noticed something odd in the mirror. There were faint, shadowy figures flickering behind me. I turned around quickly, but there was nothing there. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a remnant of the night's terror. Over the following days, the occurrences escalated. I could see fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye, hear whispering voices when I was alone, and feel a chilling presence in my room at night. My grades started to slip, and I found it hard to concentrate on anything. Friends noticed the change in me, commenting on how tired and distracted I seemed. One night, as I was studying for an important exam, the power went out. I sat in the dark, trying to steady my breathing, when I heard the familiar whispering. It was louder now, almost as if it was inside my head. I clutched my ears and squeezed my eyes shut, but it didn't stop. Suddenly a cold hand grabbed my ankle, pulling me off my chair. I screamed and kicked, but there was nothing to fight against. The whispers turned into menacing growls, and the shadowy figures closed in around me. Just as quickly as it started, the power came back on and the shadows vanished. But the fear remained, a constant reminder that I was never truly alone. I knew that the shadows had followed me home. They were here to stay. No matter where I went, I could feel their presence lurking in the corners, watching and waiting. The babysitting job that seemed like a dream had turned into a never-ending nightmare. Desperate for a solution, I contacted Mrs. Thompson, hoping she could help me banish the shadows. She listened to my plight with a knowing expression and then reluctantly gave me a small, worn book titled Wardings Against the Dark. She explained that it contained rituals and protections that might help me rid myself of the shadows. I spent the next few nights carefully following the instructions in the book. I lit candles, burned herbs, and recited incantations. Each night the presence of the shadows seemed to weaken. On the third night, after completing the final ritual, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief as the shadows dissipated, leaving my room feeling lighter and more peaceful. Although the immediate threat was gone, the experience had left a permanent mark on me. I no longer took safety for granted and always followed the rules Mrs. Thompson had given me, even in my own home. I never took another babysitting job, and the memory of that night stayed with me, a constant reminder of the things that lurk in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The true horror had just begun, and it was far from over, but at least, for now, I had found a way to keep the darkness at bay. I don't know if there is like a specific format to make these posts or something, but I'm just going to get straight to it. I'm posting this because, I don't know, maybe someone knows more about this. Maybe someone can help me figure out what happened to me and my best friend in the Holly Hills Mall parking garage. My name is Ethan, and my friend Aaron and I have a bit of a niche hobby. We're urban explorers. Basically, for the uninitiated, that just means we like to explore abandoned man-made structures. My favorites have always been places like water parks and theme parks. Aaron is more into the spooky stuff like hospitals and such. We can freak ourselves out at times, but for the most part, we never believed in anything other than the corporeal. We've been doing this in our free time for around 10 years now, so we are pretty experienced. We know what to bring, how to avoid getting caught by the police or security, and when to get out of a place. Recently we went to go visit my brother for a few days in Virginia. He just had a new baby and I wasn't able to make it down for the birth, so I was making up for it a few months later. He lived in a small town called Holly Hills, about 30 minutes out from Richmond. It's a pretty boring place, but my brother tipped us onto a cool spot to check out near town, an old abandoned mall simply named the Holly Hills Mall. It was built in the early 80s by some wealthy lumber family that wanted to bring more people to the town. Houses need lumber, and that means more money for them. As you can guess, it didn't really work out. The mall was operational for about 7 years before it shut down in 1987. I know none of this is really important, but this helps me get my thoughts in order, and honestly, the history of these structures is part of the allure for me. Anyway, we decided it would be fun, and planned a trip on the last day in town, on the way to the airport for a late flight. We woke up bright and early, packed our bags and supplies into the rental car, and said our goodbyes to my brother, his wife, and their kids. The mall sat right on the edge of town. I thought this was odd, seeing as how they usually build that kind of thing central to town for ease of access, but I didn't think much of it. The mall was surrounded by pretty heavy brush and trees, as well as a tall chain-link fence. The entrance was blocked off by a typical dilapidated gate, held closed by a simple chain and padlock. Aaron pulled up to the gate, and I hopped out to apprise the situation. Oddly, the padlock wasn't even locked. Unusual, but not on scene. Sometimes people just stop giving a crap about these old places and don't even check on them anymore. Honestly, it makes us a bit more relaxed in these situations because it usually means no security. I opened the gate, and Aaron pulled the car through. The building wasn't the biggest mall we've seen, but it was bigger than we expected. We drove through the deserted parking lot and pulled the car up to the first entrance we saw. We grabbed our supplies and entered the building. The mall exploration itself was pretty uneventful. It was cool to see all of the ads and architecture that seemed frozen in time. Like we stepped back into a stale, post-apocalyptic version of the 80s. There was a pretty massive hole in the ceiling where the skylight had given way to snow, or the elements or something. The tree that sat in the center of the courtyard had grown massive, and was protruding out of the hole in the ceiling. Aaron does these explorations for the fun of it, but I am a bit of an amateur photographer, so I do it for the photos mostly. I snapped a bunch of what I think would have been amazing photos, but unfortunately I lost the camera. Well, I didn't lose it per se. I know exactly where it is, but we'll get to that. During the mall exploration, I did have a feeling that we were being watched. Distant sounds of glass crunching underfoot, or a figure just out of the corner of my eye that disappears right when you look in its direction. But I knew this was just my mind playing tricks on me. There were no signs of security, and no real reason that, even if the cops knew someone was in the building, they would even care to come check. At least that was my thoughts on it, so I ignored it. We hung out in the food court for a bit, ate some sandwiches we had packed for lunch, and then decided to make our way to the car. We got to the car, loaded up, and headed out. But on our way to the exit, we noticed a parking garage. It was a 5-story garage from the looks of it, and though usually uninteresting, for some reason Aaron wanted to check it out. We spent less time in the mall than we thought we would, so I figured, what the heck, we had the time. We entered the garage on the first floor, marked as floor 0. We drove up to floor 4, did some donuts, and Aaron tried his best to reenact Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift on the way down. I was clenching the entire time, of course, because I didn't want to die, but also, it was a rental car. We didn't have the money to pay for damage done by joyriding in an abandoned mall parking garage. We got back down to floor 0, had a laugh, and started toward the exit, until we noticed the ramp heading down to a lower floor. Aaron pointed out how odd it was that there was a huge parking lot, plus a parking garage with 5 floors above ground, and seemingly subfloors below ground, for a fairly small mall in a small town. So we thought we'd make our own detour to see what was down there. Obviously, we were expecting either darkness or water, and we found the first option. Darkness. Aaron turned on the brights and we drove around and found nothing, as expected. What we didn't expect was to see another ramp down to another subfloor, so of course we decided to make a game of it. We both guessed how many subfloors this garage had, and Aaron headed down the ramp. I had guessed too, that this next floor was gonna be the bottom. He said 5. He was being stupid, but imagine our surprise. And there was yet another subfloor. We both laughed in disbelief when we came around the corner on the 4th subfloor to see a ramp down to the 5th. This is a 10-floor parking garage, including floor 0, for this mid-sized mall in this tiny town. What were they thinking? They really overestimated the draw that this place was gonna have. Curiously, we headed down to subfloor 5. At this point it was dark, like super dark. There was no other light from anywhere other than our headlights. We rounded the corner and were in silent awe to see yet another ramp down. We both looked at each other, and I think one or both of us said, "What?" Without further discussion, Aaron steered the car down the ramp to the next floor. For the next 6 floors we drove on in awe and confusion. We were now 11 floors underground. It didn't make sense. Aaron started coming up with theories, getting excited that maybe we'd found the entrance to a secret government base or a sprawling underground doomsday bunker. But he stopped mid-sentence when we both saw something we weren't expecting. A car. It was parked in a spot with its headlights on. As we pulled closer, I decided to roll down the window to see if I could hear anything. Immediately, the unexpected cold from the parking garage filled the car. It was mid-May at the time and was a fairly warm day, so the cold felt out of place. But we were underground, so I chalked it up to that. I could hear the sound of our tires against the pavement and the hum of our car's engine. As we pulled up next to the parked car, I could hear that it too was running. The car itself looked like it was an older make, something from the 70s or 80s. Inside it was seemingly empty. I suggested aloud that perhaps the car belonged to the owner of the property, or a security guard who was doing his rounds, that he might be back any minute. But Aaron pointed out, the car was covered in a thick coat of dust, like it had been there for a very long time, but it was running. I figured it just needed a wash. Aaron did what he does best, and convinced me to get out of the car and investigate further. Only after a bunch of protest and suggestions that we just head out, but he persisted. I exited and carefully made my way around the car, looking inside for any sign of life, but inside there was nothing but leather car interior, except for the passenger seat where a satchel sat, with a thermos resting on top. The keys were in the car, and the radio hummed softly with static. Oddly, everything inside the car also seemed to be covered in dust. Aaron urged me to open the door, and I decided to give it a try, but of course it was locked. I looked around a lot, only being able to see the door to the stairs and the elevators next to it, illuminated by the headlights of the two cars. I hurried back to our car, closed the door, and rolled up the windows. I urged once again for us to make our leave. If there was a security guard lurking around, I didn't want to have to deal with that, especially before our flight in a few hours. Again, Aaron protested. He had to know how many floors this thing had. I can't say I wasn't curious as well. So we left subfloor 11 and headed further down into the depths of the structure. We continued on in silence for 12 more floors before I spoke up. This was messed up. It didn't make any sense, and at this point, it just felt wrong. Dangerous. I was in the middle of expressing this to Aaron when I noticed he had stopped the car and was staring silently ahead. I looked and was astonished to see a horse just standing there. It had the thing around its nose, the reins or whatever, and it was just standing there. After a moment of staring and confusion, Aaron said something like, "Is that a horse?" And I replied with some sort of grunt of confirmation. The horse finally turned in our direction, and I'm pretty sure I screamed when I saw the skin hanging off the side of the horse's face, his skull exposed beneath. It was then I saw the blood on the floor, a large streak going from beneath the horse's hooves off into the darkness. I didn't want to know anymore. I wanted to get out of there, and I told Aaron as much. Aaron, against his and my better judgment, wanted to go on. He wanted to know what this all was, but this time I didn't let up. I was louder and more insistent than I've probably ever been with him, and he could see that, I think, so he agreed and threw the car in reverse. We backed up and started back up toward the ground floor. At this point, I decided to try my phone. I had figured I wouldn't get any signal underground, and I was right, but I tried it anyway. Nothing. Again, we drove in silence for a few hours. Aaron finally broke the silence to apologize, but I stopped him short. The floors were numbered. Ever since we started heading down, they were each numbered B1, B2, B3, etc. We were on B23 when we turned around and headed back up, but the sign I was staring at in the moment said B26, 3 floors lower than we started heading back up. I thought someone was messing with us, but it was all too elaborate of a prank. Still, it was impossible. There was no way we were traveling further down by driving up the ramps. It was physically impossible. But there we were, floor B26. Aaron was just as confused as me, obviously. He got out of the car unannounced and walked over to the sign on the wall. He grabbed it and began to shake it, then stopped and stared, clearly trying to figure it all out. I rolled down my window and called for him to get back in the car. This was followed by another voice repeating my words. Not mine, not Aaron's. He froze in place as the voice whispered loudly from the darkness, "Get back in the car." Aaron did just that. He closed and locked the doors and rolled up the windows. We agreed that we needed to get out of there. This wasn't fun or adventurous anymore, but we didn't know what to do. We thought we were going to get out of there. I remembered that we headed back up on B23, and we decided that we should just keep going up. If the numbers keep rising, we should hit ground level by B46. It didn't make sense, but it was the best we had. We continued driving back up. Aaron was driving a bit quicker than before, and just as we thought, the numbers kept rising, which seemingly meant we were descending, but we held out hope that it was just some weird fluke. Maybe it was a joke. Maybe we didn't see those signs on the way down. We traveled in silence again, all the way to floor B35, but it was an uneasy silence. We were afraid at every turn at what we might see, but there was nothing. Mostly. There were a few floors with things that I did notice, some of them subtle, others glaring. Aaron was focused on driving and didn't seem interested in any of the strangeness we encountered on these floors for the most part. On one floor, I swear I saw a long dining room table with 2 figures sitting at either end, illuminated for only a few seconds by our headlights. Another floor seemingly had a cot in each parking space. They looked to each be occupied by a body, alive or dead, I don't know. One of the strangest, that even caused Aaron to stop the car for a moment, was a floor that didn't seem like a parking garage floor at all. It looked like we had pulled into a forest clearing. The pillars of the garage, now tree trunks, though the concrete ceiling was still visible above. There were plants, grass, bushes, and a pathway leading to what looked like a small cabin in the distance. The window glowed as if there were someone home, and smoke seemingly billowed out of the chimney. The curiosity overcame my fear and I rolled down the window. The sound of crickets, cicadas, and a cool spring breeze filled the car. Aaron and I looked at each other for a moment before Aaron blurted out, "No, screw that," and continued on up the ramp. Finally, after what seemed like longer than it should have, we reached floor B46. Nothing. I started to cry. It was too much. The realization that we were lost, underground, without any way out was starting to make me feel trapped. We were trapped. It was like I could feel the weight of every floor above us on me all at once. Aaron kept his cool. He tried to console me. He tried to offer explanations. But there was no explanation. We were in a labyrinth of a parking garage. Aaron started driving with purpose. He turned around and started going down again. B47, B48, B49. He stopped the car, turned around again, and started driving back up the ramps. B50, B51, B52. He started to scream. Anger, frustration, confusion, all overflowing into a furious scream. Then in a deafening echo, his scream reverberated around us, outside the car, within the parking garage floor. The windows rattled, the car shook and then shut off. We were now in pitch blackness. The interior of the car was only illuminated by my cell phone, which I had plugged in and had charging. I picked up the phone and turned on the flashlight. Aaron was desperately trying to start the car, but there was nothing. Not even a click. Then he screamed, this time in alarm. In front of us, in the darkness, were 2 large eyes, staring right at us. I have to express that when I say huge, they were massive, each seemingly the size of the wall. They felt almost flat and unnaturally still, but you could feel the consciousness behind them. Something was staring right at us. The whites were snow white and the irises were an icy cold blue. The pupils were dilated and pitch black. And Aaron slammed his fists on the steering wheel over and over. A voice seemingly inside the car whispered again, "Get back in the car." Aaron's percussive maintenance seemed to have worked because the car started back up, without him even turning the key. Whatever was down here seemed to want us to leave, and we wanted to leave too, but we didn't know how. Aaron put the car in reverse and spun it around. I could still see the eyes in the mirror. He sped up the ramp, totally disregarding the numbers. He drove a good 6 or 7 floors before I noticed something standing out in the darkness. Each floor now had a dim light. I was able to calm Aaron down enough for him to listen to me, and I pointed it out. He stopped on the next floor to see the light in the distance. It was a door. The door to the stairs is illuminated by an emergency light above it. It was our only chance. It was our last option. He drove over and parked the car in front of the stairwell door, illuminating it fully with the headlights of the car. We both bolted out of the car. Aaron flung open the door and we started running up the stairs. After the first flight, we saw the number on the stairs B57. We were ascending. I started to tear up in excitement. We continued on faster than before. For 20 floors, we basically ran. Energized by the fact that the numbers were going down, which meant we were going up. Around B30, we started to slow down pretty significantly. We were still making our way up, but we were tired. It was then that I looked back for the first time. The stairwell above was lit on each floor, but as we made our way up to the next floor, the lights on the previous were turning off. Turning back to head up the stairs, I ran into Aaron, who had stopped in front of me. He was looking up at the top of the next flight of stairs. I looked at what had stopped him. It was a person. A figure huddled in the corner at the top of the stairs. They sat with their head buried into their knees, shaking. Their clothes seemed faded, old, and dusty. Maybe a homeless person who had gotten lost. Maybe the driver of the vehicle. I called out gently to the stranger, something along the lines of, "Hello? Are you okay? Do you need help?" Aaron scoffed. He said we needed help. Screw this guy. He started up the stairs, but when he got near the top, he hugged the rail, facing the figure the entire time. Slowly he rounded the corner and called me forward. The stranger didn't move. They just sat there, shaking, arms wrapped around their legs, face hidden. They were mumbling something, but I couldn't make out what it was. I followed Aaron's lead and carefully passed the person. Same as before, no reaction. We moved on, leaving the figure behind. Aaron led as before, and when I made it to the top of the next flight of stairs, I looked back down, startled to see the gaunt face of a man, his cheeks sunken in, his face pale and old, his eyes a piercing pale blue, staring at me, silent, unnaturally still. I didn't say anything. I slowly walked up and rounded the corner. He stared at me the whole time. Again, I ran into Aaron, who was looking up at the top of the next flight of stairs. It was a figure. It looked like the same stranger. I looked down at him on the previous floor, staring at me, and the next floor, his face buried in his knees. We traded what the heck looks, but Aaron said, "Just ignore it and keep going. We're too close." So we did. Every floor after, he was there, hiding his face as we approached, staring at us as we left. It was unexplainable, but so was everything else so far. We made our way up, finally reaching B1. This time there was no man in the corner. I looked back to the previous top step, and he wasn't there either. I felt like this was a good sign for some reason. We made our way up to floor 0, and we were relieved to see light shining through the cracks of the door. Aaron stopped for only a moment and pushed through the door. He began to laugh. I followed him through, but the cold of the parking garage was back. There before us were the bright headlights of a car. Our car. Where we left it on floor B58. I had no words. Aaron walked back into the stairwell and fell to the floor, distraught and broken. I told him we can just keep going. We could keep going up, but he wouldn't move. He was tired and defeated. His stoic bravery had finally given way to hopelessness and fear. So I decided to go up to the next floor to check it out. I ran up the stairs, and I felt a sudden warmth. I could see the light through the cracks of the door. but I knew it was different. I knew it was the sun. I burst through and was blinded by the sudden light of the sun. After the hours and hours in darkness, it took a few moments for my eyes to adjust. We had made it. We were free. We were alive. I ran back down to the previous floor to tell Aaron, but he was gone. I ran out through the door into the garage to check in the car, but he was nowhere to be seen. I called for him, shouted at the top of my lungs. My voice echoed through the parking garage, but nothing. I didn't know what to do. I started down the stairs, but stopped cold. I couldn't go back down. I couldn't get lost down there again. And then I saw, on the top stair of the floor below, the figure was back. It was Aaron, sitting in the corner, his hands wrapped around his knees, staring at me. I called to him. I ran down to him, but when I got to the stair, he was gone. I looked over the railing down at the next flight down, and there he was again, staring. I couldn't go down anymore. I couldn't. I called to him, pleaded with him to come with me, to get it together and get out of there, but he just stared. I promised him I would come back. I cried as I turned around and made my way out of the garage, as I left my best friend behind to save myself, because I was too scared. I ran from the parking garage, across the parking lot, past the gates and to the road. Finally, my phone had a signal and I called the police. They came out and I tried my best to explain what happened. I knew it sounded crazy, but I told them the truth. They went and checked out the parking garage. They searched the entire thing, as well as the mall and surrounding area. Nothing. In fact, they told me there was no subfloors in that garage, like I dreamt it all up. How could that even be? I was tested for alcohol and drugs and fined for trespassing. When my brother arrived to pick me up, I tried my best to explain what happened, but if it couldn't get any weirder, he swore to me he didn't know who Aaron was. They've known each other since they were kids. He's been my best friend for 20 years. But he swore, his wife too, and kids. None of them remembered him. After that, I looked for any evidence of Aaron I could find. All the pictures on my phone were gone. My camera was still in the car, and there was no proof of his existence online. Anywhere. I didn't dream him up. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't have any history of mental illness. I didn't make up 20 years of friendship. I've been seeing a therapist and started some meds. It hasn't helped. Nothing has. Something doesn't feel right. This world doesn't feel right. Like I came out of that parking garage into a life I didn't own. I feel like I don't belong here. Every day it becomes more and more clear to me that I have to go back. I don't know what I wanted to get from this post. Maybe to just tell my story, for people to know I existed. Aaron existed. Maybe to find someone who knows what happened to us, who knows something about the Holly Hills Mall, who can make any sense of it. Either way, I have to go back. I have to find Aaron. We have to get back in the car. A couple of years ago, I went on vacation with a couple friends of mine. My friend Kelly came from a place called Chatterblinds up in New England. Well, her family had long since moved out. They kept a summer home in the area. Small town living in a place down by the coast? Sign me up. There were 4 of us in total. Kelly, who arranged the whole thing, was a work friend of mine. Then there was Mary. I didn't know her very well, but she and Kelly went way back, to the point where they could probably finish each other's sentences. Finally, there was Annie. I don't know her all that well. but I'd seen her around the office a couple of times. Apparently she was related to Mary somehow, but I hadn't bothered to ask how. So on a late Thursday afternoon, we headed to a New England Labor Day weekend. Shatterblines is a peculiar town, just past Brunswick. The place is along the coast and houses, at most, a couple of hundred people. Most of it looks sort of frozen in the 1970s, and you can tell by the sun-beaten signs that not a lot has changed since then. We made our way to the old summer home at the edge of town. It was the kind of place where you needed firewood to keep warm in the winter, and where your water might suddenly run out. There was a well on the property, electricity was spotty at best, and there was a massive wasp nest hanging from the southwestern corner of the roof. Still, it was exactly what we bargained for. Cheap country living. Our stay there took some time getting used to, but by Friday night, we were having a blast. We took a rowboat out to a sauna on a small island and had margaritas. We spent Saturday touring the town and having a bite to eat at the local pub. We met one of the local fishermen who offered to take us out on a trip on Sunday, which we all heartily agreed to. Subsequently, Sunday turned out great. Sure, we had to get up early, but we were feasting on freshly smoked lobster by the end of the day. We were having a bit of trouble, though. There were a couple of locals who weren't all enthused about a bunch of metropolitan women coming to see their town, so we had to endure more than a handful of nasty comments. They were just stupid kids, but it was probably the worst part of the trip. There was this one blonde kid with a white shirt that just refused to stop smirking at us. His baby sister, aged 10 or 12, didn't seem all too enthused either. When Sunday rolled around, we were ready to go home. Before we did, Kelly decided to give us a final tour. Mary remarked on something peculiar, that there was no church in town. "Towns like this always got a church," she commented. "It's just strange is all." "It's the bedrock," Kelly commented. "Most of the town is built on solid bedrock. So just build a church on the bedrock." "Can't have a graveyard built on bedrock," Kelly shrugged. "Most folks who died back in the day were shipped off to either Brunswick or Wiscasset." Kelly stopped for a moment, considering something. Checking her phone, she nodded. "We got time." She smiled. "You gotta see this one last thing. The casket cellar." She took us to the north side of town. We followed a dirt road into the woods, where there was this bulging dirt mound. Not just like a pile, but like a small structure. It was clearly man-made, but hadn't been used in decades. It was covered in wildflowers in the perfect circle, like a place of worship. There was a solid oak door in the middle of it. The road was severely overgrown with weeds and fallen trees, showing just how few people went out of their way to see this place. A couple of rusted-out logging machines lay to the side. Just looking at them made me feel like I needed a tetanus shot. "This is one of the few patches of land around that isn't just solid rock," Kelly said. "It was too small to build a graveyard, but they figured they could make a kind of storage." "A storage for what?" Annie squinted at her. "For a while it was logging stuff, but back in the day it was dead folks. Like, you know, a temporary thing before the bodies were shipped off north. So it's like a cooler, a cellar," said Mary. "Yeah," Kelly nodded. "People don't use it anymore, but it's sort of a morbid local curio." We all fell silent for a moment. Kelly turned to me with the biggest grin. "Wanna check it out?" Of course we wanted to see it. We were 4 women in our mid-30s hopped up on true crime podcasts and Stephen King novels. This was the sort of thing that gave me the goosebumps. I'd never heard of anything like it. A body cellar? Sick. The door took some convincing to open, but we managed to squeeze through. The air was damp and cool, much colder than expected. Using our phones as flashlights, we walked down a narrow set of stone steps, deeper into the ground. The cellar was about 9 by 9 feet, and we had to crouch not to hit our heads on the ceiling at times. The ground was solid bedrock, but the walls were a combination of propped up planks and deep dirt holes. This reminded me of the wasp nest back at the house, where you could see these deep chambers built into it. It was the same here. About a dozen holes in the wall, going deep into the dirt. Of course, there was nothing there. The place hadn't been used for decades, maybe even a century. There was some kind of opening, somewhere, as I could feel a puff of cold air going through the room, but I couldn't see any ventilation or opening. To add to the ambience, Kelly decided to light an oil lamp she found in the corner. We were a bit skeptical, but it seemed to work well enough. She hung it on a hook in the middle of the room. The light flickered a little as we turned off our flashlights and looked around the room. There were these small notches in every hole where caskets were once slid in. There were tools along the left-hand wall, things like hooks to drag the bodies out, hammers and rusted nails to fix broken casket lids, masks to shield workers from swarms of flies. Every item told a story, and once you put it all together, it painted a grim picture. This place had been something real and sorrowful. This wasn't a tourist attraction. It was a remnant of a grim reality. This was a place of necessity, not curiosity. I felt a little bad about it and suggested we leave. Mary and Kelly wanted to take a couple of pictures, so they asked me to help. They sat down by the edge of one of those holes and pretended to look scared. I took a couple of photos while Mary giggled about having a new Tinder pic. I wasn't amused. It was too morbid. The cellar was uncomfortable. We turned to leave, hurrying up the stairs. Annie was first. As she reached the door and pushed on it, she stopped. She pushed again and again. "It's stuck," she said. Hold on." She tried a couple more times but couldn't get it to budge. She switched places with Kelly, who was the more athletically gifted of us. Kelly gave it a proper shoulder push, but the door didn't move an inch. She gave it another push, a kick, and an impressive effort, but it didn't move. Then I heard something. Giggling. It was those kids. They'd locked us in and put something against the door. Annie yelled at them to let us out, or we'd press charges. That just made them giggle more. It didn't take long until we could hear them leave, with a faint "bye" echoing off in the distance, while Kelly and Mary took turns punishing the door. Annie and I tried to get a signal on our phones. Even at the very top of the stairs, we were still underground and off the grid. This place was isolated, and we couldn't get a signal through. Kelly and Mary came back down dripping with sweat. Annie was curled up in a corner trying not to panic. There was no doubt about it. We were stuck, for the time being. Maybe someone else could pass by and let us out. Kelly tried to use some of the tools to break the door, but it didn't work. The hammers were termite-ridden, and the handles were falling apart. There was a saw, but the blade was rusted straight through. There were hooks for dragging out caskets, but these were useless when it came to breaking doors or hinges. We were stuck down there for a couple of hours. Things were getting dark outside, and we could feel a wind growing colder. Annie was having some sort of panic attack, and had resorted to desperately pounding on the door, screaming for help. The rhythmic thumping and yelling were boring into my brain, to the point where I could still hear it in the quiet moments where she stopped. Kelly had run her phone battery dry trying to find a spot with a signal. Mary had just fully given up, and collapsed against the wall, taking a stress-induced nap. The oil lamp was still burning strong. Kelly had tried to set the door on fire, but it just wouldn't catch on. The air was too damp, and it only resulted in smoke blowing down into the cellar. It seemed that no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't MacGyver ourselves out of this one anytime soon. It was getting annoying since we all had work in the morning, and we'd have to drive late into the night to make it back on time at this rate. Inevitably, we turned on one another, blaming each other for provoking the locals, for not keeping the door open, for going there in the first place. Annie went on a long rant about how we all could have gone to Aruba instead, where she had a half-sister who ran a bar. Mary had fully checked out at that point, turning from napping to silently weeping. There was no way that we'd be left there for long. If the kids had found us, others would too. We just have to make sure we're heard, I said. That's all we can do. We took turns pounding on the door, calling out for help. Even Mary joined in, although not as energetically as the rest of us. We rationed our water bottles, sharing what little we had between us. It went on and on for hours. Banging on the door, call for help, banging on the door, call for help, over and over and over. We were lucky that cellar was empty, or that kind of brain-dead monotony would be annoying enough to wake the dead. It got colder a lot quicker as the sun set. There'd already been an overcast during the day, so we figured it wouldn't be long until it started to rain. Maybe someone would come looking for us in the morning. The four of us not showing up for work ought to raise a few eyebrows. We huddled together for warmth, watching the light of the oil lamp flicker back and forth. There was a cold chill reaching us, pulling me back from the brink of an exhausted sleep over and over. It must have been close to midnight when I looked up to see Annie standing in the middle of the room, staring down the holes in the wall. She was breathing heavy, as if trying to psych herself up. I squinted at her, trying to get the sleep out of my eyes. "What are you doing?" I whispered, as to not wake the others. "I heard something," she said. "In there." She pointed straight into one of the holes. As she did, an icy wind swept through the cellar, swirling the dirt around and stinging my nose. Mary shuddered in her sleep. "I'm gonna look," said Annie. "Real quick." I got up and stood behind her. She crawled into the hole face first. She could barely move, but I promised to pull her out by her feet if I had to. As she got to the back of the hole, I couldn't see anything but her shoes sticking out. "Anything?" I asked. "No," she sighed. "I think it's just some..." She stopped. Another wind passed through the room, this time a little stronger. The oil lamp swayed and fell off the hook, falling to the ground with a clunk. The flame went out as Mary and Kelly sprung awake. For a moment, everything went deathly quiet. I felt this strange sensation in my chest, something tightening over my ribs like my blood constricting, something poking my heart to provoke it into racing. "Annie?" I whispered. Nothing. I picked the lamp up, lit it, and hung it back up. I could see her feet dangling at the edge of the hole, not moving an inch. Then she moved. A sudden lurch. Her legs motionless, moving further down the hole, as if something was dragging her in by the head. I grabbed her foot and felt a tug on the other end. A sudden pull and her shoe came off. The hole went deeper than we thought. A lot deeper. Mary and Kelly panicked. Mary rushed up the stairs and resumed banging on the door while Kelly battled against her instincts to follow Annie into the hole. She poked her head in to look, but couldn't bring herself to go further, instead pulling at her own hair in frustration. I didn't even notice how I'd stumbled backwards into the opposite end of the room, flattening myself against the wall. It was subconscious. As Mary and Kelly panicked, running back and forth, all I could do was look at Annie's shoe. It still lay there at the edge of the hole, the same hole we'd used for a nice profile picture earlier in the day. A stray thought hit me. I still had some battery left on my phone. Not much, but a little. As the screams for help faded into screams for Annie, I fumbled through my photo album. I didn't even notice how much my fingers were shaking until I had to precision tap which image to view, where I picked the wrong one at least 3 times. Finally, I brought up the picture of Kelly and Mary standing in front of the hole. The flash had gone off, giving them a bit of an eerie glow, but it also allowed me to see straight into the hole behind them. There were these 10 white spots in the dirt, laid out in a sort of crescent semicircle. They were too dull to be eyes or glass. They weren't really reflective. My mind wandered as I pondered the possibilities. My eyes blurred looking away from the screen and down onto my dirty hands, my pale thumbs, holding the device in a cramp. Looking back at the picture, I couldn't help but to see a similarity. 2 sets of 5, deep in the dirt. Fingers. I looked down the oil lamp and carefully moved up to the hole. Kelly and Mary joined me. We looked inside, only to see that the back end of the wall was gone. Instead, it was just this hole going deeper and deeper into the dirt, at a slight tilt. This wasn't just an abandoned cellar. It was something's nest. We all stopped to listen. Further in, almost as if coming from below our feet, we could hear a sound travel. The faint noise of fabric being torn, the pops of buttons coming off, and zippers being torn open, the shuffling of hair, then a sickening crunch, the breaking of bones. We backed away. Mary was having trouble breathing. Kelly tried to calm her down, carefully stroking her shoulders, hushing her. We spoke in whispers, leaving the oil lamp hanging in the middle of the room. "We're not getting out," Kelly whispered. "We have to wait until they find us." "There's something in there," I whispered back. "We have to do something." "We gotta get Annie out," sobbed Mary. "We can't leave her in there." "I'm not sticking my head in, and neither are any of you," Kelly snapped back. "We're getting out, and we're getting help." We all decided to try one thing each. Mary was going to check one of the other holes to see if there were any other tunnels, possibly leading outside. There was fresh air coming from somewhere, so there had to be some kind of connection to the surface. Kelly was going to block the hole where Annie had disappeared. We all collected our spare jackets, shoes, and backpacks, stuffing it in the hole along with any tools and debris we could find along the cellar. I was going to try and call for help again. There was a slight gap at the bottom of the door where I could slide the phone through. It might be just enough to get a bar. I used a long sleeve of plastic from a Slim Jim and put it under the phone, so I could drag it back in carefully. I put the phone down, pressed to call, and slid it out, hoping those extra inches would be enough. It briefly sounded like a call went through, but I couldn't hear anyone picking up. It was raining outside by now, and the sound drowned out everything else. There was cold water dripping through the door, staining the stone steps on the way down. We weren't going anywhere anytime soon. By the time I dragged my phone back in, the battery was as dead as the rest of the place. Going back up the stairs, I almost slipped. I caught my grip, but looked at the surprised faces of Kelly and Mary, standing in the middle of the cellar. "You alright?" Kelly asked. I nodded. Before I got to respond, I saw something moving in one of the other holes. A forearm, almost 3 feet long, reaching out into the room. I pointed at it, screaming, just as another wind swept through the room. this time blowing out the flame of the oil lamp completely. There was commotion. I couldn't tell who screamed the most, Kelly, Mary, or me. Someone was in pain. One voice grew more distant and suddenly stopped, a dragging noise dwarfed by panicked crying. I touched the walls. I forced myself to think of my own body. I was unharmed. I was all right. But someone down there wasn't. That was just it. Down there. It was down there, not up the stairs. "Come up here," I whispered. "Up the stairs." A quiet sobbing. Step by step, someone came up the stairs. The thought hit me that it might be none of them. It could be Annie. It could be whatever took her. There was no way to be sure. And with the last light snuffed out, there was nothing to prevent my mind from filling in the blanks. As a hand grabbed my leg, I screamed, startling poor Kelly, who was the one coming up. We made our way to the top of the stairs, pushing our backs against the door. We made ourselves small and tried to keep quiet. A sliver of light made its way through the cracks in the door. For a good half an hour or so, we just sat there, trying to find the courage to speak. Finally, Kelly whispered to me. It grabbed her ankle," she said. "It crept along the floor and grabbed her ankle." Instinctively, I moved my feet up and hugged my knees close to my chest. "Did you see it?" I whispered back. "Just the fingers," she said. "It had really long fingers." My leg cramped up, and I stopped feeling anything in my toes. I couldn't move, and neither could Kelly. We could barely breathe. I tried to listen past the pitter-patter of rain, but there was nothing coming from downstairs. Instead, my mind filled in the blanks, imagining all kinds of noises. I could almost hear the way Annie pounded on the door, calling for help. I could hear Mary's gentle weeping, and if I let my mind stray just a little bit too far, I could hear the snapping of bones and the ripping of fabric. My pulse was racing so hard it hurt my head, making me bob my neck back and forth like a fish out of water. Kelly didn't say a word. We just held each other close, waiting second by second for dawn to come. It must have been an hour, maybe 2, before I heard something. There was a shuffling noise outside on the other side of the door. I perked up to listen, and Kelly did the same. Footsteps. Someone walking by. I saw the outline of Kelly's face as we looked at one another, quietly contemplating our options. Then, a voice. "Are you still in there?" A young girl, maybe 10 or 12. We'd seen her run with the local kids. "Yes," Kelly whispered back. "You need to go get help. Call the police, and you need to open the door." "I can't do that," the girl sighed. "The chipper they put there is really heavy. I can't." "Then you need to go get help," Kelly roared. "Right now." The girl took off immediately. For what purpose, we couldn't tell. Maybe she was gonna get help. Maybe she got scared off. We didn't know. Either way, she was gone. And shortly after, there was a sound coming from downstairs. A chill wind blowing through the cellar, carrying a strange, musty scent. We tensed up. I held my breath. A light tip-tap of something poking against the stone steps. Then nothing. I looked at Kelly and held her hand. Then she was pulled down. It was quick. She held onto my wrist like her life depended on it, and I slid down 3 steps. I held on to her and pulled, but the force at the other end was too strong. She kicked and screamed like a wounded animal, but nothing seemed to work. Finally, something came loose, and she scampered back up the stairs. Pushing ourselves against the door, I could see her foot was bleeding. Her shoe had come off, and at least 2 toes were broken at a strange angle. There were marks along the middle of her foot. Bite marks. I could see the imprint of human molars on her big toe. We huddled against the door. Kelly's eyes were wide with panic, scratching at the wood until her acrylic nails came off. It didn't take long for it to return, a long white arm making its way up the stairs, a hand tip-tapping against the stone steps like a spider, and far down into the dark, I could see 3 pairs of eyes reflecting the sliver of moonlight coming through the door. 6 eyes, parted into sets of 2. We threw our shoes, we kicked, we screamed. It retreated only to try again and again and again. As soon as there was a moment of quiet, it came back, poking and prodding at our readiness. In a moment of silence, Kelly and I just held one another. I eventually came to realize that there was a new sound coming from downstairs. It had been there for some time, but we'd been too busy to notice it. A low rhythmic hum like a deep cackle. A laugh. It had stopped playing with us. Seconds later, 2 arms shot out of the dark, one grabbing me by the hair, the other grabbing Kelly by the throat. We were immediately pulled down step by step by step. Within seconds, I could feel the floor as we reached the cellar. My hands fumbled for something to grab, only to feel the glass shards of the now broken oil lamp next to me. Grabbing the largest shard I could, I let it sink into my palm as I stabbed what had grabbed me over and over and over. The moment it let go, I dove for Kelly. I drove the shard into the pale white arm grabbing her, forcing it to let go. A dark blue kind of blood, thicker than jelly, pooled around the edge of the shard as both arms sunk back into the holes. Kelly was barely breathing, struggling to get air past her neck. I grabbed her under her arms and tiptoed my way back up the stairs, only to see those white arms slowly coming back out. I couldn't survive another attack. It'd be our last. I dragged Kelly back up the stairs, hoping against hope we'd make it somehow. She kicked helplessly at the white fingers that poked at her wounded feet, teasing her, a reminder that it was going to get her next time. Laughter. No, Kelly mumbled with what little breath she could muster. No. We reached the top of the stairs. The arms grew closer, nails tip-tapping against the stone steps. It was joyful, eager, expectant. I pressed my back against the door. If it came to it, I would have no choice but to drop Kelly. I had to do whatever it took to make it out. I remember coming to that conscious decision that if it came down to it, I'd do it. I had to. Then I lost my balance. The door gave out from behind me as it opened. I fell backwards, keeping Kelly in my arms. A sudden burst of moonlight lit up the hallway as a mound of pale limbs retreated into the dark. The local kids had pulled an old, rusted-out machine aside, unlodging the door. Kelly coughed, crawling away from the entrance to see a grown woman crawling through the dirt like that in a panicked weeping. I'll never get that image out of my head. Even the kids who trapped us seemed shocked. We thought you could open it," one of them said. "It wasn't meant to get stuck." The blonde kid with the white shirt, he wasn't smirking anymore. I just stayed there in the rain, the palm of my hand slipping on a couple of trampled petals from a blue sunflower. I looked at the cellar, unblinking. Even then, despite the rain and the excuses and the weeping, I could hear the tip-tapping of nails against the stone steps. Something waited for us to slip up, for someone to look the other way, for another chance to take it all away in the blink of an eye. This was a couple of years ago, as I mentioned. It was all written up as an animal attack, but there wasn't even an attempt to elaborate. Just an animal attack. The local sheriff ordered the place permanently closed so they could just fill it up with gravel and dirt. They never recovered Mary or Annie. They never even said what happened to them. Kelly had to amputate part of her foot, but was otherwise fine. But she, like me, wasn't going to be the same ever again. That's why I sleep with the lights on, and something playing on my laptop. As soon as the dark gets too dark, or the silence gets too loud, my mind fills in the blanks with something from that night. The weeping, the banging on the door, the tip-tapping of nails against stone, and I will do what it takes to drown that out for the rest of my life. Some time ago, I had decided to go on a little personal vacation out into the woods of northern Arizona. I was experiencing a sort malaise that was really messing with my creative flow, and I needed a chance to really knuckle down and just enjoy the natural world again. I had spent 6 days out in the wilderness, just enjoying the feeling of being in nature. But the night of day 7 was one I will never forget. Noise. Something was waking me up. Groggily, I rolled over and looked at my phone. It was ringing. I looked to the top of it and blinked. No signal. That made sense. I had come out here for the isolation, a chance to clear my head and make some music again. So why was my phone ringing? How was my phone ringing? I stared at the number as my phone rang incessantly. An unknown caller. I heaved a tired sigh, swiped to answer, and croaked blearily. Hello? You need to be ready. It knows you're there, and it's already here. It has come for you, came the voice on the other line. Who is this? Who am I speaking to? I asked, the exhaustion beginning to leave my voice. Be ready. It will be there soon. Don't open the door. The line went dead. My phone blinked and the words, "Signal lost," flashed on the screen. Don't open. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and wearily watched my phone, waiting to see if it would ring again. I must be losing it, I murmured, placing my phone back on the nightstand and rolling back over to go to sleep. That's when the house thundered. Booming knocks shook the glass of the windows and rattled the glassware. I spun to the door of my room, and my mouth dropped. My door was closed, but it was shaking like something was trying to get in. Boom, boom, boom. 3 knocks in short succession thundered against my bedroom door. I didn't remember locking it. The only door I locked was the front. It was the only one I figured I needed to out here. The angered knocking came again. 3 strong blows, and the rattling began anew. It shook the door, and as I watched, I saw the frame begin to crack. My phone rang and the rattling stopped. Sparing a glance, I snatched it off the nightstand and looked at the number. Unknown caller again. Shakily, I swiped to answer the call and brought the phone to my ear, saying nothing. It knows you're in there. It isn't going to be polite for long. Go under the bed. Hide. Then the line went dead again. Signal lost. I looked at the cracking door frame and wasted no time taking this mysterious caller's advice. Quickly, I crawled under the bed and watched. It was only minutes. I knew it was only minutes, but it felt like hours. I stared at the door, terror wrapping its cold arms around my gut. My breathing became ragged as my eyes remained glued to the door. It wasn't moving. There was no knocking. Had the caller been wrong this time? Was it done? Had it just given up? What was it? Questions raced through my skull, each firing out of the cannon of doubt before the next one could be rationalized. Could any of this be rationalized, though? Something had called me up and warned me of something else in my house. Now that something else was just outside my door, I couldn't explain it, but I had this feeling, like whatever it was that was out there was waiting for me to make a move, like we were in some kind of terrible chess game. So I watched. I waited beneath that bed for agonizing minutes. The sounds began shortly after that. Soft scratching noises, almost inaudible from my position. The one my signal-less savior alleged would keep me safe. I never let my gaze drift from the door, and I'm glad I kept it there because watching what happened next defied logic. The door itself began to bulge inward. I could hear the wood splintering at the center continued to bubble toward me. Then it exploded. Debris and lethal wooden scrap fired through the bedroom. I wasn't spared when this happened. My hiding place provided shelter from the blunt of the door's destruction, but I was peppered with fragments of splintered wood that dug themselves into my skin. I wanted to cry out in pain, but the sight of what was beyond caught the scream in my throat. There, standing in the doorway, I saw a pair of feet, massive legs that must have been at least 3 feet across themselves. But that wasn't the strangest thing. The skin was no tone I had ever seen on a human. It was this mossy green and brown, and the texture was so wooden, like a pair of tree trunks. Slowly the thing in my doorway ambled its way into my room. I could hear its heavy, ragged breaths, like some sort of hunting beast. It was at the foot of my bed. The scent of moss and pine clung heavily to it, but there was another scent I caught as it just stood there. Rot. Death. The pungent odor of decaying meat clung to the creature's wooden legs. I had to cover my nose and mouth to keep from retching as it circled the bed. Was it going to throw it up and pull me out from underneath? Was this monster just waiting for the perfect chance to tear me to shreds? What was it? The feet turned, and suddenly my blood felt like ice. My whole body shivered as the temperature in the room suddenly plummeted. I could see my breath as this thing let out an ear-shattering roar. I can't place the sound, but it reminded me of a mixture between a jet engine's roar and a grizzly bear's growl. I watched from my hiding place as the nightstand was lifted and launched across the room. I could only hear the thing shatter as the creature tore the place apart. My eyes were discs in my head. My hands were clamped over my mouth to hide any sounds of breathing or whimpering. But just as it spun to face the bed, it stopped. Instead, whatever it was turned and shambled out of my room. What the... They were the only words I could choke out as the creature disappeared from my sight. Then the phone rang again. Terrified, I seized it, trying to silence the ring. I swiped to answer the caller, and immediately began to whisper into the phone. What was that? Who are you? How did you know it was coming? There's no time for any of that. It knows where you are. You need to run. Jump out the window and keep running until you lose sight of this place. Keep going until you reach the highway. Don't come back until morning. Are you kidding me? That thing is huge. I can't outrun it. You have to. It's the only way you win this. Then the call cut out. Signal lost. I steadied my breathing and psyched myself up, shooting out from under the bed as I heard that dreadful roar again. It was coming back. I didn't have time to think. No time to find shoes. I bolted toward the now shattered window and dove, slicing my arms and legs against the shards of glass. Adrenaline coursed through my veins, urging me to ignore everything else. I ran, bolted through the forest as fast as my legs would carry me. Twigs and rocks tore into my feet, but I kept going. Even as my chest began to tighten and my lungs began to feel like there was a fire being set beneath them, I ran. I couldn't hear the monster behind me anymore. Maybe it stayed at my cabin. Maybe it kept looking elsewhere. Every ounce of me just hoped I had gotten lucky, but the voice on the phone told me to keep running until I hit the highway. So I did. I ran through miles of backcountry woods, never stopping, pushing myself far beyond anything I thought I was capable of, just to get away from whatever that thing was. I could see darkness starting to push its way into my vision. My legs were beginning to feel like they were made of stone. My body ached and every muscle screamed for me to stop, but I kept pushing. When I burst through the tree line onto the road, I stopped. Almost instantly, I began sobbing and dropped to my knees. I gazed up at the moon as my phone began to ring again. I pulled it out of my pocket and looked at the number. Before I could do anything else, darkness overtook me. I woke the following day in a hospital bed. Apparently, someone had discovered my unconscious and bloodied body on the side of the road. The sheriffs had a million questions, none of which I had a good answer for. They thought my story sounded like something I had made up, but when they went to the cabin, many of them were singing a different tune. "Looks like you got lucky and escaped one of the biggest bears I've ever seen," one of them said. "Didn't find it, but the claw marks in the wood made it look like a dinosaur. Grizzlies are huge, son, but not even they leave marks like that." When I asked about the phone calls, they just shook their heads. "There is no call service that far out. You might have imagined that part and everything." It took me over a week to recover from my injuries. I was told I had lacerated a tendon in my right arm, and that it had never quite functioned the way it had before. That was the arm I used to play guitar, and to this day, there are still certain notes my fingers just can't quite nail anymore. The day of my discharge, I was given the things that they had found me with, and given an escort back to the cabin. The debris was mostly cleaned up by the time I arrived to collect my things, but the damage to the building itself was visible. And the cops were right. Whatever it was that came after me that night must have been massive to leave the marks it did so deep in the wood. I checked my phone as I crossed the threshold of the house to gather my things and sighed. No signal. "Well, thanks, whoever you were," I muttered, gathering what stuff was left after the attack. To this day, I don't know who called me, or what it was that was in that cabin, but frankly, I don't think I want to know. We as a species are creatures of lingering regrets. We constantly think of the things that we didn't do, the opportunities we missed out on, the alternatives to the choices we have made, and the haunting question of, what if? I'm no different, and that is what brings me here to share my experience today. I've had a what if question that has persisted in my head like a broken record. It has lingered in the darkest recesses of my mind like a cockroach, and has continued to fester there to the present day. What if we had just come forward with the truth? The answer to this question is not for the faint of heart. What I am about to describe is just as much a detailed recollection of events as it is a confession. What you choose to believe is entirely up to all of you, but I need the truth to be out there in order to repent. This all started a few months ago when I began communication with the dead. Now, this grave endeavor wasn't in vain, mind you. The main reason I entertained this idea and participated was because I was desperate. You see, I have lost a lot of people in my life. People I wished I could see again and communicate with that were no longer here. What I desired most was closure with my loved ones and friends, and death had taken that from me. That is, until Jane and I were cleaning our basement one day. We were moving some miscellaneous junk strewn about the basement to the garage for donation or the trash. It was nothing more than a typical cleaning project that neither of us wanted to do, but it had to get done. As I was cleaning out a particular corner of the basement, I stumbled upon a box containing a Ouija board. Now, I didn't remember ever purchasing or acquiring a Ouija board, and I know for certain Jane wouldn't have either. She was not a fan of creepy things in the slightest. How it ended up there was a complete mystery. My immediate thought was just to throw it away. There was no reason for us to have it. It's not that I didn't believe in the paranormal or anything. I had an experience years ago that made me a believer. I just didn't think it was an item that should continue to be in our household. That is when a thought crossed my mind, one that I should have never begun to entertain the idea of. What if I could speak with those people I never got a chance to speak with again? This was an idea that intrigued me at the time. Reconnecting with people that were once in my life, and knowing that there was a life beyond death provided a strange comfort to me. I can't explain it, but in that moment, I felt like I was compelled to use the board once I had found it. After pondering things for a moment longer, I had made my decision. In hindsight, I should not have made a decision of such magnitude so recklessly, but regardless, my mind was made up. I placed the Ouija board back where I had found it, pretending that I hadn't seen it, and proceeded to go about my day, acting as if I hadn't seen anything. Tomorrow when I got home from work and while my wife was still working, I would use the Ouija board, and that is exactly what I did. From that day forward for months, I spent that 2-hour time period before Jane would get home from work downstairs in the basement communicating with the deceased. My usage of the Ouija board granted me the ability to being able to talk to my mother, my father, my grandmother, and grandfather, and anyone else I so desired to talk to. We discussed the afterlife, my life, and what I had never gotten to when they were here on this soil. It was a relief unlike any other, and I was grateful to be able to break the barrier between the living and dead to talk to my loved ones. It began so innocently with them. All I ever intended was to talk to them and to get some closure, but it became an addiction. I couldn't stop using the Ouija board. Over time, I had started inviting random spirits to conduct a conversation with me. It became therapeutic for me when I would ask these spirits questions and learn about them in addition to the unknown and beyond. Despite my morbid fixation on conversing with the dead, I never let anything get out of hand. My habit was always restricted to that 2-hour window I had, and I was always going to be in control of the situation. Yesterday, though, that all changed. I was going about things like I normally did with the Ouija board. The candles that circled me illuminated the basement as I was called out. Are there any spirits here that want to communicate at this time? My words echoed through the basement as I patiently awaited a response from beyond the grave. Some time had passed before the planchette I had my hands placed over began to shake. Slowly, it moved over to the word yes. I nodded my head and inquired, "Who am I speaking to?" Once more the planchette began to move and glided over the letters G, R, A, C, and E. I felt myself grow cold as if I had stepped 1 foot into a meat locker. My eyes widened in horror. That name. Grace, why are you communicating with me? My words hung in the air like a fog as I anxiously waited for the spirit to answer. I could feel my heart pulsating very fast, and I did my best to take deep breaths to slow its frantic pace. A moment later, the planchette moved to a series of letters that spelled out the word return. Return? What do you mean by this? I inquired, my eyes darting around in the darkness surrounding the candles I had lit. Silence overcast the basement, and nothing was heard besides the thunderous thumping of my heart. I had never experienced anything like this in the months I had used the Ouija board. I had never felt such an ominous and dark energy that contaminated the room like a plague. I glanced back down at the planchette, wondering if there was ever going to be a response when a gust of wind snuffed out the candles. I blindly looked around, the darkness enveloping my vision as I felt the perspiration from my forehead from fright. It felt like I was being watched, but by who I could not tell. It was a feeling that lurked as I felt an icy, cold hand grip my shoulder. I stood still as a statue, rooted to the spot in horror as a voice whispered a command into my ear. Run. That's when my adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted up the stairs. I closed the basement door behind me and went up to Jane and I's room to hide and calm down. I didn't move from my place in our bedroom until Jane had come back home from work. I didn't dare tell her what had occurred. The last thing I wanted to feel was unsafe and scared in the comfort of our home. I collected myself and went downstairs to greet her, and resumed the evening like it was any other. When it was time to call it a night, I waited for her to go upstairs before going back down and hiding the Ouija board. I would take care of its disposal in the morning while Jane still slept. In the meantime, however, I was going to catch some much-needed rest and put this whole bizarre fixation of mine behind me. I promised myself from that moment onward I would never communicate with the dead ever again. My weird addiction to the Ouija board had to end for the sake of my sanity and well-being. The room was painfully quiet in the early hours of the morning, almost as if time itself had stopped entirely. Darkness cloaked the room like a massive blanket as I lay next to Jane. A faint light creeped in through the window, allowing for little visibility of the various pieces of furniture in the bedroom. My eyes scanned the room for a moment for any anomalies before resting my gaze upon her. She was still sound asleep, her breathing rhythmic as she continued to dream in peace. Her arms were wrapped around me lightly like vines on a tree trunk. I slowly wiggled free from her grasp and rolled on my side. I was still in a dazed state, my eyelids fighting a losing battle to stay open as I became self-aware of my heart beating against my rib cage. It thudded rapidly, like I had just been engulfed in a nightmare. I couldn't remember if I had been dreaming or not, but it must not have been important if I couldn't remember, right? That's what I told myself as I closed my eyes and wrapped myself back into the sheets like a cocoon. I lay still for a while, waiting for sleep to overtake my conscience. When it seemed as though I was about to doze off, my cell phone that was on my nightside table lit up like a Christmas tree and began to ring. The vibration of the device buzzing on the table grated my eardrums as I let out a groan of frustration. I sluggishly reached out and silenced the phone without even acknowledging who it was. I turned to my wife to see if she had stirred at all, but thankfully to my delight, she had not been ripped from her slumber. I breathed a sigh of relief as I looked at the time. 3:03 a.m. Give me a break. I muttered irritably to myself as I turned back over, hoping to get some sleep. The idea of having to go to work on just a couple hours of sleep was not a pleasant thought. The last thing I wanted to do was daydream about dreaming. I closed my eyes and tried my best to silence my thoughts, but not even a moment after I had nestled into the warm embraces of the sheets, the phone rang again. My eyes shot open, and I lunged out into the void of darkness to silence the phone. Good God, can I just get some rest? I buried my head under the blanket and face planted into the pillow, not wanting to think, see, or hear anything until 6 a.m. sharp when I absolutely had to be awake. The sound of my phone going off seconds after my face connected with the pillow indicated that someone was still trying to get in touch with me. I begrudgingly lifted my face from the pillow and squinted to look at my phone, which shone like a beacon of light on the bedside table. I exhaled angrily as I yanked the phone from its place on the table and stared down at the screen. My heart immediately sunk as I read the name of the person who was vehemently blowing up my phone. Grace. It was the same name that was spelt out on the Ouija board earlier. I was confused. How was a spirit contacting me outside of the board? Was this the spirit that I thought it was? I chalked it up to it all being a strange coincidence and put that dreadful thought to rest. I hit decline on the call, and not even a second after I did, the phone began to ring again. This person doesn't give up. I thought as I pressed decline call. The phone lit up and hummed violently as Grace continued to call again and again. I promptly kept declining the calls as they came through, and I was able to eventually block the person, resulting in a blissful silence falling upon the room. I gently placed the phone back down and was about to lay back down when I noticed Jane sitting up, looking at me in pure confusion. In the midst of all the chaos, I neglected the fact that the constant noise of my phone and I would have woken her. "What's going on?" she asked as a yawn escaped her lips. "Nothing, Jane. It was just some stupid scam caller or something. I took care of it." I reassured as I turned to my place beside her in the comfort of our bed. As soon as she and I began to get comfortable, the familiar humming sound filled the air, indicating that my phone was going off. "Apparently you didn't," she quipped as I snatched the phone from its resting place and messed with its settings. I was perplexed. I had blocked this person, so how was the same number calling? I decided to take matters a step further and turn my phone off. I held the power button on my phone and watched the brand logo light up on the screen before dimming and blacking out completely. There, now I did. I breathed a sigh of relief as I returned to Jane's side and gave a light smile. That was way more complicated than it needed to be. We shared a laugh as we both lay on our backs and snuggled together under the sheets. "I noticed. Seems like you got a stalker," she teased as she wrapped her arms around my torso and placed her head on my chest. Who wants to stalk someone like me, though? "I don't know. You tell me." She raised her head to look me in the face and raised a slight brow jokingly. In that moment, I wanted to tell her the person's name, but decided it was better to withhold the information. There was no need to bother her with something as small as a name in the grand scheme of things. Before I could give a reply to her question, though, my phone rang yet again. This time Jane and I both sat straight up in bed, immediately alarmed at what we were hearing. You turned that off, right?" she asked with a concerned tone, her face peering over at my bedside table. "Yeah, I turned the phone off. Did you not see me turn the phone off?" I felt like my arms weighed 1,000 tons, and my fingers shook as I took the phone and brought it to my face. I stood there and just stared at the brightly lit screen, the name Grace striking fear into my heart. "Grace? Who is this Grace, and why is she calling you? It's 3 a.m, Jane said, clearly agitated and suspicious of the fact that another woman was calling me in the early hours of the morning. "I don't know, but I'm going to answer and figure out what the meaning of this is." I pressed accept on the phone call and brought it up to my ear. "Listen, I don't know who you think you are, but..." I was interrupted by a burst of static that sounded like a radio trying to find a proper frequency. "Hello? Is anybody there?" I asked as I glanced over my shoulder at Jane, who appeared to be a nervous wreck. She looked how I felt internally, but I needed to be strong for her. I didn't want to look scared, but it was hard not to be. This whole thing was certainly strange. Put it on speaker." Her voice trembled with a worried tone. I nodded my head and pulled the phone away from my ear. I pressed the speaker button, and we both listened with racing hearts as the static continued to blare. This noise persisted for a while before a faint voice crept through. "Hello?" The voice was weak, but there was no mistaking it. Someone was on the line. "Yes, hello? Who is this? How did you get my number?" The questions poured out of me at a rapid-fire pace as I was trying to rationalize the scenario we found ourselves in. There was no response to anything I asked, and instead we were left to listen to the static, deafeningly sounding from the speaker. The moments we spent waiting for a response seemed to drag on in dog years, but eventually the voice returned. This time, much clearer. "This is Grace." I felt my blood turn to ice. Every word pierced my skin like a hunting knife as I looked over at Jane, who shared the same horrified expression as myself. I felt my grip loosening on the phone as the words seemingly spun around me. This couldn't be real. None of this is real. "Leave us alone." Jane's voice broke the silence between the two of us. She seized the phone from what little grasp I still had and tried to decline the call. No matter how many times she attempted to hang up, though, the phone call would not end. If anything, the static sound got louder and louder, forcing Jane and I to cover our ears. As quickly as the static noise raised itself to ear-piercing decibels, it stopped. Jane and I were afraid to breathe as we listened to the phone for any signs of life besides our own. I could feel my limbs trembling from the fear and adrenaline. I was afraid to move in any capacity. I clenched my eyes shut and prayed for this to end. I could feel Jane's face hovering above my shoulder, and I could hear her trying to stifle cries of terror. The silence on the other end of the line was somehow more deafening than the static coming through just moments ago. It was not to last, however, as the voice returned and spoke clear as day from the other end of the line. "I'm here." The voice stated in an aggressive rasp before the phone call suddenly ended and the screen went to black. Jane and I sat in the darkness, paralyzed by our own fear. We weren't sure of what to make of what just happened. It felt like a piece of fiction had come to life. There was nothing fictitious about this, however. This was the gravity of the situation coming crashing down upon us. There was a reason why that name had sounded so familiar earlier downstairs with the Ouija board. The voice on the phone all but confirmed our suspicions. She and I locked eyes in horror, and I felt myself shiver at the revelation. The spirit from the Ouija board and the voice on the phone were the same entity. It was Grace, our daughter we had killed. I can barely remember what life was like before we found the game that June night. We were 6 high school kids bored out of our minds, trying our best to fill the void. Most of us had part-time summer jobs, but we were hesitant to spend money on anything. We all hoped to save for college. After what felt like hours going back and forth on deciding what to do for the day, we took a walk around our suburban neighborhood. It was the end of a yard sale day, and most of people were packing up and heading inside. A few people still remained outside, eager to sell. We didn't really have the intention to buy anything, but I still combed through the last pieces of used crap people set out. I always think I'm going to find some kind of amazing treasure, but always end up questioning my purchases hours later. I found myself digging through a shoebox full of old board games. I thought I might be able to find a new game for all of us to play. I also figured, since it was the end of the day, I might get it for super cheap. At first, I only saw games that looked in too bad of shape to even buy. That, or it was a game I knew my friends wouldn't want to play. I've always been a board game fan, but not so much my friends. I had to beg them for months to play D&D with me, and they were only willing to play it for my birthday. I'm always trying to find new games that might interest them. I was ready to give up, but then I saw a game at the bottom that I'd never heard of. Tasks with Friends. With the tagline, "The game you and your friends will never want to put down." The box looked colorful and pretty worn out, but not so bad that we couldn't play with it. It just looked well loved. I tried to open it up, but the sides were taped down. I mean, it makes sense. You don't want all the pieces to come flying out after all. I didn't see a price tag or sign for the price, so I found the owner and asked her, "Excuse me, how much are you charging for the game?" I said eagerly to the woman while admiring the bright colored box that lacked any company branding or trademarking. "Oh, that old thing? I don't know. Do you have $1 on you?" The woman said as she put the yard sale leftovers into one big box. As she told me the price, I perked up and started to dig through my purse. She either got annoyed with me taking too long or just wanted to be nice and told me to just take it. She immediately started to pack up her box again. "So, is the game any fun?" I said to her awkwardly. "I actually never played it. My friend Jen gave it to me a few years back because her kids got obsessed over it or something, so she just wanted to get rid of it. She thought my family would enjoy it, but we just never got around to playing it," she said with her back facing me. I kindly thanked her and called for my friends to come over to see what I got. As I called for them, I could see their curiosity over what I found. That excitement was quickly lost when they saw I had a board game in my hands. They rolled their eyes knowing that I would try and get them to play it with me. "Kate, you know we don't do the board game thing," Aaron said to me annoyed. "Come on, guys. You've all been going on and on all day about how bored you are. At least try. This game looks really fun. I actually haven't played this one before, so we can all learn together," I said as I saw their faces start to grow curious again. James came up to me and gestured at the box in my hand. I gave it over to him, hoping that he would be convinced to play after looking at it. I knew if he was down to play, everyone else would be too. As he held the box, I could see the expression on his face change from doubt to excitement. "Dang, this game looks fun. Let's go play," he said with a giddy tone I'd never heard him use. He started to jog in the direction of his house with me close behind, and the rest of our friends slowly walking behind me, looking confused as to why James was so excited to play a board game when he was normally the person most against them. We all made it back to James' house. We walked in and were greeted by his mom, confused as to what made her emotionless son so excited. As we stood in the entryway not sure what to say, we heard him calling us from the basement. We ran down the steps to see the game fully set up on the floor and ready to play. He was sitting on a pillow reading the instructions with intense concentration. "James, are we actually playing this game?" Bree whined. "Yes, we are. I promise if you just sit down and start to play, you will have fun. I had a chance to learn the rules while you guys got here," James insisted as he shuffled a pile of cards one last time. After a few minutes of back and forth, everyone was sitting down and ready to play. James explained the rules of the game directly from the instruction manual. Each player starts with their token at the start of the board. Players will take turns drawing a card from the top of the deck. Each card will have a task. If that task is completed, you may move the number of spaces that are specified on the card. Once you see the card, it will say secret or public at the top. If it's a secret card, do not read it out loud. This task must be completed without anyone noticing or questioning the action on the card. For example, hold someone's hand, sing a song, insult someone, etc. Just complete the task without anyone calling you out. If a player does something you believe to be a secret task, say out loud, "Deceiver." If the player was caught, they will show their card and fail their task. Do not move any pieces. If the person who calls out "Deceiver" wrongly accuses the player, then they must move back one space. The accused player will keep that card and continue to try and complete the task. Once you have successfully completed a secret task, you may announce "Task Complete" and move your token forward as many spaces as specified on your task card. If you pull a public card, you must read it out loud. These cards will include things like saying the alphabet backwards. Don't say or until your next turn. Singing a karaoke song, playing Dead for 1 minute, etc. Some cards have time limits and specified instructions. Every card will clearly state the task. The player who gets their token to the end of the board wins. The game will start with the player who lied last drawing a card. Take turns drawing one card at a time, with the person to your right going next. Have fun. James folded the paper instructions up and sat them by his side, asking if anyone had questions. No one said anything. It seemed like they all understood the game fine, or maybe they just didn't care. "Alright, let's get the game started," James proclaimed, but was met with blank stares. "Come on, guys, I just read the rules. You should know how the game starts. We have to start with who lied last." Everyone remained silent. No one wanted to say their last lie. "This is so dumb. I guess I'll go. I told my mom that Henry wasn't hanging out with us when I left the house. There, I'll go first," Bree blurted out as she leaned forward to grab a card. As she looked at it, she rolled her eyes. "This is so dumb. Why are we playing this game?" "Come on, Bree. It can't be that bad. Can you read it out loud?" Henry said, sensing that the card was embarrassing. "Ugh, public card. Pretend to be a cow for 3 minutes. She threw the card down and looked at Henry, who was to her right, expecting her turn to just be over and not wanting to even try. The rest of the group started to laugh and encourage her, chanting her name and begging her to do it. After about a minute, she gave in and got down on her hands and knees. When she first started, she was annoyed, staring daggers at Henry. As her time ran down, I could see in her face her feelings towards the game change. When the timer went off, she didn't stop for a few seconds. She kept going because she was laughing so hard. "That was so fun. Someone moved my token up one space. Henry, it's your turn now," Bree said with a giggle and a newfound excitement. Henry looked at her in disbelief. He was so used to her cold exterior, but liked that this game made it melt away. Henry picked up his card. He motioned, zipping his lips shut, and shook his head. Me, Bree, and James all squealed in excitement, with the rest of the group looking lost, not understanding what they missed that got us so excited. Since Henry had a secret card, it was AJ's turn. She was chuckling along, but clearly just doing it because she didn't want to look dumb for asking us what was so funny. She pulled her card and read it out loud. It's a public card," she said with a dry tone, trying to gauge the room and observe everyone else as they celebrated her public card. "It says I have to do jumping jacks until my next turn." As she stood up, everyone in the room cheered her on except for Aaron. As she got to her feet, she paused and looked over at Aaron. I can imagine he felt like the only sane person in the room, and wasn't sure what was going on. After a second of hesitation, she started her jumping jacks. Aaron looked around at us, eyeing him down desperately, waiting for him to read his card. By the time he finally picked up his card, AJ had started to laugh while doing her jumping jacks. "Sorry, it's a secret card," Aaron said nervously, as everyone was wiggling with happiness. "Well, looks like it's my turn," I said as I leaned forward, but was cut off by Henry quickly standing to his feet and lunging towards AJ, tackling her to the ground, interrupting her jumping jacks and making a loud thump as they hit the ground. "Henry, what are you doing? What's wrong with you?" Aaron yelled in a serious tone that turned into him trying not to laugh by the end of the sentence. "I'm calling a deceiver on that tackle, Henry," Bree stated with a laugh. Okay, you got me," Henry said while still laying on AJ from his tackle. They both smiled over the event, even though it clearly hurt when they hit the floor. But you have to admit, that one was tricky. I tried to start my turn again, but was interrupted by Aaron. "Ha! Task completed. I yelled at Henry and didn't get caught. I get to move 2 spaces," he said as he smugly moved his token 2 spaces on the board game. We kept playing the game for hours. We finished the first game and everyone wanted to play again, and again, and again. I looked around at them in disbelief. It felt impossible that all my friends were enjoying a board game. It was a dream come true. After years of begging, finally, normally at hangouts like this by 10 p.m., Bree and Henry would wander off to make out in some closet. AJ goes home to sleep, and Aaron, James, and I are left to awkwardly try and find something to do with just the 3 of us. It got to be 2 a.m., and we were either exhausted, or our parents calling us telling us to come home, or we would be in serious trouble. We all went back to our houses, but all had a hard time going to sleep. We stayed up until 5 a.m. for some of us, just talking about the game over text, strategies, when we could play again, funny things that happened that night. We couldn't get enough. The games we played started out pretty simple. No tasks got too wild, and well, we really loved to play. It wasn't like it was taking over our whole lives. Not yet, at least. Because we played the game at James' house the first time, we ended up just keeping it there. Even though the game was technically mine, we always hung out at his place, so it just made sense. It was around 10 a.m. the next day when our group chat started to blow up, with everyone asking when we could get together that day. Now, because it was summertime, and we were all teenagers, we either had work in the mornings, or most of us slept until noon. But not me. I was always up early, waiting for my friends to get up so I had something to do, or trying to make some money as a dog walker. That being said, I was shocked when I saw that everyone was up, and everyone claimed to not have work. James didn't have a job at that point, so of course he was free, but everyone else was too. That did not happen often. We all met up at James' place at around 11 a.m. that same day, everyone eager to play. We must have played 10 games that day. The games consisted of us doing accents, being banned from saying certain words, backflips, and so on. Nothing too weird. We realized after a few games that we never got a repeating card, not one time. This was strange because there were probably 200 cards in the deck, but even with us playing a dozen games, every card was new. I knew I had a couple of dogs to walk that evening, but texted the owners to cancel. No way was I going to leave while all my friends were enjoying a board game this much. I knew AJ said something about her having a shift at 4 p.m., but when the time got close, she went to the other side of the room and called out of work. She didn't even mention it or talk about it. She just stood up, walked to the corner, talked to her manager, and came back. No one thought anything of it. After a few minutes, she loudly proclaimed, "Task completed," moving her token up 3 spaces. We looked around, confused at what tasks she had, and the card said, Call out sick to work. We were surprised by this card, to say the least. It was the first time a card had to do with something outside of the players. Everyone else in the group canceled any plans they had for the rest of the day, although AJ was the only person who completed a task for it. It was around 11 p.m., which made it a full 12 hours of the game. Bree pointed out that we forgot to eat any food all day. After thinking about it, I realized that I hardly drank any water, and went to the bathroom like one time all day. Things started to get out of hand that night. AJ pulled a card that said to go into a closet with the player to her left and kiss them for 5 minutes. Of course, that player was Henry. Bree was not happy, but she knew how serious everyone was about the game. She told him she wasn't okay with it, but he insisted that it was just a game and it wouldn't mean anything. It was worth 4 points for both people who would go into the closet. AJ and Henry stood up and went to find a suitable space. All while Bree freaked out and said she would end things with Henry if he went through with it. It was never completely clear what Henry and Bree were. They don't like to use boyfriend and girlfriend, but everyone knew they were a thing. Aaron tried to call it off, saying this wouldn't be worth it and to just stop. But it was like they didn't even hesitate. Bree sat on the carpet and started to cry as the timer on her phone counted down an agonizing 5 minutes. I thought I would either hear kissing or nothing at all, but instead I heard talking. It started as soft whispers, then crying and yelling. They stayed in for about 2 minutes, then came tumbling out. "That's it, Henry. I can't believe you would do that for a game. We're over," Bree said with a red, wet face. Henry came and silently sat down with AJ. AJ was now beet red as well, despite 3 of my friends just going through something I couldn't wrap my head around. They all looked at James calmly and nodded for him to pull his card. No one had moved any tokens forward, so it was clear they failed their task of kissing in the closet. James hesitantly leaned in for a card and read it to himself as we were bombarded by Bree, AJ, and Henry all saying, "Task completed," and then shot confused faces at each other. They all threw down their cards and moved their tokens forward. Bree's card said, "Break up with Henry." Henry's card said, "Make AJ cry," and AJ's card said, "Tell Henry you love him." All those cards were worth way more than the stupid kissing card, so the kissing task was ignored, and they all individually completed their tasks without ever communicating it with each other. They all saw opportunities to complete a task worth more points and they took it. After this moment, it was like nothing even happened. The girls stopped crying and started laughing and saying how impressive the completion of the tasks were. "Wait, guys. Something's wrong here. Do you not see it?" Aaron said with concern, trying to take a break from the game. "Oh, stop. You're just jealous you didn't get to move 6 spaces," Bree said with arrogance. "No, I'm not talking about that. Does no one find it weird that the cards are using our names now? Not only that, but the cards are somehow interacting with other cards to almost try and make bad things happen," James blurted. As he said that, it was like we all froze in our spots, all looking at each other, realizing how hungry and tired we were, looking around at the room seeing how big of a mess we made, Bree grabbing Henry's hand with a look of sadness, and coming to grips with how they hurt each other for a game. I looked down at my arm and was reminded of the crude things I had drawn on my arm with Sharpies in order to move 1 space in an earlier game. I saw Aaron's jeans that were now cut into shorts with some kid's scissors. I looked at James' leg and saw his one shaved leg lying crossed over the untouched hairy one. I looked at AJ and saw she had a huge purple bruise on her arm. At that moment, I remembered feeling like an addict trying to get off drugs. I knew this game was hurting us. I wanted to stop, but felt like I couldn't. I could see the same feeling in all my friends' eyes too. The urge to say one more game, just one more time, just to feel the high of this dumb game again. I think we need to take a break from this game, guys. It's getting kinda weird and out of hand, I murmured with the strength that I somehow mustered up. It was like telling an alcoholic you were taking away their beer. They all looked horrified at the idea of not playing the game for even a moment. Just then, James' mom came downstairs and was horrified at what she was looking at. 6 disheveled teenagers, all sitting in a circle looking like they had all just been through a war. Not only that, but her whole basement was a mess. James, what happened to your leg? Are you all playing that dumb game again? I can't believe this. Everyone out of my house. James, you're grounded. His mom shouted with rage in her voice. We all ran out of his house, not saying a word to each other, just trying to get home and get some food. As I sat in my kitchen with long-sleeve sweatshirt covering my now inked-up arm, I tried to eat a sandwich I made myself. I was starving. I could feel and hear my stomach growling, but my need to play the game was so much stronger. So strong I didn't even want to eat. I sat at my dining room table staring at that sandwich for what felt like an eternity, telling myself that I needed to eat and I'd feel better if I did, but somehow the thought of the game was taking up all my energy. I was holding back the urge to text my friends. It took every ounce of self-control I had left. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket, and I involuntarily grabbed my phone so fast it was in my hand before I could even think about it. It was James in our group chat. Hey guys, so do you think that was a long enough break? I think I can find where my mom put the game and bring it to that old treehouse back behind Mr. Baker's house. I couldn't hold back anymore. I had to play again. Before I knew it, I was sneaking out of my house trying to remember where the old treehouse was. As I ran through the neighborhood, my phone lit up with texts from my friends saying they were on their way. After running around for a while, I found the treehouse. I couldn't believe I had such a hard time finding it, considering how much time a few of us used to spend in it during middle school. I could hear all their voices sounding annoyed, as I was the last one to get there. I climbed up the old wooden ladder to find all my friends sitting in a perfect circle, barely able to see the board or each other. It was around this time something strange happened within the game. It wasn't about winning the game necessarily. It was about playing as many games as possible, and completing as many tasks as we could. If anyone won a game or finished a task, everyone felt a high, not just the winner. Because of this, players stopped calling each other out for trying to complete secret tasks, so people stopped being so secretive to complete secret tasks. They still kept them a secret because it was a rule of the game, just no one called them out. This made us all more ruthless. I sat down on the hardwood in between Bree and James. Our next game began. AJ drew a card, and it was a secret card. She didn't seem giddy. She looked flush and scared. In fact, it felt like the mood had shifted with everyone. We weren't laughing our butts off anymore. We were terrified to stop playing. It was something in our guts that made us have to play, like a virus growing in us, desperately trying to get out. Next, Aaron drew a card and read it out loud. "Hold your breath for 5 minutes," he whispered with confusion. "How am I supposed to do that?" he said, trying to not get worried. It's not that the card was all that bad. It's that he knew he would stop at nothing to make it happen. He told us to keep playing the game while he did it, and got a timer up on his phone. He took a few deep breaths, then held his nose shut and became extremely focused, not making eye contact with anyone. Next, it was James' turn. He had a secret card and didn't show much emotion towards it. Next, Bree nervously took a card, and yet again, it was a secret card. In fact, we all drew a secret card until it was Aaron's turn again. It had been about 45 seconds, and he was really focusing, and we didn't want to make him draw a card while trying to finish his task. As we sat and watched our friend become more and more red from holding his breath, we found ourselves in complete silence, other than the wind weaving its way through the trees outside, and the soft sound of crickets in the distance. We all just stared at each other, terrified of what was on those secret cards. I knew I had to use every little bit of self-control I had left in my body to not try and complete the task on my card. I was betting that's why everyone was being so quiet. They all had tasks that they didn't want to do, but felt the uncontrollable urge to do it. My card said that I needed to remove one of James' fingers by any means necessary. It was worth 10 points. I couldn't believe I wanted to complete it so badly, but I was frozen figuring out how to do it. As I stared at him, I noticed he was looking over at Bree. I figured that his card had something to do with her. It seemed like everyone was fixated on someone else. I glanced down at the timer Aaron had, and I was amazed to see he had been holding his breath for almost 2 minutes. Just as I was about to comment on it, chaos broke loose. Everyone jumping onto someone else, making it one big pile of people viciously grabbing each other. I didn't read their cards myself, but it was clear by their actions what their tasks were. Of course, as you know, I was going for James' fingers, but James was ripping at Bree's ear. Bree was pulling Henry's hair out. Henry was tearing at AJ's neck, and AJ was trying to open my mouth to get my tongue. For a solid 30 seconds we were all attacking each other when Aaron passed out from holding his breath. This seemed to snap us out of our trance for a bit. We ran over to our friend and checked his pulse. After we realized he was still breathing, we got lost in the game again, and all jumped on each other to keep brutalizing one another. Just as I got my teeth around James' pinky finger, we saw a bright flashlight coming through the cracks in the treehouse and froze. A police officer popped his head through the bottom entrance of the treehouse and looked at us in horror. He saw Aaron out cold in the corner alone with the rest of us in a pile of blood and ripped out hair. The officer grabbed us one by one and practically threw us to the ground, where another officer put us each in handcuffs. We had hours and hours of questioning that night, but we were all released by sunrise. No one was badly injured. Just a lot of cuts, bruises, and a few patches of hair missing. Even Aaron was okay. Honestly, Aaron made it out in the best shape. We all got grounded for the rest of the summer. All the parents agreed that we needed to stop spending time together because they insisted on us having some beef between us all. None of us mentioned the board game was at the treehouse that night because we didn't want them to take it away from us. We knew we had to play it again. However, they caught on to it and banned us from playing it again. We spent the next 3 weeks of summer miserable. Each one of us tried to fill the hunger to play the game by playing other board games, or attempting to remake it, but it wasn't the same. It was the night before school started, and I got a message from James through Skype. Our parents banned us from talking to each other, but it seemed my parents and James' parents forgot about Skype. He told me I had to come over right now. I managed to hop out of my window and ran for James' house. I got to his house in what felt like record time, and jumped down the fire escape to the basement. There I saw the rest of my friends all sitting by the fireplace weeping. As I got closer, I saw they were covered in ash. I saw tiny little bits of what was left of the game lying out on the ground. "She burned it. My mom burned it," James said in between tears. Everyone was desperately trying to find any pieces that were left of our precious game. Some of them rubbed the ashes of the game on their faces and arms to try and feel something again. As I watched them, I saw something in the corner of my eye. I looked over to our normal hangout area and saw it. I saw the board game sitting out. Not just the box, but the whole game was out and ready to play. Are you sure that your mom burnt it, James? I said as my eyes got glazed over looking at the beautiful board game sitting out for us to enjoy. Yes, I'm sure. She did it right in front of me, so I'd stop looking for it. Just as James finished his sentence, he looked at me and then at my eye line. He saw the game. The next week of our lives was a whirlwind. After James' mom burned the game and it reappeared, we all ran away with the game. We stole a car from AJ's mom after we got a task card for it and left town. We would play the game in the car, in random fast food restaurants, and sometimes in parks. It's all we did all day. We would fall asleep playing the game, and only manage to eat maybe a bag of chips or something small during the day. We kept moving because we didn't want to be found. In that week, we all managed to lose our jobs and all missed the first week of our senior year of high school, all because we were addicted to a board game. I still remember the last game we ever played. It was a late Sunday night. We were actually in our town sitting in an old barn near the treehouse we sat in before, all because the game told us to. Up to that point, we were hanging out far away from home. We didn't want to be close. We knew we could be found easily by our families and the authorities if we were too close, but we had no choice. We were slaves to the game. At this point, we were in bad shape. With every new game started, we broke down a little bit more. We surrounded the board with tired eyes and growling stomachs, missing teeth and bruised bodies, concussed heads and broken toes. Please, we have to stop. I can't do it anymore. I want to go home, Bree said as we were about to start our next game. I can't imagine not playing this game. It's all I ever want to do. I think I might die if I couldn't play it. I know the game hurts us, but it would hurt so much more if we stopped playing it, Henry said with a gravelly voice. Guys, why are we talking? We have to play again, Aaron said while trying not to cough. I know we have to. I've never hated something and loved something so much in my whole life, Bree remarked. We started the game with shaky hands, moving slowly and holding our breath whenever someone looked at their card. AJ went first. She reached down and picked a card, cringing to herself after reading it in her head. Next was Bree. She rolled her eyes and she read off the words, Public card. Waterboard the player to your right for 5 minutes. Both players move 8 spaces, Bree timidly said as she glanced at James sitting next to her. I can't say we really knew how to waterboard someone, but we laid him on his back with his legs elevated and dipped water over him. We let him take a card for his turn before Bree started the waterboarding, so we didn't have to wait for 5 minutes for them to be done. His card was a secret card. We continued the game with the awful background sounds of gagging and choking. Next, it was Aaron's turn. He read his card and winced. He closed his eyes tight and opened them again, as if he was hoping he was in a dream. As he opened his eyes, he slowly looked at all of us, making eye contact with each one of us. Just then, James was done being waterboarded, and he and Bree came to join us. I was so glad they were done. Not just because I was sick of the sounds, but because it meant they got to move 8 spaces. Aaron stood to his feet slowly. I prepared myself because I figured he was about to hurt us. In an instant, he ran out of the barn and into our stolen car. We all looked around confused as to where he went, but kept playing the game as he drove off. Next, it was my turn. Public card. Jump off the roof of the barn. 9 points. I said out loud nervously. Henry and AJ jumped up and started to walk outside, not even questioning if I would do it or not. They weren't wrong in the assumption. Before I could even think, I was on my feet trying to find a way up to the roof. I found my way to the top of the 10-foot-tall building. I took a deep breath and leaped off, and was met with a hard thump as I hit the ground. I felt a gut-wrenching pain in my right ankle as I landed. I knew I broke it. I had no doubt in my mind. I was thrashing in pain, grabbing my ankle as my friend dragged me back into the barn. We knew we had to keep playing. Next, Henry took a card. He picked it from the pile with his eyes closed and brought it to his face while peeking just enough to see the words on the card. Then closed his eyes again, trying to pretend he never read the words in the first place. Next, AJ took a card. Even though it was a secret card, I knew it was about me. She glanced down at my ankle right after her eyes left the card. Just as James was reaching for his card, we saw Aaron walk back into the barn. We all sat in shock as his silhouette became clear and vivid in the doorway. Blood trickled down his arms and hands, dripping on the dirt as we all stared at each other. His eyes were blank at first, but then turned to pain. We watched him as he walked from the doorway to the board game, blood dripping on the game as he moved his token 30 spaces. "Aaron, what have you done? 30 spaces?" AJ muttered in fear. "James, I'm so sorry. I had to." Aaron whimpered as he sat in the dirt with his secret card crinkled in his bloodied fist. "Tell me what you did right now. What does your card say? Show us." James yelled as he stood to his feet. Just as James was about to jump onto Aaron, Henry reached into his pocket and pulled out some matches we used to start small campfires while we had been on the run. We all stood still, waiting to see what he was about to do as he lit 3 matches and threw them into the nearby hay bales, igniting the whole inside of the barn. Without hesitation, AJ saw the opportunity and stomped on my ankle as hard as she could. If it wasn't broken before, it sure was now. I looked down at it to see it now bent sideways. She then stomped on my other ankle, not breaking it, but making it so I couldn't walk. She moved her token 12 spaces. Even though I was in agony from the pain, I still felt such an intense high from her moving so many spaces. Aaron dropped his card in the midst of everything happening. James fell to his feet to see the card and started to weep as he read it out loud. "Secret card. Killed James' mom. Move 30 spaces," he said with anger bubbling up. "I can't believe you would do that for a dumb game. How could you do this to me?" "I couldn't control myself. Come on, you know what I mean. I couldn't control myself. Don't do anything you will regret," Aaron said cautiously. "Oh, I think it's a little too late for not doing things we regret," James said as he jumped onto Aaron, choking him with all his strength. It seemed at that moment he was able to break free from the control of the game. He wasn't feeling the high of someone else completing a task. He just felt hate. Red hot hate. I was overwhelmed, to say the least. The barn was in flames. James was trying to kill Aaron, and to make matters worse, AJ out of nowhere jumped up and dug a pocket knife into Bree's stomach. Now Bree and AJ were in a fighting match too. Henry and I sat across from each other in disbelief at our surroundings. He looked at me with death in his eyes as he reached for a card. It wasn't even his turn, but I don't think he cared anymore. He knew the others would be occupied for a while. The fire was getting bad. I knew I had to get out of that barn as soon as I could, because of the damage done to my ankles. I couldn't walk, so I dragged my body out of the barn, taking the game with me. I made it a few feet and looked back to see Henry not moving. He set his card down on the board before I started to drag it with me, and I read it as I continued to crawl. Secret card. Let the fire overtake you. Move your token to the finish line and win the game. I was able to get out of the barn with the board game in hand. I sat and watched as the flames overtook Henry. He didn't even flinch when he caught on fire. As I saw it happen, I moved his token to the end space so he could win the game. I felt an intense high overtake my body as the game was complete. Only a few moments after Henry caught fire, the whole barn came down, with all my friends in it. I looked at the burning barn and then back down at the game. I'm ashamed to say that my biggest worry was not knowing who I'd play with now. I hate myself for thinking that, but that's how all the game is. I tried to start a new game by myself and drew a card, but that's when I saw the sirens of police cars and fire trucks pull up next to me. I was immediately surrounded by people trying to give me medical attention, taking me away from my game. I scratched and threw my body around like a toddler not getting their way. I remember them giving me some kind of sedative, and waking up in the hospital. I was the only person to make it out alive that night. All I could say to the doctors and my parents was that I needed the game, that I had to play the game. It was the only meaning to life. It was the only reason I had to live. My parents got me a great lawyer, and I got out of everything by pleading insanity. Our families all knew the right people and had the right money to ensure the word never got out about the deaths. They even managed to make the death of James' mom disappear. When they told me my friends were all dead, I didn't have much of a reaction. I just kept asking where the game was. When they eventually told me the game was gone and never coming back, that's when I lost it. They had to put me into restraints because I kept hurting the hospital staff from my meltdowns. I started to threaten the staff and told them all the horrible things that would happen to them if they didn't get that game back to me. I eventually ended up in a psychiatric hospital. I yelled and screamed so much that I never had my voice. I hardly ever slept, because all I thought about was the game and how I craved to play it again. My skin was red and torn up from my insistent picking due to the withdrawals. After months, I felt numb. Maybe from all the drugs they pumped me up with, or perhaps I was so used to the withdrawals I didn't feel it as much. It still felt like I had an uncontrollable urge inside my bones, but I was able to hide it. They then sent me home after a while. I knew I had to mask my emotions for the game, pretend I didn't care anymore, even if it killed me inside to say it out loud. I walked into my bedroom, and I felt like I was being treated like a baby. My old bed frame was gone, and it was just a mattress on the floor. All my sharp shelves were taken down, along with anything else I could possibly hurt myself with. I rolled my eyes but knew my parents had to make these changes for me to even come home. I sat on my bed and I looked around at my room, now with a doorknob that locked from the outside to keep me in, as well as bars on my windows. I searched my room desperately, trying to find something to take up my mind. That's when I dug through my closet and I saw it. I saw that beautiful, colorful box that I came to know so well, just hiding in the back of my closet waiting to be found. I knew it came back the first time it was destroyed, but it was feeling like it was a one-time thing. But here it was, patiently waiting for me to come and play it. I ripped open the box, giving myself a paper cut in the process, and started to play the game by myself. With all that being said, I can finally say, task completed, and share what my first card said in that solo game. Secret card. Spread the word about this game online so more people can join us. Move 20 spaces. So what do you say? Care to come join me for a game? Over the past month, I've been searching for how to find a monster dating website. It's exactly what it sounds like. If you're one of the lucky few to use the site, you can go on a date with any kind of monster straight from a nightmare with mixed results. I've heard rumors that it's turned out well for some people, but not so much for others. I was determined to find this website. Here I thought hooking up with a werewolf or vampire was just a crazy dream. Now, I had a chance. I have no proof of this, but I think the site picks who gets to use its services. People can stumble on it to look, but only the special ones can sign up for the dating part of the website. No one has been able to get a screenshot. Posts have said the website looks old, from like the early 2000s. It had a section on the front page with profiles of creatures to date. They get booked up so quickly that it's better to fill out the blind dating profile. Since the website is only up for a few minutes after midnight, I didn't want to risk getting kicked off while trying to find the perfect monster to date. I wasn't picky. Any creature would do. It took me weeks of clicking around on forums and dead links to finally find it. My heart was racing when a random friend request showed up through Discord a few minutes before midnight. The username was a string of numbers and letters. The only message was a link. It's not a good idea to click random links, however, I was willing to nuke my computer for this chance. I waited until the click rolled over and quickly opened the website. My hand shook from excitement as I flew to the dating profile page, ignoring the home page. I wish I could be faster to sign up for a date or two with some of the displayed monsters. The low-res images showing cute girls with cat ears disappeared within a few seconds as they were instantly booked up. Another theory that has been out there is the idea of this website catering to parallel universes. It would explain where all these monsters came from and how so many were booked for dates without it becoming mainstream news. The blind dating profile was simple. It asked for your name, phone number, email address, and ideal date. There was also a drop-down menu hidden near the bottom of the page asking for your preferred species. There were no promises you would get what you asked for, but if a creature you wanted was free, then that's who they would send first. I filled out my name and phone number, then went straight to the drop-down menu. I had only a minute before the site went down. I did want to pick werewolf from the menu, but it was in alphabetical order, and there were a lot of options. If I tried scrolling that far down, I would use up all my time. Most of the creatures' names I didn't recognize. A word caught my eye. Hybrid. Would werewolves count as a hybrid monster? They were a human and a wolf mixed, so maybe. I clicked that and submitted my request moments before I got kicked off the site. I held my breath, waiting and praying. People reported getting a text shortly after applying. Some get one even if they hadn't put in their cell phone number. And yet they got the message about a date. It felt like time was moving in slow motion when finally a text from an unknown number came through. It had a photo of a stop sign at the end of the street I lived on saying my date would meet me there at 11 p.m. on Friday. The Discord message disappeared, and there was no history of the dating website on my browser. I knew this was legit. I grabbed my phone and replied to the text asking if the date could happen sooner. I think no one had ever sent such a message back to the mysterious number. I could almost feel the confusion through the phone. A few minutes passed, and another set of texts came through. "Does 11 p.m. on Wednesday work for you?" they asked. I wanted to press my luck and ask for anything sooner, but I accepted that time. The messages disappeared from my phone, leaving no trace behind of what I agreed to. I was immensely excited. How couldn't I be? I've heard horror stories about people getting ripped apart by their so-called dates, or get stuck in a relationship where they always needed to watch their backs. I knew the risks going in, and I was fine accepting death if that also meant I may be able to experience a goal I thought would be impossible. I arrived early and started pacing on the spot, waiting for my date to show up. I realized there hadn't been a choice to pick the gender of who you would be meeting, but with creatures, gender was tricky. I mean, what if your date was a blob monster? Do blobs even have genders? Do vampires even care if you call them a guy or a girl? Honestly, I was fine with whatever. Being picky with gender feels silly when you're down to be with a creature made up of dark fur and teeth. The person who arrived appeared somewhat normal, aside from the large brown trench coat in the summer heat. He was taller than me by 2 feet, but his face looked a few years younger than I was. "Are you waiting for someone?" he asked after he stopped near the stop sign. We were a little bit away from a street light. Shadows played over his face, giving away a hint of the monster he really was behind his human face. "I think I'm waiting for you. I'm Clay," I said as I held out my hand for him to shake. It took him a second to figure out a handshake, which was a little cute. He had long, wavy dark hair that almost looked purple in the dim light. "I'm called Jaren," he said and smiled, showing off unnaturally pointed teeth. My heart fluttered in a mixture of fear and excitement. It was the same feeling as waiting in line for a roller coaster. The bottom of the trench coat moved in an odd way that drew my eyes downwards. I had picked hybrid, but I couldn't see his feet. Was his bottom half human or something else? Would it be rude to ask what was under the coat? I felt my face flush when I realized I might be expecting a bit too much out of a first date. "My place is down the street. Do you want to come over?" I asked, feeling suddenly flustered. "How bold of you to invite me over. Someone would think you might have certain motives in mind," Jaren teased. I found myself at a loss for words. Yes, that was the goal of this date, but when the option was directly in front of me, I found myself fumbling. "We can just hang out. We don't need to rush into anything," I weakly defended myself. He smiled again, but this time his expression lost any charm his face held. The monster he was came out as he started to open his coat. A sound started from under the fabric. It was one I couldn't place, but it made my skin crawl. Suddenly, this date didn't seem as fun as I expected it was going to be. "I don't mind rushing into things. In fact, I like you so much I don't want to even wait to get inside." A flash of motion came from under his coat, and I felt a pressure wrap around my body. My arms were pinned tightly and I was barely able to breathe. My heart dropped in horror as countless legs moved around me, making more of that terrible sound that made the inside of my skull itch. Jaren's bottom half wasn't anything remotely close to human. Somehow, he had tucked away an insanely long black centipede body under his coat. At that moment, I didn't care about how he accomplished such a feat. My brain was too fried from fear of the situation I found myself in. I thought I would have been fine with death. I expected that outcome. But I never would have thought creatures like him were out there. His smile grew when he saw my fearful expression, and I felt my body shake under his. His legs didn't stop moving as his body kept wrapped around mine, the tips of his legs quickly moving against my exposed arms. I jolted under the weight when a set of legs lifted my shirt for a second. I won't be able to hold back devouring a cute little thing like yourself. It won't hurt too much, though, he whispered, his face getting closer to my own. I shook my head, my throat closing up, causing only a whimper to come out. This wasn't what I wanted at all. His teeth were about to come down to rip away my ear when I was finally able to yell. "Get your gross, creepy legs off me!" I shouted and shut my eyes tight. The movement stopped. Dogs in the distance started to bark, and I thankfully didn't have to listen to the sounds of his legs constantly crawling. Carefully, I opened my eyes to take a peep in his direction. I thought he would have been angry, or even amused by my outburst. Instead, he looked like someone had slapped him across the face. The grip lessened, and he drew his body away, hiding it under his coat again. Guilt started in my stomach. A neighbor came outside to quiet his dog. I didn't want someone to see us, so I took him by the wrist to drag him down the street to my place. Sure, it wasn't the best idea to let him know where I lived. The air of danger around him disappeared as he slumped against my couch, face buried into the cushions, and he let his long body sprawl out over the floor. "Do you want me to pick up where we left off?" I offered nervously. Duran shook his head, still pressed into the cushion. "I'm not in the mood," he admitted. I sat down next to him, feeling like a jerk. Sure, he was going to eat me. That doesn't mean I should have insulted him. I did sign up for this date knowing the possible outcomes, and yet I acted like this. "Do you find my body disgusting?" he asked suddenly in a moody voice after he lifted his head. "What? No." I partly lied. His top half was super cute. His pointed legs scuttled, causing my shoulders to tense up, revealing my lie. "I was just surprised. That's all." I tried defending myself, hands raised. Duran frowned, disappointed over how the night was going. His body curled itself inwards, showing just how emotional he was under the surface. "It's always like this. Everyone is fine being frisky with a monster until I show up. People pick a hybrid hoping for a dog man, or a human with animal features. I've worked so hard to become a terrifying monster, only to have your kind be disgusted by my body." I really felt bad. This poor guy had issues, and I wasn't helping at all. I wasn't sure what to say to make the situation better. Werewolves and dogmen are popular in media, so a lot of people think they're hot. Maybe we just need more exposure to your kind of creature, I suggested. His cheeks puffed up for a second, and his legs twitched in agitation. His face turned a slight shade of red as he refused to look at me. "If you think dogs are hot, just get one, and don't sign up for a monster dating website," he huffed. I didn't hide my disgust at the suggestion. There's a difference, okay?" I said, shaking my head. "How so?" "I think a human sleeping with a werewolf is crossing a line. At least I have the upper half of a human, and the same kind of..." Duran stopped himself before he said something a bit too crude. His face turned an even deeper shade of red, and he pressed his face back into the cushions, mortified over what he was about to talk about. He had a large baggy sweater under his trench coat, so I wasn't able to see what it looked like when his human half met his insect half. I knew I should have dropped it, but I couldn't help myself. "How many dates before I get to see what you're working with?" I joked, trying to lighten the mood. He let out a muffled scream, his head shooting up, and eyes filled with embarrassed tears. I never should have agreed to this. Your kind is horrible, only good for food. I can't believe I put in so much effort to get my body looking like this. He hissed out. Okay, I was still acting like a huge jerk. I let him cool down for a moment. I'm fairly sure I traumatized him a little, even though he was the monster in the room. I'm sorry I embarrassed you. I started and saw him pout and turn his head. I went into this date with some pretty crude expectations. I wanted to meet a monster that would get too excited during a passionate meeting and eat me, ideally after the passion part, I explained. Duran's cheeks were still pink, but he was curious about my reasoning. I think most people would judge me for my ideal way to die. Even a monster sitting next to me seemed confused. You want to get eaten? In the middle of... He found it too embarrassing to finish the question out loud. Why? The words spilled out and he instantly regretted asking. I smiled at him, fully understanding his confusion. I felt bad he got stuck with me that night. I have a disease that will cause my body to lose functions over time. I've seen my relatives die from it, and I don't want to end up like them. I wanted to go out on my own terms, but I also wanted my body to be used for something. I heard horror stories about people donating their bodies to science, then getting blown up in experiments. I explained and gave him a little bit to let the information sink in. I don't understand how you decided on mating with a werewolf and letting it eat you. Duran said with a raised eyebrow. I'm not just a werewolf. I would be happy with any other sexy monster. I corrected and then mentally kicked myself. Duran curled his body in tighter, taking my words as an insult. I had rejected him earlier, and now I admitted I didn't find him attractive. Well, his top half was easy on the eyes. His bottom half was mentally harder to get used to. He let out a sigh, accepting that his date was a disaster. I suppose we're both stuck with a body that causes us problems. At least I was able to do something about mine. When I was born, I was a simple millipede. As I ate more human flesh, I gained this appearance. After all that hard work, I'm still stuck with a form people turn away from. Again, a guilty feeling came to my stomach. You know, it was just the sounds that were gross. I was honestly scared when you were wrapped around me. I think you're very talented at being a dark and scary monster people would have nightmares about. Duran looked a bit embarrassed over getting some unexpected praise. He wasn't fully agreeing with the statements, but he didn't ask me to stop. I looked back at his many legs, now correcting myself that he was a millipede and not a centipede. I suppose millipedes could be cute in the right light. I carefully placed a hand on one of the segments, feeling how smooth and warm it was. His back stiffened, but he didn't protest. I wanted to salvage this night for him, or at the very least make Duran feel better about himself. How about you try scaring me again? I offered. He shook his head, being stubborn. I decided to use a different tactic. We are on a date. We could do date-related things, I suggested. You're just desperate to live out your weird fetish and get in my pants. Why don't you track down a stupid dog man for that? He huffed. I only kiss on the first date. I don't put out. I'm not that easy. I corrected myself. Those words made him perk up. I felt a small tremble go down his body as his legs clicked away at the carpet. You think my legs are gross, he muttered mostly to himself. I think he wanted affection from someone as much as he wanted a free meal. I could at least give him one of those things. We should try exposure therapy. After a while, I won't feel grossed out by the noises. I'll just be scared of you. I was freaked out earlier, so it's not as if you're not scary. Duran made some noises as if he was facing a hard choice. It took a lot of fidgeting until he felt comfortable to bring his face closer to mine. He pointed at his cheek and permitted me to kiss it. A noise came from him that sounded like it was from a high school girl. A ripple went down his body as his legs tapped away. The sound gave me goosebumps and raised all the hair on my arms. But weirdly, the reaction had also been a little bit cute. He permitted a few more cheek kisses with the same kind of reaction. Just as I thought I was getting past the whole leg thing, his body suddenly wrapped around mine. Each leg tip dug into my skin. The weight compressed my lungs for a second. His millipede body started to move around, expanding and tightening to let me breathe enough so I wouldn't pass out. I'm sure there was someone out there who would have enjoyed this, but I didn't. I was scared as hell. Duran took hold of my face, his starving monster side showing itself. He wasn't able to hold back from nipping and biting soft parts of my face and neck. Again, I bet someone out there would have loved this, but my heart raced in fear that his teeth just needed to bite down slightly harder to end my life. My mind raced, wanting this to end, but I kept my mouth shut. No matter how scared I was, I refused to upset a poor monster I had called over for a date. I brought all this onto myself, and I needed to face it. It felt like years I had been wrapped in that terrifying hold. It was only an hour. Duran misjudged his strength and wrapped it around too tightly for too long. Stars danced in the dark, and I passed out for a few minutes. I woke up on the floor to him gently tapping my face to see if I was still alive. My body was bruised and my lips were sore from his teeth. I stayed on the ground and asked him to come closer, which he did. When he was within striking distance, I kissed his cheek, which mortified him enough to be revenge for the still lingering feeling of his legs crawling over me. When I was able to sit up again, Duran gathered his coat, saying it was about time for him to leave. He patiently helped me get up and see him to the door. We awkwardly stood as he tucked his long body away, ready to disappear back into the night. If you find the website again and request a date a week before the full moon, you have a better chance of getting a werewolf. He told me as he lingered near the door. I think I changed my mind about how I want to go out, I admitted. He frowned, most likely regretting ever trying to speak with a human, let alone go on a date with one. I think I would rather get eaten by a super cute monster after we've had a few dates, and I've gotten to know them better, I said, nodding. Duran shrugged, thinking back to the website and what creatures he knew that could fit that description. I mean, you could try putting that in your profile, but I think all the creatures humans think are cute get booked up too fast, he said, shaking his head. Does that mean you're not free this Friday? His entire body froze. As my words sank in, his mouth opened and closed a few times like a fish trying to think of a response. I laughed at his reaction, which was not something he wanted to hear. I'm supposed to be terrifying, a man-eating beast, something that you don't want to encounter at night. I should have humans frozen in fear at the sight of me, and you, he hissed, frustrated, which made me laugh more. You can be all those things and cute, I assured him. He froze again, eyes narrowed, trying to spot a lie. You're super scary, I said again. If you're lying to me, I'll make you regret it, Duran replied, voice low and dark. See? That's scary, I pointed out. He straightened up, folded his arms, appearing proud of himself. And now you're cute. His reaction was to give my shoulder a hard shove. I heard something crack as a bolt of pain shot directly into my brain. He didn't break anything, but he could have. I rubbed my sore arm, fighting back a painted reaction so he didn't know how much damage he did. Friday? I asked, trying to confirm another date regardless of what just happened. I might just eat you before you get any action, Duran said, still sounding a little bit upset with me. I'm fine with that. We don't do anything you're not comfortable with. He shook his head and tightened his coat around his neck, then hid half his face inside. Then he spoke some words I never thought I would hear from another person, let alone a monster that wanted to eat me. You should value your life more. That time, I was the one stunned into silence. For so long I assumed my life was meaningless because I wouldn't last long. I only had a few years at most, so who cares about anything I've done? I was never someone important, or at least I've always treated myself in that way. My hand shot out to take his. We both were surprised at my reaction. I want to be scared. I'm scared of death, but not enough to stay away from it. I think if we spend more time together, I'll value the time I have left. I know it's asking a lot of you, but can you scare me? My chest hurt. I couldn't believe I asked such a huge thing from someone I just met. Duran was a stranger. He had no obligation to stay with me, and yet he started to slowly nod his head. He was determined to make me afraid. He didn't care if I was scared that he was a monster, or scared that I wouldn't be with him forever. I need to go before I rip something off of you, Duran said, his face still hidden under his coat. I let him leave with a promise we would see each other soon. Without any doubt, Duran was going to be the one to end my life. I had long accepted I wouldn't grow old, but it had been a while since I was scared of death. Yes, I was scared. Finally scared of dying. But now, I was also a bit excited to see what I would experience along the way, depending on what that was. I may need to keep certain things private for Duran's sake. I would recommend looking for the dating website for yourself, as long as you're aware of the risks that come with a cute, yet scary, monster partner. My dad was, and still is, my hero. I'm sure it sounds like just another worn-out cliche, and it might be, but it is very important to me that you remember this piece of information because, otherwise, all the things that I am going to tell you about, all the actions I've taken, will make me seem like a total lunatic. He was an anthropologist by trade, and you could tell from the moment you met him, even as young as I was, I knew that my dad loved people. He was fascinated by them, and he adored everything about them. It was woven into the dorky Hawaiian dad shirts he wore when he threw spontaneous backyard barbecues, tucked into his palm as he enthusiastically shook hands with every barista and bank teller he met, and etched into the crinkles of his eyes as he let out another boisterous laugh. The sort of laugh that made everyone else in the area want to laugh with him. People, it seems, loved him too. He wrote a lot of books, and apparently his personality shone even in writing because they sold incredibly well. It was after the smashing success of one book in particular, one discussing folk legends in our home state of Colorado, that he decided we would buy the vacation home. God, it seems bitterly ironic looking back on it now, but we'll get to that. The vacation home was in a tiny Welsh town called Arford. It was, as the Welsh name suggests, on the sea, and the town lined a semicircular divot in the country's coastline, flanked on either side by craggy cliffs. Only a short distance out from the beach, approximately where the center of the circle would be if it were completed, there was a tiny island. It was scarcely more than a large rock, harboring little besides a couple of small grottos and a smattering of gulls' nests. It was called Morgan's Isle. I only ever got to spend a couple of summers at the house, but I remember those summers very fondly. My dad was deeply interested in the area, not only because of his appreciation for Welsh culture, or what little remained after the gentrification of the area, and also because of some of the town's more unique attractions. Two in particular stand out to me as I reflect on it, and both involve the island. If you were outside at night, or when a dense fog had blanketed the town, you could hear a low, haunting melody rolling in off the sea. It was like someone playing the flute, resonant and mournful, far away across the water. My dad thought that it was the wind, catching in the cracks and crevices of Morgan's Isle, and flowing back out across the water, friction from the sea-soaked rocks producing the ghostly howl. During the day, he said, the sounds of the town drowned it out, but at night, we would sit together on the back porch of the house and listen to the island sing across the inky sea. From our porch, it was also possible to observe the other phenomena. If you looked out towards the island on a clear night, it was possible to see small, glittering points of light drifting over the dark water. They typically appeared in pairs, and they seemed to dip and swell as if riding atop the waves. My dad thought that it was a trick of the moonlight, perhaps an unusual reflection from something on the island or the shore, and he thought they were beautiful, like diamonds drifting on the sea, he said, and I looked up at him, stars in my eyes, and agreed. I was only 9 when he disappeared. He had decided that he was going to go out fishing for the day. We had a small boat, and he went out on it pretty frequently, leaving in the mid-morning and not returning until the last dregs of sunlight were slipping from the sky. Usually he would let me come with, and I begged to go that day too, but he wouldn't let me. I'm still not sure why. Maybe I had been particularly clingy for the days preceding, or maybe he was planning to go out and do something dangerous that morning. I don't know. But I do know that, as darkness fell that evening, he didn't come back, and he never did again. They found the boat, bashed up against the cliffs a few miles down the coast from Arford, but no sign of Dad. While accidents like this were uncommon in the area, they were not unheard of, and it was ultimately written off as an accidental drowning. They troweled the area for a while, looking for his body, but nothing turned up, and after the worst plane ride of our lives, my mom and I had to bury an empty casket. We didn't go back to the vacation home after that. We were all right financially, as my dad had left us a sizable chunk of savings to supplement my mom's income. But we couldn't face going back to where it had all happened. At the same time, though, my mom couldn't bear to get rid of the place, and so it sat, falling into disrepair for 11 years. Until a few days ago. I recently turned 20 and, after having something of an early life crisis, decided it was time to get some closure. My mom was not a big fan of my decision. If it was up to her, we would just let the house rot to nothing and never think about it again. But I had made up my mind, and before she could mount any real effort to stop me, I was bound for Cardiff Airport. I opted to check into Arford's small inns rather than attempting to stay in the house. This turned out to be a smart decision, as when I arrived at our old vacation home, it was in a state of severe disrepair, being so close to the sea. Weathering had taken its toll on the home's exterior, and the once well-kept garden had turned into a tangle of unkempt grass and thorny weeds. The interior was largely preserved, save for one room which had flooded through a hole in the roof, but a thick layer of dust had settled over what little furnishings had remained when we'd vacated the place. Evening was fast approaching, and I decided that it would be best if I returned to the inn to decide what to do with the place. As I was pushing through the door, I turned back one last time, half expecting to see my dad sitting on the stairs behind me, but no one was there. After a restless night, I decided to spend the next day, yesterday, out on the water. I bought some supplies from a dingy little tackle shop and slid into a rented boat in the harbor. As I chugged it out into the sea, I had this eerie feeling that I was reliving my dad's last day. Peering across the glittering waves, my eyes snagged on a narrow cave tucked into the jagged flank of Morgan's Isle. I started steering towards it for a moment, but stopped myself. What was I doing? I'd seen people try to approach the cave before, and a patrol boat would always stop you, saying that it wasn't safe for public access. Liable to collapse, they'd say. A tiny part of my brain whispered that they probably hadn't checked there all those years ago. They would have thought it was too dangerous, not worth the risk of searching. Maybe, just maybe. No, I shook my head as if to knock the idiotic thoughts out of my brain. I was there to get closure, not to open some silly, dangerous, and likely fruitless investigation. I found myself a good spot a little ways past the island instead, and settled in for a day of fishing. I didn't end up catching anything. We had never caught much when I was younger anyway, and the years between had taken their toll on the already dwindling fish population. Besides, I could never quite completely wipe the thoughts of the cave from my mind. Before I knew it, the long, uneasy afternoon had slipped away into evening, and darkness spread quickly across the sky like a stain. As I rounded the island, I could see no other silhouettes against the shimmering lights of the town. I was alone on the water, and I was so close to the cave. I dragged my palms down my face. I knew I wouldn't get a wink of sleep if I didn't at least check, and besides, now was the perfect opportunity. With no patrol boats crawling around, hidden by the darkness of the open sea, I anchored the boat as close as I could to the tiny, rocky beach at the cave's mouth, and splashed my way to the entrance, wincing as the icy water soaked into my sneakers. Standing on the gravel beach, I fumbled in my pocket. I was relieved to feel the clink of my key ring against my fingertips. Pulling it out, I pressed the button on the small flashlight that I kept clipped to the ring, and its weak beam cut through the darkness ahead of me. The small comfort that the light afforded me was dashed, as I heard scuffling from behind some large stones just a few feet ahead. My hand shook as I pointed the flashlight toward the source of the sound, and I stumbled back as a figure moved from behind the rocks. Dad? It had come out as a question, but as my disbelieving eyes flickered over the man in front of me, I was sure it was him. He was much older and far scruffier than he was when I'd last seen him, and he was still somewhat obscured by the shadows of the cave entrance. Still, I felt certain it was my dad. My heart leapt in elation, and I stumbled forward, slipping on the loose, wet gravel in my haste to embrace him. To my dismay, however, he started backwards, jerking out of the way of my open arms and slipping backwards, further into the cave. "There's no time, Carter." His voice was rough and strangled with disuse. "What?" He jerked his head backwards, indicating for me to follow him into the cave. I was so stunned by the strangeness of the interaction, by his sudden appearance and by his form retreating further into the darkness of the cave, that I followed without question. At that moment, it seemed like the only thing I could do. While his strides seemed quick and practiced, mine were rendered unsteady by the slick rock beneath me. He was still just ahead of me, just on the edge of my flashlight beam, but I had to pick up my halted, slippery pace to keep up with him as he continued to press on. There's no time for reunions yet. I promise you, all of that will come in due time, but for now, I just need you to trust me. I was out of breath from our rapid pace, and though questions burned at the tip of my tongue, I wasn't able to vocalize them. The walls of the cave seemed slightly closer now, and my claustrophobia built into a lump in my throat, further blocking any attempt at communication I might make. Years ago, the day I disappeared, I discovered a ritual site in the back of this cave, he explained as I staggered onward. I don't remember what happened between then and 2 days ago. All I know is that I woke up here, with the ritual site glowing around me. I managed to find out the date from a passing boat. I don't know what happened, Carter, and I'm so sorry for leaving you for so long. But I do know that something is happening tonight, in this cave. I don't know what will happen if we don't stop it, but I don't want to find out, and I need your help. My mind was spinning with all the new information. He was still moving quickly in front of me, and stunned as I was, I lost my focus for a moment, and with it, my footing. My toe caught a small ledge on the ground beneath me, and I tripped, halting for a moment as I caught myself on my hands, scraping myself badly. However, it was not the pain that I noticed. The moment I had stopped, so had my dad. I stood slowly and took another step forward. So did he. I took a few more and he followed, but each time I stopped, he would too. It was as though he was determined to stay exactly as far from me as he was currently, just close enough to still be visible, but far enough to avoid the full power of my feeble flashlight beam. My blood ran cold. "Carter, come on," he said gruffly. Urgency, and something else that I know now to have been hunger, distorting his voice. "We have to hurry." That had been the point all along, hadn't it? To hurry me along, feed me lots of information all at once, give me no time to think. But now I was thinking. It was a plausible story, sure. My dad had been a curious man, and if he had seen the same opportunity I had, it was certainly possible that he would have tried to explore the cave as well. An anthropologist would have been intrigued by a perceived ritual site, and if something supernatural had indeed happened, it could explain his disappearance in the manner that he described. But something still bugged me. As I mentioned, my dad had always loved people. Now the first person he's seen in 11 years, even if those 11 years were a timeless blur, arrives at the cave and he spends no time greeting them, not even when the person is his own son. It didn't seem right. I tensed my hand around my keychain and, in one smooth motion, moved forward and focused the pale beam right on the figure in front of me. He jolted back as quickly as he could, but it wasn't fast enough. Not this time, and I finally saw him for what he was. Sure, he looked a lot like my dad, an aged-up, banged-up version of him, tailor-made to look as if he'd been unconscious in a cave for 11 years. An excellent copy, but I could also see why he'd been avoiding the light. In the detail afforded by the dim light, I could see the way his limbs seemed slightly too long, the way his shoulders didn't quite slot in their sockets, The way his teeth seemed just a bit too large for his mouth. And his eyes. Christ. They were the same color as my dad's, sure, but that is where the resemblance ended. They were empty, glassy, artificial, like the false eyes they stick in taxidermied animals. A poor imitation of the real thing. My dad was an anthropologist, and I know a person when I see one. This wasn't. The next few minutes are a blur in my memory. I remember sprinting back in the direction I'd come, slipping and sliding on the algae-coated stone beneath me. I could hear him chasing me, and worse, I could hear more of them behind me, scampering through the cave on what sounded to me like wet, slippery, clawed hands and feet. As I ran, I kicked rocks backwards, hoping they would slow the creature's progress. I guess it must have worked, because the next thing I knew, I had flung myself into my boat and gunned it away from the island, not even bothering to look back and see how close an escape it had been. This brings me to today. As you might expect, I didn't sleep a wink. I spent the whole night researching, trying to figure out exactly what it was that happened to me. From what I've put together, it is likely that the first part of the story I was told was true. My dad probably did see the cave, seek the opportunity to explore it under the cover of darkness, and venture deep into it, hoping to discover a hidden anthropological treasure. But I don't think he found anything human in that horrible place, and I am certain now, even more than I was, that he is dead. Do you know where the name Morgan's Isle comes from? I certainly didn't. Before my midnight research session, I had always assumed that it was just named after an important figure in the area, like Jacksonville or Pennsylvania in the US. It turns out, though, that this is not the case. I doubt that many of the current residents of Arford would pick up on the name's significance. Hardly any of them are Welsh, and fewer still are old enough or rooted enough in the area to remember any of the legends attached to it. As it turns out, a Morgan, or Morgan, is a Welsh term for a creature that entices men into its lair, usually with its beauty or enchanting voice, in order to drown or consume them. In the US, we might refer to this creature as a siren. I believe that it is likely these creatures that I encountered in the cave last night, and if this is the case, there is no doubt in my mind that they are responsible for the disappearances of a number of visitors and locals alike over the years, including my poor father. As I am typing this, I am sitting on the back porch of the old vacation home. My flight leaves tomorrow morning, and I have one more night in the grubby little inn up the road, but something called me back here, telling me to look out over the darkened sea one last time. I sincerely hope that it wasn't the sound that brought me here, that beautiful, achingly sorrowful timbre that echoes up the bluffs and draws me closer, sounding so much more melodic than it did all those years ago. Leaning in, I can see the flecks of light on the water again, tipping hypnotically up and down as waves roll by beneath them. I feel sick to my stomach. My dad was wrong. They aren't anything like diamonds. Looking at them now, I can see them for what they are. Fake, dead, empty, like taxidermy. At first, I thought it was fun. We lived in an RV. It was like an endless vacation. One week we were in LA, the next we were in Salt Lake City. We didn't know much about our lives before this. We knew we were born in Portland, and that we could never stop moving. We always knew we were a special family. I just guess we didn't know how special we were. My parents tried so hard to have kids and almost lost hope. That's why my twin sister and I were so special to them. They're little miracles. It was annoying, but at least we knew we meant something to them. Amelia and I were fairly close, as far as siblings go. We were kind of each other's only friends. Since we were homeschooled, we felt pretty isolated. We never set up camp anywhere fun. No KOA campgrounds with ice cream shops and swimming pools. Always driving off-road and living deep in the woods. I guess it was peaceful, in a way, but anyone who grew up near the woods understands it's not something you mess with. The first time I really personally realized something was up was just before our 7th birthday, when we were staying in a place in BC called Kamloops. We weren't supposed to sneak out or leave Mom and Dad's sight, but at the time, we were mischievous 6-year-olds, with a huge, unexplored forest in front of us. What do you expect? We waited until they fell asleep for the night and snuck out of the RV through the window, which was easy because the window was just a sheet of plastic held together by a zipper, and we set off, with nothing but a lantern to illuminate the path in front of us. It wasn't long before we saw something strange. A glow. Not from our lantern. It was coming from in front of us. It didn't take long for us to see who or what was in front of us. It was a lady, holding a small homemade torch, but she didn't look much like a lady. Her hair was matted and fallen out in some places. Her skin was almost blue and looked rotted. Her teeth were yellow and a few were missing, and I thought you could even see part of her jaw. She was wearing a dirty hospital gown. I didn't know where the nearest hospital was, but it had to be pretty far, because the last time I remember driving anywhere with a paved road had to be 3 hours before we set up our camp here. Amelia and I were frozen in fear, and for the first time since we had mutually decided affection towards siblings was lame, I reached for her hand. That thing reached out its bony arm to us. It moaned something almost indecipherable, like something. That was enough to snap me out of it, and I sprinted away, dragging Amelia behind me. By some miracle, we had made it back to the RV, and by some other miracle, got back in without waking our parents. We didn't get much sleep, and were far too shaken up to even say good morning to our parents, let alone tell them what happened. Would they even believe us if we told them? Well, after what happened next, I guess they would have to. When we opened the door to the RV, we saw that the remains of what we had left out overnight, a campfire reduced to ashes, the sticks covered in charcoal Amelia and I had used to draw on the rocks, and a makeshift table with a few cans of beans, had been utterly destroyed. It wasn't too out of the ordinary to have our camp ravished by animals. We lived in the woods after all, but this was something no animal could do. This looked set up, like whatever did it had a plan. What we saw written on the back of the RV confirmed this belief. In the charcoal sticks, someone had written, "You can't run forever," on our trailer. Mom made us breakfast while Dad cleaned up the mess. We left shortly after that and drove for hours, not even stopping for quick bathroom breaks. Mom and Dad spoke in hushed whispers as Dad drove. I wish I knew what they had been talking about. That night, I guess because Mom and Dad could see we were shaken up, they took us for a rare treat. A dinner at a real restaurant. A crappy diner, but a restaurant nonetheless. It was empty there, which was why my parents liked it, as they hated crowds. I was over the moon. A root beer float and a greasy cheeseburger was anything a 6-year-old boy could dream of, which was why I was so upset when Mom and Dad made us leave the second someone else came in. It was just an old trucker. I didn't get the big deal. While we were in the RV, Amelia asked why we had to leave while I sulked in my bunk. A glorified shelf. Mom sighed. I suppose you two are almost 7. That's old enough to know. Well, Zachary, Amelia, the reason we had to leave is because we're scared of losing you. Do you remember what happened when you were 4? I had no idea. My memory was never good, but Amelia claimed to remember. We were in Beaverton, not too far from Portland. She said that when we were 4, we were running around in a field when a big man in camouflage and big boots came up to us and bent down to our level. We're not supposed to talk to strangers, Amelia said. She was always a goody two-shoes. I'm John. Now we're not strangers. What are your names? I'm Zach, and that's my sister Amelia. We're 4 and our birthday is July 26th, 2002, I had apparently said. But I bet Amelia just said I said that to make me look worse. That's when he stopped smiling. He roughly took our hands and started to lead us away. Let's go somewhere fun, Zach and Amelia. I need to take you someplace else. My mom got teary. That's right. If your dad and I hadn't caught you just before you left, we probably would have never seen you again. I took you to someplace safe. And your dad, well, your dad, I shot him in the leg. Hope he had fun crawling back to his house, he said coldly. Amelia and I shot each other glances. Okay, Daddy, I'm going to sleep now, she said, climbing over me to get to her bunk. That night we stopped somewhere for the night. I forget where, probably near the interior of BC or maybe Alberta. I looked out the little plastic window and I saw her. I saw that lady again. She was staring at me and Amelia in our bunk beds, reaching out for us with that same long bony hand. I rolled over and tried to sleep, but couldn't, knowing she was there. Life continued on like that for a while. Anywhere we'd stop, she'd be there. Washington, there she was. Nevada, you bet. Montana, better believe it. Amelia and I didn't really explore much anymore, partially because we were getting older and gradually showing less interest in that sort of thing, but partially because that experience in Kamloops traumatized us both. That didn't stop the lady from trying to get us. Sometimes we'd catch a glimpse of her on the highways we drove by. Sometimes she'd appear right where the fire of our campsite stopped illuminating, so we could barely see her. On the rare occasion we went into public to get supplies or food, I could have sworn I caught a glimpse of her in the crowd. Whenever she was around, I always heard that cry of hers. Ma-ba-ba. After a while, she stopped scaring me. Well, as much. Everything finally made sense. The day before Amelia and I turned 14, Mom and Dad had left the RV and gave us a rare couple hours of freedom as they gathered things for our birthday. We weren't parked ridiculously far from civilization, but I'd say a good hour's worth of walking. We weren't that scared. We had lived in the woods long enough to know as long as you didn't bother the forest, it wouldn't bother you. And the lady in the hospital gown was honestly more of an annoyance than anything else. I'd even go so far to say we had almost forgotten about her. I was reading, and Amelia was rummaging around the RV for food. I was getting immersed in my book when Amelia shouted out, "Zach, come check this out." I rolled my eyes. What could it be? We had lived in this tiny RV for almost 14 years. I knew it like the back of my hand. There was absolutely no nook or cranny I didn't know about. Oh, I guess I was wrong. There, under the driver's seat cushion, Amelia had pulled out, for some reason, a box. It was small and a bit squished from all the years of my dad's butt sitting on it, but we could still tell what it was. Amelia excitedly reached to open it. Inside were papers. Forget about it, Amelia. It's probably just boring documents for work, I said, but the look of confusion to horror on my sister's face was enough to change my mind. They were documents, but not for work. Birth documents. For us. But the stated parents weren't ours. I was apparently Zachary Jr., but nobody in my family was named Zachary. I looked at the father's name. Zachary. The mother was someone named Emily. Maybe we were adopted, I suggested. Amelia reached in and pulled out another sheet of paper. She shook her head and held out the next one for me with a shaky hand. Infants missing from Portland Hospital, July 27th, 2002. Twins Zachary Christopher Clark Jr. and Amelia Emily Clark. Ongoing search. Anyone with information is to report it to the police immediately. Clark? Christopher? Those weren't our names. Our last name was Brown. And our parents certainly weren't Zachary and Emily. They were Jenny and Kevin. I had a feeling things were going to get worse. I was right. As Amelia pulled out the third and second to last paper. Portland mother of two murdered in hospital. Emily Clark, 27, had recently given birth to twins, now missing. When she was smothered to death in her own hospital bed. Police drawing of suspects. We looked at the police drawing. It was obviously not a complete match, but they were basically the only other two faces we had seen our entire lives. Mom and Dad. CCTV footage shows the two suspects leaving the hospital through a back door with the two infants. Search is ongoing. If spotted, do not approach these individuals. Alert the authorities immediately. We were silent as Amelia shakily grabbed the last piece of paper. This was from 2006. We were 4. After an Oregon man allegedly spotted the missing kids and was attacked by the perpetrators, a glimpse of hope is seen in this 4-year-long cold case. Father and husband of the victims, Zachary Clark, shares this message. To my babies, I have no idea where you two are, but I will never let go of hope that one day I will see your beautiful faces again. You may not even know who I am, but that doesn't change anything. Until we meet again, Daddy loves you. We couldn't even say anything. What do you even say to that? We just stood in silence for a while, then we heard a banging on the RV. We jumped and looked outside. It was the lady in the hospital gown, closer than ever. We could see her bluish gray skin. We could see her hazel eyes. They kind of looked like Amelia's. Ma-ba-ba, she moaned, reaching out for us again. I looked down to the newspaper clipping. It had a picture of the victim on it. I held it up to the window, where she was staring at us. Ma-ba-ba, she said again. Ma-ba-ba, my baby. All this time, she had just wanted her babies. Amelia stepped out of the RV. I was scared at first, but this day couldn't get any crazier, so I followed. Mama? She asked, tears in her eyes. Baba. she said, reaching her bony hand out once again. But she didn't run. She let her touch her face as she gently rubbed her hand across her cheek. She did the same to me, but then pointed in the direction of the nearest town. Go, she said. Go? Why? Amelia asked. Duh, our mother croaked. Dad, Zachary Sr., was he still alive after all this time? We have 2 hours until Mom and Dad. Amelia cut herself off. They get back. Let's go. Quick. Although we didn't really have any idea how to get to the town, we somehow knew. Like someone was guiding us. We busted into the sheriff's office, probably looking awful. First came the questioning, then the DNA testing, then they looked for our parents, then they arrested my parents, then the news stories and the interviews. Then we were flown out in a plane, my first plane ever, to Portland, to meet our dad. We were quite the story. They called my parents the wretches of the woods. They thought of them as evil witches who stole us and hid us deep in the woods. I guess they were right, in a way. It was weird seeing them behind bars, serving life sentences, because after all, they raised us for nearly 14 years. But that's where they'll stay. No running, no hiding. There's nowhere to hide in a cell. He burst into tears when he saw us. We didn't. It was weird. He was my dad and all, but was he? I mean, I guess I met him when I was like a few hours old, but I just couldn't connect to him. It took a while, but we slowly got used to our new lives, in a house with a bed and our own rooms, not running from everything, or living in the woods. It was peaceful, although most of the time I ended up sneaking into Amelia's room because after all this time, I still couldn't be alone. One time I got a knock on our window. We both woke up and saw the lady in the hospital gown outside, but she looked happier, less rotten, like she was complete again. Mama? I asked. Could she stay? And I could live with the family I craved. Like she read my mind, she shook her head. I have to go, my babies, she said, reaching her hand out to us through the window as she slowly disappeared into the night. We never saw her again after that, but we always knew she was watching us. But this time, we wouldn't run.